baby. Good morning, Bay Area. What is happening? Good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift. If you're at work, what is happening? If you're getting ready for work, what is happening? If you're in traffic, you're driving Muni, you're cutting people off in your cars on Embarcadero, whatever. Shout out to Twitch, YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union, the Comcast Business Text Line. Good morning to all the overnight dancers. Probably was a slow Monday. Raiders playing Las Vegas now, and I mean, nobody's dancing for dollars over that team. Good Lord. They did get the win, 17-13. It was an ugly one. But you know, Shasky, I'm thinking about Brock Purdy and all the love he's getting. And good morning to you, by the way.
Morning.
I'm not trying to bag on Jimmy Garoppolo. I'm not. I'm really not. But the experience of not having to watch him matriculate the football down the field.
I'm so glad you're starting here.
You know, it's just like, it's refreshing to know that I don't have to worry about a quarterback who's going to throw into triple coverage, who's going to throw late, who's not going to process, who's going to take massive shots in the pocket where he looks like he's about to die or something. I mean, credit to Shanahan for dealing with that for nearly 6 years.
Both things can be true. Jimmy was a good Niner, and Kyle propped him up. Like, both can be true.
Yeah.
Both can be true. So we're sitting here, and we're talking about the demise of Belichick as a country, and we're looking over at Josh McDaniels, who was part of that Belichick tree. And if you look at that tree and all the guys that go elsewhere, not a lot of success.
No, who had success?
Not a lot of success.
Romer Cornell didn't have success.
Charlie Weiss
didn't have success.
I mean,
Bill O'Brien hasn't had success.
He's actually might be the most successful.
At Penn State?
Well, I was going to say with the Texans.
Yeah. You know what? He had a good run with the Texans.
They actually won the division a few times.
Run with the Texans.
That's what I'm saying. Like
Deshaun Watson, DeAndre Hopkins.
Not a great GM, but a good coach.
Situational coaching kind of did him in Kansas City.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
But no, so like I'm looking at this and I'm saying to myself, like, Kyle clearly did wonders with Jimmy Garoppolo. And the two of them probably made their sweetest music together up until that point in their careers together. But now looking at it with Josh McDaniels, and again, I don't think Jimmy's the worst quarterback who's ever lived, but it's pretty clear to me Kyle elevated Jimmy, not the other way around. Wouldn't you agree?
No, not even close. Not even close. He was good early on, but it's obvious that Kyle wanted to see things from a quarterback to where, you know what? Read the field.
Yes.
Be smart about what you're doing. When you check at the line of scrimmage, make sure you check into the right play. When you throw it over the middle, don't throw it. Don't throw late over the middle. Don't go 1, 2, 3, and then boom, throw it across your body and in triple coverage. I mean, there's just so many reads that he makes. I'm looking at Jordan Love on the other side. Okay, I get it. He is struggling. It's his first full year playing NFL football. They got a lot of raw wide receivers. Offensive line is in shambles. Aaron Jones is hurt. You're going to struggle a little bit. I see some potential there.
I do too.
I see some potential.
But he's very raw.
Very raw.
He needs to play more.
But Jimmy is not much better than him right now. Jimmy's been in this league for damn near a decade.
Jimmy's just he continues to throw the no ball. He's got weapons too.
Jimmy,
that's the wild thing.
Jimmy no throw. It just never fails.
It's the most patented thing. So I'm glad you bring this up because I was watching all the Brock Purdy breakdowns across the league. It's just everybody's got something to say about Brock Purdy. Good, bad, somewhere in the middle. I don't know how you could have bad. But what was the first point that you think Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch considered upgrading or making changes at quarterback from Jimmy Garoppolo? What do you think the first offseason was?
Well, obviously it was after 2021 when they flirted with Tom Brady.
2020.
2020, after the 2019 season and the 2020 offseason was the first one.
I would agree.
Because they flirted with Tom Brady. It was obvious that they were looking for an upgrade. They weren't even sold on Jimmy that year. Remember Michael Silver, who we got to give credit to. I know a lot of people don't want to give credit to Michael Silver in the Chronicle, but we got to give credit to him.
Well, it's hard for me to give him credit when I'm blocked.
Well, you don't have to do it on Twitter. I'll do it on the airways because I know he's listening. Listen.
Unblock me.
You don't really want to be unblocked. You don't like Michael Silver. Michael Silver wrote that season in 2019, Nick Mullins, if Jimmy slips up, could take the job. And I kind of laughed at it. It's like, Nick Mullins, really?
Uh-huh.
But now when we look back in time, there was some validity to that, no doubt. Jimmy had to play for his job. So just that season alone was good enough. And so then you look at the way he called the games, and I agree with the 8 pass attempts against the Green Bay Packers. You want to run the ball out, blah, blah. You want to do it like that, fine. Do it like that. I don't care. I know everybody made a big deal saying he doesn't trust Jimmy. But the way he called the Super Bowl, Shanahan, that is, I'll never get over it. But that was the first offseason where they thought, you know what? we may need to upgrade. But they didn't. But they flirted with Tom Brady. So there you go.
Absolutely. So then let's do this right now. So we've got in 2020, Joe Burrow, Tua, Herbert, Jordan Love, who we saw last night, and Jalen Hurts. These are your drafted quarterbacks in 2020, okay? Burrow went 1, Tua goes 5, Herbert goes 6, Jordan Love goes 26th, Hurts goes 53rd overall, okay? That's a really good quarterback draft. Yeah. Wouldn't you agree?
No doubt. It's not bad.
All right. Which one of those guys would you consider either upgrading from Brock Purdy or, would be in the Brock Purdy category? I would say Burrow, Tua, Herbert, Hurts are all guys that either, I would take either one of those quarterbacks. Yeah. Our current quarterback or any one of those, wouldn't you?
Yeah, no doubt.
You go to 2021, right, and I'm looking at some of these quarterbacks. Trevor Lawrence, I think a lot of people would still take him. Zach Wilson, nobody's taking him over Brock Purdy, right?
Sure?
What?
You're not taking him over Brock Purdy?
I am not taking Zach Wilson over Brock Purdy. How about Trey Lance, huh?
Okay.
When does that crack come into play for you?
Poor Trey.
Why?
I watched the game back yesterday.
The hugs at half
graphics. Yeah, the hugs after the game. But just watching him at a couple times they panned over, and then I was looking at the Cowboys just to grab a count. Just he had that puppy dog look where he's a sad puppy dog. And he's thinking, boy, I was out there in August, just a couple months ago. Not a month and a half ago, if that, 6 weeks ago. And he's sitting there watching Brock steal his job and take this team to another level. You're watching the fan base get behind Brock Purdy. He was watching CMC, who, since he's arrived in San Francisco, the Niners' offensive averaged 30 points per game. He never really got to play with CMC. Never did, actually. Played with CMC. Didn't even take reps in training camp with CMC. And the guys just... I felt some type of way for him.
Felt bad for him?
I felt bad. I'm not saying that Brock Purdy doesn't deserve a job. No. I'm not saying we should have kept Trey Lance. On a human level, I'm like, boy, you're a number 3 overall pick. You were celebrated, and now you're already in Dallas backing up Dakota Prescott and Cooper Rush.
Watching your former teammates destroy you
42-10.
I mean, Bonte, you're talking to the guy who actually had empathy for Pablo Sandoval taking the money and being miserable. So, I get it. Right. Believe me, I do get it. Like, we pretend like these guys don't have aspirations at times, like their own personal aspirations. Mm-hmm. So, I'm just going through the last couple of drafts here, right? That draft, we stop on Lance at 3. Fields, nobody's taking Fields over Purdy.
Not yet, but you know what? Back-to-back weeks, Fields hasn't been as bad.
Fields hasn't had one game better than Brock Purdy.
He has. Last week was pretty good.
He has not had one game better than Purdy's best moments.
I don't know. I don't know about that.
Purdy's had like 4 or 5 games that would be better than anything.
Justin Fields has had some good games. He has had some good games. Don't cap.
I think you're by yourself on that one.
All right. Well, I'll be by myself on that one.
Mac Jones, nobody's taking Mac Jones over Brock Purdy. Maybe Dan Orlovsky is, because I heard some wild things he was saying yesterday.
What was he saying?
That Mac Jones would do exactly what Brock Purdy was doing in this system, and I disagree.
That's kind of insane.
Kyle Trask, nobody's taking Kyle Trask. Let's go to 2022. We saw Kenny Pickett. Anybody taking Kenny Pickett over Brock Purdy?
Probably not.
Okay. How about Desmond Ridder, who was the 74th selection?
Hasn't lost at home yet.
How about Malik Willis, 86th overall?
Hasn't seen him yet.
Okay, Bailey Zappi, Sam Howell, Skylar Thompson, all the guys in Brock's class. Nobody. I mean, I'm just looking at the last 4 years of drafts. Here's the names that I would write down. Burrow, Hurts, Herbert, Tua, Lawrence, Brock. There's 5 guys. I'll take any one of those 5 guys. That's about it. Is there anybody I'm missing?
Jalen Hurts last 2 games. Or not Jalen Hurts. Justin Fields. 8 touchdowns, 1 interception.
I'm not taking Justin Fields over Brock Purdy.
I'm not saying I am either, but he's thrown for over 600 yards. He's averaging 9.7 yards a pass a tip. So all of a sudden he's getting a clean pocket. Doesn't have to run around. I wouldn't close. Just like Jordan Love, I wouldn't shut the door on Justin Fields quite yet. Not quite yet.
That's a different conversation than his highs aren't anywhere near.
He's had some highs.
Brock Purdy has had some highs. Unbelievable games. We're going down the Justin Fields rabbit hole.
I get it. You'd rather have Brock Purdy. I think Kyle Shanahan would rather.
I think
Brock
the whole
Purdy.
league would.
Well, Kyle Shanahan obviously would rather have Brock Purdy because he picked Trey Lance ahead of Justin Fields. Justin Fields is a guy he's watched grow up as a quarterback, and all these quarterback camps, all the quarterback initiatives or whatever it was, him going to Georgia, Ohio State. Shanahan was always linked to Justin Fields. Always. And he even passed up on Justin Fields. So I think You know, Shanahan's happy with that, but I wouldn't close the door on Justin Fields yet because that Bears organization, if we've learned anything this year, is a total dumpster fire.
We can agree on that.
Defensive-minded head coach that has no clue on what he's doing. You trade for DJ Moore to finally get him a weapon. You trade a second-round pick for Chase Claypool. You don't use Chase Claypool. You already flipped Chase Claypool
like a clown.
to Miami, but we'll see. He's a clown with talent.
Well, but he's done a lot of shenanigans on and off the field for that team, for the Bears. He's quit on plays. There's a lot of guys calling him out.
They are calling him out. But, boy, that's bad business for the organization. That's doing your franchise quarterback a disservice.
Well, no,
Not only that,
we agree there.
You let David Montgomery walk, and all of a sudden David Montgomery looks like the second coming of a freaking beast out there in Detroit. So I'm not going to close the book on Justin Fields. He's had some really good highs, but if you're asking me if I'm taking Purdy over him, yeah, I'll take Purdy over him right now.
I mean, I'm just looking at all these prominent players that have been drafted. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in 2020. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. I mean, there's like 20 guys, prominent guys that have played football, significant football. It's basically Brock and 4 or 5 guys.
Well, one thing I wanted to talk about today, because Brock is going to get all the flowers, and I get it. The quarterback's going to get all the headlines, even though this defense is flying around, even though you got Christian McCaffrey leading the league in rushing, even though you got all these wide receivers and these tight ends, and you got weapons galore. What about Kyle Shanahan? We have not talked enough about Kyle Shanahan and the job he's done and how he's grown as a head coach. I think I first saw the growth, and you guys can disagree with me all you want to. But the growth in Kyle Shanahan, I think for me, we've seen it over the last 5 years, 6 years, keeping the team together. You get off the slow starts in 2021 and 2022, and you got the rabid fan base. A lot of people saying, oh, boy, God, get him on the hot seat, get him out of here. He's a clown, blah, 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 blah.
That felt aggressive.
It was aggressive, but some people were saying fire himself. He should fire himself, and I was just like, what?
That was the most aggressive.
So anyway, which is fine. Hey, look,
everyone's entitled to their opinion.
I've been very critical of Shanahan. One thing I've not done is said the Niners should fire him. I've not said that once. Should he be on the hot seat? Should Jet York, put some heat on him a little bit? Sure, why not? I love a head coach who's got some heat on him. I'm gonna get the best out of him.
Yeah,
but the growth for me really came on display today after they traded Trey Lance away. I'm telling you, man, after that preseason game, there's a lot of NFL coaches I've seen step up to that podium. There's a lot of NBA coaches step up to that podium. There's a lot of managers in baseball who sit there and conduct their pressers in a dugout. The way he was open about everything that transpired with Trey Lance, and he said, I failed Trey. I feel very bad for Trey. I failed him. And he took accountability for that, along with John Lynch. And I said, wow, this guy's showing a human side. He's showing that he's a little vulnerable. And a lot of people ripped him for it. Oh, you're a coward. You didn't go to the media right after blah, blah, blah. And I was like, man, pipe down. Did the radio interview. He came back after the game Friday against the Chargers and explained everything that happened. And I said, okay, I got a head coach who's contrite. He's showing some vulnerability. I think he's growing a little bit. And now you look at him in the way he's coaching, I think he's aggressive. He trusts the quarterback. He trusts his players. He's calling good games. You can nitpick here and there
about
some
elite
things,
staff builder.
but he is in his bag right now. So, you know what? I give a lot of credit to Kyle Shanahan for not only the way he moved off of Jimmy, for seeing something that he didn't like in Jimmy, moving off of Trey, and saying, you know what, Brock may be our guy, and I'm going to stick by this.
It's interesting that you loop Jimmy back in, because I was thinking about removing Trey just from the equation. It's kind of just calmed everything down, just from the murmurs of the media, the fans that might be out there beating the drum for him. Like in that game the other day, right? For example, they're smoking the Dallas Cowboys. You know what we didn't come on the air and talk about? What? Oh, those 6 handoffs from Trey Lance. And I don't even know if he'd be playing, but I'm just saying, hypothetically, why don't you get him in that game?
Right.
You've removed all of that. And I think one of the areas with Jimmy, it's like, if you didn't believe in him, maybe just removing him from the equation would have been the better thing to do. And so seeing that growth from Kyle, it didn't hit me as hard as the way it hit you as from him on a podium.
No, nobody.
But I think there's a lot of people that feel the way you feel.
Well, no, there's a lot of people. And, there was media members who called him a coward because he ducked off after practice, which I know exactly what happened. He did the radio interview. And then he went on about his day. It was like, oh, I don't have to talk anymore. I'll talk to the press tomorrow. And everybody freaked out or whatnot. So, it's fine. There's a lot of people who we look to report things on the 49ers and they come out let me stop right there. But a lot of people are calling him a coward. A lot of people are calling him a coward.
Did you think that was fair?
No, that because I know they wouldn't say that in front of him. So I try not to say things that I wouldn't say in front of him.
Okay.
I've been working on that my entire career.
Yeah.
To call him a coward because he didn't speak to you because he didn't ask you questions. Well, he did after the final preseason game. And then some people still held a grudge, and that's when he had to clap back at certain media members and ask them some questions. Put them on a hot seat. So
we can debate the timeline or whatever. The point is he did eventually address it, which he's, obligated to do.
And he didn't have he didn't. He doesn't have to explain why he traded Trey Lance.
No, I'm saying about obligated to talk to the media after a game.
Yeah. But he wasn't obligated to explain what went down in that situation. He didn't have to explain how Trey Lance, his body language, when he was like, you know what, just go home, dude, take the day off.
It's interesting because it hits everyone different. But, like, for me, it was like, all right, whatever you say about Trey is kind of irrelevant. Like, are you going to have success with Purdy? And they're having wild success. Yeah. And so the whole Trey thing is, like, to me, a complete afterthought.
It is an afterthought.
But I understand a lot of people feel the way you feel.
But the growth of Shanahan, I thought, boy, he took a major step forward.
I don't think you're alone.
He took a major. No, a lot of people think it was just PR BS, but that's fine. But he moved on from Trey.
Not a PR guy, though.
Because think about that. Think about that. You had to move on from the number 3 overall pick, in which you guys traded heaven and earth for.
I mean,
for that pick, for that slot, to go get a franchise quarterback, and you completely whiff on that. A lot of coaches get fired. A lot of coaches can't overcome that. A lot of general managers can't overcome that. But Shanahan and Lynch have, because they got a roster full of bullies.
I mean, Bonte, we're talking about Mac Jones. They stayed at 15, the Patriots. And he might end up blowing out the greatest coach that we've all ever seen.
Yeah, I know.
And it's not just because of Mac Jones. There's a variety of things, but, like, it's a big part of it, right? Quarterback play has lost them how many games?
Yeah, I mean, wide receivers, talent in the running back room.
Wouldn't you agree that
it is bad right now in New England?
We get the Brock conversation is definitely a part of how they've overcome it, but the way that they've built their roster is the most important. Like we talk about Mac Jones. I keep coming back to Belichick, man. That roster around them is so bad. It's so bad. And you look at those offensive weapons. We all play fantasy. Who the hell is picking up a Patriot player? Nobody, right? When I look at the roster the Niners have assembled, Brock Purdy's been amazing. Absolutely amazing. And part of why he's been amazing, not a big part, but a part of why they've got elite personnel.
But you know what?
So they've been able to overcome a lot of misses because they're hitting in the mid and late rounds.
A lot of people with Brock Purdy said, man, how can he not be good? You brought up Orlovsky, and Mac Jones will be good with all these weapons. Maybe not. But you can't teach instincts.
Yeah.
You can't teach an it factor. You either got it or you don't. You either anticipate or you don't. You either know how to read a defense or you don't. The thing I got on Mac Jones in the whole draft combine up into that process, and I know a lot of our friends, we don't want Mac Jones, and part of me wanted Mac Jones just to see some of y'all suffer because you're spoiled brats. Sorry, probably too early for that. But no, Mac Jones, that whole process, I kept thinking, well, he comes off as such an immature kid. For coming from Alabama, for playing with all those weapons, for playing for Coach Saban, why does he come off like a guy who just doesn't really care and will do what he wants to do? Well, we're finding out in New England, he's not really a good teammate. He's coming away. He's the Grayson Allen of football.
Veterans are not happy with him.
And so for all the people who wanted Mac Jones, thank God they didn't draft Mac Jones.
I know.
Thank the heavens.
Well, I mean, even if they took a guy who was rawer, like more raw than what Mac Jones, was perceived to be, like look at someone like Jordan Love. I think Jordan Love would be better with the 49ers. Do I think he'd be anywhere near Brock Purdy? No, I don't. And I'm not ripping Jordan Love. I kind of like him as a prospect. But there's a difference between being a prospect who's raw, who needs a lot of work and a lot of reps, and being the refined player that Brock Purdy just sees the field. And I think that he would be good in a lot of systems.
Now, he may be. And I wonder, since Shanahan doesn't get the perception of being a quarterback developer, doesn't do well in developing quarterbacks, right? That's the knock on Shanahan.
It is.
How much credit do we give Brian Greasy? in that quarterback room as a quarterback coach.
Oh, I think he gets a ton of credit. I think upgrading from Rich Gangarello might have been one of the great staff moves this organization has done.
Very underrated. I don't even think Scangarello's coaching right now, is he?
Well, he was
at Kentucky, and Will Levis had his worst year at Kentucky under Scangarello.
With the draft scout people who were breaking down film did not like that offense.
They did not like that offense whatsoever.
Newsflash, nor did Joe Shasky.
Brian Greasy maybe deserves a lot more credit than what Shanahan is doing. But overall, I think there's a conversation about Shanahan earning the trust of the fan base. Right now, he's in his bag, and I get it. Everybody's going to say it's going to come down to what happens in the playoffs. But right now, starting off 5-0, his team is clicking. It's a different 5-0 than the one they had in 2019.
They're kicking the absolute crap out of everyone.
2019,
they have the highest point differential, almost by 2 times of anyone in the league.
No doubt. All right, this segment was brought to you by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Again, shout out to YouTube and Twitch streams, Comcast Business Text Line, YouTube and Twitch brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. We got a great guest list. It's Baldy week. Baldy's going to join us at 7:30. Carmen Policy, the former president of the 49ers. He'll join us at 8:30. Then we got a special guest at 9:30. I'll get some confirmation on that. That's what's coming up. Plus your phone calls, 888-957-9570. How many quarterbacks are taking over Brock Purdy? Then we will sneak in some basketball talk. Trust me.
Yes.
The Warriors. I'm feeling really good about the Golden State Warriors. Really good. But that's not a shock to some of you guys. Some of you guys think I'm on the payroll. I just feel good about guys who've won 4 rings. That's all. That's it. That's all. That's what's coming up, brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
I thought I was going to have to go through a hip replacement or some painful...
Oh, man. We got another one? A Warriors Summit. That's right. We have a Warriors Summit. Join us at Fieldwork Brewery in San Leandro.
I love it.
Wednesday, October 18th. See, they keep making the city boys cross the Bay Bridge and go out to the East Bay. That's fine. I got love for the East Bay. I don't mind going out there. Well, we're going to get something on the West Side. Huh? Come on, let's go.
Boy, that's a great question.
Wednesday, October 18th from 4 to 6 p.m. We help out Willard the Dibs with the 2023 preseason Warriors Summit. Shasky and I will be there with Stardy Guru, Willard the Dibs, and we expect you guys, the listeners, to be there as well because it is open to the public. We had a great time out in Danville. We had a great time in Walnut Creek at Bonvino. I mean, these are always fun. It's always good to hang out with the crew at 95.7 The Game and all the listeners, all the roasters. I love all you guys. Be sure to come down and hang out. Warrior Summit, Wednesday, October 18th at Fieldwork Brewery in San Leandro from 4 to 6 p.m. We will see you there. You ready for basketball season?
I am. You know, Saturday was one of the great sports days of the year, even though college football had not the greatest of great matchups. I had college football on one, the iPad. I had the baseball on the big screen TV. And then when the Warrior game came on, I flip-flopped it, and I had baseball on the iPad, and then I had the Warriors on the big screen TV. And it was a great couch day.
Right. It was a great couch day. Great couch day. All weekend long, it's been a great couch day. I love the primetime games because you get to sit back and watch the morning games. You get to watch most of the afternoon games. And even they show it on the big screen in Levi's Stadium. But college football, you got the baseball playoffs. Hell, the WNBA Finals, Game 1, which I don't know why they placed it in the middle of a Sunday afternoon on NFL Sunday, but you're wearing the WNBA shirt. Of course, the Warriors are getting the WNBA team, and Joe Lacob has promised a championship in the first 5 years of the New Bay Area WNBA team. But the Las Vegas Aces versus the New York Liberties, a hell of a matchup. Brianna Stewart, Sabrina Ionescu. Of course, you got Chelsea Gray, Kelsey Plum on the other side, along the MVP, Asia Wilson. Becky Hammond's coaching the Las Vegas Aces. This is a really good matchup. You gotta play. You gotta have it on the standalone game. You can't. I love the WNBA, but you can't have it Game 1 in the middle of a Sunday on Football Sunday. It's just not going to work. Not going to work for everybody. So, but to your point about being a great couch weekend and a great couch Saturday, you had a lot going on. Like, I was talking to Ludman last night, Shasky. I wonder, 888-957-9570. Is this the best time of the year for sports fans?
Feels like it.
Or is it the spring? Is it now where you got football? We're now into week 6. Basketball's coming. We got the Warriors and Suns October 24th. You got Major League Baseball playoffs, and I know everybody's watching, just laughing at Farhad Zaidi. Said, "Boy, Evan Longoria, look at him.
Bochy.
What about Carlos Correa? What about Bruce Bochy? Who else is in the playoffs balling right now? There's a few pitchers out there. But anyway, is this the best time of the year for sports fans? Feels like it is.
I mean, yeah, it feels like it. There's no doubt. I prefer summer in general, just because vacations and things like that, and
for
going
a sports
out.
fan.
No, not as a
I'm
sports
saying
fan.
That's a sports fan. That's a sports fan.
Just as a sports fan.
Yeah, I mean, summer sucks now. Even as an adult.
No, I just mean I just prefer summer over all the particular seasons.
Number one, we don't get a summer here in San Francisco.
Well, I mean, that doesn't mean that I don't drive to where the sun is.
We don't get a summer. Number two, like, people got families now. It means more time with the kids.
Just telling you what I
love
like.
you kids. Yeah. Summer's you just love baseball.
In terms of sports, yeah, October feels like the best month, though.
Yeah.
And, especially in the Bay Area with the weather being as nice as it is. Although when it's 90 degrees in San Francisco and none of us have ACs, it can get a little hot, B, you brought up Sabrina Ionescu. I was shopping for some shoes recently, and I stopped on her shoes. Have you seen her shoe? The Nike one?
It's pretty nice.
It's really nice.
Nice.
I would buy that shoe. Dead serious. To hoop in and to walk around in.
You didn't buy the shoe?
No.
Why not?
Well, because they only had women's. They didn't have a men's version. But I was looking at the shoe online, and as I was glancing through the Nike website, and I was like, damn, that's a nice shoe. It kind of has like a Giannis shoe feel to it.
Yeah.
But it's nice. I know I'm not a sneakerhead like other people, but the sneakerheads would like that shoe. I think it was a very sharp looking, all white with the black trim. It looks really sweet.
Yeah, no, she's got some clean kicks. She's finally playing better with the New York Liberty. We'll see if they can win the championship. Aces going for their second straight. She's got a good shoe, man. a really good shoe. They came out with these new women blazers that I bought for Anna. I was like, man, these are dope.
And
they're
their
only
shoes?
for women. Yeah, they're white,
blazers,
high
okay.
top Nikes, baby blue swoosh. They're pretty sweet, man. Blue laces, love them.
Wow, that's pretty incredible.
You know me, I wear
That's
my
not
fake.
fair.
You know me, I wear my fake Jordans. You guys don't like shoes. It's fine. You guys don't have any swagger around here. Spadonia Lutman, man. I mean, what the hell are those, Spadoni? Asics?
These are Jordans, my guy.
What Jordans are those?
I don't know. They're nice ones. If I have to have a thesaurus for what kind of Jordans they are, I'm not. Yeah, no.
Are you shoe shaming the three of us?
I mean, you guys just crapped on me for the baby blue blazers. Said they got really
I
good
wear
women's
snitching
shoes.
shoes, like you would call them. The Vans, I wear a lot of those. A lot of Vans off the wall.
I never had a pair of Vans.
They're very uncomfortable.
Yeah, I wanted to get Vans.
Very flat. I don't like them. My brother had them forever. He was a big skateboarder. I tried a pair of Vans. Immediately, I was like, yeah, these not going to work for me.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I got my Vans on, but they look like sneakers.
Oh, the song's great.
Where they look like Nikes.
They look cool on other people.
Yeah, I never been a Vans guy.
Yeah, they don't look good on me.
You could pull them off.
I mean,
Come on. It's all about the swagger, the confidence. You can pull off anything.
okay.
I'm dead serious. You can. You can pull off anything. You want to wear some Chuck Taylors?
I'm never
see what
wearing Chuck
London's
Taylors.
wearing?
I'm never
What?
wearing Chuck Taylors again.
Why?
Well, I wore them in my 20s when I was very poor. I wore them all the time, and they hurt my feet.
Why
And
couldn't
now I've got horrific plantar fasciitis. It's not good for your feet, bro.
Call you Pau Gasol or what?
Dude,
You never got to treat it?
bro, they're not good for your feet.
I didn't know that was the origin for your plantar fasciitis.
So it wasn't
that
an
and
athletic.
crappy cleats.
Oh, no. It was Chuck Taylors. It was.
It was both
I thought it
of
was
them.
all the softball you were playing, but no.
No,
it's the
well,
Chuck
he was
Taylors
too
all
hurt.
along.
He was too hurt at the time to play softball. He had
Not my
plantar
20s. Not my
fasciitis.
20s. My 20s, I was much healthier than I am now.
I was so broke.
My elbow's so sore today.
I was so broke. I couldn't even afford Chuck Taylors. I had to wear the PF Flyers. I had to wear the knockoff Chuck
Where
Taylors.
did you find PF Flyers? I didn't even
Online.
know they sold them.
Online.
Oh, yeah.
I used to sit in a box. I used to get 2 pair for $40. Online specials.
Well, Chucks used to be pretty cheap.
It used to be like no
35, 40 bucks?
Nah, everybody started rocking them in like the mid 2000s. And they went up. They were like $75 a pair.
No. You used to be able to
Yeah.
go to the place on 25th or 26th and Mission down the street, and you can get there was like a little store where you can get all the Adidas fits, and then they had the little Converse, and there was like 35, 40 bucks. You can get the low
Knockoffs.
tops.
See, even right now, Chuck Taylors are $65.
There's no way they were
They had it
75,
infl-
20 years ago.
They were about $65. No joke. The inflation was real on the Chuck Taylors. I used to go to Foot Locker, man, but it's all good. It's all good. No, I never had Shaq's YouTube. Never had Shaq's.
No, never had Shaqs.
Used to wear rubber.
Those the and ones?
Well, no, Shaq had Reebok, a variety of
Reebok,
Reebok ones,
yeah.
and then he went Payless.
Didn't even pay less. Like a
R.I.P.
Olajuwon.
Payless. Yeah.
Is Payless dead?
Yeah, they're banked. They're done.
God. There goes my childhood. XJ 900s.
Called,
Wings.
now it's not pay less, paid less because they're gone. Past tense. Give myself a 1. It's early.
Shaq's not in the laughing mood, man. I'm trying to laugh.
No, I'm in a great mood. I'm ready
He's
to
like
laugh at
like-
Lubman's pain because of the Miami loss that we haven't discussed.
What Miami loss?
Oh, the Miami Hurricane
that
lost
team.
in the most
Oh,
horrific
it's-
fashion ever.
Well, they deserved that loss because of the uniforms. You see what they wore? Those uniforms were
tried not to.
hideous. Hideous. Why are they wearing all black? What's going on with the Hurricanes? We'll get into that, some other stuff. Make Shasky laugh because his favorite time of the year as a sports fan is summertime.
Well, no, that's
he loves
a good
to
question.
He loves to live in misery with the Giants.
I like the summer in general.
We don't have a summer in San Francisco. What are you talking about?
Number of outcomes.
We don't have a summer.
We had summer last week. It got to like 88. There you
yeah,
go.
He's right.
That was in October.
He's right.
It's October, not August, not July, not June. We don't have summers in San Francisco. This is coming up on the game, sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. We don't have seasons.
Matt Coker here with West Coast Men's Health. In the past...
Morning Roast is live on YouTube right now. Take it away, Bonte.
Steph, we'll see him Friday against the LA Lakers. Second preseason game of the season. I think Lakers played the Nets last night or something like that in Vegas. They had to tarp on the upper deck. I wonder why.
Speaking of Vegas, anybody that got Pac-12 network or Pac-12 conference affiliation, your boy needs 2 tickets to the Pac-12 championship, like ASAP.
Why?
Because I'm going to be in Vegas that Friday in December.
Why don't you just get a credential?
Well, I already got shot down by Lucas.
Why?
Because, I was just trying to get,
just get a credential.
Seated and breeded.
He thinks USC is going to be there and Lucas wants the credential.
Probably.
Let's say
get a credential, too.
Didn't Willard work at Pac-12 Network? Can he hook it up? It might be the Pac-12. It actually is the last Pac-12 game ever.
Well, USC won't be playing in it.
What do you mean?
They're not going to the Pac-12 championship game.
What do you, huh?
They're not going to the Pac-12 championship. They're going to get beat by somebody.
So what do we believe it to be? Utah, USC, Washington, Oregon?
Well,
some combination of that?
It's not one division, right? It's North and South. Or no, is it all one conference? It's North and South. Or
I can't keep up.
North and
I don't
South.
know.
It's North or South.
Okay.
So you got Washington, Oregon State, Washington State, Stanford, Cal, and the North Division.
Okay.
The South Division has always been USC, UCLA, Utah, Colorado, Arizona State, Arizona.
And
so Utah would be the team that could beat USC. USC would get by Utah this year. I don't like USC's defense whatsoever. That game's in LA. USC should be able to handle business against Utah. They should.
You're so out on USC, huh?
No, I'm not out on USC. I just don't think they're all that. They might lose to Notre Dame this Saturday in Notre Dame. That defense is not good.
Notre Dame's flawed.
But that defense is not good.
For USC?
Yes.
Yeah, Lincoln in defense, they're allergic. That's the difference between Kyle Shanahan. Kyle Shanahan's obsessed with defense.
Right.
Whereas Lincoln is not.
And then Lincoln Riley is play calling at times. He gets too pass happy with Caleb. It's like, Caleb, just go make this happen. And I get it. Caleb's special.
Yeah, but I also don't think that their roster is as good as I thought it would be in year 2.
Yeah, well.
I thought they'd be better.
Yeah, and that's why I'm not a believer in USC. That's all. Good. I like watching Caleb. Boy. Utah's not in the North. They're in the South, 209. They're in the South. Do some research, please. You should get a credential. I don't get why you won't get a credential for Pac-12 championship. I would. That's all I did. When I was at Levi's, credentials and free tickets. All the homies came down with me.
Oh,
we were having a ball.
You don't have to sit in the press box either with a credential. You can walk around and go stand wherever you want.
All right, well, get me a couple credentials, bro. Hook a bro.
How about you go ask for
Lovey
them?
love. I did. Lucas was playing.
You're in the game
playing
now.
the Heisman.
Well, that's
I try to work it. So I
got
need
strong arm a little bit.
Maybe since we do so much to help Willard and Dibbs, by doing the summits and stuff, maybe Willard with all his Pac-12 connections can help your boy out.
I feel like Lucas is a secret producer for the show, and I'm not sure how I feel about that. Lucas just needs to focus on the director of sports.
Well, that encompasses everything as the director.
Yeah.
Oh gosh. When is that? December 4th?
3rd or 4th. It's the Friday night.
I can't do that.
Yeah.
Oh, they're playing on a Friday night.
Yeah, Friday. I fly in at 3, right? I landed in Vegas at 3. I figured drop my stuff off at the hotel, go straight to Allegiant Stadium, right?
Now you could do
now
that.
I got it set up, right? Then blackjack all night, baby.
You play
roulette.
Blackjack. Yeah, roulette.
Just working tables.
So that's the same weekend. That's the same weekend of Philadelphia and the Niners.
Huge.
So I guess what you do, Bonte, is you fly into Vegas Friday afternoon, do the game. I guess you could chill on Saturday, or maybe you could fly out.
No,
from Vegas
fly
on
back
Saturday
to the city.
afternoon.
No, I'm
do
not doing
Baby
all
Chez's
that.
birthday.
No.
Fly back to the East Coast.
I'm not flying out for a Pac-12 championship.
The Net
I'll tell you
Jets.
that right now.
Bruce Wayne.
Yeah, I'm not doing that.
Wayne.
Yeah, I'm not doing that.
I'm here for Baby Chez's birthday.
Yeah, no, I'm not doing that. Not doing that. That's too much. But the Philadelphia trip is starting to come to light, folks. So check it out. Since we're here, since you guys want to mock me and flying and everything, just because I make moves and you guys don't, this is the deal. Saturday, December 2nd, the Warriors play the Clippers at 1 o'clock in L.A. So I'll do pre and post. That night, I'm going to throw Baby Chez a little birthday party at a jumpy house.
Okay.
Well, these kids run around.
Love a
4
jumpy
hours.
house. Yeah.
Love a jumpy house. There's a flight that Saturday to Philadelphia at 11:25 at night. a red eye, as they say, a red eye. I will land in Philly at 7:39 in the morning. Go to the game. It's 1:25 kickoff. And no, Fox is not going to let it get flexed. They're going to protect that game. That game will probably kick off at 1:25.
Okay.
Go to the game. It's over at 4:25, 4:30. There's a flight 2 hours later out of Philadelphia. I'll be back in the Bay Area by 10 o'clock on that Sunday.
It's ambitious.
Oh, it's a money move. It's a big boy move.
Oh, it's definitely money correlated.
Well, it's a big boy move is what it is. Money had nothing to do with it. Big boy move. Because I need to be at that game in Philadelphia. For me, it's personal. For me, I need to be there in front of that fan base. I ain't hiding from them. You know, some people, you know, they want to have a peace treaty with Philadelphia. I'm not there. I want to be there at Lincoln Financial Field watching the 49ers kick their ass up and down the football field. I need to be there for that. I need to be there to watch those Eagle fans hit those exit rows, crying like little punks, flipping everybody off in red and gold. I need to be there for that. I need another round in that parking lot. I need another. I'm not afraid of that place. You know, a lot of people say they're never going back, never going. I need to be back there. I need to feel it again. Going into enemy territory is nothing like it. It's nothing like it. So while you're in Vegas, you're playing blackjack, you're playing roulette. What are you going to Vegas for? Softball?
Yeah.
So you'd be playing
national,
your softball.
well, there's like a under and over 40 national or whatever they call it, open. I know they got a different names for it, but there's a big over 50, over 40. There's all these different tournaments. It's like the big national tournament. One of the many, I'm sure, national tournaments.
So
we can win a fake ring.
So I've got it with the missus, Anna. I said, I could be back at 10 o'clock at night on Sunday. She said, well, book your flight then. Get ready to roll. And it may be a solo mission. That's the cool part about it. Maybe a solo mission. Oh, top two play the Pac-12 championship now. It's all one division. They got rid of the North and South. So you may not even see USC. They ain't finishing top two.
All right.
Since so anyway, that's where I'm at with the Philadelphia.
So you're okay. The Philadelphia.
I think I'm going. You can laugh all you want to. You can
mock
me. You can mock me all you want to, folks.
I didn't laugh.
You know, Spadoni and Lubman, you guys got your little inside jokes today. It's kind of pissing me off.
I'm just kind of listening and shaking my head, going, "Yeah, that sounds awesome. I wish I could pull that off."
You can't pull it off. You got two houses. Act like you can't pull it off. You going on all these trips golfing, Tahoe, Vegas. Stop acting like you broke, man. Stop! Don't do that. Don't do that, Shafsky. Stop acting like you broke, man. Don't do that. You know, we try to catch up to you, man. You know, Mr. Section 327.
Yeah, I know.
Segment brought to you by Go to State Lover, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoToStateLover.com. Look at him turning red. Shafsky turning red, folks, on YouTube.
I mean,
acting like he don't make big boy out here counting.
It's not how much. Look, this is what I tell young people. It's not how much you make. It's how much you save.
There you go.
And what you invest into.
There you go. There you go. Always counting my pockets, man. Y'all trying to play me like I don't fly private. I don't got money like that. Who wants to roll with me to Philadelphia? It's a less than 24-hour trip. We're in and out of there. I was asking that. I was like, where could I shower when I get off the flight? That could be a problem.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one.
Is there a shower house? You know, they got those little shower houses.
You could find a hostel.
I could. I stayed in a hostel in Philadelphia the first time I was there for like 2 nights.
Really?
Yeah. It was interesting. There was a club across the street.
A little too old for hostels.
I am, but I was in my 20s.
Yeah.
That was fun. That was fun.
All right. A couple of minutes here. I do want to get into the Miami loss. It's probably the worst loss of all time. Now that I've dipped my toe into gambling, I lost over the weekend. I bet very foolishly on Rice over UConn. And UConn had been 0-5 up until that point, and it wasn't good. It wasn't good. It was a very foolish bet. We went with McCaffrey's brother, and that didn't hit. But I also had my eye on the University of Miami because I'm a U fan, and Lubman is...
Oh, wait, you're a Miami fan?
Oh, yeah.
When did that happen?
What do you mean?
Wait, I thought you were Team Caleb. So you're a Miami
for
fan.
lots of different teams in college.
Oh, so you
I
get
have
on
no
me.
one allegiance.
So you get on me for bandwagon
No, I want to see my
hopping.
friends be happy.
No.
So I've got friends.
You can't get on me for like in Florida State and rooting for Pride Time, and you up here jawsing the whole time talking about you got a bunch of teams that you root for.
No, I just support. I'm supporting from afar. Got to support your friends. So Lubman, who's one of my friends, dear friends, is a diehard University of Miami guy.
My best friend's a Raider fan. I would never support the silver and black.
Well, that's a different conversation. And so over the weekend, I'm watching, and I'm like, there's no way Miami's going to lose this game. I flipped the channel. I'm done with that game. All they got to do is kneel it, and they don't. Sam, take it away.
I mean, I don't know what do you want. It was just like one of the most angriest moments in my entire life. Like I'm literally shaking.
Entire life?
Like it was up there. Like I don't know where I would rank it right now, but that was one of the worst losses I've ever experienced as a fan. Like that was one of the most broken feelings I've ever had since like. Honestly, I have to go back to Game 4 against the Marlins to think of a time where I felt that bad after a loss. That's how like earth-shattering it was for me.
So, what exactly happened at the end of the game for those that weren't paying attention to the University of Miami versus Georgia Tech?
We have some sound.
We do have some sound.
This is pathetic. Miami Hurricanes, just pathetic. Now I've seen Michigan get their block punt by Michigan State late in the game. They had a wide formation. Was like, what are you guys doing? They're in a punt block formation. What the hell are you guys doing here? And they lose that game to Mike D'Antoni and Michigan State.
Was that a game like they snapped it over the punter's head or something?
No. The snap was fine.
Yeah, they got
the formation
blocked.
was terrible.
Exactly.
Sean McDonough was on the call. I can't believe it.
If my football team didn't take a knee and lost the game, and we all think of, I believe it was Herm Edwards, the miracle at the Meadowlands. Is that the moment? Yeah.
Yep.
Where with the whole kneeling at the end of the game to make sure that you don't lose.
Right.
Basically started, and apparently Cristobal never takes a knee.
Apparently that's his thing. Like I never really noticed it until I saw it pointed out on Twitter. That's just not his thing. He doesn't take knees at the end of games, and I just like that makes no sense to me. So I was just like, I get angry just talking about it right now.
No, don't get angry. Can you explain what happened?
Well, I think we have we could replay the sequence.
Don't get so angry.
Hey, you should not be handing this football off. Right. I don't know what Miami is doing.
That's it. And here's Chaney, the straight ahead, tackled, and the ball popped out.
You got to read the clock. Read the card. To me,
Georgia Tech has it with 26 seconds left. 3 to the field for King. Up in the pocket, going to loop it down the field, and it is caught. And that's Rutherford. Here's King. From the pocket, flush to his right with 6, 5, gonna loop it downfield, and ball is caught! Touchdown, Georgia Tech! With 1 second to go in the ball game, Christian Leary!
Like, honestly, we talk about, like, when Lane Kiffin was left on the tarmac when he got fired, like, Mario Cristobal should have been left in Miami Gardens after this. Like, this should have been an automatic termination of contract after this.
If an NFL coach did this, we would be asking for that person's head on the platter.
Oh my God, imagine if Kyle Shanahan did
Probably
that.
not a great analogy.
Like, we would
Shanahan did this?
We want to drag him through the streets. Like, it's unconscionable that Mario let this happen.
We're ready to crush Shanahan for giving, like, too many carries to CMC, one of the greatest running backs most of us have ever seen. And if he didn't take a knee to close out a game properly, and hypothetically Jordan Mason fumbled, everyone would lose their minds.
And then what even pissed me off even more, and I think, Bonte, you have it on your board, is what Mario said after the game when he was asked about it.
When the drive started, it was going to be at 157, and we could burn about 127 off, and then it was recalibrated. I should have taken a timeout right there at the end. Thought he could get the first down, and we talked about 2 hands on the ball, but that's not good enough. Just told him to take it in. That's it. Fumbled the ball at 25, and they went 75 yards in 2 plays. So no excuse.
All right, just for clarification, of this 3rd and 10, so you're saying you guys could have got the first down? Is that what you did?
We should have taken a knee.
He's never taken a knee ever in his entire coaching career.
This is a great weekend for you, boy. Florida State now top 4. My Seminoles look good. Look really good. Miami Hurricanes lose. They wear hideous uniforms while losing.
Yeah, they're done.
The Dallas Cowboys get 42 dropped on them. Niners beat them 42-10. So now you got sad Cowboy fans all over the country. They've already quit on their team. Where's RJ Shot at? Can you get the RJ Shot sound back up? Where they say we don't even care anymore. They don't even care.
Better to know early.
Better to know early.
I've never heard that.
I'm not even sad. This has been a great weekend for your boy. Shasky took one of the worst bets in the world, taking the Rice Owls. I've never met a person who ever bet on the Rice Owls.
Me and Guido.
Oh, Guido.
The name of his fantasy team, Gambling with Guido. He's 1-3. I'm 1-4. I'm 2-3. Yeah, don't gamble with us right now.
Better to find out early.
Better to find out early.
100%.
You can't get upset. You can't. You're not them. You ain't them. You ain't that team. Better to find out early, man.
Just got to accept reality. I mean, I'm not even this sad.
Yeah.
You can pick more up-tempo music.
Yeah, pick some Creed, maybe. Why not?
That's right.
Oh, my gosh. Imagine having to listen to those guys for 4 hours. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and AC1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And do not forget, you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Sponsored by our very good friends at First NorCal Credit Union. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. And shout out to the Comcast Business Text Line. I mean, Jerry Jones hits that show today, right? He does his weekly today.
I actually have some sound right now. Do we want to hear from Jerry?
We'd love to hear from Jerry right now.
Let's go.
We should recognize that we had a very bad outing, and then San Francisco had a very good outing. We should recognize that and call it what it is and not mislead ourselves. But as far as sitting here saying that we should completely change out the towels here, that's not even in the cards, and it's really ridiculous.
So that was RJ and Sean.
Wow.
That's Jerry Jones on the RJ and Sean show on 105.3 The Fan in Dallas. So that's who those guys are. And that's Jerry Jones saying, we played a really bad game. They played a really good game.
You love that, don't you?
Time to have a bad time. It isn't on my schedule.
On the list of regular season wins that don't qualify you for the playoffs or, keep your season alive or whatever, that's about as satisfying as that's against the Cowboys. Yeah. And to win on a standalone national TV game the way that they did, to me, that was a statement of statements, and that is one of the more satisfying wins I can remember.
Yeah, well, lifetime wise, I could find more. But
I'm sure.
But
recently,
to blow them out
that way,
42-10, after they hyped up the game the way they hyped it up, the way that they said this is massive for us, we need to get over the mental hurdle. The way the week started with Dak Prescott said, "Oh, you trying to piss me off, huh? Trying to piss me off? Yeah, I think about it every day. Every day. Oh, the way you play, dude. I mean, you want to talk about a limited quarterback or a guy who just doesn't see it?
Dak can't move.
Dak can't see. He doesn't see it.
Yeah, that too.
Number one, you're in a big game like that. I need to get CeeDee Lamb involved early and often. That's my best player on offense right now.
Mm-hmm.
They weren't even looking CeeDee's way. CeeDee had a lot of one-on-one, so I don't know if the Niners really locked him up or took it away. We got Baldy coming up at 7:30. Yeah. Maybe he could break it down. But that offense looked remedial. There weren't a lot of motions, not a lot of pre-snap movement. It was awful. So I feel good. Oh, Dodgers are down 0-2, so I feel really good about that.
Hey, all my hits, all my predictions for this particular round are hitting. I should have been betting on baseball instead of college football.
Should have.
I mean, I had the Arizona. I was as confident on the Arizona Diamondbacks as any of the matchups, and they are handling. Dodgers have no pitching.
Yeah, I didn't think they could get over the Dodgers.
I think most people felt that way. But the Dodgers had a whole week off. There was a lot baked into it.
Going on.
Yeah.
Braves Phillies are the best series right now.
I agree.
That series.
How about the ending
great.
of that game last night?
Austin Riley, who we had somebody on the show debating whether or not J.D. Davis should have been in the All-Star game over Austin Riley.
I'll never forget that
Jesus
morning.
Christ. You're talking about wearing orange and black underwear. Jesus.
I'm still
dude had about first half. I'm gonna stand by that.
That game last night was awesome. It was a great baseball game. Seeing Zach Wheeler pitch really well, I am so tired. Stop texting me, tweeting at me, and DMing me. Zach Wheeler should be a Giant. He's been on 3 or 4 different teams.
That trade happened in 2011.
It is 2023. We're almost to 2024. Stop texting me, tweeting me, and DMing me about Zach Wheeler. He's great. Good for them. It did take a long time. I'm doing that Beltran trade every time.
Yeah, it was 2011. The Giants won 2 World Series after that trade. I think we're fine without Zach Wheeler. I mean, we'll help to have a starting pitcher now. I would love to have Zach Wheeler, but the trade,
all the things to be mad about in Giants land, that's not
it. Be mad about Farhan still being employed by the Giants. That's what I'm mad about. I'm looking at all these rosters. Like Josh Young for the Texas Rangers.
Looks so good.
Is batting 8th.
I know.
And he could be the rookie of the year.
I know.
Nathaniel Lowe, who I wanted last year. Remember that came out of nowhere? Nathaniel Lowe, this guy at first base. Donnie Ecker does a great job down there, former hitting coach of the Giants. Nathaniel Lowe and Josh Young are batting 7th and 8th for the Rangers. They'd be batting 2nd and 3rd for the Giants. It pisses me off watching these games. knowing that Farhan is still employed, knowing he's going to bring back basically the same band, are going to be singing the same song once again in 2024.
I know I want to get back into the Niners. I've got a couple of fun little things that I would like to run through you on the Niners, but we haven't heard a peep about the managerial search. We haven't heard a peep about how they're going to build this coaching staff out. Like, we talk a lot about Shanahan and a coaching staff. Bonte, it feels like they're going to fire everyone or people are going to leave and go elsewhere. Like, what's going on with this staff?
I don't know.
Who is on this managerial search?
I don't know.
Like, who's on this list?
I don't know.
Who are we going to get?
Didn't they say Farhan said he was going to take the week off and then...
He's going to take the week off? Really? You think Bob Myers took the week off at any point in time during his GM, even after winning an NBA Finals?
Bob Myers looks happy. I ran into him at Levi's. He's in a good spot.
You think John Lynch took time off?
No,
these guys are maniacally obsessed. Kyle Shanahan went to Cabo and is drawing up plays with the players he coaches.
Bob Myers acquired Andre Iguodala while he was on vacation.
There you go.
Farhan's going to take a week off.
Did he tell us that, London? Did he say they were going to take the week off or something like that, or like reassess or come back in a week?
I remember them saying like they want to reassess and look at options.
In a week or something.
They want to talk to some internal candidates too. Let's see what Kai Correa has. Stuff like that.
Oh my God!
I can't get Farhan's chuckle out of my head.
It just turns into Krusty the Clown every single time.
It's like a worse Krusty.
The chuckle. Oh, the chuckle.
The greatest pivot in the history of this show is not from 3 to 2 people. It is Sam Loveman being out on Farhan.
Oh, it took a while. He'll be back on Farhan. It doesn't take much to get him back on board. Trust me. You too. You too, both of you guys. I know how y'all operate when it comes to the Giants.
Oh, that's a cap.
I know how y'all operate.
I've been out on Farhan so many times.
Oh, you were back on him in June or July.
Maybe just for the show.
Yeah.
Sometimes you got to take an opinion to create content. Hey, Bonte, if I say to you, greatest 49er duos of all time.
Duos in terms of what? Just 1-2 punches?
Duos. Just greatest 49er duos of all time. I want to run through some of my favorite. I think
I know who my favorite is.
Wait, do you want to tease it or do you want to give it?
I'm going to tell you right now. And you guys can think about this during the break. Because it's sponsored by Go to State Warriors.
Okay, because I've got a whole list here.
I got a list too. And it starts with Derek Lavelle and Adam Walker. It's one of the best duos in Niners history. 95? Woo-wee. Derek Lavelle, Adam Walker in the backfield? What are you talking about? Go to State Warriors 2023-24 season. Presented by Kaiser Permanente. It's coming up soon.
Lavelle did have that 1 year.
Don't miss the excitement live at Chase Center.
Reardon.
Get your tickets now at Warriors.com or call 888-GSW Hoop. Representatives standing by.
Get a bounty of fall fruit at Whole Foods Market. Save on organic Honeycrisp.
Butcher on 95.7 The Game.
I think we got new rejoins coming. New rejoins coming from Media Day. Ooh.
It's JP with the...
Oh, come on, play that. Play that. Come on, give me that.
It's JP with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to the morning roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky.
Money time! Money time!
What a great drop. What a great drop. 95.7 The Game, thousands of other stations, and millions of podcasts are free on the Odyssey app. You go on the Odyssey app and download the Baldy interview that will take place here on the roast in 12 minutes. Brian Baldinger joins us every single week on a Tuesday morning at 7:30. People love Baldy. We love his breakdowns. We'll get a little preview of the Cleveland Browns, his impressions of the 49ers beating down the Dallas Cowboys 42-10. And look, man, it all starts with the quarterback. The quarterback's playing really well. The running back's leading the league in rushing. Brandon Ayuk's playing well. The offensive line, we're not talking about them because they're not doing anything that's worth talking about in terms of giving up sacks or whatnot. Mm-hmm. The defense is flying around with Warner and Greenlaw. But we got people chirping. And you brought up the big duels, and I want to get to that, the greatest duels in Niners history. Or we got to have a fun conversation with that because there's a lot of duels. And I don't think there's any wrong answers.
I agree.
But I am focused on some things that people are saying. And I've always said, man, I don't care what the national media says. And I really don't.
Okay.
I see the sound, and I see these little bites. Like, for example, Michael Parsons did nothing on Sunday. Nothing.
Yeah, the one tackle for loss.
Nothing.
That I can remember.
He had more bark after the game than he had during the game. Check this out on this podcast.
Okay.
George Kittle had 3 touchdowns on us, and he posted this thing to IG. He said, F Dallas. I just feel like he's making it way more personal than it had to be. Kittle's my guy, but I'm going to say this. Laugh now, cry later. We got something for that. Just trust. If we see them again, just trust. And we're going to put it just like that. I ain't going to put too much on it. You're going to make it personal. We can make it personal. That's cool.
We've made it personal 3 years in a row. Micah, what you doing? Put the podcast down. Put the podcast down. Like seriously. You didn't know it was personal? Where you been, Micah? You play for the Cowboys. You know how important Niners-Cowboys is to this league.
Yeah.
You know how it is to this country. It's Sunday Night Football. Just trust what? Trust that you're going to get beat again? What are we trusting from you, Micah Parsons? Are we trusting in Dak and Mike McCarthy? And Jerry Jones? What are we trusting? Just trust. Just trust what? Trust what?
Too many podcasts. There's too many athletes with podcasts. And again, Parsons, like the Niners, like, to your point, the Niners have beaten them in the playoffs 2 years in a row and ended their season.
Well, remember he said
they just destroyed them. I don't know why he's saying anything.
Yeah,
because Kittle's wearing a shirt.
Right. Well, he was talking before the first playoff game 2 years ago or 2021 in Dallas when Kittle's like, we like to bully people, play big boy football. And Michael Parsons like, well, I used to beat up bullies. And you could try that on me.
Bullies got bullied.
Well, he got bullied in that game. He had to leave the game for a minute. Then after the game, in that offseason, he was like, I was still hurting 2 weeks after that Niner game. So it sounds like you got bullied in that game. Maybe you should take it personal, Micah. Maybe. By the way, I want to shout out this Eagle fan that's in the chat right now. Because we didn't get to this Friday, but I want to know how Eagle fan watched that game Sunday. Did the Eagle fan root for the Cowboys or root for the Niners? How was the Eagle fan watching that game on Sunday night? Because I'm watching the Eagles too.
It's a good question.
And you're bringing up all these breakdowns before the show about Jalen Carter. And we know we're on a collision course against Philadelphia.
It's inevitable.
It's inevitable. So I watched them like the Niners are playing. I'm watching everything. Who's pulling on the line? What plays are they running? Mm-hmm. Jalen Hurts, where's he looking? A.J. Brown, how to defend him? Well, you can't defend him. He's just a beast.
Yeah.
He's catching passes one-handed over the middle of the field, scoring touchdowns before halftime. He's a problem. So I want to know how Eagle fans watch that game Sunday night. Or are they just so above everything that, they probably went to sleep or something. I don't know. I want to know.
It's very interesting. The Eagles and the Niners feel like they're on a collision course, and this feels like one of the big-time regular season games. Like if it's got almost in its own unique way,
right?
It's got a Brady Manning regular season feel to it. Remember those games back in the day when they would play? It was like, okay, the winner of this game will probably get home field advantage, and you're going to have to go through that team's venue to get to the Super Bowl, which makes it infinitely harder. And we all believe like, Peyton outdoors. I don't know.
Foxborough. And then they started complaining about bump and runs and pass interference, and they changed the rules because it was too physical out there for
Absolutely.
them. It's kind of happening with the Dallas Cowboys. They're they're not physical enough. And as the text line here, Comcast Business text line says, 650, Micah has 0 sacks in 3 games he's played against the Niners.
Yeah, he's done nothing. He's done nothing. Well, now, conversely, I look at someone like Dre Greenlaw and Fred Warner, and they're popping against teams like the Cowboys. Now, look. There have been some great duos in 49er history, Bonte. Some great duos. I did not go back in the time and go Frankie Albert and R.C. Owens with the alley-oop. Nobody saw it. I'm not going to go that far back on you. I'm not going to go Hardy Brown and Leo the Lion Namalini. All right?
It's okay if you do it. Just when I go down the 70s and 80s, you guys like to make fun of me.
Now, some of these don't belong on the list together because they've got some crazy... I mean, some of these stats are gratuitous. They're so ridiculous. All right? But I'm going to start at the bottom, and we'll work our way up, okay? Just some combinations that I wrote down. Combos, all right? We've got Montana and Rice, and I got the stats here. We got Rice and Taylor. We got Steve Young and Jerry Rice. We got T.O. and Rice. We got Willis and Bowman. We've got Alden Smith and Justin Smith. Bosa and Buckner. Vernon and Alex? Question mark. Cap and Crab?
Vernon and Alex.
I know. Question mark.
You're reaching.
I know.
I'd rather you just say Garrison Hurst or Kevin Barlow because they were a good 1-2 punch for a season.
Okay.
Were they not?
Jimmy and Kittle?
Were they not? Oh, gosh. I know.
Jimmy and Kittle. Hey, look. In 51 games, Kittle had 250 catches, 17 touchdowns, and 3,000 yards with Jimmy. I know. It's not Montana and Rice.
Are you sure all those numbers are attributed to Jimmy or
Yes,
Nick
because
Mullins?
I algorithmed it. You can go on StatMuse and you can look at specific stats with them.
I know. I'm just making sure.
So, okay, who else would you add to this in terms of greatest duos in Niner history?
Jimmy and Vernon Davis. Alex and Vernon Davis.
They did have a nice connection.
I guess.
I move past that.
I guess. Derek Lavelle, Adam Walker.
Why?
John Taylor, Jerry Rice.
I've got
T.O., Jerry Rice. Hurst and Barlow had a year.
How about Dante Whitner and Golson?
Not bad.
Not on the same level prolific-wise as some of these others.
No, they were good. Who was the safeties in 2019 for the Niners? Jimmy Ward and who's our strong safety?
Jaquaski
Tart. They weren't a bad duo. Craig and Rathman. They were really good.
Craig and Rathman's a really good one.
No,
that's a really good one. That's a really good one. Ricky and Bar None.
I mean, what about some of the defensive players?
Well, that's why I went with Alden and Justin Smith.
What about Michael Carter inside with Charles Haley?
I like that one.
You know what I'm saying?
I like that
Ted
one.
Washington, you want to throw him in there. What about Stubblefield and Bryant Young inside?
See, that's a great one. One guy won defensive player, or not defensive player of the year. He did it later on. But one guy won rookie of the year. The other guy went to the All-Pro that year.
Right. So, I mean, you had Ronnie Lott. Any duel you want to put him with.
When you think
Who do you want to put Ronnie Lott with? Eric Wright? Carlton Williamson? Dwight Hicks?
Fuller?
Any duo works. Jeff Fuller? Any duo works.
What would you say is the best duo in 49er history? Most people associate.
Probably Rice and Montana.
Okay, Rice and Montana.
You could go Dwight Clark, Montana.
That's a good one. 55 games, Rice and Montana.
You could go Wendell Tyler and Roger Craig.
No one's going Wendell Tyler. I love you, bro. No one's going there.
Why? He was really good.
He was, but no one's going to go there.
Why
they're going to go. They're going to go
there?
Steve Young and Jerry Rice before that.
All right.
386 catches, 6,000 yards,
you know
67
Hold on,
touchdowns.
Stop for a second, because we all know Rice and Young and Montana and Rice are going to be at the top of this exercise. We know that going in. Wendell Tyler, Roger Craig is a better duel than Alex Smith and Vernon Davis. It's a better duel than Jimmy G and George Kittle. It's a better duel than a lot of duels that you just named. Wendell Tyler and Roger Craig, put some respect on their names.
Okay.
I mean, Alex Smith should not be part of any duo.
They had 13 touchdowns together in one season.
All right, great.
I'm just saying.
He had to throw to somebody.
That was the tight end record at the time.
He had to throw to somebody.
I'm just trying to stay in recent
Sean
memory.
Hill threw also. Did Sean Hill play? No, he didn't play in that year.
No, but he did throw a lot of touchdowns to him. No, but like Montana and Rice, I looked at it, 67 touchdowns in 55 games, 6,000 yards. Then I look at Steve Young and Jerry Rice, 780 catches, 11,000 yards, 119 touchdowns. 119!
I was going to go Jeff Garcia and Cedric Wilson. Is that a great duo?
No.
It's not?
No. How about this one? So Willis and Bowman. I know we're going to get to Baldy in a second. Willis and Bowman. How many games do you think they played together?
I don't know. 100, maybe 80, 70.
Close. 58. 58. Right. 320. This is the combined numbers over a 2.5-year period. For Bowman, had 327 tackles. Willis, 360 tackles, 15 sacks combined, 11 forced fumbles, 6 interceptions. And I look at the Dre Greenlaw and Fred Warner. They've got about 40-something games together. They don't even come close to some of those stats. Willis and Bowman, looking back on it and actually diving in, they were unbelievable.
What about Arnaz Battle and Tim Rattay?
No. Break.
Are you kidding? I see some great ones on YouTube.
Are you seeing some good one?
Trey Juck and Jeremy Shockey. I'm not going to read that one, Monty. I'm not going to read that one. That's a good one, but I'm not going to read it.
How about Jim Harbaugh and delay of game penalties?
Yeah,
that was a great duo.
That was a great duo. That's a great duo.
Jimmy and the Jimmy O no throw.
Chip Kelly and Kaepernick. Washington Eddie D. No, that's a very good duo.
I love that duo.
That's a great duo.
That's what I'm talking about.
That's a great duo. Jeff Olbrich, Derek Smith, very underrated.
Who would you say right now is
duos? The colors red and gold.
I like that.
Ooh.
Who would you say is Taylor Brock's go-to guy right now?
Brandon Ayuk.
You think it's Brandon Ayuk? Yeah. You think in a couple of years we're going to look back and go, that's the duo?
I don't know.
I mean, because Montana had Roger Craig, he had Brent Jones, he had Dwight, and we always go Montana Rice.
Maybe you go Brock Purdy, Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah, maybe.
That's Equal Bolden, Michael Crabtree wasn't around long enough.
Well, Rice
Tim McKay or Don Griffin.
Oh, that's funny.
Don Griffin used to get burnt. Oh, my gosh. Burnt toast.
Rice and Taylor were together from 87 to 95. They won 3 Super Bowls. And if you just look at the numbers, their numbers are pretty incredible. And those were also some of Rice's best years.
Yeah, I'm kind of with Tyler with the duo with Brock. I know you like to project, but I'm one of those, let me see it play out.
Well, I'm asking right now, who do you think his number one guy is?
I don't know. He spreads the ball around so much.
I know.
Which is the beauty of his game. And the thing, I want to see him finish the season. I want to see him play 17. I want to see him play next year. You know what I'm saying? I'm not doubting anything that he does on the football field, but the way he spreads the ball around, one day, that's a great thing about this offense, which we talk about all the time. 1 week it could be Brandon Ayuk. 1 week it's going to be George Kittle.
That's a good point.
1 week it's going to be Debo. 1 week is going to be a big CMC game. Now everything revolves around CMC. That's where it starts. But that's a great thing about this offense. So you don't have to lock in on who's the number one. Kind of like on this show. A chair, B chair, C chair, all that stupid stuff in radio. Who cares? We got a show. Got a good show. The Niners have a good offense. It's not a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's, you know what? Who's open? Who's the hot man? Let's just cook. Let's score 30. And that's the most important thing to me. You know what I'm saying? And Brock Purdy, is cooked. That's a great thing, too. 2-minute drive, for example, against the Rams, right? They start off that drive, no timeouts down 17-10. Quick little dump off to McCaffrey, boom. Okay, can't let gun on McCaffrey. If we do, there's Deebo Samuel on the next play. Oh, wait, there's Jawan Jennings running down the seam. Wait, there's Brandon Ayuk. So the great thing about this offense is you can't really double anybody because you just have no idea where Brock's going with the football.
No, there's no doubt. It does, though, feel like down the field, he really has a good feel with Brandon Ayuk.
He does.
But he trusts Brandon Ayuk to get open. He trusts him to be in the spot. He throws a lot of hey, I'm going to let this rip. You better hit your mark. And Ayuk seems to always be in position. That throw that he layered over the middle of the field, just to the right shoulder, was just absolutely beautiful. And Brian Baldinger broke it down perfectly on his Twitter account.
He's going to join us in moments. Troy Smith, Dominic Ziegler. Let's get Shark Week, man. I could have fun with this all day.
I can tell.
Oh, we love Tuesdays at 7:30. The modern day John Madden, man, he breaks it down better than anybody. And we're not listening to any writer who's never played the game of football talk about what Brock Purdy does is ordinary. Anybody could do that. No, we're going to listen to Brian Baldinger, a guy who actually played the game, the guy who actually studies the game, the guy who actually knows what's going on the whiteboard inside the locker room. Brian Baldinger, presented by our proud partner at Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. Building better starts with Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. I guess this is a great starting point, Baldy. Good morning to you. Thanks for always joining us here. Heard somebody say over there on ESPN that, what Brock Purdy's doing in this offense is something that Mac Jones can do. Now, you were just in New England watching that offense, watching Mac Jones. And I don't like when people do this because it takes away from what Brock Purdy's doing and it takes away from what Shanahan is doing with Brock Purdy. But you watch Mac Jones in New England, and it felt like New England was trying to set football back 50 years with the way they played offensive football, Baldy. What Brock Purdy's doing is unbelievable, and it's time that people start giving him his credit, saying, place this quarterback in this offense because they could do it. We've seen a bunch of different quarterbacks in the 49ers offense, and they haven't done what Brock Purdy's done in his short time with the 49ers.
Well, he's good morning, Bonte and Joe. He's quickly separating himself, not just from, I don't even know how anybody could watch and see what he's doing right now and say anything is ordinary or plug another guy in there. I just don't see it. I mean, he's separating himself from just basically every player in this league. Mm-hmm. I mean, forget about the quarterback position. He's playing a position higher than anybody's playing any position in a game of football because football is, you can practice and rehearse and prepare and all that stuff is important. But nothing can actually take the place of the game where mistakes get made and you blink and you get hit. Like the speed of the game can't be duplicated in practice. And the speed that he plays the game at, he just took apart the number one defense in football. A team that had been living off turnovers, off of defensive touchdowns, and he didn't give them a chance once to have any of those kind of splash plays. And the guy simply doesn't make a mistake, which is just almost impossible to play the game like that.
I'm watching this guy, and early on it felt like maybe a little off, or if the defensive line stopped and got their hands into the passing lanes, it felt like they were trying to attack short. And then whether it was him, Shanahan, whatever, they adjusted, and they're like, we're just going to start throwing layered balls. That third quarter drive, anticipation, the multiple throws in a row. I was sitting in the end zone, Baldy, and I'm going, oh my God, like to understand where to go and drop a dime. I mean, it was a dime over the top of multiple defenders in the middle of the field in stride over and over and over again. And then they get the 10-yard called back penalty, and it doesn't faze them at all. And he just, here you go, Debo. Here's a ball right down the middle of the field. And then the kid will throw. I don't know. My jaw was dropped. And I sat there and I'm saying, that drive right there, that's as high of the quarterback play as you could see around the league. I know everybody, Mahomes the unicorn. That's as good as I've seen from a Niner quarterback since Steve Young.
I agree. I mean, you throw all the other names out there, it doesn't really matter at this point. I mean, because the things that you're looking at, Joe, you're not deceiving yourself. You're not talking yourself into it. These are great throws in stride to Debo. I mean, he literally Velcroed a ball right to the right shoulder of Brandon Ayuk. I mean, you can't throw it any more accurate than that. But that being said, the middle of the field is what every single defense tries to take away. When the Seattle Seahawks were winning Super Bowls, they had the Legion of Boom. They ruled the middle of the field. Like, you're gonna beat us. You're gonna throw it outside the numbers. Right. You're gonna throw it to the flat. You're not beating us down the middle of the field. That's how every defense wants to be taught. We're gonna intimidate you in the middle. We're gonna hit you in the middle. We're gonna take them. All he does is carve you up in the middle of the field. And by the way, that Dallas Cowboy defense, like, they're about as fast as it gets. Now, I know they're without, one of their corners, but like, that's the speed of that defense is real, and you don't even notice it because of the way that they're attacking. And so I thought it was another just brilliant performance. But the stats say that there's nobody even close to what this kid is doing right now. And then if you just see how unflappable he is throughout the entire thing, even Joe, when you talk about there was a little period there in the second quarter when they were just missing a few. Like, all you do is, like, I remember Andy Reid told me one time, There's a great line. He was talking about Donovan McNabb, and I was complaining about Donovan throwing balls into the dirt and killing worms and all this stuff. And he said, "You a basketball fan, Baldy?" And I go, "Yeah, you betcha, Coach." He said, "You like Larry Bird?" I go, "Yeah, I love Larry Bird." He goes, "You know what Larry used to say?" I go, "What's that, Coach?" He said, "You shoot to get hot and you shoot to stay hot. You just keep shooting. That's what you do." And I feel like that's what Brock does. He just keeps shooting. And, whether you go through a series where you want to throw back or whatever, you're just going to keep firing. And that's kind of what they keep doing right now.
And the way Shanahan is utilizing this offense with all these weapons and calling the plays for Brock Purdy, you talk about that defense, because that was my first takeaway. I was like, wow, this Dallas defense is fast. Like, I didn't see speed like that on the defense side of football, and we have a great defense out here in the Bay Area with the 49ers, which we'll get to in a second. But that flea flicker they ran, the double reverse, the flea flicker, using their speed against them because they were being aggressive, I think that's a hallmark with Shanahan right now, is that he is calling the plays and he's filling it out. I think he's doing his best coaching job so far through the first 5 weeks of the season.
Well, that play, it's really pretty interesting, Bonte, because the key to the play is honestly Brandon Ayuk. Like, he runs a full-speed route, and he takes both Cowboys safeties with him. So, literally, you're playing a 9-man defense against that speed. If Ayuk doesn't – now, he knows he's not getting the ball. It's not coming to him. It's not made for him. But his job is to, literally to occupy those safeties 30 yards down the field, which he does. And so when Kittle comes open down the seam – and the throwback to Brock, it's just set up perfectly. The Cowboys bite. You hope that they bite. They kind of react the way you wanted to. But I thought Ayuk clearing the thing out like that really opened it up for Kittle. And it became actually a pretty easy throw for Brock to make that one.
You've really obsessed over Trent Williams and how great he is. I feel like this young kid, Banks, has just played better and better and better. If he's out for a period of time, how big of a loss is that for the 49ers? Because he got the bicep injury, correct?
Upper bicep injury. They don't know the severity of it yet, but whenever you hear biceps,
how good of a player is he? Compared to all the other guys that you're watching in his position, because most fans don't really understand line play.
Well, first of all, he's wide, really wide. And wide. If you put five 4-foot wide asses together, that's 20 feet of space. Just the space that he takes up is important. But then he can move. They run, the 49ers, unlike a lot of these teams down this league, they run a lot of power football. And when they run power, they run Aaron Banks. And McCaffrey sticks it right up behind him right there. And he clears out a lot of space. He clears bodies out of the way. But then, he's just fit in perfectly between, Trent, and what they have right now at center with Brendel. It's just a really good fit that he has in there. And, there's a lot of continuity in how they block, because very few of these plays are actually blocked the way you draw them up or the way that you walk through it. Sometimes you just got to, like the old coach used to tell me, just be a football player. You just got to figure it out. And he has a good ability to figure it out on the fly. Whatever the play is, and being able to get your hat on another guy's hat or the right angle or whatever it is, he's got a really good feel in there. Now Feliciano went in there, and John's been in this league a long time. He's mostly played center. He played center for the Giants last year, but if you're the backup, you got to swing center and guard. So it's going to be probably a little bit of an adjustment in there for him when he goes in. He hasn't played in an offense like this yet, although he was in Buffalo when they were pretty good, but. This is a little tricky in how you get to the second level and what you're expected to do.
Yeah, and then playing the Cleveland Browns in this defense, man. No easy task for Feliciano if he does have to step up against Myles Garrett and company, something we'll get to a little bit later, Baldy. But this defense here, if it wasn't for T.J. Watt, I think Fred Warner would be the runaway DPOY. But T.J. Watt is just out there winning games by himself. He put on a masterclass in Pittsburgh against the Baltimore Ravens, ended the game with his helmet off. He's yelling at the crowd, terrible towels waving. But how about Fred Warner? This guy just gets better and better and better, Baldy, and it feels like prime time is his time, and he had a day for himself. Forced fumble, sack, interception. Fred Warner's doing everything you want. It was a masterclass on how to play middle linebacker, Baldy, in my opinion.
I'm trying to figure out the right words here, Bonte, because, first of all, I think the word, honestly, that comes to watching Fred play is just joy. The guy plays the game with absolute joy. Like, first of all, he knows all the checks. He's going to get all the audibles out. You want to change your formation, you want to motion, you want to shift, all that stuff. Like, he's on all of it. And he's loud. You can hear him, And so there's no breakdowns. But then, you got to play this game with violence. You just do. But, like, it's a joyful violence. It's like, I wish I could run through defenders like that. I wish I could just blow plays up like that. I wish I could just go full speed like that with not an ounce of fear. No fear, all joy. That's my description of Fred. And I don't know, like, if you just wanted to go to the stands, you're sitting in the end zone, Joe, with your dad the other day, and you just wanted to watch a player. Like, just pick a guy out and go, I'm just going to key on this guy. You would never go wrong if you said, I'm just going to watch Fred Warner. Like, you would have the time of your life.
Yeah, and the other guy alongside of him is Dre Greenlaw, and I mean, he suplexed a couple of guys, and it just, he brings a physicality and a nastiness and a speed, the closeout speed on the perimeter. I mean, look, Willis and Bowman are like the high honor marks here in this area, right? Those are the combinations that we look at. They set the gold standard, and I'm not saying that these guys are better than, but boy, they sure are great. And I wonder how many people appreciate how great they are. Do you? And I seen you put out a video about it.
Well, I mean, a couple things, Joe. Like, I think they're the best tandem right now. I mean, you could say Roquan Smith, Patrick Queen. You go around the league. There's tandems in this league that are really good. I don't think any tandem is better than Dre and Fred right now. But, on a week where we lost Dick Butkus, like I said, that hit me when we lost because he was the original gladiator. Like, that was the position in pro football that was the marquee position. Ray Nitschke, Dick Butkus, the whole defenses in this day was built around the middle linebacker. And I just felt like if Dick Butkus was watching the 49ers play defense, like on Sunday, he would watch with the utmost joy and the utmost pride, going, that's how we played in Chicago. That's what the Monsters of the Midway look like in Chicago. And I feel like we just tied like 5 eras of football together watching the 49ers play defense on Sunday.
Wow. Brian Baldinger here on the Morning Rush on 95.7 The Game. They just made a trade last Friday for Randy Gregory, former first-round pick, went to the Cowboys, was with Denver, has all the potential in the world. What are the 49ers getting in Randy Gregory here, Baldy?
Well, I mean, it's like, look, Randy's had issues, a lot of issues off the field. Going back to Nebraska, everybody has tried to unlock his potential and the talent. There's talent there, raw talent. Does he really want to play football? Now the 49ers are going to find out. They've got as good a defensive line coach there is. There's a culture there. There's a particular way to practice, prepare. You show up. Like, you just don't walk into a meeting a minute before it starts and you open up a notebook. Like, this is a full-time commitment. And I have not yet heard or seen that from Randy. If you get it, it shows you a lot about the 49ers and the culture and what this is all about. I think they're just taking a flyer, honestly.
Yeah.
Saying we've got nothing to lose here. There's no loss. Like, if he doesn't fit in, he doesn't fit in. If he doesn't want to be a 49er, there's a certain commitment you got to make to be a 49er. And there's enough leaders in that locker room that can help him if he needs help, to keep it like on football. And if he doesn't, he doesn't. So to me, like, there's just an upside to this thing. I mean, they could put him on the street tomorrow if it doesn't work out. But there's an upside to this if he wants to really play the game.
Yeah, does that add an element to this defensive line? Because, like, I'm looking at it, like, Bosa, I mean, thought Bosa was everywhere, and Hargrave has been outstanding. I thought Armstead had a really good game, and they haven't really done anything exotic yet. You know what I mean? Like, in terms of Hargrave and Bosa, they haven't really needed to. So does that add an element to this defensive line? Because they feel very, very, very deep.
Well, they are deep, but, they're built on depth. I remember, I think I told you this last year, but I remember I had said during the week that Max Crosby was my defensive player of the year, and I just happened to be doing a game in San Francisco, and Bosa walks by and he bumps me with his shoulder, and all he says under his breath is, "So you think Max is the MVP?" So I said, "Yeah, Nick, I do. I think he plays every single snap." And he goes, "Yeah, that's fine." He goes, I can do that too, but I'm trying to win a Super Bowl. So, what Nick's saying is, like, they're going to rotate their defensive front because it's about winning in January and ultimately winning in February.
Right.
And so you got to pace these guys. You can't keep Nick out there the way the Raiders keep Max out there every single snap. He could do it, but they need reserves, and you don't want to have any drop off. And so Cleveland stepped up a little bit this year over what we saw with the Raiders, and maybe they get that from Randy Gregory too, where they can keep these guys on a fresh rotation, throughout a 17-game schedule and hopefully 3 games in the postseason.
Yeah, everything's looking good for the 49ers. Bosa's playing well. By the way, Mad Max, you mentioned him. He was a menace last night. He is fun to watch for the Raiders, man. He gives everything he got. Now, looking at the Cleveland Browns, because this is a big game. Cleveland coming off a bye week after getting destroyed by the Baltimore Ravens. We're not sure about the availability of Deshaun Watson. They may have some offensive line issues here with some injuries here. But Myles Garrett is over there. We talk about Bosa a lot. We talk about Matt Max and T.J. Watt. Myles Garrett seems like Jim Schwartz is bringing the best out of Myles Garrett here, Baldy. How has he played so far in 2023?
Well, they rebuilt their defensive line, so they got Zadarius Smith. They got Oko from Houston. I mean, they've got pass rushers right now. They got an excellent secondary. Excellent. I mean, these guys, Denzel Ward, Martin Emerson, like these guys can play sticky man coverage. All right, and then Schwartzy is a guy that knows how to dial up blitzes, knows how to change things up. So, and, Myles has moved all over the place. He's been over the left tackle, over the right tackle. He stands straight up over the center, and he's there, like, ready to do a crossover dribble on you. Like, they're moving him around, which is smart. I just worry about – I don't know what's going on with Deshaun Watson, honestly. He's a healthy scratch in the last game in Baltimore. They needed him. They put a rookie out there, Dorian Thompson-Robinson. He wasn't terrible, but he's a rookie. Right. He made some mistakes. I'll say this about Cleveland offense, no matter who's that quarterback. Like, this is a bombs-away offense. Like, they take deep shots. They're not very good at hitting a high percentage of them, but they get defensive pass interference calls. They get illegal contact calls. Like, they take shots. And you've got to be ready. Like, you're the safety. You're Travarius Ward. You're these guys on the edge. Like, the ball's going down the field. With this offense. And so they're going to run the ball, they're going to play action pass and take their shots. And if Watson's in there, he's elusive enough to buy time, to get away from Nick Bosa. That's what I would say. And one of the things that I liked about what Stefanski's doing this year is, because I believe you got to constantly attack. You mentioned something, we were talking about 49er offense. I feel like there's 5 or 6 offenses in this league right now. San Francisco, Miami, Kansas City, Philadelphia. If you're 2nd and 18, you get a holding call on first down, you're 3rd and, like, it's okay. Like, 2nd and 18, I'm watching Patrick Mahomes against the Vikings. It's 3rd and 18, it's okay. Yeah. Like, Mahomes he's got a 33-yarder to Justin Watson against you. Like, some offenses are just built to attack. And I feel like the 49ers are like that, and the Browns want to be like that. They're just not as consistent yet to be able to play that style.
We've got a chance to see T.J. Watt, Micah Parsons. We obviously get a chance to see Nick Bosa every single time. What does it look like when you're going up against Myles Garrett for Niner fans? We know the name, but, we don't play the Browns all that often. So, what does it look like?
Well, nobody has the power of Myles Garrett. Nobody in this whole league. Maybe Nick. Maybe Nick is right there. But Myles Garrett, if he wants to just steamroll you, he can steamroll you. But he's also got a nasty two-hand swipe. He's got a spin. He's got all the counters. So if you set for power, you want to short set him, he's slippery. And then he could turn the corner like a Bugatti, honestly. Like, just a modern-day Bugatti. Like, about 3 feet off the ground and just coming full speed. And, it's a challenge for Trent. Trent's going to get his hands on you, and he's going to give up a little bit of ground. He's going to try to drop the anchor. But even Trent, as good as he is, that's a challenge if you get enough rushes like that. And, McKivitz is going to see him on the other side, too. Mm-hmm. So, but he's going all over the place. He's like back in the day, Fred Dean played for the 49ers. He'd find whoever had the cleanest uniform on in a game, he'd just line up with a clean uniform and get you dirty. Like, Myles would do the same thing.
Yeah, this Cleveland secondary does concern me, though, Baldy. Their defense is legit. What do they have left in the backfield? Because it feels like everything stems off their running game. And they obviously lost Nick Chubb on a Monday night game. We hope Nick Chubb gets well. He's one of the best running backs in this league. But what this Ford kid, he looks good at times. I don't know if he's a full-time back. And then Kareem Hunt, they picked him back up after spending a couple years. Does he have anything left in the tank? What does Kareem Hunt look like right now?
Well, Kareem Hunt he's basically Pacheco is what he is. Like, he's just a guy that's going to run through contact. He runs really hard, really angry. Like, he spins on contact. He's really strong at the point. So, you got to tackle the way the 49ers tackled the other day. Tony Pollard got nothing. Yeah. He's a good back. He got nothing against. Like, it was just crisp, clean tackling the whole day. That's what you got to do to Hunt. Ford shows ability, especially in the passing game. Mm-hmm. Like, he could be an effective 3-down back. He's 220 pounds. He's got power to him. They lean on him really hard. They got a rookie right tackle. I call him, the Pacific Manta. His wingspan is the longest wingspan in the NFL history. He can put his left hand in Cleveland, his right hand in Pittsburgh, and he's playing really good. But I'm sure that Nick Bosa wants to let him feel his punch,
right,
and see what he does to him.
No, yeah, this offensive line is impressive, man. I think this is going to be a tough game. We thought last week would be physical. Cleveland's a very physical team. I know they got smoked by the Ravens, but I think there's going to be a body bag game, Baldy, if you know what I mean. Where are you going to be at this weekend? I know you had to sit through New England and watch the Saints beat them up. Where are you going this weekend, Baldy?
I'm heading to the Jets and the Eagles this week. Jets played some lights-out great defense last week in Denver, albeit it's Denver, but they're really good. They're really good defense, really good, and their offense. Breece Hall might be the best home run hitter in this league right now. So they've got a certain style they got to play, but at least for the fourth week in a row, probably for the first time in years, they're going to line up the same offensive line and they're getting a little better up front. Should be a pretty good contest, I think.
Anything concerning with the Eagles and the red zone woes or whatnot? They're undefeated. I'm looking at them saying, boy, they're in the trenches. They're strong. But a lot of people saying they're not clicking on all cylinders. Before we let you go, Baldy, what's up with Philly?
I think every team. Right. It's October 10th. I mean, no team is complete right now.
Right.
I know this. When you're led by Jalen Hurts, you're well led.
Yeah.
Like the guy, he could shake off anything. They're 5-0. Doesn't mean anything, honestly. They were 14-3 last year. They didn't finish the deal. They're there to finish it. They'll be tested with the Chiefs and your 49ers. Like, it's good. There's some big games coming up, but you can't be a better leader than Jalen Hurts. Yeah. Like, the guy just is everything that you want at that position. And so whatever bugaboos they have offensively right now, like, they got a good staff and they've got good players to figure the stuff out.
No doubt about that, Baldy. We always enjoy the conversation. Our roasters do as well. Have fun watching the Jets and the Eagles. That'll be another physical game, and we'll talk to you next week.
Yep, look forward to it, guys. Enjoy it, man. Take care.
See you, buddy.
Baldy breakdown here on the Morning Roast. With that said, let's get to the injury report. All right, no news is good news for the Warriors and Draymond Green when it comes to his injured ankle. He actually told me today he's fine. He was walking around taking photos. CJ Holmes from the Chronicle, who I'll have on soon, reported over the weekend that there were no major updates regarding Draymond's ankle, other than he was progressing with work on the stationary bike and in the weight room. The plan is still for Draymond to be reevaluated next Monday as the Warriors ramp up and get ready for their season opener, October 24th. Gets the Phoenix Suns at Chaser. There should be a good time. The injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. We got Jerry Jones sound. We got sound from RJ and Sean. We got more duo talk. We got more Niner talk. If we want to get into the Warriors, we can do that as well. And the phone lines are wide open. 888-957-9570. Carmen Policy. Coming up at 8:30. That's all brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Made to shine. Real story.
Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby, what is happening out there, Bay Area? And everybody listening nationwide, because we know we get calls from North Carolina, South Carolina, St. Louis, the usual suspects. As we say good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift. Twitch and YouTube powered by First NorCal Credit Union. The overnight dancers. Probably was a slow Monday. Raiders not in town there in Vegas, so shout out to the dancers in Vegas. Probably made a killing last night after the Raiders got the W. How about that? Jimmy G. 2-3 now. Here come the Raiders.
Hard for me to watch Jimmy G and not think of Kyle Shanahan. Hard for me to watch Jimmy G and not think of Brock Purdy. I'm gonna be honest with you. Like it's difficult to watch other teams in the league without trying to make comparisons and analysis back to the Niners, right? Like everything's like, wow, look how loaded the Niners are offensively compared to some of these teams. Look how good our quarterback play is compared to some of the other teams. Look how great our play calling is compared to some of these other teams. How they build a team, how everyone's pulling the rope in the same direction. There's a lot that I was thinking about. And I was also looking at Jordan Love last night, Bonte, watching that game. And, I know we had touched on this briefly at the beginning of the show. I was just looking at where he was drafted.
Yeah.
Where Jimmy Garoppolo was drafted, all the quarterbacks in the league. Do you do tiers? Do you do rankings in your own mind? How do you categorize quarterbacks?
Guys I want to roll with.
Guys you want to roll with. I kind of like that.
I don't like the tiers and the rank. So I've been out on power rankings. As a kid, you see the power rankings and you see a team like, we should be higher. Then you just kind of learn that power rankings don't mean a damn thing during the regular season.
Oh, of course.
But people still hop on the quarterback rankings. Where's my quarterback ranked? All I care about, do I have a quarterback that can win in January and February?
Absolutely.
I don't care where you rank him. I don't care how many 300-yard days he has. I don't care how many touchdown passes he has. Can he win in January? And we found out that Jimmy has some big wins in January, but they had to win collectively. Now I know, hey, if I get behind, I have a quarterback who will get me in the right play.
Yes.
And I feel comfortable with this quarterback making plays, like if Brock Purdy's quarterback in Super Bowl 54, there's no doubt in my mind Shanahan's calling the timeout in the first half.
Agreed.
To preserve clock.
Agreed.
There's no doubt in my mind that maybe he runs the ball a little bit better. Maybe he calls a game differently or whatnot. So in terms of tiers and rankings,
well, entertain me with this one. I get a kick out of them. Entertain me with this one. All right, this is how I'm going to do it today. You ever decorate a Christmas tree?
No, I haven't.
You never decorated a Christmas tree?
No, I'm out on Christmas trees. Of course I've decorated Christmas trees.
All right, so you usually have a topper at the top of the Christmas tree, right? Yeah. Sometimes it's an angel, sometimes it's a star. I don't want to go religious here. Everyone does their own thing. And then you usually put the good ornaments at the top, right? Because they're going to be eye level. People are going to see them. You don't want the kids or the dogs at the bottom of the tree ripping at some of the good ornaments so they could fall. You don't want the presents going right near where the crummier ornaments are at the bottom, right? And you kind of work your way down, right? We go from top to bottom.
Is this for all three trees that you buy, or is this for both
Let's just say one. Let's be normal today.
Who's our guy who comes out to the summits all the time?
He's got like 5 trees.
No, the guy who comes out. What's my guy's name? He comes out every summit. He was at Buonvino.
Yeah.
I forget his name, but he was like, "Yo, I like 2 or 3 Christmas trees." I'm like, "You guys are sick people."
Well, don't get lost in the sauce. All right. So let's imagine a Christmas tree. At the top of the Christmas tree, if I was ranking quarterbacks right now, okay, the star, the angel, whatever you want to play, it's Mahomes. Like most people are going to have him at the top of the Christmas tree.
Is Brock Purdy playing better than Mahomes right now?
I'm not even going to say that because I don't want to cause a ruckus online. I'm not going to even get. I'm not even going to go there.
Why,
I don't even want to go there
ruckus?
Because Mahomes has 2 Super Bowls, right?
Yeah,
he's deserved it.
But right now, right this moment, back to the argument, Purdy's playing better.
I haven't looked at Patrick Mahomes' game film the way I've looked at Brock Purdy, so I'm going to back off that.
You've watched every game of Patrick Mahomes.
Of course we have. We all have.
Why are we scared to say that? If we're not afraid to say Fred Warner's playing as well in a 49er uniform as a middle linebacker.
But he's also done for 5 years.
Yes. Through the first 5 weeks of the season.
I have a hard time seeing a guy that I've seen basically start his season in the AFC Championship game for every year of his career.
I get that. But
it's hard for me to knock him.
That has nothing to do with the now.
Well, I just think he deserves the benefit of the doubt. It'd be the same thing like if we're discussing Steph Curry and we're discussing a player's having a great run to the beginning of their career. Like, I would not talk about those players out of respect to Steph Curry in the same breath. That's just the way I do it. You can do whatever you want.
Well, so through the first 5 weeks, if we could rip on players and compare players to say players are done, through the first 5 weeks, I asked the question, what quarterback is playing better than Brock Purdy?
Well, that's where I'm going with this Christmas tree analogy.
And honestly, if you say Mahomes is playing better than Purdy right now, you're only saying it because of what he's done in the past.
Well, yeah, you're giving benefit of the doubt to the superstar.
But we got to take this thing year by year. Well, who's the better team? Who's the better personnel?
But you also don't want to disrespect the legend.
I'm not disrespecting Patrick Mahomes. I'm disrespecting Brock Purdy by not saying he's playing better than any quarterback in the league.
Well,
Josh Allen? Josh Allen took a step back last week.
Well, that's where I'm going with this. So, like, if I'm going to the top of the Christmas tree, at the top, Mahomes, he's the star. He's the topper, okay? Then at the top of the Christmas tree, in no particular order, all right? These are who I've got at the top of the Christmas tree. You could put it in whatever order you want. Allen, Burrow, Lamar.
You know what?
Jalen Hurts, Herbert, Brock Purdy, and Trevor Lawrence. Those are the guys I trust to win me big games in December, in January. Those are the guys. And I might even be premature on some of those.
Well, we may be premature on Brock, but he did win 2 playoff games last year. But why are we afraid to say at the top of this Christmas tree, if that star is Patrick Mahomes, I'm going to come into your house. I'm going to take that star down.
Okay.
I'm going to put another star up with a lot of different colors instead of the white lights or whatnot. I'm going to go red, blue, green, all that stuff, a little colorful stuff. I'm going to put Purdy star up there. Purdy right now, through 5 weeks of the season, and Mark Willard said this on Friday, you know what? He's actually right about something. Go figure. Purdy's playing better quarterback than anybody in the league. After watching the film again yesterday and watching what I saw from Mahomes and Joe Burrow, right now there's no quarterback playing better than Brock Purdy. Why are we afraid to say that?
Well, because, you don't want to be disrespectful. Like, for example, if Steph Curry has a bad month, hear me out. If Steph Curry has a bad month, right? Because I view Mahomes in a light like the way I view Curry. Like, I've been a Curry fan since day one, right? Like most of us have been, all right? If Curry has a bad month, that doesn't mean that, and for hypothetically, rookie X, Victor Wembanyama, has a great 2 months to start the year. No one is going to sit here and be like, yep, Victor's better than Trevor Lawrence.
Not saying that about Mahomes.
Steph Curry.
Not saying that about Mahomes. Again, you can say Victor's playing better basketball than Steph Curry. We know Steph Curry's the better basketball player, but during that month, you can say Wemby's the best player in the league. That's okay for right now.
I think we're just talking about two different things.
No. You just said that nobody's saying that about Mahomes. Mahomes is the better quarterback. Mahomes is going down as an all-time quarterback.
Yeah.
I don't know where Brock Purdy's going to end up. Hell, I don't know if he's going to be on the team in 2 years. The way Shanahan flips quarterbacks, feels like he's found the one, but it felt like that with Jimmy Garoppolo after 5 games. But right now, through the 2023 season, I'm just taking 5 games. I'm not looking back at the Super Bowls. I'm not looking back at championship appearances. Through the first 5 weeks of the 2023 NFL season, who's playing better than Brock? You can make the argument that Tua is.
Tua's been outstanding.
Tagovailoa is probably a better quarterback.
But again, going back to the having respect and understand, Tua has yet to win a playoff game. For example, right? Brock has
who's playing better quarterback than him right now?
Well, I think that's
right now through the first 5 weeks of the season.
So I'm not looking
at box scores.
Yeah.
I'm not looking at career.
So you're talking about just for this year.
You're looking at the Christmas tree. I thought you were talking about this year.
Well, I was just saying who we trust in December and January.
Right.
That's where I was going. Was who we trusted because it's Christmas, right? Christmas tree. Who I trust in December and January if I'm decorating the tree. That was the whole analogy. But but if you're saying about just evaluating what we're seeing, I do think there's an argument here though. Be like. For example, Mahomes just won the Super Bowl on one leg. So I do believe on some level, like a champion boxer, you got to kind of be dethroned when you're at the top of your powers before I could put someone ahead of you. That doesn't mean that Brock hasn't outplayed him X, Y, and Z through 5 or 6 weeks or whatever. I understand that. If you're evaluating just performances this year, it's probably
that's
Tua,
all I'm going by.
It's probably Tua, Brock, in some conversation.
This league is so volatile.
Absolutely.
And it's a year-to-year league. Think about how many people are down on Josh Allen just after one bad stretch after he messed his elbow up.
I still think he's
what I'm saying?
Better than 25 guys.
Trevor Lawrence, people have been up and down about him. Jalen Hurts,
really
where's he at? Where's he at? Jalen Hurts, where's he at?
Hasn't been great, but he's still a very good player. And again, I'm giving him benefit of the doubt that he's earned with the 2 playoff victories last year.
He's thrown 4 interceptions this year. Even though Philadelphia's 5-0, they're, Howard Eskin saying, what's going on with the red zone offense?
I do wonder, though. You have actually now sparked a different conversation. I wonder how many people would be just afraid to say out loud, Purdy's playing better through 5 games than Mahomes?
5 weeks of the season. C.J. Stroud is playing top 10 quarterback football. C.J. Stroud has been really good.
Yeah, but like
through 5 weeks of
C.J.
the
Stroud
season.
has proved, just real quick, has proved nothing. And I do believe, like, when you're the Chiefs, you're being judged by January and February. Now that you play the Super Bowl there, like, there's just like LeBron hit a level where, like, the regular season he wins 60 games, he doesn't care. It's really he's being judged by what he does then.
No.
So I do think for this exercise, Mahomes almost needs to go to the side because he's just so minted and he feels like a made man. It feels unfair to even try to break his games down.
No, I hear you.
Now, I'm here for the Herbert. I'm here for the even Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, the Jalen Hurts, because I don't think they've earned what he's earned.
No, I don't care about
but
the
I
pass
do think
right now.
I'll admit I'm afraid to compare.
Oh, I know you are.
I am. Well,
you are.
because it feels. It feels disrespectful to Mahomes.
Well, I said, Brock Purdy has traits like a young Brady, and people looked at me crazy. It's like, are you on crack? Like, how could you say that? How could you say that? I hear people every day comparing people to people all the time.
Yes,
Teams compare.
yes.
We compare this team to the '94 Super Bowl champs. I don't think that's sacrilegious. But if I'm looking at just 2023, forget everything that's happened in the past.
Yes,
forget last year.
But it's hard for me to do that.
No, well, for this exercise, then
yes.
If I take just 2023, these first 5 weeks of the season, top 10 quarterbacks, C.J. Stroud. I can make the argument that C.J. Stroud has played better football than Mahomes this year.
But using
through 5 weeks,
using the basketball analogy, if someone came to our radio station and said, "I can make the argument through 6 weeks of the season, just pick the player. What's the point guard for the Atlanta Hawks?
Oh, Trey.
He's playing at a higher level than Steph Curry." We'd be like, "Yeah, but it's Steph Curry, right?"
But through 6 weeks, you had to listen to the conversation, though. That's on us for not listening to it. Well, through 6 weeks, we got to take the data that is there for this season. The data for this season says that Tua, Brock, C.J. Stroud are playing some damn good quarterback.
I know, but I mean, like, for example, I criticize, and I'm just using examples, right? I've criticized, Klay Thompson in the past, and we rest on his laurels, and I was trying to break down the actual regular season. And so it feels disrespectful to the legends and the resumes of guys that are minted. They're minted players,
you
right?
KK.
So, like, what?
That's what happened. You mentioned KK. Kyle Korver. That's why we got on you, man.
But I do think that that's part of like how we talk about these guys. Like you do have to I get it. We want to do it in a vacuum, right? I would just say the body of work that Brock Purdy's put together. That's why I put him in the you're talking about trust in December and January. It's Allen, it's Burrow. I'll put Lamar in there. I think he's earned. He's been a really good player for a long time.
He's done nothing in the playoffs, though.
Which I agree. But B, he's been he carries Baltimore's, and he had a bad game. They lost.
I mean, I watched him Sunday against the Pittsburgh Steelers. I see the same mistakes. That's all. But go ahead, continue.
Well, I mean, they don't score the touchdown in the red zone. The whole game flips. Jalen Hurts, Herbert, Trevor. You can argue with a couple of those guys. I'm here for it. Brock's in that category. They're all, to me, is like, these are the guys that I trust. Whether you got him 3, 4, 7, he's somewhere in upper echelon. I trust these guys come January and December. And there's a lot of guys that I don't trust. I don't even have Jared Goff on that list, and I think Jared Goff is grossly underrated.
Jared Goff playing better football right now than Mahomes through the first 5 weeks of the season.
Baker Mayfield's an example.
Why are we scared? Why are we scared to say that? Forget Baker for a second.
No, but Baker's starting off the year really well.
Like, I know who Mahomes is, but why are we so afraid to say who's better right now through the first 5 weeks of the season? Right now with Brock Purdy, I'm taking him over damn near the entire league. Even Jared Goff
for this
through
year.
the first the first 5 weeks of the season. I'm not talking about the past.
But look, if you're doing that algorithm, then I think most people would nod their head and be like, hard to argue. He's been damn near perfect.
No,
he's completing 73% of his balls.
Exactly.
He's got like a QBR that's through the roof. He has 0 turnovers,
CJ Stroud,
9 touchdowns.
CJ Stroud's right there. CJ Stroud has 7 touchdown passes, 0 interceptions. Nobody could name a wide receiver in Houston before they blew out the Jacksonville Jaguars.
You're 100% correct.
So through the first 5 weeks of the season, when you bring up these Christmas trees, I'm shaking your star down for Patrick Mahomes, and I'm putting the Brock Purdy one up there. But if we're talking about their resumes, then you know what? If we're talking about resumes, then Brock Purdy's a little lower on that Christmas tree.
Okay. I would listen to that, but he's got more playoff wins than Herbert. He's got more playoff wins than Trevor Lawrence.
But could we make the same argument that we made for Jimmy G in 2021 where the team carried Brock in that Cowboys game. It wasn't Brock that carried the team.
That second half against Seattle was pretty spectacular.
I'm talking about the Cowboys game.
The Cowboy game, he made plays on third down, and Dak didn't.
They scored 19 points.
He outplayed that quarterback.
They scored 19 points and struggled. Jimmy Garoppolo outplayed Dak in the 2021 wildcard game. We don't say the same thing about Jimmy.
Well, Jimmy had turnover-worthy plays, multiple.
But he outplayed Dak
in
that game.
I'm telling you, Brock was better in that last Cowboy game than Jimmy was in that last Cowboy game.
All right, let's
There's
go to the
degrees
lines.
to it.
We got some lines here. Let's take some calls. Let's go to Clark the Shark in South Carolina. And then with the Ken, Carlos, and Dr. Hustle all before Carmen Policy at 8:30. What's up, Clark the Shark?
Hey, brothers. It's a long time no see and talk to. We've been on the road. We went to Teton National Park, Yellowstone, Glacier National. We've been all over the place, and so I missed you guys.
I missed you too when Florida State went down to Clemson and beat up on Clemson in overtime. I was thinking about you.
Yeah, I remember. I'm from the Bay Area, so I'm not a big Clemson fan.
I know you're not. You're not. I just think about you whenever I see South Carolina or Clemson. It's like, man, that's where Clark the Shark is. I want to go hang out with him one day.
Oh man, I'd love to have you come on down. We got a bedroom for you and everything.
Oh, dude,
here.
I'm coming. Well, I'm coming when Cal and Stafford start playing in the ACC. I'm coming to see you, Clark the Shark. You and the wifey. We're gonna go have some nice dinner on the beach.
Oh yeah. Hey. So listen. Oh, I've got to say, Dante Belafonte and Cup of Joe. That's my name for you guys. But anyway. I don't know if they'll catch on, but
it may.
But you know what? I talked to you quite a while ago, and I compared Purdy to Montana, and I get a lot of rolling eyes back then. There's a lot of Trey truthers out there that still are hating on Purdy. I don't understand. This is the best story in football for probably the last 10 years. What is the deal, man? This guy looks like Montana.
You know what, Clark?
What do you think?
I think people are coming around. I think people will come around, and at some point, they'll have to tap out. You know, at some point, they're going to have to buy in. Steph Curry had haters until he won his 4th ring, for crying out loud.
He still has haters.
But those people
they got lucky on
now
the ride,
it's a business proposition to be a hater of Steph Curry. But you get what I'm saying. Like, there were a lot of people that didn't believe in Steph Curry until Game 4 of those finals where he dropped 40-plus points.
Yeah.
I mean, the guy had 3 rings in his back pocket.
Like, honestly, are you taking Lamar Jackson right now over Brock Purdy?
Oh, what they're playing? No. But I do think Lamar is being asked to do a lot, and so that context is baked into
the name of the game, to play quarterback. When you get paid the money that you get paid, you got to do all things.
But I also trust Lamar to win games if he was on, whatever team. I trust him in December and January. I do.
All right.
I do. Because when he's not there, they're a dramatically different franchise.
They are different. They did make the playoffs last year without him.
They did.
Did make
that
it.
Game was ugly.
They did make it, though. I mean, I don't know if the Niners make the playoffs without Brock Purdy.
The guy had a negative 1-2 touchdown to interception ratio and made the Pro Bowl, for Christ's sake.
I mean, that's why I always get on you for referencing the Pro Bowl.
Well, there's old Pro Bowls which mattered, and now the ones that
don't matter at all.
The participation trophy era.
Dr. Hustle, San Jose, my man, Dr. Hustle. It's been a long time no talk. Where the hell you been, Doctor?
What's going on, fellas? What's up, Bonte? What's up, JoJo? Let me tell you something. It's okay, man, just because something's been around longer. Look, when I flipped over to 95.7 this game from the other station, I said, well, let's see. And I haven't ever gone back because I found something better, and that's okay. Me and Bonte, we hit it off. Bonte remembers the first playoff run. I was in it to win it. I was just like him. Playoffs ain't good enough. We argued. Nope. People are like, oh, playoffs are nice. Playoffs aren't good enough for the San Francisco 49ers. We hold ourselves to a different standard. Yep. Now, on the other hand, being a coach, my little man's a quarterback. Shout out. They're playing today. He's only in 5th grade playing with the 8th graders.
That sounds dangerous.
Simons and Guru, they know. I called in after week 2. All the guys on my football team, all the parents. I said after week 2, Brock Purdy, I didn't think it was going to be because of injury. I said after week 2 of the preseason, I said Brock Purdy will become the starting quarterback of the 49ers by midseason, and he'll be the quarterback for the next 10, 15 years. I got no fear in saying right now, and I've watched every Kansas City Chiefs game, Brock Purdy is playing better quarterback than Patrick Mahomes. And there's nothing wrong with saying that.
Nothing wrong with it.
We got a saying in my neighborhood, Shafsky, and you can say it, it's okay. If you're scared to say it, say you're scared. But Dr. Hustle ain't ever scared.
There it is. If you're scared, go to church. Let's go to Ken in San Leandro. We'll be out in San Leandro for the Warrior Summit October 18th. I know Ken will be there. What's up, Ken?
How you doing, Bonte? How you doing, guys?
What's up, baby?
To the 95.7 the game.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. And I just want to talk, first of all, for the red and gold. I was taking a shower this morning, Vontae, and I'm tired of these haters out here talking about Purdy staying with a roommate and he's driving a Toyota SUV. Who cares about all of that? As long as he's putting up the W's right now, it's Super Bowl or bust for us, and that's all I got to say, man.
Super Bowl or bust. You understand the mission, Ken. Let's not duck from this stuff. Come on, we're big boys around here. We know what the goal is. Go win a Super Bowl. We're going to enjoy the ride, and the ride is pretty fun right now. It's pretty fun right now. I'm not going to lie. Spinoni, jump in.
It feels so wide open right now, too.
Oh, my gosh.
There is, watching Monday Night Football for me, what I came away from that is there is so many bad football teams out there.
Agree.
Packers, Raiders, Giants, Broncos, so many bad football out there. And there's really only, in the NFC, it's the Lions, Eagles, and Niners.
Oh, my.
And then no one believes the Lions are going to the Super Bowl, right? So really, it's
They're
just
a tough team, though. I'm not going to discount them.
Thank you for the Wizard of Oz reference.
Yeah,
That's a 4.
I'm not gonna crap on the Lions. That's a team.
No, they're a good team.
They're a very good team. And all the injuries that are happening around the league. The Niners may not have to play against Deshaun Watson. They don't have to play against Nick Chubb.
And
Batonio, the left guard.
Justin Jefferson.
I was going to get there. I'll start with Cleveland, and then later on, Justin Jefferson with the hamstring. He's out for 4 weeks. The stars are aligning, folks. The stars are aligning. They really are. And you got a quarterback who's playing as well, if not better, than anybody in the NFL. You want to say Tua Tagovailoa? Please don't say Kirk Cousins because of his stats.
Come on. No.
You want to put Sam Howell up there?
But for example, playing as well as anybody. See that when we say that, saying that it stands there, but there's also context to it because I watch Justin Herbert and I don't know where Justin Herbert is, but I do know this damn, they're always injured. Damn, he's always trying to put up 40 because his defense can't stop anyone. Damn, I feel like he's playing offense against his own coach at times. There are variables working against him. Is he playing at a higher level than Brock Purdy? Of course he's not because Brock Purdy is playing with amazing variables right now, and he gets credit for pulling all the levers appropriately. But it also feels like I'm lacking context to come out here and say that he's better than this guy, he's better than that guy, playing better than...
No, nobody's saying that, Chasker. You're not listening. For 2023, through the first 5 weeks of the season, what quarterback is playing better than Brock Purdy through the first 5 weeks of the 2023 season? And then let's get to the context, because I got all the context you need. 0 interceptions, 0 losses in his career.
A top 5 defense.
Accuracy. But the offense has scored 30 points a game, which you thought I was silly for even mentioning.
No doubt.
Y'all laughed at me when I said this offense has scored 30 points a game. Y'all literally mocked me. When we worried about the backup quarterback, I'm worried, boy, who's going to stop this offense? And now look at them. 30, 35, and 42. So, yeah, stand on it, man. It's okay. And it ain't 957, 9570. Mahomes not playing better quarterback than Purdy right now in 2023. Through the first 5 weeks of the season, who's playing better quarterback than Brock Purdy? I don't care about 2022. I don't care about 1999. I don't care about 1989. I don't care about 1909. I care about 2023. Who's playing better quarterback than Purdy right now? I'm here. Lines are lit. We'll get to Carmen Policy coming up next. We'll ask them that. That's what's coming up on the game, sponsored by the law offices of Robert Goldstein. If you have IRS or state tax problems and don't know what to do, contact the law offices of Robert Goldstein because resolving tax problems is all that they do. Call 1-888-TAX-EXIT, 888-TAX-EXIT. Nobody's mad!
Cozy up with savings during the Spice Up Autumn event at Whole Foods Market with deals.
I, Bonte Hill, will never roast you, buddy.
Oh, yeah.
You're my guy. It's like Clark the Shark. Tony in Oakland. Boy, all I need is can opener Cal. My favorites, including Robin. I've never heard from Robin San Bruno. I want to hear from him. Where's my man Juice at? The bat signal's out for Juice. I haven't heard him this football season. Where the hell is Juice? We got Carmen Policy coming up. You know who he is. Former 49ers executive and CEO, VP and counsel to the owner of the 49ers from 81 to 90, president and CEO from 91 to 97. Then he went over to Cleveland, tried to bring the Browns back, and he did. So we'll get to Carmen in just a second. Let's squeeze in a quick call. We got time for a quick call? Let's get Anthony and Benicia. Anthony and Benicia, what's happening? Got about 60 seconds, my main man.
Top of the morning.
What's up? Top of the morning,
Okay,
Anthony.
okay, what's up? All right, beautiful. All right. So, through the first 5 weeks, there's no question that Brock Purdy is playing the best at quarterback. I mean, I look at interception to touchdown ratio. He don't got no interceptions on the other side of that column, so he's playing the best. And Joe mentioned, Josh Allen. Josh Allen has yet to really show you that he can be consistent because he always is. He's good for throwing an untimely interception. Yep. As good as he is, as great as his physical attributes are, he just does that all the time. He did it in the playoffs last season as well, against the Minnesota Vikings. But I wanted to talk, so I'm saying yes. I'm standing on it. I'm in my truck driving to my next stop, standing on that. Brock is playing the best quarterback right now. Somebody can dethrone him, but I'm saying right now he's playing the best, and that's just what it is.
It is what it is. It is what it is. Through the first 5 weeks of the season, it is what it is. The Niners are 5-0. Brock has never lost a regular season game. Christian McCaffrey, since he's come aboard, they've averaged 30 points a game on offense. So far this year, they scored 30, 30, 30, 35, and 42. Heck, they're doing things that the 89-90 Niners did. The 88-89 Niners did. Some of the greatest teams in NFL history. This team is playing like it. Now, it's only October. We know Super Bowls aren't won in October. They're won in early February these days. But a guy who knows about Super Bowls, heck, he's got 5 rings. He's got 5 of them. And he's the architect, one of the architects of the great 49er teams back in the 80s and 90s. It's Carmen Policy. He's back on the morning roast. We love having Carmen on. It's a big week. Niners and Browns. We'll get into the Browns angle and your time in Cleveland. But Carmen, good morning, man. Welcome back to the show.
Well, good morning, and thanks for having me on. I love it.
I love it, too. And just your thoughts real quick on the 49ers. 5-0. You got this quarterback who was the last pick of the NFL draft just a season ago. The last pick. And right now, I can't name a quarterback through the first 5 weeks of the season who's playing better than him, and that's Brock Purdy.
Let me tell you, during my years with the 49ers, how the last pick of the draft was viewed by the personnel department and the coaches. They would give me the last pick. That's how unimportant they saw the pick in so many ways. And it was so much fun because then some of the coaches, and they'd start lobbying me to pick this guy or pick that guy and so forth. And as a matter of fact, one of my proudest picks was Alvis Gerbach. Remember him?
Michigan. Michigan.
But here, this isn't only the last pick of the 49er draft. This is the last pick of the draft. And he's sitting there like some precious jewel that's sort of exposed. And nobody's reaching to put him into some kind of setting to be a gorgeous piece of jewelry. And I'm amazed. First of all, it's a great story for the NFL. It's a great story for America. And I just love it. I'm so excited about this season. And I can really get doubly excited because now I'm a fan. I'll sweat it like the fans will, but I'm not right in the middle of it where I'd see 1,000 things that could go wrong and go over all the problems we're going to face, just like the game coming up this week. A game like the game they're going to face in Cleveland would drive me nuts. With all of with the ifs, the ands, the buts. This is a trap game. This is any number of things can happen here, and but that's what makes the season exciting. And I just have to tell you, I kind of love cheering for this team.
We do too. I mean, they're just so much fun, and it's crazy. Like you were talking about the end of drafts. I've heard vividly many times. Bill Walsh arguing for taking Dwight Clark when everyone's like, he'll be an undrafted free agent. And that felt like a great story, like an improbable story, a guy who's an underdog. This feels like one of the most unbelievable underdog stories of all time. And like people talk about luck when running a franchise. You do have to be lucky, but you also have to stick to your convictions and make moves. They could have brought back Jimmy. They could have brought back Trey Lance. They get credit for pivoting off those guys and sticking with this guy. That's got to be hard for a front office to stick to your convictions given where this guy was found.
I agree with every single thing you said. And I think that, first of all, think of the mess. Just think of the mess that the team, the organization, that the whole situation would have been in if there was no one like Brock Purdy there to step in and not allow this wonderfully talented bunch of players to have the kind of leadership and the kind of offensive buzz that they need to really make it a truly complete team. But instead, as you said, the combination of John Lynch and the coach did what they thought was right, and they had the latitude from ownership to make those decisions. You can't forget that either.
It's true.
This could have been a very, very serious situation where an overly aggressive ownership could have come in and said, you guys, you kind of messed up this draft a little bit here. You gave away a lot for a guy. Now you want to get rid of him. And who do we have? Who are we going to put in there? You just sent Jimmy Garoppolo off on his own. Oh, we're going to put Mr. Irrelevant in. I mean, when you think about it, they really said, okay, guys, it's your show. You produce, and it turned out it could not turn out better, even if Hollywood were writing this.
No, seriously. It's one of the great stories we've seen in the last 30 years, last 50 years with this kid. But, Carmen, I know you were in the thick of it in the 90s, went to Rivalry in the Dallas Cowboys, 3 straight NFC championships. Now, kids in the car, I want you to close your ears right now, because, Carmen, I got to ask you, how much fun was it watching the Niners kick the Cowboys' ass on Sunday?
Oh, God. It's so good. They are the Cowboys, okay? Here's a team that is by far the most valuable sport franchise. I think actually now they may be the most valuable sports franchise in the world, although there'll be some people who talk about Premier Soccer that would argue with me and so forth. And who would have ever thought that a Texas team would eclipse a New York team in value in terms of the marketplace?
Yeah.
But they're flying high. And when's the last time they went to the Super Bowl?
The year after you guys won it. Yeah, it's been a while.
Right. And I know you guys are younger, but do you remember our rivalry with Dallas most of all in the 90s? It was a bloodletting situation, and whoever lost that game, that whole community was in mourning for probably 2 or 3 weeks thereafter.
I used to cry going to elementary school, Carmen, due to those losses to the Dallas Cowboys. They would ruin my week. In those games, we would circle on the calendar. It was the only game that mattered. The Saints, Falcons, Panthers, and the old NFC West didn't matter. It was all about the Cowboy game. We all circled that date.
Yeah, you're right, and that was part of the fun of it. But I have to tell you, when they came in, I'm so proud of this 49er team. The way they were ready for it, handled themselves, the way they presented themselves before the game, the way they presented themselves at the game. Now, I haven't followed very much as to what's happened after Sunday, but I don't think much has happened at all. So I'm going to have to say that I'm hopefully very proud of the way they followed themselves after the game too. Yeah. And it's just that they seem like such a complete team.
Yes.
And they also seem like they enjoy playing the game, almost like men enjoying a boys' game. And when you get that combination of enthusiasm for the game itself, coupled with good coaching, coupled with a good organization, coupled with all of a sudden a totally balanced team on every aspect, that's presented by the game, and liking each other. I don't know how you stop it.
Yeah.
I just don't know how you stop it.
Hey, I want to peel back something you brought up regarding ownership and just the whole decision when it comes to quarterback and kind of where they're at right now. You know, you are the liaison between Bill and Eddie and back and forth, and it's well documented. You know, they were at each other's throats at times, and I'm sure, you know, Bill had wild things to think about when it came to Joe Montana, the quarterback. I've heard rumors he tried to trade for John Elway. He was in and out on him at every turn. He obviously did trade for Steve Young. How difficult is it for doing what happened, like whiffing royally on that number 3 overall pick and having to deal with the conversations between the owner and the expectations and the money involved and the egg on their face, and then finding Brock Purdy and having a winner in Jimmy Garoppolo? Like, that entire dynamic, I don't think we've explored it from a John Lynch, Kyle Shanahan, Jed York dynamic, because you're the perfect person that would know what it would be like.
Those were very trying moments for us in our day. And they kind of went a long way in ripping Eddie and Bill's relationship, not apart, but let's say stretching it very thin. And Bill was hell bent on trading Joe as early as he could, rather than have him there and have him not perform later. And he was convinced that he would not be able to physically handle the job either. And he loved Steve Young. And you know, in fairness to the coach, we're talking about 2 Hall of Famers here.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, we're not talking about, you know, the Joe Cool and one of the, I'll say, the greatest to play the game at that position, and somebody who just happened to stumble into the locker room, you know, to take his place. We're talking about 2 Hall of Famers here. But it was a very trying and tenuous period, and it was very tough on that relationship, as I said. It was also tough on the team because there was a lot of confusion going on, and there was, you know, a testing of loyalties and so forth and so on. In this particular case, you didn't have to go through that. What you went through was the unknown of the abyss, if you will.
Right.
Of what's left after, okay, we waved goodbye to Jimmy, and here goes Trey Lance. Oh, Scott Purdy. All right, let's see how this works out. And to have it turn out the way it did, and to have everything in place and ready for it, and the team react the way they did, I think that justified the extension of the contracts for both Lynch and Coach Shanahan.
Carmen, what would Bill Walsh think of Brock Purdy? I've watched a lot of old DVDs. I didn't know him. I just, you know, he's immortalized in my household. But, like, he taught footwork, anticipation, knowing where to go, practicing perfect, you know, hitting guys in stride with perfect ball placement. What would Bill think of Brock Purdy?
Well, first of all, I think he'd be pretty impressed. But, you know, Bill was also a believer in, you know, in what you see originally too. You know, just like, you know, when there were some doubts, you know, there were some doubts about Jerry Rice early on, and why isn't he living up to what Bill's expectations were and what the expectations of others were? And Bill never doubted Jerry. I mean, he saw what he saw, and he knew it would come about, especially with decent coaching. On the other hand, when you look at it from the standpoint of what we're dealing with in terms of Purdy, I don't know if Bill wouldn't have bought into it until he's seen enough to convince him that it's there. If he didn't see it from the beginning, you know, he would have to be, let's say, overly convinced, in my opinion, that this is the way to go, and this is the person that's going to lead us there to the promised land and so forth, including Joe Montana. I mean, I think honestly, you know, that there was a lot of pressure on Bill to take Joe in the 3rd round, and the pressure came from people like his coaches, the college scouting staff, and so forth and so on. And because he didn't at first think that was the case. And then, of course, he realized not only that it was the case, then he realized that this was the answer to what we were looking for. And his coaching and his mentoring helped really bring a lot out in Joe. I don't think there's anybody who would doubt that, not to mention the fact that he created an offense that was perfect for Joe.
Carmen Policy here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game, former 49ers executive and CEO, 5 Super Bowl champions. Carmen, we keep bringing up ownership and Bill and everything that's happened. What about Jed York and the job he's done? He's gotten ridiculed a lot in the past. And all he's done, look, he identified, hey, this coach isn't working, I'm a pivot. This coach isn't working, I'm a pivot. I think he learned from the Harbaugh situation. Now he's got these extensions for Shanahan and Lynch. But the one thing that a lot of things get brought up around here is that, ownership may be cheaper. They're penny pitching. They have so many guaranteed contracts, and they pay the money up front. What about the job Jed York has had? I don't think he's gotten enough credit over the last 5 years with the 49ers.
Well, I think he had a rough start. I do. But by the same token, so did his uncle. Right. I mean, Eddie's like a brother. He's probably one of, if not my very best friend, and I had great opportunities thanks to him and so forth. But he had a very rough start and made some mistakes. But then he saw things open up. He understood what the business and the game was about, and he became, in my opinion, one of the great owners of the NFL. And as a matter of fact, I don't think we were a dynasty without any one of the Holy Trinity. And the Holy Trinity to me was Bill Walsh, Joe Montana, and Eddie DeBartolo. Mm-hmm. Take any one of them out of there, and I'm not sure we're anywhere close to a dynasty. But I think what I've seen is that I think Jed York, like his uncle, had this light go off. And it started shining on what it is that he should be doing, and I think Jed started paying attention to the business end of things. I thought to building the franchise as a business entity that's going to be able to supply the football operations with what's necessary to make it successful and to make it continually successful, not a flash in the pan, but a continual contender. Right. And I see it with. And I think it all started with Shanahan and Lynch, and he's been pretty true to those guys, mm-hmm. and to the team in terms of what they need, what is it that they require to get the job done, and staying out of their way. I'm not saying that he doesn't expect accountability, but staying out of their way as they're going through the sausage making proposition. Mm-hmm. That we call coaching football, and he learned in the same way his uncle did, and probably took a page from his uncle, maybe some advice from his uncle, and I think he deserves to be viewed as a pretty darn good owner in this league in terms of a major franchise.
I agree with that. We got the gentleman, Carmen Policy, one of the best to ever do it around here, 49er executive CEO. And I think a lot of people associate with the Niners, but I always think about you and Dwight as well whenever we get talking about the Browns, and they obviously left to go to Baltimore. They were one of the original AFC teams with the Niners back in the day before the NFL absorbed them in. And they go away, and you and Dwight are instrumental in being a part of the ownership group that brings the Browns back into the NFL. Take us through that time. Enlighten some of the younger people about how you got involved there.
Well, it was, I'll tell you want to talk about an Indiana Jones kind of a journey. Believe me, I had no idea what I was going to do. And we were going through a little tough time here with the Niners, some transition within the family. And then I had this opportunity to go back to Cleveland and partner with a fellow to become a contender for the Cleveland Browns expansion franchise, and we got the franchise. We were successful over 8 other bidders and one very, very significant bidder, and from New York, who also had people like Don Shula in his camp and going with the Browns at the time. So we were feeling pretty good about that. But the proverbial dog who catches the garbage truck, what do you do now? Because we had to get a team up and running in months. They didn't give us the same kind of time that all the other expansion franchises had, because they were using the Cleveland Browns as leverage for the other teams that didn't have stadiums done yet. So they refused to issue the idea that this is going to be an expansion franchise. But we went there. There was rented furniture. We had an exciting time putting it together, and we were in the playoffs. In the fourth year, third year we were right there, and then last minute we didn't make it. But fourth year we made it in the playoffs, and of course the owner died, my partner, and I came back after that. But boy, that's an experience that I'll never forget. And I have to tell you, it was exciting. And Dwight was a trooper. He wound up with a job and responsibilities he didn't anticipate, and dealing with the league was really shall we say, a challenge.
Right.
But we got it done, and the fans back there are just they're incredible. Do I have time for one quick story about the old days against Cleveland?
Absolutely, because I was going to say, like, you've got one playoff appearances they had. They've got two playoff appearances since 1999. You're part of one of them. So I was going to talk about the futility in the Cleveland Browns organization. That'd be good at all, but go ahead, give us a quick story.
We want it.
I want it too.
So we're there, and it's one of the typical Monday night games in Cleveland. Okay?
I remember this game.
So Eddie and I are there, and we're right in the game, and we're supposed to win the game, and then they beat us at the very end. All right. So now it's we leave the locker room, and it's time for us to get out. We get into Eddie's car, and he has a driver, and we're leaving, and there's a narrow area you have to go out, and this is the old stadium now. This is that old, municipal stadium. It was cavernous, and the crowds out there, they start rocking our car, and it was like a scene out of Beirut. You're leaving the American embassy, and the crowds out there rocking the car and so forth, and they're yelling, and they're showing us various fingers and yelling stuff at us. And Eddie says, "These Cleveland people are crazy. We lost the game. It's not like we won it, And finally, the police came to let us. And this is after we lost the game. Imagine if we tried getting out of there when we won. But we also historically played Cleveland 1984, and this is when we had the holdup, Fred Dean.
Yeah,
we got Willie Brown to fly to Cleveland and help. And I was negotiating with Willie
the mayor, Willie Brown.
Mayor Willie. Well, he wasn't mayor then. He was Speaker of the House.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah, he was Speaker of the Assembly. So he flies in with his mink coat, and he's going to be the moderator for this negotiation because we got to get Fred Dean back. And so we're negotiating. I couldn't go to the game. We're right there by the stadium. And finally, we work the deal out, and we get there in the fourth quarter. And as we're walking into the stadium, it's pretty close. We win the game. Players come off the field, and there we are. And Willie was able to announce that Fred Dean's coming back.
It is good.
You know the rest of the story.
Carmen, I'm looking at that game. If it's 1984, you guys won 41-7.
yeah, but Cleveland, you never knew.
So the Monday night game that you're talking about, I remember the Monday night game there in 93.
The Monday night game we lost.
You lost 23-13. That was the first time as a kid. I was 11 years old. Shask, I think you were 11 as well. Steve Young was the first time I ever seen an NFL player smell salts on the sideline.
Yes.
They're talking about the smelling salts. And I was like, what is that that Steve Young is sniffing right now? What is that? Is he trying to get his senses back? Yeah, so we remember all that stuff. But it's going to be fun in Cleveland, man. No doubt about that. It's a big game. They have a really good defense. But, Carmen, you're always good to us, man. We're going to let you go. Whenever you want to come on, you have a free invitation.
Yes.
It's always, the time is yours whenever you want to come on.
You guys are fun, and thank you very much. Thanks for allowing me to go back a bit in history and also to talk about the current team.
Hell yeah.
How about that defense?
I love
Carmen?
cheering for him.
Carmen, how about that
How about
defense?
CMC?
Christian McCaffrey, the defense, Fred Warner. I mean, he's one of the great linebackers in 49ers history.
Fred Warner. And, Collinsworth, I love what Collinsworth did when he was showing some of the things that were so outrageously dynamic that Warner did in terms of reading coverage and doing the kind of tape work that he does and so forth and so on. I mean, he's just amazing. And then what's the other fellow's name? Greenlaw?
Oh, I love Greenlaw.
Drake Greenlaw.
That's me and Bonte's favorite. He's got an edge.
Yeah, he's nasty.
Yeah, I mean, and he's over there too. I mean, that's what I'm saying. They're so balanced and they're so, I guess I could use the term deep. And McCaffrey, his father played for us.
Mm-hmm.
They used to always say, throw it to Ed McCaffrey. He catches everything. And it's just, it doesn't get any better than this.
No,
it just doesn't.
They're just missing one more thing, and hopefully they get that in February, Carmen. Hopefully you're enjoying the wine. Hopefully you're enjoying the wine. We're enjoying the journey, but it's back to what it was. And I tell the fan base all the time, don't be afraid to say Super Bowl or bust. That's what we grew up on. It was always we enjoyed the seasons, but it was always about hanging that banner at the end of the year. And that's what we're about with the 49ers. So I'm glad that we're back to that standard where it's Super Bowl or bust, and it's a disappointment if we don't get to the big show. It's good to have that feeling again.
It's a great place to be.
No doubt. No doubt. Carmen, take care.
Thank you.
Thanks, Carmen.
Anytime. Carmen Policy here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Former 49ers executive and CEO, VP, and counsel for the Niners back in the day. 5 Super Bowls.
Super Bowls. I have a saying, I'm sure other people have a similar one, like how you treat people when nobody's looking really matters to me, like as to who you are as a person. And my wife was a waitress for many, many years up on Nob Hill, so she's met lots of different various people, right? And there's some baseball players that she's met who, let's just put it this way, acted like jerks, right? And it's not about tipping. It's about how you conduct yourself in public, right? And how you treat people. Carmen Policy was a frequent at the restaurant. My wife says there is no better person to serve a table for than Carmen Policy and his wife. They were the nicest people, generous with their time, with other people that would notice them, always get up. Like, the guy that you hear, the gentleman that you hear on the radio is even better as a human being in real life. And my wife loves Carmen Policy.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me that he's that person. It doesn't surprise me when he's so well-spoken. He's first class, all around. He's still watching the games. I love Carmen Policy.
You know what?
Whenever we get him on.
Her fantasy name for her team?
What's that?
Carmen's Policy. It's a good one. It's a good name.
Every year?
Every year. That's with the photo of him he's got his hand like this at the desk with Eddie D in the background. It's pretty good.
I wanted to ask.
Really have a choice?
No,
I wanted to ask if he still watches football games with Eddie D. What is that like, watching a game with Eddie D? I would love to watch a game with Eddie D.
Well, no, because he's more like me, whereas you're so calm, cool, and collected.
Well, I still watch it by myself. That's why. Because if I get around people and people annoy me when they're just talking about nonsense, and I'm locked in on the game, I feel like punching something. So I'd rather just do that. I'd rather act like a maniac by myself.
That's fair.
In front of the living room.
That's fair.
You know what I'm saying? It's better for me. And knowing that football's a 60-minute game, Philly Zoo out there listening to Ocean City. Guys freak out in the first quarter of a game. Oh, my God, this game's over. We make these bets. This bet's not dead till the game's over. You know what I mean? Why are we stressing so hard? All these games come down to the fourth quarter for the most part, unless you're the 49ers in 2023, and you're just blowing everybody out. But I like to watch, just relax, knowing that my team is good. Same thing with the Warriors. By the way, Warriors Summit coming up, October 18th.
It really is, crazy to me that... And I know we'll get into it more this week, but Cleveland just picking up and moving and going back to Baltimore, even though Indianapolis left Baltimore and went to Indy.
In the middle of the night.
Yeah, there was a lot of stuff there. And then they just restarted the whole thing, and then it's just kind of crazy. And then they gifted the NFL gave it to Carmen and another group of people, and obviously Dwight Clark ended up being an executive for them. And
they really haven't been good.
I mean, Bunty, you said they've had how many playoff?
2 appearances.
And they have one of them.
They have one of them.
Would they leave? 2004, 2005?
No, they left Baltimore in 90.
No, Carmen, I meant. He left the organization.
Oh, yeah, 98, 99. So the Browns, The new Cleveland Browns came back in 1999.
99.
99. They had a dude named Palmer as a coach. Remember Chris Palmer or something like that? He stunk.
I don't.
And then they hired Butch Davis from
remember
Miami.
that, yep.
And he led them
Was
to a wild
Dallas
card
Cowboys
game.
too for a minute, yeah.
Dallas Cowboy D coordinator.
Yeah,
Yeah, because
I think you're right.
Wannstedt was there too.
Yeah, I think you're right.
But he was there with the Cowboys, then goes to Miami, wins in that. No, he actually left the year before the national championship, I believe. Larry Coker won the national championship in Miami. But Butch Davis, playoffs in 2002. They lose. They had the dramatic comeback loss. The Pittsburgh Steelers came all the way back. Remember that? It was the same day as the 49er game.
Was that
against the New York Giants?
So when they made the playoffs, was that the Kelly Holcomb start?
Kelly Holcomb.
Wow.
Over Tim Couch. Wow. Kelly Holcomb actually went to Candlestick Park, beat the Niners the next season in the regular season. Remember that? Candlestick?
Yeah, those were dark days.
Kelly Holcomb threw for 429 yards in that day against the Pittsburgh Steelers. Tommy Maddox, 367 yards.
LA Galaxy?
Yeah, LA Galaxy. 100-yard games from Hines Ward and Plaxico Burress.
Wow.
Antoine Randall, 85 yards himself. Cleveland, Kevin Johnson, 4 catches for 140 yards. I remember Kevin Johnson. It did this North cut from
Arizona. Was nice.
Arizona.
86, number 86.
He was nice.
Speedster and Madden.
He was nice. So 2 playoff appearances for the Cleveland Browns.
That's crazy.
As we wrap up our talk. Cleveland just, gosh, you want to talk about long-suffering franchises. Detroit has something cooking.
Yes.
Cleveland, we're in that zone where we just don't know about the quarterback. We don't know about the running back because he's hurt. We don't know about the Cleveland Browns at all.
It feels like we talk a lot about the Warriors were one of the worst franchises until they got Steph Curry and started winning championship. Even the Warriors had multiple playoff moments. The Sleepy Floyd moment, the We Believe. Like, outside of the drive with John Elway and I guess the Baker Mayfield win, and John Elway beat them, by the way.
Yeah.
But Baker Mayfield beating the Steelers, like, I can't think of really.
Well, they had the fumble at Mile High. I believe it was it Ernest Biner who was running into the end zone in Mile High Stadium? Was the year after the drive.
Yeah, okay.
The year after the drive. They're going in for the score. Marty Schottenheimer's coaching, and he fumbles right at the goal line. And Denver goes back to the Super Bowl. I mean, like, they've had just horrific losses in their history. The Raiders, when they beat them in 80, what do they call that play? They call that play
Red Right 88.
Yep, there you go.
Say that again?
Red Right 88. Ernest Biner. It was Ernest Biner. But Red Right 88.
Cardiac Kids that year. They won like so many games last second, and then they just threw it into the end zone when they could have kicked the field goal, but they ended up going for it there because it was so windy. Gets picked off by a guy who never picks off anything.
Yep. The Raiders go on to beat the Philadelphia Eagles. I like that win. I like that. You're listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMG FM and AC1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Dude, trust me, I want to go to Philadelphia. I cannot stand that fan base. Their team is really good, though. Oh, my God, that team is good. Just log out to search for us at 95.7 The Game. Find us on Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Also, shout out to the Comcast Business Text Line for always keeping us informed. They're always coming in with some good nuggy nugs. Let's go to the lines. Let's go down to, going all over the world here. Let's start off in Columbus, Ohio. Vincent.
Nice.
Columbus, Ohio. Oh, this is Vince, the Steeler fan. What's happening?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good, man. Long time no talk. Big win for you guys on Sunday against the Ravens. Huge win.
Yeah, we needed that. TJ Watt was going crazy. I was actually going to ask about that. Like, I love watching Fred Warner play, like, of all the linebackers in the league. Like, I know edge rushers usually get the edge on DPOY, but how do you think his chances are winning that?
It's going to be really hard. Like, I'm looking at it, like, the Niners got to go 15-2, 16-1 for him to even, like, jump over. Because sack numbers are very easy to digest. It's going to be very difficult for him to accumulate. Like, we don't talk about tackles that way, even forced fumbles, interceptions, I guess, a little bit. But as middle linebacker, you're not going to get a lot of interceptions. I just think that, like, sacks is one of those things. And if TJ Watt and the Steelers win the division, get to the playoffs, it's going to be really hard. Best player, best team, or excuse me, best player on that team, and they have no business being a good team.
He's got 8 sacks right now, 7 tackles for loss, 4 pass deflections, and I'm all about the Fred Warner DPOY, Vincent. But you got TJ Watt out there throwing his helmet off at the end of the game, screaming into the crowd, dominating, single-handedly winning games for you guys.
For a blue blood organization.
I got to give it to TJ Watt.
Yeah.
He might be better than JJ when it's all said and done.
Dude, I was going to say, too, I'm been really tired of the Micah Parsons thing, the LT comparisons to him. And I was kind of like, TJ Watt, he had 3 sacks against you guys, so I just kind of felt like that conversation needed to end too. So.
Yeah, no, I'm with you.
What TJ Watt did was line up alongside Colton McKivitz,
right?
And I didn't see Micah do that enough.
Nope. Thanks for the call, Vincent. And then Michael Parsons, he's just too busy talking on his podcast after the game.
George Kittle had 3 touchdowns on us, and he posted this thing to IG. He said, F Dallas. I just feel like he's making it way more personal than it had to be. Kittle's my guy, but I'm going to say this. Laugh now, cry later. We got something for that. Just trust. If we see them again, just trust. And we're going to put it just like that. I ain't going to put too much on it. You're going to make it personal. We can make it personal. That's cool.
Stop.
There's a lot of player beefs going on with these podcasts, man.
Well, just stop talking. You got beat 42-10. Put the microphone down. You did nothing in that football game. And if you didn't know Dallas and San Francisco was personal, where the hell you been? It's all over Frisco, Texas at the practice facility. They talk about the 90s all the time. You've been in the playoffs against them the last 2 years. What do you mean you didn't know it was personal? It's always personal when the Niners and Cowboys line up. Always, Micah.
I mean,
always.
Your owner acknowledged we're the best team in the NFL.
Come on, Micah. By the way, TJ Watt. Yeah, Micah, you're no TJ Watt. I'll say that right now.
Micah's pretty good.
But you ain't TJ Watt. TJ Watt, 8 sacks, 7 tackles for loss, 4 pass deflections, 2 forced fumbles, 3 fumble recoveries. This guy is playing out of his mind. And he's got a touchdown on Monday Night Football against the Browns. TJ Watt's that dude. I'm telling you, he may be better than his brother, man. We don't talk about that.
I mean, it's tough.
JJ's sick.
JJ was so...
TJ's dominating games,
Blante.
just like his brother.
JJ's final game in the NFL, I tweeted to us in the group or texted everybody, like, I'll take JJ right now on the 49ers.
I would still take him right now.
I would too.
I would take him right now.
JJ's final game in the NFL, I was like, the guy could still play.
Yeah. No, he can.
Like, at a very high level.
There's a funny picture of Cristobal in Georgia Tech. I got to send it to the group thread in a second.
Mario Cristobal?
Excuse me, from Miami. It's a pretty funny photo. Miguel in Phoenix. Miguel, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, Miguel.
Hey, how's it going, guys? Good morning.
Good morning.
So I'm kind of new to your guys' show, and I was listening to Carmen talk about the incorporation of the NFL and stuff like that. And, man, I can just imagine what sitting down with that guy and hearing all his stories has to do for a fan. But I also wanted to bring up the point, and I've been thinking about this and talking to some buddies out here in Phoenix that are Niners fans. And do you really think that Kyle Shanahan lucked into Brock Purdy? Because he's done it twice now. He did it with RG3 and Kirk Cousins, and now with Trey Lance and Brock Purdy. So I've always kind of been doubtful of whether he really lucked into him or he just kind of knew what he was going to get.
Yeah, I'm glad you bring this up because Carmen, the most interesting thing that he told us, number one, Bill had to be convinced to go in on Montana. Number two, Bill doubted Montana a lot. And then number three was, I'm not sure Bill would have been in on Purdy from the get-go. Like, depending on how he viewed him from the jump.
I mean,
I thought that was interesting.
Can you really say Shanahan was in on him from the get-go when they took him in the last pick in the NFL draft?
No, but
I don't think anybody was really in on Brock Purdy.
But here's where I think they deserve a ton of credit. Being decisive and allowing Jimmy to walk in free agency. Being decisive and saying, you know what, we're not going to start the year with Trey even on the roster. Get that out of here. And we just need to focus on this guy. He called him the real deal. He gave him the number 1 quarterback position. They were rolling with him. He was pretty decisive. And to me, it's like, okay, you get lucked something. Now what do you make of that? A lot of people are born with money or opportunities or a better job or whatever. What do you do with that?
888-957-9570. Philip and Ned will get you on the other side. Plus, we got Booby Dixon. I guess they call him Coach now. Call him Coach. Remember Anthony Dixon, folks? He's going to join us at 9:30. He's a Niner through and through. We love Booby Dixon here on the roast. The Los Altos Village Association stroll through beautiful downtown Los Altos, tasting fine wines and enjoying live music. That's going down this Friday at 6 p.m. This Friday, 6 p.m. I may have to check this out, man. Downtown wine stroll, Los Altos. Maybe the coach in Los Altos Hills is down there. He can chaperone us around beautiful downtown Los Altos. The wine stroll is sponsored by Diamond Brokers of Los Altos and the Post Get tickets and info at downtownlosaltos.org.
Save on top protein selections at Whole Foods Market. Get 25% off animal welfare certified beef top sirloin steaks with Prime through October 10th. Prep and devour this tender cut of supreme meat. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
When you pick up some scratches because you want a fun break.
The D is ridiculous.
They're fighting!
Hey, Dub Nation, it's Chris Paul, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonta Hill and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Who's that? Wait, play that
Hey,
again.
Dub Nation, it's Chris Paul.
Play it one more time.
Hey, Dub Nation, it's Chris Paul, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonta Hill and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
That's CP3, really?
Was that the correct pronunciation of your first name,
not.
Bonta?
It was not, but that was a CP. That's CP3? Sounds different.
Hey, Dub Nation, it's Chris Paul, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonta Hill and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Got my name right.
Yeah, it's easy. Everybody's named Joe. So many people were creative. So I'm going to name you Joe.
I mean, it's the father
There's
of Jesus.
Like 2 Joes at the station. That's it.
You know?
How many Joes outside? How many Joes do you know? Sam. Another common
Greatest
name.
quarterback
Sam.
of all time, Joe Montana.
Sam.
Joe Namath, the swaggiest of all time.
Oh, my gosh.
Joe DiMaggio.
Joe Namath may be the most overrated
Yankee
quarterback
Clipper.
in NFL history.
Yeah, he is. Well, him and Brett
He
Favre.
shouldn't be in a Hall of Fame. No, Brett Favre, I'll give him. Brett Favre has some playoff shortcomings, no doubt. Joe Namath, most overrated quarterback of all time.
Joe Namath made the Jets good. Isn't that enough to be in the Hall of Fame?
Yeah.
That was 1969.
He had
and
more
he really didn't even
interceptions
have
than
he shouldn't even
touchdowns.
won Super Bowl MVP. He scored 16 points. The running back, whoever they had, was the star of the show. Not Joe Namath.
Clearly not the star if we don't remember his name.
Yeah, I mean, you're going back to 1969.
Nice.
My mom was 7. Sorry, Mom, if I age you, but you were 7 years old when the Jets won their one and only Super Bowl.
So much Riz, though, with Joe Namath.
Riz, is that the new word for swag?
Charisma. Riz, short for
so
charisma.
now we're saying Riz?
Yeah.
See, Riz is too... I don't like Riz. I'll just say that. I don't like Riz.
No.
Riz sounds like something else.
Been around for a minute.
Riz sounds like something else. And I don't like that.
Hey, Dub Nation, it's Chris Paul, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonta Hill and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Bonta.
Oh, man, we'll work on that CP3. Don't worry. We'll work on that. We'll work on that.
Did we get Clay to do any new ones?
Oh, he probably didn't do one for this show.
We were roasting him too hard, just like he said not to in his last rejoin.
Well, you guys were roasting him. Apparently, I'm the biggest Clay fanboy out there. Just got to defend the guy because context matters.
We win as a show, we lose as a show, Bonta.
No, we don't. Not on this show.
We are in this together.
We're all individuals on this show. Did we gather that from the last show meeting? Sorry, man. Only one laughing.
More
today.
inside
You guys
jokes.
got to loosen up, man. You guys are too serious for a Tuesday. Niners are 5-0. Warriors are back. Dodgers are down 0-2.
Yeah.
You guys are tense as hell. Gosh,
I'm feeling great.
man. Did y'all get a home cooked meal last night? Jesus Christ. Philip in San Jose.
I was at Westlake Joe's.
Yeah, that's your problem. You're spending all your money. It
was delicious.
Philip in San Jose, what's happening?
My man Gus.
Hey, how you guys doing?
I'm great.
So I know everyone says like, yeah, we're a great team right now, but I wonder how much of that, honestly, I don't think anyone's brought this up, how much of the iron sharpens iron? Our DBs, all our elite players have to face, our elite offense has to face our elite defense. So our safeties and linebackers, they have to go against McCaffrey. And at the same time, McCaffrey has to go against them. Just like, Ward has to go against Ayuk and Samuel. And on top of that, all of our mid-level players, all of our players that are decent, they're going against these all-pros. They have no choice but to get better. Like Drake Jackson, he has to go against our offensive line. Well, as long as he gets our left side, he'll get better. But same thing with Kittle. Kittle has to face Warner, and Warner has to face Kittle. They have no choice but to get better. And when you're the best, you gotta get better. It's like, man, I just want you guys' opinion on this. I mean, how much of that plays into the factor of us being where we're at? Thanks, guys.
I think having these guys push each other does matter. It does matter. They go against each other in practice, not really hitting, but, it matters. I think it matters seeing Fred Warner in practice every single day. It matters for Brock Purdy to see Drake Greenlaw flying around the football or Talanoa Hufanga playing the back end. It matters to have, obviously you didn't have Nick Bosa in training camp this year, but, you got Eric Armstead and Javon Hargrave in the middle pushing that pocket. It matters. it matters for the defense as well to go against the Shanahan scheme and all the different formations he throws at you, all the different motions, the pre-snap stuff. So iron does sharpen iron. I'm with that, Philip. I buy into that.
Well, the one thing that I do think is almost like a certainty at this point is Kyle Shanahan teams want to run the ball. And I believe that teams, Harbaugh was like this. There are other guys. They're not alone. When you run the ball at practice and in training camp, you create a physicality that is necessary for your offense to sustain, whether you're a good offense or bad. And so it hardens your defense in my mind, okay?
Right.
And I notice, not all the time, but there tends to be a correlation between the pass-happy teams that don't like to run it tend to not be as physical on both sides of the ball as you would like come January. It's a Green Bay Packer problem forever, right? Hey, we throw the ball a lot. You know, we're not dedicated to the run.
Buffalo Bills.
Like there are lots.
Cincinnati.
Lincoln Riley specifically has had a very difficult time being physical in the run game and getting good defenses. Though he does want to run it,
he doesn't commit to it.
Exactly.
You have to commit to it.
Exactly.
And we get away from Shanahan always saying, it'd be nice to run the ball 30 times because it's a good indicator of how well the game is going. When you keep the run game in play and you continue to run the ball, go back to the NFC Championship game between Seattle and the Niners, where the Niners are up 10-0. It was like, boy, if you could just get them that goose egg going into halftime, it changes their entire game plan. Now, maybe they throw a little, or they run it still with Marshawn Lynch, but they came out, they got 3 before the half. They came out after halftime. It's like, we could still stick with our original game plan. We stick with Marshawn Lynch, and we continue to batter with Marshawn Lynch. Where the Seahawks took away that run game with Frank Gore. The Niners, they took a heroic play by Colin Kaepernick to keep them in that football game. So running the ball, being physical, committing to it, and that's why I'm eager to see what the Chiefs do. Pacheco. Are they going to commit to Pacheco? They did in the Super Bowl. Andy Reid at times could get pass happy. The Philadelphia Eagles. Right now, they're running that football down your throat. They will run that football on first down. If they get 6 yards, they'll run it again. They'll get the 3 yards, then they'll go to the brotherly shove. That's what Philadelphia does.
There's a correlation between teams that win and physicality, right? You know what I mean? Like it's pretty. Like you look at Detroit. Why do we look at Detroit differently? Boy, they sure seem physical on both sides of the ball.
Yep.
That offensive line seems very stout, and that defensive line we look at, even though I don't think it's their strength of their team, Aiden Hutchinson has made them overnight more physical.
No doubt. And he moves around like Myles Garrett will this week for the Cleveland Browns. By the way, the running back name, Spadoni, Jeff Spadoni, 510 Comcast Business Text Line. Jets running back Matt Snell. Go look at that box score. Matt Snell was running that ball hard against the Baltimore Colts. Got a duo, John from San Jose. William Floyd and Ricky Waters play together? Yes, they did. They're a pretty damn good duo. Let's go to Ned Marin. Ned, what's happening?
Hey, guys.
What's up, Ned?
So one thing that I'm amazed at, it seems like no one's really brought up in terms of Purdy, is the injury, and the fact, you talk about strength. That was a devastating injury. And, in many ways, you thought, like, was it going to affect his confidence? And the fact, the strength that he had to get back to the level that he's at. Like, I think the fact that nobody's even mentioning it is such a compliment to how well he recouped from it and what that means for him going forward. I mean, that was a devastating, we all watched it. And I think that was, you talk about having faith in someone who knew what kind of a quarterback he was going to be this year. And if he was, the original speculation was he'd miss maybe half the season. And now nobody even talks about it.
Yep.
And it's just such a huge part of his story, I think, that no one's really mentioned.
Well, I think it's a great point.
Story.
And it's something that I was so pessimistic about. And ever since seeing him and seeing the clearance and seeing what he's done week to week, he had the dead arm right at the end of training camp. It took a week off, or essentially a week off. Absolutely, it was in my mind. And I admit, I look like an idiot right now. He has completely silenced the doubters. Modern medicine, the doctors, his ability physically to heal, and I think he gets a lot of credit for doing, obviously, the training and the rehab and the therapy that you needed. But, yeah, I don't even think about it.
Yeah, I don't either. By the way, Matt Snell, 1969 Super Bowl III, 30 carries, 121 yards, and a touchdown, 4 catches for 40 yards in a pass game. How did he not win MVP when Joe Namath did not throw a touchdown pass? And was 17-28 for 206. Just saying, Matt Snell, you got jobbed, homie. You got hosed. Brian Baldinger joined us earlier today at 7:30. Brock Purdy? Any quarterback playing better than Brock Purdy right now in 2023? Here's Baldy.
He's quickly separating himself, not just from, I don't even know how anybody could watch and see what he's doing right now and say anything is ordinary or plug another guy in there. I just don't see it. I mean, he's separating himself from just basically every player in this league.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, forget about the quarterback position. He's playing a position higher than anybody's playing any position. He just took apart the number one defense in football, a team that had been living off turnovers, off of defensive touchdowns, and he didn't give them a chance once to have any of those kind of splash plays. And the guy simply doesn't make a mistake, which is just almost impossible to play the game.
I believe Brock Purdy's playing as well at the quarterback position as anybody is right now in the league. That includes Patrick Mahomes, Joe Burrow, Josh Allen, you name them. He's playing better. That's okay to say. Then you get a guy like Dan Orlovsky, who's known for pick eights, or actually just known for stepping out of the end zone. That's just one thing he's known for in the NFL, which is kind of sad. But he does great breakdowns on ESPN. He said if another guy was in this offense, it looked just as dynamic.
If Mac Jones was in San Francisco, he would be playing like Brock Purdy.
I actually agree.
Oh, God, no.
Yes, dude.
No, there's no chance. He'd be better than he is, but if you think he's going to play like Brock Purdy,
Rex.
you haven't paid attention to Brock Purdy.
Rex.
That is a slap in his face.
No, it's not.
He's not just a system quarterback.
Did we pay
that guy's
attention?
playing like Joe Montana, not Joe Montana, like this guy's playing. Stop, Dano, stop.
Stop.
It's interesting that the defensive coordinator, Rex Ryan, that's who that was?
Yep.
Yeah, it's interesting that he disagrees completely, vehemently, and the quarterback believes, Dan Orlovsky, who's a quarterback, if Mac was in a different setting, he'd look exactly like that guy. It's just, listen to where they're coming from, their points of view. It's very interesting on that. I agree more with Rex Ryan.
Yeah, of course.
I think the way he said it was exactly how I would describe it. He'd be better.
By the way, I noticed you're wearing your wedding ring today.
Oh, well.
I never, that's a nice little shiner.
Oh, sorry, didn't know that was.
I got the shiner. You never wear your ring. I noticed, I work with you every day, man.
I just,
wow.
I don't really, wear it often.
You threw that thing. Oh, man, Michelle Lee Town had to throw it on.
Does anyone have a choice?
Listen, Worldwide Hef, my guy Worldwide Hef, said nobody has had us fall in love like this since Joe Montana, Brock Purdy. Is that true?
I mean, I got to think
the fans, the city?
Are we talking about just the Niner fans?
Niner fan, yeah.
And we fell in love for Frank Gore pretty hard. Patrick Willis, pretty hard. Quarterback. Yeah, I mean, because even when Alex was like, I don't know, and even with Kaepernick was like, well, I mean, we still got Alex. There was a divide. This feels pretty unanimous.
Yeah, no doubt. Let's get the can opener Cal real quick before we get to Booby Dixon. Can opener Cal, my guy. What's up, Calvin?
What's up, guys? What's up, everybody on the chat line? And golly, what's up, man? Hey, man, look, all I got to say is, man, congratulations, man. That was awesome. I wasn't able to watch my college games or the NFL, but I watched the highlights when I got home. The Warriors did their thing. Justin Fields did his thing. Colorado had another nail-biter, man, and I love it. And Chicago was the only team that actually pulled out a win against San Francisco last year. So I'm looking forward to that game. Hopefully, even if they get drugged through the mud, man, hopefully they pull off a win, guys.
Chicago's not on the schedule. Can't open the cow. It's not on the schedule. Not this year. It's all good, Cal. It's all good. You had a great weekend. He enjoyed the preseason football. You know, a guy who enjoys football, and I enjoy him. His energy is – this guy, he wears that Niner logo with pride. And he hasn't played with the Niners since 2013. Anthony Booby Dixon out of Mississippi State, of course, played with the Buffalo Bills for a season. Now he's coaching down at Lehigh in Los Gatos, and he joins him on the roast. Anthony Booby Dixon, what is happening, my man?
Hey, what's good, fellas? What's good?
What's good, man? If roasters want to hear from you, Niner fans love you. We saw you in Philadelphia. You always travel. You have worn that Niner logo with pride for so long, and it feels like the Niners mean a lot more to you just football, right? Outside of the field, It feels like you've embraced the culture, the organization in this region. Can you talk a little about that, Anthony?
Well, man, it started as
kid for me, man. You know, I grew up a Niner fan, man. Love Jerry Rice. Watching him being from Mississippi, you know, he was somebody we all looked up to, and you know, I fell in love with the red and gold did, and you know what I'm saying. I told them at the NFL draft that, hey, I wanted to play for the 49ers. Y'all my favorite team. You know what I'm saying? They ended up drafting me, man. They changed my whole life. You know, brought me to Cali for the first time. I had never been to California before until I got drafted. So I got drafted, came out here, man, and it's just been the fans, the organization, you know, the community, man. They just always showed me love, man. So, you know, that's where it comes from.
I love it. I mean, we saw you in Philly. We were at this like 49er tailgate in some random warehouse parking lot, and Bonte's like, that's Booby Dixon. I go, oh my God, let's go get a photo. We come over, we dap you up, we get a photo. And you walked in with all of us Niner fans into Philadelphia. It was like the walk of shame from Game of Thrones. And you were draped head to toe in Niner gear. You look like one of us. And right there and there I said, oh, being a Niner fan means something to this man. So walk us through your experience going to that Philly game last year in the NFC Championship game.
Oh man, it was a hell of an experience for real. You know, they threw cake at us, they threw drinks at us, man. They, you know, tons of finger signs and all of this, man. You know, it was really like we was just walking in a war. You know what I'm saying? It was all out war, man. It was crazy. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I had on all my Niner chains, all my Niner gear. You know what I'm saying? I wasn't scared, but you know they was dang sure coming after us though.
Weren't they?
Coming after us.
I mean,
man.
It was a lot. All right, so you're best remembered for a lot of things, but when I think of you and that 2011 team, I think of the Tony Montana song, right? I think of that special teams unit with your head bobbing and candlestick shaking. I know we're going to play the sound here in a second, but like being on special teams, that was like a badge of honor for you back then, huh?
Yep. Yeah, man. You know, anything that I'm put to do, man, I take pride in it, man, and you know, I had never played special teams before I came to the Niners, but, you know, that was my role, man. And once, you know, they made it clear to me what my role was going to be, man, I just took pride in it. I put everything I had into it, man, and I tried to make it fun. And, yeah, man, it was just a great time, man. Awesome time.
No, I used to love after the game when you guys were winning, and here's the Tony Montana boogie.
Oh, here we go.
When you used to run with Frank Gore and you grab that big old 49er flag and you be waving it in front of the candlestick faithful, I was like, oh, this guy embraces everything about the red and gold. Because you were a 1,000-yard rusher at Mississippi State twice. You caught over 40 passes your senior year at Mississippi State. So to go from star running back to special teamer, you embraced it like no other, man. So I think a lot of fans embraced you because of that.
Yes, sir, man. You know, it was just on my heart, man, to go out there. You know, I wasn't always happy with the role. Right. You know, I knew my teammates. You know, they loved me, and I knew they loved my energy and how I approached the game, and I just tried to get them everything I could, you know.
Well, you know what? You know what's funny, Booby? I earned a lot of respect for you. Not that I didn't respect you before, but I remember the Niners signed a guy named Rock Cartwright from the Raiders to push you for a position.
That's right.
And you were basically fighting for your 49ers future. And you stepped up that preseason. You played well that preseason, and I could tell your teammates really enjoyed you balling out in that preseason. It was like, yo, you can't cut me from this team. I deserve a spot on this 53-man roster. I think that brought out the best of you. Can you talk about that a little bit?
Oh yeah, man. It was like probably pretty much after my first year, I was pretty much always on the fence. You know what I'm saying? Because you know when you're a 6th-round pick, you know what I'm saying. They can move you at any time. You know, I wasn't a starter, so. You know what I'm saying? I seen guys come in all the time, but I knew what I could do. I was totally confident in what I could do. I knew I was one of the big dogs walking around the facility, and like y'all used to tell them every day, I'm gonna show y'all every day why I belong here and why I'm one of the best players on the team. So, you know, I just embraced it all, man. I even switched roles to playing fullback. I had never played fullback, but I switched roles to fullback, and I went out there head banging, and I just constantly showed my value every day. You know, I was always at practice. I never got days off. I didn't want no days off. I felt like I had a point to prove it. That's where it came from, man. It was just pride, and I feeling like I had a point to prove, and yeah. I knew I wanted to be here.
Now, I don't want to put your business out there, but I see this beautiful car come pulling up in the parking lot on Sunday, and I'm throwing the football around, and we're hanging, and all of a sudden, boom, you hop out, draped in your Niner gear. We see each other. You start telling me, you go to all the games and stuff. So, I mean, you played with Willis and Bowman, and you go to all these games now as a Niner fan, and clearly part of the Niner alumni. Warner and Greenlaw feel like they could have played on that defense back in the Harbaugh era. I mean, I love watching those two.
Oh, man, love it. It's like, you know what I'm saying, they got this same type of aura to them. You know what I'm saying? It's like, you see them every week. They go out there and make big plays, big-time plays, man. They bring the energy. Fred on the sideline going crazy, just like Patrick used to do, man. I love it. I'll be behind the bench over there hyping them up.
No, you do. Now, tell me about hyping up your players at Lehigh High School.
What's going on there?
Because I know you were coaching out in Mississippi, right, Booby?
Yes, sir. And I end up leaving this past year, and man, I met Kyle, which is the head coach for Lehigh School, and man, we kind of hit it off, and he offered me a spot to come on and help out, and man, I've been loving it. The kids embrace me every day I go there. They got the awesome energy on them, man. They work hard. Right now, since I've been back with the team, we 2-0 going into a big division game this weekend. And, man, I just couldn't be in a more happier space, man. I'm really loving working with them, being in the community, just trying to help out while I'm back out here.
Hey, some of these kids, because I not on your level, but I do a lot of coaching, and they'll question your resume at times. Any kid ever question your resume, and then you got to pull out like a YouTube highlight or something? No, for real.
Man, this new generation of kids, they got 1,000 questions. They always question us. But, like I tell them, man, it's already written. I tell them, if you need any confirmation, you can go on YouTube, you can go on Google.
Yep.
It's all there, you know what I'm saying? So, man, I just, and then I can still do a little something right now. Really get it in. We can really get it in, too, still. So I can still show them a little bit.
Hey, you got to let them know you became the 7th player in Southeastern Conference history to lead your team in rushing 4 times. All 4 years you led Mississippi State in rushing, man. You also caught some passes out of the backfield, 56 passes for nearly 500 yards and another 4 touchdowns. So you pull up those Mississippi State clips, then you show them those hits you laid on special teams, and some of the runs you had at the fullback position or the running back position. I thought you was perfect for that running back room with Frank Gore and Kendall Hunter.
Yep. And then, when I do all that, now they looking at it different.
Exactly.
Like,
Who's your favorite
I'm a humble guy. I'm a humble guy. I'm a cool, chill guy. But it get real.
Who's your favorite? Who's your favorite player on this team? Is it McCaffrey? Is it Juice? Kittle? You like some of the defenders? Like, who's your favorite player?
My guy, Unquestioned, is Debo, man. I love Debo, man. Did you see that interview this morning, man?
No.
That he gave, man. Oh man, I loved it, man. He was talking about Michael Parsons' response to the game, you know what I'm saying? I don't know what
Wait, Booby, we have it right here. Let's all listen to it together.
Let's hear it.
Here's Debo Samuel.
How personal is it? It was already personal before the game started. Now, 42-10, I don't think you want to see us again. It might be a little bit worse.
Wow.
I don't know what we trust.
Micah, Debo, I don't know what to say. I'm getting uncomfortable.
I don't know what we trust. We trust, laugh now, cry later. I don't think you want to see us again.
Yeah, I don't think they want to see us again either, Booby. I don't think that they don't want that.
Man. That's the energy. That's the energy, man, they need for everybody all year. And they'll get there, man. They'll win that Super Bowl.
I love it.
That's all that's missing.
Hey, man, thanks for coming on, man. I see you a lot at the games, and from one Niner fan to another, I appreciate how you rock the red and gold, and it means a lot.
Man, it means a lot to me, man. Like I said, the 49ers changed my life, man. They brought a kid from Mississippi that, been through a lot and, you know what I'm saying, came out here, man, paid me some good money, showed me California, and, man, I always be grateful to them for that.
And you're doing a hell of a job at Lehigh High School. Good luck this week in a big divisional game. Niner fans, I'm looking at our chat right now, Booby. They love you. They love you. Just like Bills Mafia. When you got to Buffalo, I noticed when you went to Buffalo, I would follow you in Buffalo and see you tweet, and Bills Mafia couldn't get enough of you, man. I'm like, damn, Booby he resonates with everybody, man. You got that good energy, so keep up the good work, Booby. We're always been a fan of yours, and we'll see you at the next game.
Yes, sir, for sure, man. I'll see y'all guys next week, man. Well, in 2 weeks, right?
2 weeks, yeah. We're not traveling to
Bengals.
Cleveland.
Yep.
See you, buddy.
You guys, man.
Yeah.
All right, Anthony
That was
Booby
fun.
Dixon, man.
That brought me back memory lane, man.
He's good, dude.
I forgot about the flags.
The flag. When he used to run, he used to be one of the guys with the flags. And waving that thing like this guy wants to be a Niner.
Play me the Tony Montana. I just every time I hear it, I think of him, Blake Costanzo. Who was the other gunner that they had?
Oh, they had Blake Costanzo there, Larry Grant. It was Booby Dixon.
Wasn't there a safety?
The backup safety?
Yeah.
It wasn't Golston. It wasn't Whitner. By the way, Whitner clapping back at the cheetah, saying, "You're a fast. You lucky I didn't catch you. I would have ended your life in the NFL."
I love that. By the way, dude, young people, I know Dante Hittner's resume doesn't look comprehensive. Right. If I put a list of guys I would not want to get hit by, Dante Whitner is in the top 5. I'm dead serious. Dante Whitner, I showed the young guy, Aiden, one of my nephews, I showed him the Dante Hittner hit on Pierre Thomas. He goes, "Oh, my God. Did he get flagged?" They go, "No, he was celebrating before the ball even came out."
The Saints were on a slow, methodical drive to set the tone and go at 7-0.
It's one of the greatest hits
Camel
ever.
6 rocking. I'm at the house just freaking out. I'm off Erkenjit because I couldn't calm my nerves down. Niners hadn't been in the playoffs in years. True story, Spinoni. I took my Toyota Camry, drove around the city that morning because I couldn't sit still. So I get back to the house. Boys come over, drinking Erkenjerk. And I'm like, oh, my God, Pierre Thomas is done. He dropped before he hit the ground. He was asleep. Night.
Real.
And Dante Whitner's walking to the sideline. I'm like, dude, go get the ball.
He took his chin straps off and started celebrating. And when he used to do the bicep thing where he'd hit a guy and he'd stick his bicep up, I'm telling you right now, I know Ronnie Lott and Fuller were hard hitters. I don't want to. Tim McDonald was a badass. All right, I love Tim McDonald. He was one of the more underrated Niners. Obviously, Merton Hanks was more of a ball hawk.
Yep.
Hittner and Golson hit as hard as any two guys, and Golson was good for a penalty every week.
Game. Well, remember we destroyed Michael Clayton in the 48-3 game that year against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. 48-3. Golson decapitated Michael Clayton from LSU. And they got a pick on the play. I think they ran it back for a touchdown or ran it back into the end zone.
When the Hawk would hit you and then he'd hit the pose.
The Hawk was sick.
My God, the Hawk was so sick. Losing him to Tampa Bay, even though Eric Reed was a good player.
Did he come back to coach a little bit? Or wasn't he part of the Niners coaching program, if I'm not mistaken?
Hey, that's one move no one gives Mike Nolan credit for. Switching him from corner to safety was a game changer for that guy's career.
Where's he at right now? I think Golston is...
The gunner was C.J. Spillman on that team. C.J. Spillman was good.
Where's he at right now?
Was Tremaine Brock also originally on that special teams unit?
Maybe. I don't remember Tremaine Brock too much. I'm not going to lie to you about that.
Dude, that team was so fun.
What is Golson doing these days? Anyway, Micah Parsons. All right. 888-957-9570.
So sick.
Cowboy, I don't know why Michael Parsons needed to speak about getting beat 42-10.
Debo.
Here's what he had to say about Kittle wearing a T-shirt that said F Dallas.
George Kittle had 3 touchdowns on us, and he posted this thing to IG. He said F Dallas. I just feel like he's making it way more personal than it had to be. Kittle's my guy, but I'm going to say this. Laugh now, cry later. We got something for that. Just trust. If we see them again, just trust. And we're going to put it just like that. I ain't going to put too much on it. You're going to make it personal. We can make it personal. That's cool.
That's cool, right? That's cool. So, the 2023 Bill Walsh NFL Diversity Coaching Fellows, Deshaun Golson was part of that. I knew they brought him back in.
Gotcha.
I was back on July 30th.
So Micah said that.
And then Debo with Kay Adams. Does he have a weekly with Kay Adams now? Damn.
Up in Adams Pod, yeah.
Adams Pod. Wow. Okay. I said Lehigh High School. Lehigh. Debo responds to Micah Parsons.
How personal is it?
It was already personal before the game started. Now, 42-10. I don't think you want to see us again. It might be a little bit worse.
Wow, Debo.
I don't know what we trust.
Micah, Debo. I don't know what to say. I'm getting uncomfortable.
I don't know what we trust. We trust, laugh now, cry later. I mean, I don't think you want to see us again.
Meanwhile, Jerry Jones.
Is that a cat?
Yeah, that was a cat.
Wow.
Wow. Is that Kay? Yeah. Trust what? It's going to be worse next time.
Debo, by the way, so now that's Aaron Donald, Micah Parsons.
Philadelphia.
All of Philadelphia.
That's why I got to go. I think I got to go to Philadelphia to ride with Debo.
You better bring Booby Dixon with you.
Yeah, but you had to. I don't care. I would go solo. You know me. I went down to Jerry's World solo. I don't care. I don't give a damn. Ain't no fan going to touch me. I'm just going to sit in my seat and watch the game. That's what I do. It's going to flip me off. Oh, my God, I'm scared. Middle finger. Oh.
Booby Dixon said someone threw cake at him.
Yeah, I know. That's Philadelphia fans.
By the way,
they're scum of the earth. Not all of them. We got some good Philly fans. Jason Dumas, Philly Zoo. You got a lot of good Philly fans.
I'm going to back away from the mic because last time we had a longer conversation. I got aggregated.
No. Well, so you like it. You love being aggregated. You love the pub.
Yes.
A lot of those Philly fans that was in that stands, in that parking lot, they're scum of the earth. You want to flip us off and tell me things? Okay, don't worry. We'll be back December 3rd. Jerry Jones on the next time. I don't even know what this is. I'm just going to play it.
Well, what do you think are some of the things that you think could be different, done differently if and when you face San Francisco next time that maybe you would have liked to see Sunday?
Yeah, well, that's good points. You did at the last, bring in San Francisco. We're not going to be playing San Francisco every Sunday, and they're a good team. But this one we're playing this weekend's a good team, too. And so I think that we can do some things differently in how we attack them, our strategies. Some of the things that we tried to do out there Sunday night, on hindsight, we'd do it differently.
Why is he speaking?
Poor guy's getting up there in age. I don't feel comfortable.
No, I feel comfortable. Here's another one. He still believes in his Cowboy team.
In my mind, make no mistake about it, we have a quarterback that can get us there. And so I feel very strongly there. We have coaching on both sides of the ball that can get us there. We're 5 games into this year. This was very disappointing. It was if you will, it was a stunner. But we've got to approach the thing from a piece by piece, put our head down and step out there and go to work. And we're not going to have a better chance to go to work than we do against the Chargers here Monday night.
Oh, man. More Jerry.
One of the first things that I ask myself in any situation, can we do some things different than we did against the 49ers? Can we do it? Are we capable of doing it? Do we have the players? Do we have the systems in place? Should we have planned to do it? But in case we hadn't planned, can we do something different? The answer is yes, we can.
Oh, man.
How old is Jerry now? My computer's not working. How old is Jerry? I mean, he's getting up there in age.
80.
He's 80. I mean,
going to be 81.
Why is he
3 days.
Why is he doing weeklies with RJ and Sean? Good for RJ and Sean.
Yeah.
Good for them.
The poor guy.
Good for RJ and Sean.
He's getting up there in age, man.
Good for RJ and Sean.
At what point do we take the keys away from him in terms of him driving the organization?
I've told Guru ever since I've been at the station, as long as you have Jerry Jones on your football team, you're not going to win a damn thing. And look at him. He's doing weekly interviews, speaking for the team.
Well,
Why is he talking?
They might win quarterly reports regarding how much profit they've made. But that's not football.
I'm talking about football.
Yeah.
Winning. We all know you're rich. We all know your team is worth damn near $10 billion. We know you got a great stadium. You got a good brand, a worldwide brand.
It's a great brand.
But what are you winning? You're not winning anything. You haven't been to the NFC title game since 1995.
All right.
Man.
Now that we're a day removed, yesterday was reacting to the game. What did you make of all the Cowboy fans in the stadium?
Oh, it was great. They were so sad.
The outfits.
They were so sad.
The cowboy boots with the big belt buckles.
They were so hyped for the game. They were standing up. They were hyped. They were pointing before the formation. These Cowboy fans, they were pointing like that. Go there, go there. And I'm just laughing like, dude.
No, they weren't.
You guys got no shot.
They were pointing like they were Peyton Manning. Mike, 53 is the mic.
I looked at one Cowboy fan. It might have been Bland's dad. I go, hey, man. Y'all can't handle this physicality. This game's too. It was midway through the first drive of the game. Midway through the first drive, I was like, y'all can't handle this physicality.
It was maybe the first 5 minutes, as in Fast Five?
Oh, yeah.
Tony, what is that laugh?
Final thoughts. The Cowboys they are who I thought they were. Fraudulent. Soft. Like that owner. Can I just play Jerry Jones the rest of the week? Oh. Enough Cowboy talk. I'm done with them. I'm officially done with them. 42-10. Enough said.
All right. These baseball playoffs, obviously it's a month later than I think it should be because I think the season lasts too far into the NFL and college football season. The games have been incredible. And I don't know if you guys have been watching, but let me give you a little. The data, okay, let's pretend like Bruce Bochy didn't know where to position his guys, didn't know what guys hit against lefties and righties. Platooning doesn't work. Openers doesn't work. You know what works? You know what's winning? Old school elite pitching, great defense, putting the ball in play. That will always play. Old school baseball wins. And have you looked up? I told you guys, Dodgers have no pitching. And the Arizona Diamondbacks are rolling through them to the NLCS. My Diamondbacks.
Your Diamondbacks, huh? Wow, look at that. Worst coach in the NFL? Easily Josh McDaniels. I don't know if any of you watched Monday Night Football last night. They were on the Packers 25. It was about the 2-minute warning. They had a 4th and 1. The game was over if you just get it. Jimmy Garoppolo already had like 3 QB sneaks in that game. He's the best at it. Him and Tom Brady are the best at it.
And Jalen Hurts.
And Jalen Hurts. But he gets pushed.
Yes.
These guys just push themselves forward. Just win the game. And then they elect the field goal. Doink that. Like, what was the point of that? He is easily the worst coach in the NFL when it comes to game management, clock management, red zone offense. I don't know how. And Mark Davis, by the way, caught on 4K yesterday, just cussing up a storm watching it. I don't know how he lasts this season. I don't know how he does. Maybe because Mark is so cheap he does, but it's just, it's infuriating to watch.
I love how you become someone else with the voice change.
I know. I'm getting better, but it's tough.
Hey, Lubs. It wasn't the only time Mark Davis was caught in 4K yesterday. My final thought is just listening to Carmen Policy and Anthony Dixon today. It was just like, man, it's such a great time to be a Niner fan right now. And I really just listened to Anthony Dixon talk about just walking into Philly wearing all of his stuff and just feeling the energy and just how excited he was for that. Like, I feel like that's what being a fan is all about.
Exactly. Wasn't he like a fresh of fresh air? I am screwing it up here at the end.
Yeah, no, I want to get him back on the show. I want to get him in studio someday. I feel like that would be a lot of fun to chat with him in person.
He is way bigger than you think. He is huge.
Huge, very
Guy
huge.
looks like he could still play.
Very huge, very huge. All right.
Great
what
dude.
A show. It was a lot of fun.
Little Warriors tomorrow?
Folks, we could do some Warriors. You know, I'm always down for Warriors.
Got a lot of Warrior thoughts.
Oh, really? Oh, I can't wait for them.
Dario Saric?
Oh, I
Jonathan
can't wait for
Kuminga?
them. Oh, I can't wait.
Actually, Pajemski
All right, don't do that.
didn't look bad.
Don't. Oh, God.
I mean, he's probably going to start in Santa Cruz, but
Get Steiny in here right now.
It didn't look
Steiny
that
I want
bad.
Steiny to hear this from him.
It didn't look that bad.
Hey, Dub Nation, it's Chris Paul.
Oh, Chris.
And you're listening to the Morning Roast with Banter Hill and Joe Shasky.
It took
95.7 The Game.
One baseline jumper, and I was like, I'm in.
Of course you are.
I'm in on Chris Paul. And then seeing him and Steph bro it up on the bench, I was like, Steph's in, Shasky's in. Let's do this.
Got a pretty good. I was there Saturday night with Young Benjamin. He got a very good round of applause when he got announced.
Because it's the quest for Chris.
You know what? Oscar EPA, he wants to ask if Cheetahs in Sunnyvale. What's Cheetahs? Cheetahs in Sunnyvale. Can we get a shout out tomorrow morning? What is Cheetahs? Let me know what Cheetahs is. Is that like fried chicken?
Chester Cheetahs?
Yeah, I don't know. Cheetahs. Oh, it could be that too. Yeah. That was Fast Five brought to you by Xfinity. The next generation 2G network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now. Steiny Guru.
Bye.
O'Reilly Auto Parts' new Breakness Select Pro brand raises the bar for the best.
Don't start.
They're not
Please.
tanking.
Dude.
The Vikings have too
They
much
might trade Kirk Cousins.
The Vikings are not tanking.
Dude, I saw Justin Jefferson
Kirk Cousins
out 4 games.
Is the ultimate competitor.
I'll tell you this, and this is a compliment to him. He may get traded. How about that?
Well, he's not like your guy, Damian Lillard. He wants to stick it out so it's more rewarding when they finally win it. He doesn't take the easy way out, Kirk Cousins.
Dame Dollar holla. What up, baby?
Hey, man, how's it going?
All right. This could be our last day in our show here.
What do you think?
See, nobody cares but me. Nobody's saying we've been here, this been home. Wow.
Nobody thinks it's going to happen.
I got to slow. Wow. Well, there it is then. I think it's going to happen.
Hey, by the way, you and I.
Rick James.
There's some traffic in the Bay today.
I don't know what's going on, Steiny.
Just, you know what? Could it have a little to do with that touch of moisture?
Wow.
You
it
know,
was a little bit,
just a teeny
You know how us Californians get.
Yeah. Goo, I hate to start. I have 1 or 2 places to start.
And I need a favor from you.
Okay. Looks like you're going to start.
Shasky, he didn't break the computer. I won't blame him. He said it was messing up. Tell the people in the YouTube chat, I'll see him in a minute. I can't get in. You know, that's my routine. I like to say hello, but let them know, some delays going on here. But go ahead.
They're talking to me mostly so far.
Yeah, but go ahead. What you got?
So, you hate when I do this, but I got to do it. So, how many games are there in a football season?
David Craig, 17.
17. How many games have the Niners played?
5.
Okay. Now, this one's a little tougher. What percentage of the season have the 49ers played? I'll answer that because it's hard. 29%.
Okay. All right.
So, the 49ers season right now is 29% over. Okay. How long's the basketball season?
82 games.
You know what 29% is of 82? 24. Remember who started 24-0?
Yeah. I got you.
So it's the same thing. We got ourselves a mini Warriors on our hand right now, right?
Oh, no, I'm rebuking that.
What are you talking about?
Because this team has gotten 8-0 under Kyle Shanahan. We've seen other NFL
not like
teams.
This. Not like this. Not like Steph and Durant. They look like Steph and Durant.
No, they got the 16 vibes. No doubt about it. On both sides of the ball, partner.
You love when I do that, don't you?
Really, I don't, but I felt
Remember
that,
when the Warriors started 24-0?
It was incredible.
Yeah.
It was incredible.
Remember how dominant they were? I guarantee you in 2016, you said of the Warriors at least one time, Steiny, the weaponry.
Oh, no doubt. The motion offense, which we still watch. Steve Kerr changed it like a light switch compared to Mark Jackson. But the one caveat that's kind of different to me is the fact that the Niners, they've had a problem getting to the promised land. The Warriors had won a championship the year before they went 24-0.
Okay.
So they had got to the mountaintop, just saying.
But if you remember, after they got to the mountaintop, everybody said, oh, they got every break in the book.
Okay.
Every
Kyrie
team they
Love
played was hurt.
All right.
And as for the 49ers, I think I think after last year, the way the season ended, they probably have something to prove as much as
it feels that way, man. It really does.
But the one thing is, when I watch this team right now, the 49ers, I don't have one thought about, well, what if Kyle Shanahan can't win the big one? Like, I don't even know what that means, really. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not looking at Kyle Shanahan like, man, they're really good, and if he doesn't do it this year, he'll never do it. Like,
you're speaking my language now.
He's not going to be the reason they don't win it, Kyle Shanahan, I don't think.
Okay, and I'm going to tell you what. It's so good in the hood when you talk about the San Francisco 49ers not paying Brock Purdy where he's at in his contract situation. Steiny, the window is so wide open that you're right. But conventional wisdom will say through 5 weeks, and even last year, if you want to keep it real, the Niners are a top 3 team. It's just about when are they going to kick down that door and win get Kyle his first ring. So I'm with you. If they don't win it this year, I'm shocking you here. I'm just waiting as to why they won't win because, to be honest, they could have won it in 19. They could have went to the Super Bowl again, but they lost to the Rams on the road. So it's just about win to me. And what if he doesn't get it done in the next 5 years? We'd be like, wow, I don't, not again, you saying not his fault. They are loaded, man. That's all. And this window is there's not even a window. It's just open. You're at the top floor.
The 49ers right now are becoming the overwhelming Super Bowl favorites. They're at plus 375. The Chiefs are next at plus 550. So the one thing that I think we're seeing is
everybody's seeing the same thing.
Vegas doesn't care that the Niners haven't gotten a Super Bowl ring yet.
Yeah.
Like there's nothing when you look at the Niners that says, well, there might be something preventing them. But here's so we're just talking about how dominant the 49ers have looked. And here's a question I'm going to ask 49er fans because I need an answer. Forget the people who don't think Brock Purdy's as good as we all do. He's good, right? Brock Purdy's really good.
Man.
But here's my question. How can he get better? Like, how can he literally play better than he's played in the last 10 games? So I get it. These are just numbers. But he's 10-0. He's got a 70% completion ratio, or 70 percentage, 20 touchdowns, 2 interceptions, 240 yards a game. Is he going to get more command of the offense? Feels like he's got total command right now. Is he going to get more accurate? I mean, he's incredibly accurate right now. Is he going to get more poised? He seems totally poised right now. I mean, like, I'm at the point where I'm trying to people are saying, well, can he keep this up? I'm trying to think when people say he's getting better and better and better, I guess he might be getting more comfortable. But the numbers say he can't get much better.
And I guess the goal is then, Stoney, like a good golfer, Tiger Woods in his prime, you just maintain that level. But I still think he can get better because he's so young and off to a great start. He's in a great system, has a great coach, and his abilities are just on fleek right now. Like,
but
dude,
what can he do better than he's doing? What can he do better than he's done in the last 10 games? Like I don't
keep this up. Like, that's it. Like, you're right. He's batting like 800. Like, I get what you're saying.
So I just
it's
like,
scary.
I'm not saying he's a finished product, but this is kind of like, where else is this offense? Where else can they go? 888-957-9570. 30-30-30-35-42.
Damn, man.
Purdy's, forget the people that say, Purdy's just as, forget that. My question is, does he have another level? Because I think this looks like a championship team. Now, I don't want to say in week 5 they're the best team in football.
But you can say they got that look
right now. I don't think there's any doubt about it. But I'm having trouble envisioning what Brock Purdy can actually get better at right now. He has set a standard that's been so high. Now, here's the one thing I will say. As he plays more and more difficult teams, he's probably going to be asked to do a little more, and then we'll see if he can do a little more. But he's not going to have to do a lot more than he's doing right now, is he?
No, because you ain't playing the likes of Dallas and Philly and any other good defense every other week. So, Steiny, right now, the guy has 0 in there. There's minimal mistakes. If there's something below that, that's where he's at. But to me, it's just consistency. And, again, it's kind of scary when you say it the way you just did. You would want to say there's nowhere to go but up, but damn.
Roland Kendrick on the YouTube chat. I'll ask you this question.
Because I can't see him.
Does he need another level? Does Brock Purdy even need another level?
Well, right now I would say no. But he practices. He's in the lab. He's a professional athlete. You want to sustain what you're doing. But to answer that question, right now, partner, it looks like no.
Well, and that's kind of what I guess the next step to me is that he can be better even if the stats aren't quite as great. I mean, look, okay. The 49ers have 12 more games left this season. Purdy's 10-0 in his first 10 games.
Jesus.
Again, 20 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. Does anybody out there want to make a bet? I don't. I'm just asking you if you want to make a bet. Is there anybody out there that thinks over the next 12 games, Brock Purdy's going to throw 20 touchdowns and only 2 interceptions? I almost have to take that bet, even though I wouldn't want to. Meaning
20.
Is he going to do that, Goo? Next 10 games, 20 touchdowns, just 2 interceptions.
Man, I don't feel comfortable making the bet.
I don't either.
Yeah.
I don't either. But, that's what he would have to do to be the quarterback he's been the first 10 games.
And he's got lucky. He's thrown some bet. We got to look at each other and say, Stoney, I'll go to the Giant game. He threw a couple of them could have been picked, but woulda, coulda, shoulda. They have it. Now, was that going to come back down to the means to where, okay, you know what, you're going to get picked off a couple times? So I wouldn't bet 20-2. That's just, now you're just getting every break in the book.
I don't think I would take, I'm with you, Goo. I don't think I would take that bet either. I guess I almost feel like the only way we're going to know if Brock Purdy's getting better is if Shanahan knows he's getting better. Because by watching a game on a Sunday, there's no way you can say he hasn't been incredible. I mean, I guess after you see the All-22, it's always easy to say, well, play here, play there, play here, play there. But how can he make better reads than he's making now? Can he, I'm just going to use all the terminology. Yeah. Can he make his progressions any quicker than he's making them right now? I'm just fascinated to see where this goes and whether teams can challenge the 49ers at the level of play they're at now, or if now is just they're at a level that maybe nobody can reach or only 1 or 2 teams can reach.
Yeah, you got me thinking, Stoney, and now I'm wondering, Evan Spadoni, let me know. I mean, is this the greatest start to an NFL career we've seen from a quarterback?
Maybe.
This dude has 9 touchdowns to 0 interceptions, came in on the fly last year, guided the team to the NFC Championship game, a game he got hurt and couldn't finish. We all got robbed. Comes back the next year and 9 touchdowns, 0 picks, just carved up Dallas, one of the good defenses in the league for the second time. I guess, partner, where is this thing going? This is incredible right now, what he's doing.
Well, and this is what I'm asking 49er fans. 707 on the Comcast Business Text line. Goose says, Brock can improve by continuing to study the defenses and Kyle's playbook. All he can do is get better. He hasn't even played a full season. But what does that look like?
Well, it looks
what
like
is
now.
Getting better
that's
look
right.
Like?
It looks like what it is now.
That's a good point.
Mistake-free football. Wop, wop, wop. That's what he's doing. Ayuk over the left shoulder. Ayuk over the right shoulder. Kittle on a flea flicker. It looks just... What if I tell you this? It can't look any better than this. Like this, he has to come down a notch or 2, right? Well, it can't look better than this.
And that's what I'm kind of asking.
But in the system, maybe it can.
Well, can it?
He's playing close to perfect. I'm on Veggie Delight YouTube chat. You're right.
Is it time to start the MVP conversation? He's in it.
Oh, there's
Evan,
no doubt.
What were the odds? I think do you remember those odds, Evan, off the top of your head? On the MVP favorite, the odds, do you remember those odds off the top of your head?
He's in there.
The odds, I don't, but he is 5th.
That's
right
incredible.
Behind Josh Allen.
Right.
And Mahomes.
Well, and here's somebody he's well ahead of. Christian McCaffrey.
Because it's a quarterback league.
Apparently so.
And Adrian Peterson on line
7-1. 7-1 odds.
Okay, there you go.
Could you imagine if this kid, did they do it? And, like, if you tell me they can go, I know we got to slow down. Steiny 15-2. I'm, like, sign me up. Like, I see that.
What about this I got to go to my football historians. Cam Newton had a better start, according to the 415.
Cam Newton. But the fact we can't remember it, Cam is a legend or was a legend, but it didn't look like this, Steiny.
Hey, D-Lou the boss on the YouTube chat. What does getting better look like if you're Brock Purdy and you're a 49er fan?
He can get better. Will it look this good?
D-Lou the boss says he's going to get much better. And all I'm asking is,
what does that mean
what
on the
does
field?
It look like? How will the numbers show up? Because the numbers right now are off the charts.
It's Picasso.
It feels like his numbers could actually level off, but he could be playing better 5 weeks from now.
Like, tell me the passes outside of the Rams game, Stoney, just this year that he's missing on.
There's been a few.
You know what I mean, but the big chunk plays, he's hitting on all cylinders.
So far.
Yeah.
Drop of the Hat Matt is in San Francisco. What's up, Drop of the Hat? How you doing?
Hey, I'm doing great. How you guys doing?
Hey.
Doing well.
The thing that I would say that Brock Purdy can, I would say, get better, but get some experience is that, you know, when we went to the Super Bowl against the Chiefs and Shanahan didn't trust Garoppolo because we was playing at home and he wanted to have a shootout, right? So let's just say we play against team, we become a shootout, or, you know, you got to score quick. So that's one of the areas. And then another area that I like to see when, you know, watching 49ers back in the days, right before the halftime, we try to get the ball and score right before the halftime. You know, like last game, they had the ball, but they didn't do the no huddle and get that either field goal or get a quick touchdown. So that's the area that I want to see him, you know, get a chance to develop. So we might need that down the road. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. Appreciate the call.
And look how that relationship ended, Stoney. For whatever reason, I always bring it up in the 19th Super Bowl before halftime. I feel like he didn't have confidence in Jimmy, that is Kyle, and that's why they just let the clock tick out, and Lynch was up there in the suite calling for timeout. How did that relation end up? There was kind of a divorce. I don't think he would have did that with Brock, with what we've seen of Brock. Like, the confidence levels through the charts, man.
Well,
what will it look like?
What was the score of the game when Shanahan didn't go for that? I think the Niners only had 7 or 10 points. Is that possible?
They were winning the game.
The 49ers. Yeah. I need to know exactly how many and what the score was, because was it 10-7? Was it 13-10?
You want a killer mentality, though. That was a chance. You got timeouts.
But what if it's a defensive struggle and you can't afford to make a mistake down at your end of the field? What I'm saying is maybe
with the mistake-prone quarterback.
Exactly. But
this is
crazy, to me, the only thing that could happen is Shanahan almost gives him more than he can handle, but I don't think Shanahan's going to do that. In other words, the only thing I could see ever being a problem is Shanahan getting too cute. You know what I mean? Like Shanahan having so much confidence in this guy that he might, dare I say, get careless with play calling. Yeah. I mean, that's what we're down to right now.
Because right now, I don't think he can look any better than this. He can get better, but Stoney, the standard is this, and this is Picasso.
Will's in Marin. Hey, Will, what's going on, man?
Hey, guys, thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
So I feel that the way that you're going to see Brock Purdy get better, it's not going to be some athletic attribute. It's not going to be, you know, he's not going to start becoming some crazy scrambler or start doing anything crazy or invent like this new way to throw the ball. I think how Brock Purdy gets better is kind of what you were just saying, Stoney. It's not necessarily that Shanahan's going to get cute or be careless. I just think that you're going to start seeing Shanahan have to do less. That's going to be a tall tale sign on how Brock Purdy is getting better. And I'm not saying that Shanahan's getting less, like he's taking the day off saying, oh, I got Brock Purdy, I don't even have to call plays, I'm good. I just think that you'll see Purdy start doing more Brady and Manning things, calling his own plays, doing his own audibles, putting his own tweaks on things, kind of being more involved, kind of being a more on-the-field coach. When you see Purdy graduate into that is kind of my tall tale of how he's getting better. It just means, because to me, Shanahan is very controlling. That's very obvious. I'm preaching to the choir. But if the leash starts getting longer and you see him doing less and believing in Purdy more, to me, in Shanahan's cap, that means when you've gained his trust, you've gotten better. So that's how I see him getting better. It's not going to be a physical attribute. You're going to see him start being more of a field general and start calling the shots and kind of flowing the game through Purdy. That's just my shot.
Yeah, that's good. That's good stuff, Will. Appreciate the call. 888-957-9570. We're talking about Brock Purdy, and I'm trying to look at the conversation from the other angle. Not the angle of whether or not he's the real deal or not, but assuming he is the real deal.
Because that's answering itself.
What's the next step for this guy? How can he get better? The numbers are ridiculous.
He's undefeated as a starter in the regular season, man.
I got news for 49er fans. His stats cannot continue like this. They just can't.
I would bet on that.
Okay, so then what'll I'm gonna throw this one at you. Getting better look like?
I'm gonna throw this one at you. Comcast Business Text Line 925. Brock Purdy can get better being able to compete in a shootout. What is that? This team is so loaded, we might not see that. But there's no doubt in my mind early on that he couldn't bring him back. I would love to see it, Stoney. But the way this machine is going, they might not be down 10 anytime soon.
Yeah, no, doesn't seem like that. 925, I like this actually. How Brock gets better is keeping up the same production when the eventual departure of talent occurs due to salary issues. That's a great point.
But how down the road is that, partner?
2 years.
Yeah, that's a little time.
Yeah, but they may not be able to keep everybody for next year.
Oh, no doubt. You got an Ayuk situation coming up.
I mean, that's fair. That is actually a very fair talking point, but there's no reason to talk about it now.
Yeah, because it's kind of not what we're talking about. What he's doing right now under center. This is Stoney. This is special, man.
408. Brock's only flaw now is a lack of speed. Well, and not having a cannon arm. He's quick but not fast. That's true. And he has a good arm, but it's not super strong. I don't know if he can improve on those.
He don't need
things.
to be Lamar Jackson. His mind is Lamar Jackson.
888-957-9570 is the number. We're talking about the 49ers, Brock Purdy, and forget about whether this guy's the real deal. Let's assume he is the real deal because after 10 regular season games, that's become obvious. My question to 49er fans is, how does he get better? I mean, how can he improve on his first 10 regular season games? 70% completion, 20 touchdowns, 2 picks, 240 yards a game. Those are what he's put up in his first 10 games. He can't have stats like that for the next 10 games, can he? But if he doesn't, does that necessarily mean that he slipped? I don't think so. I'm just trying to figure out how Brock Purdy builds on what's become one of the greatest starts in NFL history. The legendary and mind-blowing Maker Faire is back in the Bay Area at historic Mare Island. Experience creativity, innovation, and endless possibilities. 2 weekends, October 13th through 15th, and then the 20th through the 22nd. Tickets at makerfaire.com. something in common with running backs. We're both devalued.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Larry Krueger coming up at noon today.
LK.
We'll continue the football conversation about the 49ers. By the way, I thought baseball, they dealt with the juiced ball. I guess not, huh? They're playing with the Super Ball again?
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about a guy who hit a home run with one arm last night.
Dude, it was
one
great.
arm.
He's strong.
Please.
He is strong.
What are we doing here?
Dude.
Why don't we just
What
put
a night
holes
of
in the ball
baseball.
and make it wiffle ball?
How about lead with
Give him the
that?
big yellow plastic bat.
What a night of playoff baseball, Jack.
Please.
So negative.
One arm on the bat. One hand on the bat.
He's strong, Steiny.
Okay.
What do you want to do? They're playing with Titleist balls.
Thank you.
I don't know.
That's all I wanted you to say.
But it was, hey, Dodgers they in trouble.
They win last night?
No.
They're down 2-0?
Yes, they got one more game left.
They went against Gallon last
Yeah.
night, didn't they? Uh-oh. Does that mean they got Kelly tonight?
No, Kelly, I think, went first.
Oh.
Help me. Evan will help me out.
We're talking about Brock Purdy. I got news for you guys
Boy.
out there, you 49er fans.
I'm Joe Montana.
This guy's been pretty good. I'm not here to tell you he's going to come back to earth because that looks like he's pretty good. I'm not going to be one of those guys that says, oh, he's going to regress to the mean and the mean's going to be regressed to. And
I don't think he has a coach.
But you tell me how he's going to get better.
Just
how's Purdy getting better?
Sustain this. Because I don't think
that's all he can do.
Yeah,
I think you're right.
No, you're right, man.
And I want to read this to you, and I'm not picking on her because she's my girl, Lori Matthews.
Lori, she's so awesome.
Lori says Brock's going to get more comfortable as he starts facing opponents multiple times. He'll get better at recognizing strengths and weaknesses of his of the competition. I mean, maybe I'm just doing this. He looks like he completely understands all that already.
No, he does.
I mean, is
Look
it
what he did.
possible for him to get more comfortable than he looks now?
Okay, I got something for you.
Damn.
He scored 19 against Dallas. We all were like, okay, this is a tough test. 42 the second time.
Mm-hmm.
So you think again, I know it's a team game. You got coaches. I think he went to the lab and was like, you know what? I can throw on this team.
Yeah. Yeah, he might have. Let's go take some calls. Let's go to John's in Marin. What's going on, John? How you doing, man?
Good. Yeah, Purdy's doing great. He's young. But the one thing that I think we're all going to come to reality on is the league's going to figure out some things at some point. And that's always a challenge for a quarterback. And I want to see how he responds to that.
I'll say this, though. That's where Shanahan comes in.
Boy.
That's where Shanahan comes in. Because I think, what's the adjustment to Purdy? Doesn't the adjustment have to be to the Niners? Like, what's the adjustment? What could we possibly find in Purdy that becomes a weakness? Because even if we do, then Kyle will just scheme around.
Maybe his accuracy wanes. Maybe they start bumping and running all their receivers and dare. Hey, you got to make a throw. I don't know, but right now there's 10 regular season games he's passed. Steiny. So what did you just tell me? There's 12 games left in the season. Yep. If we want to be honest, he'll be undefeated as a regular season starter in 7 more games if they win. So if this team gets to 12-0, he would have presented, it's a combo. I went undefeated on
right.
Like, how much tape do these coordinators need? Or it's also, this is no shaded, Brock. Oh, you want to come at me? Well, I got Spadoni. I got Steiny. You got Evan to worry about. And that's Kittle, Debo, and Ayuk, and McCaffrey. This is, I'm going Rick Barry, Steiny. This is crazy. It really is. And we're all watching for that other shoe to drop. I don't think there's a shoe.
But I don't. There's not a shoe.
So
when you say shoe, there's another shoe to drop. That, to me, makes it sound like he's going to get his comeuppance at some point. Or they're going to figure him out at some point. I do kind of think we're beyond that.
That's why the Dallas game represented so much. Oh, Dan Quinn can do it. And look what happened.
I mean, shoe dropping to me would be the 49ers losing their next 3 games, Purdy having 3 touchdowns and 6 interceptions.
Wow.
I mean, does anybody really see that happening?
But I'll give you that. That would That would be that.
I can't envision Kyle Shanahan developing a game plan that would allow him to stink that much.
Text of the day, Comcast business text line. Purdy's weakness, he can't throw left-handed. Right?
Do we know that?
But you get the gist of it.
I do.
I don't.
But we haven't seen him scramble left yet.
Well, he said left-handed.
Maybe. Yeah. Maybe he can shovel pass with his left if he needs to. Greg in Oakland. What's up, Greg?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Hey.
Doing well.
I am 60 years old. Have been a Niners fan all my life, and boy, it sure is a cherry on the cake to be able to watch Brock take over from all these greats. My opinion is that these guys don't have to get better. What they have to do now is maintain the machine, and I really saw that on Sunday with Shanahan taking Brock out, relaxing his players, really maintaining the team, giving his second guys some time on the field, and just it seems to me that when you're this good, what you got to do is maintain that. You got to spread it around. You got to keep your guys healthy. You got to keep them thinking, and that's my thought.
Yeah.
We don't need to get better. We just need to keep it in good shape. Keep it swinging well.
Well, you might be right.
Wow.
You might be right.
I just thought of something. You tell me what you think. Now, I don't have the numbers, but I have the gut feeling that I know I experienced when this guy hit the scene. Colin Kaepernick took the league by storm.
Yep.
And that playoff game against Green Bay, he looked like he was in a league of his own. And whatever happened before all the politics, Steiny, the league figured him out. Now, that team offensively couldn't hold the candle to this team offensively, I believe. But I don't want to call what Cap did insanity, but it was something we lived through, and then it went away. So I do wonder, but Steiny, I'm watching this dude process it, and he's not dependent on using his legs. Not that he can't. Kyle's in his bag, the weaponry on just 1,000. So that's why I don't believe, even if he slipped, it wouldn't be apparent to the naked eye.
Who has a stronger arm, Kaepernick or Purdy?
I would say Cap.
Who's faster, Kaepernick or Purdy?
I would say Cap. But who's more accurate?
Purdy.
Oh, no doubt.
That's my point. That's what.
Okay, right.
You know what? Fast and big arm, hit the pipe. Hit the pipe.
A lot of
fast
them do.
And big arm.
A lot of them do.
But they better do more. They better do more than that. Give me somebody who's smart and accurate any day of the week, especially with an offensive coordinator like Shanahan who knows where the ball's got to go. 888-957-9570 is the number. And we're talking about Brock Purdy and where he goes from here. And I was driving into work today thinking the notion that he's going to fall off is, to me, getting pretty ridiculous. Yeah. Not only is it unlikely, but the team is so good that he's probably going to be the quarterback of a team that wins a lot of games this year. My question to 49er fans, though, is how does he get better? I mean, the last 10 games, if you look at the numbers, Niner fans, they're 10-0, 70% completion percentage, 20 touchdowns, and 2 interceptions. I mean, he's not going to throw 20 touchdowns in the next 10 games and only 2 interceptions, is he? I mean, I don't know, but
at this point, are you scared to almost make that bet? Like, you wouldn't just call me crazy if I took it.
I would bet against him going 20 touchdowns and 2 interceptions over the next 10 games. But I
think that's
know.
the compliment right there, the but.
So, Ray's in Watsonville. Hey, Ray, how you doing, man?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Hey.
Doing well.
Hey, real quick, I want to look at the, let's put it like baseball, right? You get a hot pitcher, he's out there and he's pitching, but when he gets through the batting order, they come around and get him.
Okay.
They figure him out, right? But let's talk about, Purdy. I think that what I like about him is that you see where he doesn't make the mistake twice. And that's when he's processing it really well. And you think about when he starts to go through the division, think about this year, next year. However, what's going to make him better and what he can improve on is reading defenses. That's what's going to keep him continuing. He's not going to get any. He's not going to be able to go 21 for 22 every game.
Yeah. Appreciate the call.
Think about this.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, think about you guys. You guys are the best show on radio. I love listening to you guys. And you think about it. You guys, how do you get better? By continually bringing forth good listening programming. Keep it up, guys. Love you.
Appreciate it.
Wow.
Thanks.
Kind of made my day.
It's nice. You know what's funny is, okay, I'll take a caller at his word. Just got to start getting better at reading defenses. He's already 50 times better than Garoppolo at that, isn't he?
Boy, did you see him
50's
last
a little
night. Well,
strong.
they won
He's a
last
winner.
night.
42-19. Jimmy, 42-19 is a starter. Put that in your pipe and smoke it.
But you wouldn't want that pack. You know what I mean.
Hey, it's not about bashing Jimmy Garoppolo, the consummate winner.
Because he got to a Super
Bowl.
Bowl. How many quarterbacks have it? I could give you 10 of them that we think are good and haven't got there. Lamar, Dak.
That's all right.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
all right.
How not to go in?
By the way, I saw some more highlights of that Baltimore game.
You out on Lamar?
No, he actually was not bad at all. Spinone, how many passes did the Ravens drop? Like 7?
Yeah, it was
27.
Evan had a video of every one.
It's a
Like,
joke.
dude.
It's like that's the other thing about the Niners. They don't drop the ball.
Well, man.
They make tackles.
Yep. Gang tackles.
They don't they don't have tackles broken on them. They got squirms for the first down.
Yep.
No.
They lead the league in that. Receiver catch the ball, go to ground. I think it's at 3 or 4 yards. They lead the league. Like your ass is going to the ground. You know what that is? I call it the tuxedo defense. They're button up, Steiny.
This
That
is
was
what got me
bad.
so mad about your Cowboys. I wanted to knock them out.
Let it out.
Who the hell are they to come into Levi Stadium and not play tight football? Like they strike me as a team that's so not smart. They thought they could come in here, hey, we just play the 49ers. And we'll give them 20 yards on the first possession on penalties. And then we'll hit somebody in the helmet. And then come
a couple
on,
of times. Well, what would you say to the coach? That's one man's job. Bill Walsh, they manage with fear. Madden, Jimmy Johnson, Stoney, he would tell you your ass is getting cut if you do something bonehead. So take that out on McCarthy.
No, it's not. The players have to be ready. They got to be ready.
Who gets them ready, Stoney?
Themselves. I'm not here to pick apart who got them ready and who didn't. They didn't.
How many times do we see Niners players do that? Okay, Greenlaw 15 every now and then, but I think he almost wants it. Other than that, they don't got no bonehead stuff.
Exactly.
One of your players, even under Kerr, when they don't win. Well, outside of Poole last year, but
Well,
you know
Draymond.
what I mean? No, they give him the license to do that. The Pelican game, I'll never forget. Last year where Bob had to come down and calm him down.
Which time?
It was last year's game.
Oh,
Pelicans
last year?
here, yeah.
Okay.
Remember Bob came down
What
and had
month?
to talk to the Lion. 4-4 hundo.
The Lion.
Yeah, we'll get to him.
You know what? That ain't much.
But for him, it was.
He's
It was
taking a pay
enough.
cut.
He wanted to be here.
No, he didn't. He knew he couldn't get anything anywhere.
Back to the Niners.
No, not back to the Niners. Back to the Niners.
Dude, who was the
Bang,
guy
bang,
that said he
Niner
liked our
gang.
show? The guy that just called. See, I got to do better.
Ray? Was it Ray?
Yeah. I'll go back and listen.
Ray from Watsonville.
Yeah, look
Ray
at
from
my
Watsonville,
guy.
that's right.
Ray.
So, I don't know. Omar. Omar's in San Francisco, wants to talk about Brock Purdy.
Oh.
What's going on, O?
Hey, how you guys doing today?
Dynamite, man.
Good. It's a foggy day, man, but so is a sunny day when the Niners win, you know?
Sure.
Man, I think the 49ers are doing great. They don't have to bring in anybody. They don't have to do anything except stay healthy. Staying healthy is the main game for them. They've always been a hurt team, and if they stay healthy this season, they'll reach the NFC Championship and further, I hope. I think our biggest challenge is, I want to say we're the better team than the Eagles, you know, and that's we got to take it game by game, but we're the better team than the Eagles. And I think week, 13, I think we're going to point to the league and show them who the best team is. As long as we're healthy, that's the main thing that we need to be,
Fair enough.
What if I told you guys, Steiny and Goo, thanks for being Captain Obvious. Health might be their biggest opponent.
Oh, Goo, thank you for being Captain Obvious.
Well, Captain Obvious, shove it, because I'm going to tell you, that's what cost you last year when Brock got hurt. But that other team took your dude out. They won't say it.
You can't.
But that's how good they are.
But you can't protect yourself against that, right? That's either going to happen or not. Okay. You can load manage, but that's just going to come down to the way it's going to come down.
Go ahead.
You want to hear from Jerry Jones?
Yeah, let's do it.
Hey, Jerry. Hey, you got ass kicked. Hey, Jerry.
This was this morning.
We should recognize that we had a very bad outing, and San Francisco had a very good outing. We should recognize that and call it what it is and not mislead ourselves. But as far as sitting here saying that we should completely change out the towels here, that's not even in the cards, and it's really ridiculous.
No changes for the Cowboys. They just got to retinker a little bit, Goo, get their mentals right, I think they'll be back in that win column.
And I'm going to say something to you and Evan and Spadoni.
Yeah.
I'm starting to look around like getting your ass kicked by this team is going to be a common theme for teams in the NFL. Like, you don't want to go jump off the bridge because you lost to the Niners, because that's how big of a monster this is. Like, you kind of get my groove? Like, you didn't lose to the Cardinals. Well, you did. But you know what I mean. You lost to Billy Badass. And this is where I want to go, and I'm going to bring it up with Larry. The debacle that was the Trey Lance pick, at some point, partner, we got to come in here and start giving Kyle, even though it was the last pick of the draft, credit for having a vision of something he saw in Brock Purdy.
Okay.
And I'm being so real.
Oh, yeah, sure.
When does that start?
Whenever you want, Goo. Whenever you want.
No, I'm just whoever would have picked him.
Whenever
would
you
have
feel
got
like
the diamond in the rough.
Whenever you feel like Shanahan's being over-criticized, go ahead and do it.
He ain't getting criticized at all. Like, that's a part of, I think, this story we're missing out, that they were like, hey, you know what? Come over here. He saw something, and now it's blossomed.
Right, but he didn't give anything up for it.
Which makes it more crazy.
No. He cost the 49ers a couple draft picks.
Okay, but what if this guy takes him to 2 Super Bowls? Then that supersedes the draft picks. I'm sorry to me.
Oh, it does.
If they get to 2 Super Bowls with Brock Purdy and it look like they could get 3.
Well, do they get to him or do they win them?
They win them.
Oh, well, that's different than getting to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I'm saying win them.
Well, of course. But what if they don't?
I mean, are you looking at me with a straight face? I mean, Kansas, I know we don't want to do this today, but Steiny, and I know NFL is like 4 seasons long. Things are going to change. Guys are going to get hurt. But Steiny,
my point is, you can never wipe that off his ledger.
No, okay, you know what?
You say it was a terrible pick.
And I'm the
Trey
dude
Lance?
that ripped him a new one for the. You're
and
right.
Say it's a great pick.
I needed that. I appreciate that.
To me, it's exactly like.
I appreciate you.
Not exactly like, but something like the same year the Warriors drafted Ike Diagu with the 9th pick. They got Monte Ellis with the 40th pick. So it's like, you got
still
one
missed
wrong,
the
you got
9th.
one right.
Right.
That's to me, that's a fair way to look at it. Scotty's in Concord. What's up, Scott? How you doing, man?
Hello, guys. Thank you for taking my call.
Sure.
I haven't called for a few years since the Ram game.
Oh.
Yeah, I was just going to mention about Brock Purdy. I kind of been sitting back for a while and watching this all unfold with Brock Purdy. And, Draymond Green kind of has it, and I know Steinmetz will go along with this, kind of has the IQ with Iguodala. But Brock Purdy, I'm going to kind of make it to you, Guru. I want you to run with this.
Okay.
Brock Purdy is AI.
Nice.
Wow.
He is Mr. AI.
I feel it.
Have a great day, you guys.
Thank you. Appreciate it. That's not Iverson. He's not high volume. If Brock Purdy were Allen Iverson, he'd go like 10 for 27 for 272 yards, 2 touchdowns, and 4 interceptions.
Dude, I got to tell this story. Over the weekend, I sent Evan and Bonte and Shasky a video of Drake, the rapper. It's a video. He's rapping songs. It's called Perfect. And they're talking about the Lord Jesus. And I'm like, they just switched up their life. They're talking about religion. And it had Future. And they were in this Iowa cornfield. And it's the guys rapping, and it sounds like their voice. My daughter goes, I said, why didn't you tell me about this song? She goes, Dad, it's AI. But Steiny, how can it be fake? But it had the voice and body of the guys. So it never happened. So I had to retract the text. But it's scary on AI.
Yeah, I'm confused about just about everything.
AI could put you and I on the Bay Bridge in a car.
What about the cornfield?
That's where the video was at. So Drake was rapping in the cornfield.
Well,
he never was there.
What part of Iowa was he in?
Just what at Des Moines, whatever.
Des Moines.
Well,
where was he in Des Moines?
He never was, but that's whoever did the AI just put him there. And my point is, it looked real and had their voices on. So listen.
Oh, so Purdy's not real. So he's AI.
Dude, he's playing like AI is what the guy. It's just incredible, man.
What's the pest of the month?
We got the 2:15 today, so we got to do the crossover quick. I'm out. Now, who gave you that? You didn't just remember that.
I did, actually.
You didn't like my story.
I don't know. I didn't understand.
If somebody says or sends me audio of Evan saying Guru stinks on the air, I can't react to it because it could be AI. You can play with people's voice and appearance, so people got to be careful.
Yeah, you talked about 4 things I didn't. Iowa, Drake, hip hop, and AI. I don't know about any of those things. So we'll just sit tight. 888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny and Guru with you. And I got some bad news for 49er fans.
Uh-oh.
No chance Brock Purdy gets better than he is right now. Come on.
Dude, man.
He can't get better, can he? If so, what does it look like? What does Brock Purdy getting better even look like?
Man.
Does it look like 20 touchdowns and 2 interceptions in the next 10 games? The 49ers, if Brock Purdy has another 10 games like his last 10 games, the Niners are going to be 15-0.
See, he'll be undefeated, though.
Brock Purdy will have 40 touchdowns and only 4 interceptions in 20 games.
Gosh, man.
It's not about the balloon popping. It's not going to pop. It's not going to pop. It may lose it. How about this? The balloon will not pop. But could it start to lose a little bit of helium? Oh, yeah. Oh. You see what happens to a balloon after it's been,
Have you ever sucked helium? And then you talk.
Actually, I've never done that, but I've watched people do it. And you know what? As childish as it is amusing.
Done it.
I've never
sound
done
like
it.
This?
No.
Oh
It sounds like Daffy Duck is what it sounds like. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Come on, all you NFL aficionados. How does Purdy get better? What should I look for? Because he's pretty darn good now. Warrior Summit next Wednesday, October 18th. Join us at Fieldwork Brewing Company in San Leandro. They call it the Dro from 4 to 6. It's open to the public, so join 95.7 The Game for the Warrior Summit, October 18th at Fieldwork Brewing Company. Hey, you know what? We'll see you there. We absolutely will see you there at Fieldwork.
Attention Bay Area sports fans. Get ready for
Well, I like grass, unless it's bad grass.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I'm just telling you, I got the Sacramento Kings winning fewer than 48 games this year.
Are you kidding me?
How are they getting better? They have the same team.
It's like Brock Purdy. Do they? I mean, come on, Steiny.
He's the same.
You got Murray, a year older, has got some hair on his chest. You got De'Aaron Fox, who's, good God.
Shoot? Can he shoot yet?
It don't matter. You got Sabonis, who is a
Hollow
great regular
man.
season. I'll take that bet.
He's
over
a hollow
48
man.
with the Sac Kings.
Hollow numbers.
Let's do it now.
Arvydas Sabonis.
See, he's talking.
He wishes he
blowing hot air.
Oh, I'll make that bet
over
with
48.
You. Yeah.
48's a push.
Okay.
Yeah. You got it. Put it in the cap.
Put it in the cap.
Dude, the NBA regular season, they're going to.
They won.
People. Go ahead. Go ahead. I feel like I
followed the
just
John
snickered you.
Dickinson rule, and he claims they were 15-3 in games they could have lost last year. Just anyway, that's JD too.
Well, I
you
tell you
respect
what,
his opinion more than mine. So
you know what scares me about
What?
that? The Vikings had the most one-score wins last year.
Yeah,
and look at this year.
And
all of their losses have been one score.
And let's never forget the chuckler that was Jack Del Rio. That one year they won 7 of 8 games inside one score.
Yeah.
Remember, that's the year I asked him about, that they hadn't played anybody, and he said, that's kind of comical. Remember that?
Yeah. You and it got into it. You done got into a few fisticuffs on air, Steiny.
He's another one of those coaches, Spadone. Just doesn't get it.
Well, now he's a coordinator.
Exactly.
Never Go Full Jeff on First NorCal Credit Union YouTube chat says, give Brian Greasy a lot of credit for your boy.
Well, that's shade. That's
Brock
shade
Mania.
at Kyle Shanahan. We can't do that.
Yeah. And that's what we're calling it, Brock Mania.
707 says, pretty sure he meant artificial intelligence, not Allen Iverson. I'm pretty sure you're right.
You said that.
Well, no. Remember I said if he were Allen Iverson, Brock Purdy would be 10 for 27. I was making a bad joke. God. Let's go to Steve. He's been waiting in San Mateo. Took the San Mateo Bridge from Oakland
that's where you
to
went
San
wrong.
Francisco Saturday.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. Hey, what's going on, Stevie?
Hey, good morning. I love the show.
Thank you.
So, I just make a comment first, then I'll answer Steiny's question, how can Purdy get better?
Mm-hmm.
So I watched Montana in his early days, and I tell you, between Purdy and Montana, they're very similar in terms of field presence, looking at defense and all that, except Purdy nowadays are more protected, so he makes look even better because of that. So in terms of how can he get better, well, Niners' record is going to be great no matter what.
Right.
So what he proves he's better is when we run into a team, we can run. We are not forced to pass. Ego, right?
Yep.
So then maybe a command. So now that's when Purdy has to show. He's shown some of that. That is his footwork, his nimbleness, running the sideways and put your jukes on the linebackers and outrun the linemen. So he has to show that part of his game, like a Frank Tarkenton or Mahomes when they are in the scramble mode. How they look down the field, because he knows how to look at receivers. So on the move, how he gets better. When he does that, we'll go into the Super Bowl and win.
Wow. I got to give you this before you go because you got me thinking the last time somebody really shut down their run. Again, tell me if this is valid to you. The Dallas playoff game. They stuffed the Niners and McCaffrey on the ground. Although Purdy didn't throw a touchdown, he hit Kittle for a big pass. And better than that, he didn't throw a pick. So to me, I got a glimpse of what you're looking for already. And he won that playoff game against a vaunted Dallas Cowboy defense.
Yeah, exactly. But he has those skills already. What I'm talking about is Frank Tarkenton is the all-time scrambler. Nobody can catch him.
Yeah.
He can go backwards 20 yards and then throw a 50-yard pass. That's the kind of things when you get to that ultimate stage, we are the perennial Super Bowl contender.
Thanks, Steve. Appreciate the call. Yeah, I think what Steve's also saying is when the playoffs come around and the big games come around, can Purdy make a handful of plays on third down, let's say, to turn 3rd and 8 somehow into a first down when you have nothing else going on? Can he throw the ball? I mean,
3rd and 14 over Van Der Esch's head, right in the basket.
The one thing he's great at is throwing the ball away. Purdy. 3 NFL teams the last 3 years have hired a coordinator from Shanahan's coaching tree, and I'm sure that's because they want a piece of what the 49ers are doing.
Mike Mack in Miami.
Yeah.
I'd love to see Miami in Niners Super Bowl.
Mike McDaniel's more entertaining than Kyle.
Now, what do you mean by that?
It's not even close. Mike McDaniel's a character. Oh, man.
He got better hair, though.
Mike McDaniel's funny. Did you see when he goes, what do you guys want me to say? He's fast. Do you want me to say he's fast? He's fast. I like McDaniel. Did you see when he ran away from the cameraman?
No.
See, he knows how to have fun.
So does Kyle. They kick ass on the field is the fun.
Yeah. He looks in the mirror, sees those gray hairs. He's not having fun. Mike McDaniel. Paul's in San Jose. Hey, Paul, how you doing, man?
Good, yourself?
Dynamite.
Good. I have one little story and one question for you guys.
All right.
Okay, my one story was I was at a wedding this weekend for my wife's daughter, and her mom and her sister had come from Idaho. And my wife's mom's sister told me that her son flew down for the game a couple weeks ago and then flew home. Well, while he was at the game, he was wearing a George Kittle jersey, and the lady behind him said, "Hey, you're a George Kittle fan?" Because I'm his mom. And so they got to talk for like 20, 25 minutes.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, and another thing is if Trey Lance or Jimmy Garoppolo never got hurt, do you think we would still see Brock Purdy?
That's
hypotheticals.
I'm going to say no.
Hypotheticals.
I'm going to say no. We'd probably be in the 12th round of what we saw with Jimmy and with Trey, Steiny.
Trying to think of whose mother I met. Oh, Solomon Hill's mom when he was playing for the Hawks.
How'd that go?
That's fine. She was cool.
How did you know it was her?
We were in the same family section in Atlanta.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So did you say
she was in Milwaukee?
She had a jersey of?
Yeah, she was hot, wearing some Hawk stuff. Hey,
like that.
Hawks. It was after game 1. It was the only game they won in the series. And she said, "Yeah, I'm Solomon Hill's mom." What's up, man? You raised a nice son.
Thank you for sharing that story.
Raised a nice son.
Oh, hey.
Should have worked in his free throw shooting a little more when he was a kid, Mom, but it's all right. 888-957-9570 is the number. And I got a brain teaser for 49er fans if you're just joining us. And it's this. Brock Purdy's played 10 regular season games. The 49ers are 10-0. He's completed 70% of his passes. 20 touchdowns, 2 interceptions, 240 yards per game. Can he actually get any better? Can he really? What does getting better for Brock Purdy look like? And I've heard this a lot, Goo, and I'm not saying the people are wrong, right, but get more comfortable, a little more consistent, better at reading defenses.
0 interceptions.
Isn't he doing that? I mean, what's he going to get? More command?
No, you just keep this going. And even if you came down a notch, Donnie, you still would take it.
888-957-9570 is the number. Just asking the question. I'm tired of asking the question whether Brock Purdy can do it or not.
All right,
He's
got a
done
question
it.
for you.
10 regular season games. He's done it. My question is, the hell does he go from here?
Man.
I mean, it's such a breakthrough. 888-957-9570.
No, it just goes back to what we touched on in the first block, the 16 vibes with the Warriors. Who would Kevin Durant be for this team? I would say Christian McCaffrey. I'll ask you your answer. That's my Kevin Durant would be Christian McCaffrey. Steph would be Purdy. Kittle would be Draymond Green. And Debo would be, and we got to find a Clay.
It can't be Clay. Debo can't be Clay because Clay shoots too much and Debo doesn't have the ball as much.
I'm going to figure it. Hold on now.
Like Clay takes 38 shots a game. Debo only has the ball 5 times a game. Makes big plays, but he's not the volume guy that Clay is.
Now, let's be careful here. Pre-McCaffrey, Debo was getting it so much that we had to take stuff off his plate. Yeah.
No.
Yeah. He kind of did.
By the way, Clay 2 for 8 in the first regular
You are a
preseason
SOB.
game.
Tell the people you're playing. And then little Daryl was listening yesterday at school, text me on the way home. Why'd you go in on Pajinski? Tell the people you're playing. Even Shasky was excited to see him play.
What am I playing
didn't tell
about?
you he's going to be.
I tend to
He has a
exaggerate.
real chance to make the roster.
Who?
I don't think Pajinski.
I don't know whether he does or doesn't.
But yesterday I had to tell him, Steiny,
I would bet
son.
on him being in Santa Cruz.
Oh, you would bet on him?
Yeah, bet on being in Santa Cruz. Like a lot of first-round picks that get on a team that's pretty good.
I hope he makes it.
Well, he's going to make it because he's got a guaranteed
But the
contract.
2 of 8, you were playing.
It's not playing to cite statistics.
But it was a preseason game. That's where you work stuff out.
Well, then don't say Pajemski was great in the preseason, but then you can't say, oh, this guy looked rusty. What's wrong with being fair?
Because if he was 7 of 8, you would have threw a tomato at me saying it was preseason.
No.
Yeah, the guys in the back was
Chris Paul looked great.
Did he?
Wow. Yes. He looked like he
was
been playing
running
with these
up and
guys
down.
forever.
Stop.
And that's small. By the way, the small lineup is in stone. Chris Paul, Steph Curry,
I need a V8.
Andrew Wiggins at 3, and yes, you heard it. Klay Thompson's going to be playing 4 with Draymond Green at the 5.
Yeah.
Klay is Kittle.
I like that.
Sometimes he just goes off and also blocks, plays NBA. Yeah.
And Debo is loony. Yeah, Starty.
Debo's
grimy.
No, here you go.
That is it.
Looney's Trent Williams.
I ain't mad at that.
Who's Bosa? See, Bosa's got to be Draymond, kind of.
I'll give you that.
Let me think who else.
We missing one.
Let me think who else.
Hold on.
Well, see.
And obviously Kyle is Kerr.
But here's what
I
I would have to say. 888-957-9570.
Debo is Bosa.
If we're going to do that analogy, Purdy is Durant. And Durant is Purdy. And the reason I'm saying that now is because I just saw that the MVP odds, and Purdy is higher than McCaffrey.
That don't make it right, though. I hear
And
you.
when Durant was here, he was the MVP of the Warriors. Steph had to play in his shadow.
Nah, Steph allowed Durant to be comfortable, and that's why it was always Steph. Yeah.
Oh, God.
Bosa got that Clay humor. Yeah.
Debo is Wiggins. Huh.
I forgot all about Wiggs.
See, to me, though, Debo is explosive. Debo's more like Kuminga. Like a perfect Kuminga who can come into a game and get a big dunk.
Yeah, but
and the highlights.
Nah, but he plays more. We need Debo play.
You know what? Debo's like a
I love
seventh man.
Kuminga.
No,
but he ain't there yet.
Well, and
Debo's there yet. Debo, he was the offense. Come on now.
That's years ago when they weren't successful.
It was 2 years ago.
Yeah, but they weren't successful. I'm just saying.
Draymond's Greenlaw. Yeah. I like that. Who's Warner?
Kuminga's Debo. I like that. I like that. Because, look, Purdy's a weapon, Kittle's a weapon, McCaffrey's a weapon, Ayuk's a weapon.
Keep going.
Debo, he's like their number 5. So he's like Kuminga. Come off the bench, give us that boost, make a big play, big dunk. Something like that. 888-957-9570 is the number. Brock Purdy, 10-0 as a starter in the regular season.
Jesus.
Is there anything more that this guy can do? I'm not here to say that he's going to drop the other shoe, as it were. But my question is, if you have watched him the last 10 regular season games, you tell me how he gets better. Like, you tell me when we watch games 6 through 15 right here, how is he going to be better? Will we be able to tell from the eye test that he's gotten better from games 11 through 20, from 1 through 10? I mean, what is it going to look like? He's been virtually perfect for 10 games, and all I'm saying is I don't think for a minute he's going anywhere, but I need to know what it looks like if he's going to improve and if he's going to get better, because there's not a lot more that he can do, is there? 888-957-9570. Oh, that was a great one, 707.
What?
Debo's Jordan Poole last year. I like that.
He didn't fumble.
I like that.
He didn't fall down. I'm going to say
no,
this.
explosive off the bench.
This is going to be Debo's a starter. This is going to be unpopular.
So was Poole.
But it's real.
Poole was too half the time.
We don't know how Brock Purdy's going to react to a loss or a bad game because we've yet to see it. Now, the Philly game, that was different. Season was over. But, Steiny, we truly have not seen how this kid reacts, one, to a bad game, and the other to a loss.
Okay.
I don't want that to happen, but let's be honest. This thing is so perfect that we don't have the answer to those two questions.
Well, let me ask you this. In your heart of hearts, are you worried about how Brock Purdy might handle a loss? I'm not.
I'm curious.
Yeah, I you know what? Listen, who knows?
Am I being a hater if I put that out there?
Don't worry so much about people thinking you don't like the 49ers.
But I asked you a question. How does that mean I'm worrying?
I'm not. Brock, I'm not worried about Brock Purdy, how he's going to handle a loss.
I believe 17-0 is real, but I'll leave that there. Steiny, man.
Stop it. Stop it. They might lose to Cleveland.
It's any Al Pacino, any given Sunday. You're right. But you would love to take that bet.
What bet?
Niners -4.
We'll see.
With somebody else's money, it's pretty good luck.
We'll see. Aaron Stender. He can throw for more touchdowns instead of handing to McCaffrey. Not saying it's a bad thing, but that's how Purdy improves.
Kyle's calling the plays, bud.
I don't know about that.
Mr. Stender.
Well, I mean, I know. I think what he's saying is what a lot of people are saying is, like, he would have to play better if they were like if they didn't have Christian McCaffrey, he'd have to play a little better, right? And if they didn't have McCaffrey and Kittle, well, then he would have to play.
It would be
a
all
different kind
different.
of way. Exactly.
But it's not.
But that's what people say. The next thing, maybe we have to see him playing without a full arsenal. And maybe missing a couple guys.
You know what that brought? Dan Orlowski, Steiny, is making the rounds again. We got the sound where
you want me to do it?
Yeah, if you can do it. I mean, this is shade to me at Purdy, but play it and we'll get into it.
You want to do it, Joe? Go ahead.
Spadoni.
If Mac Jones was in San Francisco, he would be playing like Brock Purdy.
I actually agree. Oh, God, no.
Yes, dude.
No, there's no chance. He'd be better than he is, but if you think he's going to play like Brock Purdy, you haven't paid attention to Brock Purdy. That is a slap in his face.
No, it's not.
He's not just a system quarterback.
Did we pay
that guy's
attention?
playing like Joe Montana, not Joe Montana, like this guy's playing. Stop, Dano, stop.
See, that's it right there. That's on television. Like, Dan was really taken away from Brock because he was saying it's the system. And if Mac had the opportunity to say, that's ignoring everything Brock's doing, I believe, Steiny. I'm being so real, man.
Well, see, and this is
I don't got Brock underwear.
Okay, you heard it like that. And you know what I heard? Kyle Shanahan is an unbelievable coach. That's what I heard. That if Mac Jones went to the Niners, he would be better. He said he would be playing like Brock Purdy. I don't know if he meant 10 touchdowns, 0 interceptions, 10-0, but Mac Jones would be better on the Niners. But I don't think he'd be as good as Brock Purdy.
Okay, and because that's what I'm starting to see every game that goes by. Again, I keep saying this. The kid is bringing something to the table.
888-957-9570 is the number. We're talking about Brock Purdy, and his next challenge is the Cleveland Browns. He's thrown no interceptions through 5 games. He's thrown 20 touchdowns and only 2 interceptions in the last 10 regular season games. And my question is, where does he go from here? What does getting better look like if you're Brock Purdy and you're already kind of at the top of all the statistical numbers out there? 650 says Purdy should have 2 more touchdown passes, but the 6 backwards on those 2 plays, and the one where McCaffrey. Okay. Steiny and Goo, how Brock gets better is by surviving a defensive collapse, like being down 21-3 in the second quarter. Can he methodically chip away at the lead? That's fair. That's fair.
But it's also fair to say, Steiny, and to that caller's point, that texter's point, we may not see that.
Do you think the 49ers will be down 21-3 in a game this year?
I don't.
Probably not.
Well, they got
Probably
Ravens.
not.
They got Cleveland. I know. I ain't going to dismiss Cleveland. I kind of laughed. Take that back.
What's a more ridiculous national media take? Orlovsky or Bayless saying the Niners won because of the refs?
Bayless didn't go there.
I shouldn't have read that text.
Bayless gets under your skin.
Idiot. That's just such a bad.
Yeah, you don't like Bayless.
That's a bad. Call
he did
on
radio
my
here
part.
in the Bay at one point. Evan Spadoni weren't even born.
This is sometimes where the boss gets mad at me for the dead air, but I don't have a response right away. I don't know what to say.
I just said they weren't around.
Everything you said is accurate.
Right. I know they're like, what goo? I didn't mean to get you in trouble.
925, how come everybody's forgetting Purdy led them back last year against the Raiders? I think you answered your own question. The Raiders.
I'm going to give you a 4. 2 and 3.
I do love how I must
2
admit.
and 3.
Listen, make sure you understand what I'm saying,
98
49er
is a
fans.
beast.
I am not saying that Brock Purdy can't get it done, but don't tell me that's being tested. Week 15 against the Raiders when you're down 10 and you're sitting with 12 wins. Nice win. Nice comeback win.
Against Jarrett Stidham, and the Raiders had already blown 10 double-digit leads at halftime that season.
Look at Spadoni.
Exactly. They don't come back that game. We're saying, what's wrong with the Niners? They're the only team that hasn't come back.
Last game,
on the
we
Raiders.
saw Purdy pick. INT. It was that game.
Was it?
I said it was that game. Wow. Oh, my, you mother.
Okay, so now we know it's 50-50 that it was that game. Oh, by the way, Micah Parsons is not happy about the shirt that George Kittle. What? You don't want me to play it?
No, play it.
In case you don't know, George Kittle was wearing a shirt underneath his uniform that expressed some profanity and some ill will.
Dallas.
Some ill will toward the city of Dallas and the Cowboys. And here's what Micah Parsons had to say about George Kittle wearing that shirt that Gary Plummer wore decades ago.
George Kittle had 3 touchdowns on us, and he posted this thing to IG. He said, F Dallas. I just feel like he's making it way more personal than it had to be. Kittle's my guy, but I'm going to say this. Laugh now, cry later. We got something for that. Just trust. If we see them again, just trust. And we're going to put it just like that. I ain't going to put too much on it. You're going to make it personal. We can make it personal. That's cool.
You gotta love
that. You gotta
love the feisty Cowboys that you root for.
Busterish, wankster. What? It should be personal once you step on the field. If you're a killer, Micah, it's gonna be personal. They just kicked your ass for 60 minutes, and now you got threats. Now, if you were a real one, you would have just dismissed it. I'm getting old. Well, I am old, but damn, Steiny
took it personally. What's wrong with that?
And what did you go do? Register one pressure.
You know, when Michael Jordan created his own enemies and his own motivation, we praised him. When Micah Parsons
backed it up.
Well, Micah Parsons says he will back it up the next time they play.
When is that, Steiny?
That'll be in the divisional playoffs.
Please, it ain't a guarantee. This was bad.
Well, I got Debo's response and George Kittle's response on the other side. But shame on you.
No, he's getting killed for that.
For saying
your
I want
ass kicked and then going to a microphone. That
was a day later.
It's personal.
It was a day later.
This makes it worse.
It was a day later.
It's personal. Could you imagine that?
Of course.
You kick somebody's ass on a golf course and then your buddy sends you a text. The next time we play.
It's called get him next time.
There is no next time.
Whoa, the Niners going to stub toes left and right? I don't think so. I think they're on a collision course. 888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny and Guru with you on 95.7 The Game.
Cozy up with savings during the Spice Up Autumn event at Whole Foods Market. With deals on the season's best produce, spiced favorites, roast-ready...
Coming up at noon, Larry Krueger, he is the first to have Brock Purdy becoming a star.
You giving that to him?
I think so.
Yeah, you might be right.
I think so. Makes Larry 4-19.
Yeah.
I'm kidding, Larry.
Look at you. Boy, you special.
I mean, as great as that call was, is Krueger having a hell of a year like
you
I
go there,
am?
Judge, on me? Oh, I thought you were talking about his judge proclamation. Remember? He had sources. I love you, Larry.
888-957-9570 is the number. We're talking about Brock Purdy and more about the Cowboys game from Sunday. Cowboys and 49ers doing a little bit of chirping. And Spadone back there. So now that I'll play it again. This is Micah Parsons, and then we'll play the retort.
All right.
This is Micah Parsons saying we'll get him next time.
George Kittle had 3 touchdowns on us, and he posted this thing to IG. He said F Dallas. I just feel like he's making it way more personal than it had to be. Kittle's my guy, but I'm going to say this. Laugh now, cry later. We got something for that. Just trust. If we see them again, just trust. And we're going to put it just like that. I ain't going to put too much on it. You're going to make it personal. We can make it personal. That's cool.
Wow. That's what's wrong with the streets today, Stoney.
He's taking it personally about the shirt. That
but and in the same sense, watch out, but you my boy. Okay. Kittle's my guy, but
don't you understand?
I know.
Don't you understand what he's doing?
No,
there?
he's got bigger problems,
He's
is what I'm saying.
playing all sides.
Yeah, but except the side where you're supposed to go kick the team in red and gold's ass.
But he said no shit. He said
How about
no
be
shame.
quiet? You got your ass kicked. Shut up. Go back to the lab.
He doesn't have to.
Do your talking with your play. How they used to do it back in the 70s and 80s, even 90s.
You got that response from Debo, Spino?
I have not heard this. I'm excited.
I don't know that I have either. Right. Where did he do it? A podcast? Or?
He's on a weekly with the Up and Adams podcast with Kay Adams.
And everybody is. Debo Samuel.
How personal is it? It was already personal before the game started. Now, 42-10, I don't think you want to see us again. It might be a little bit worse.
Wow, Debo.
I don't know what we trust.
Micah, Debo. I don't know what to say. I'm getting uncomfortable.
I don't know what we trust. We trust, laugh now, cry later. I mean, I don't think you want to see us again.
Wow.
Knockout goes to Debo.
It might get worse.
The knockout occurred before either of those guys opened their mouth.
Well, I'll give you a 1.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
42-10.
Do we have it? Let me. I had Kittle sound here. I want to play too. I don't know what it's on, but just take a listen.
I mean, I think that's one of our best team performances. On Sunday Night Football, it's my favorite night to play because everybody's watching. There's a ton of football just played, and everybody's sitting at home with their friends and family, either celebrating or mourning, but they're still watching that game. And for us to go out like that, and I mean, you talk about our defense. Fred Warner played a hell of a game tonight. Interception, forced fumble, bunch of tackles. Our whole D-line was fantastic. And then you look at our special teams. Wisnowski just can't not punt it great. He's been fantastic. All those punts inside the 10, inside the 5. It's really difficult as an offense to do that, especially when you're coming out of the end zone. Our crowd's really loud. George Odom's fantastic. He had all those tackles on special teams. He really sets the tone, gets the crowd going. And then every time you put the ball in one of our skill positions' hands, they have an opportunity to score a touchdown. So we have a really good team. We're healthy, and we're clicking right now.
Clicking in week 5.
Man.
Somebody talked about, I'm worried they're going to peak too soon. What does that look like?
Well, they didn't peak too soon last year when they got to the NFC Championship. They went the other way. Remember those days where they were under 500?
I mean, I'm just, how are you going to?
When you got the talent they have and you got the play calling that they have, I'm going Kyle and Wilkes. Stoney, I just don't. I mean, everybody slips up. They're human, right? But I just don't see it right now, man. I believe this team is on a mission. They don't need anybody telling them that they've been close. Debo's been talking to the Philly guys in the offseason. That might have went too far. But here they are. You can't tell me they're not trying to forget Kyle. They're trying to win one for themselves, man. And they got a lot of damn talent. And we hadn't even talked about the transaction that went down Thursday or Friday with Randy Gregory. He'll probably be on the field at Cleveland.
Are you texting people? Is that true? That's your number on the text line.
It's not my number.
Isn't it?
No.
The gray part. You don't need to respond to those people. Hell with those people.
But why would you snitch and say that I'm doing it?
Well,
now I
because-
might have to have a conversation with the higher-ups.
About?
Thanks. Doing that.
No, they conversation with the higher-ups. Just tell them no. Hey, last time a higher-up said, Steiny, we need to have a talk. No.
You did not say no. Your ass was in there. Please. I love you act so tough about your job. You're human like we all need it, Steiny. You need the job.
We'll see. I want to play some more of this this sound. Here's your guy, Jerry Jones. They're talking about another matchup.
Well, what do you think are some of the things that you think could be different, done differently if and when you face San Francisco next time that maybe you would have liked to seen Sunday?
Yeah, well, that's a good point. You did at the last, bring in San Francisco. We're not going to be playing San Francisco every Sunday, and they're a good team. But this one we're playing this weekend's a good team, too. And so I think that we can do some things differently in how we attack them, our strategies. Some of the things that we tried to do out there Sunday night, on hindsight, we'd do it differently.
There you go. They're already looking for that rematch.
One thing about Jerry, he cares. Joe Lacob, he cares.
How would you compare Lacob and Jerry Jones?
Oh, I think they got a lot of similarities. They're killers.
The
one's winning, one hasn't in 30 years. Joe is,
Interesting. And Cowboys have who this? Oh, Chargers.
Monday night.
Chargers.
That ain't dude, they could be 3-3.
Are they out of it then?
No, the map is still there.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny and Guru with you on 95.7 The Game. We're talking about the San Francisco 49ers, their 5-0 start. And do they smell a little like the 73-win Warriors? Forget the finals. We don't have to talk about that. We'll just talk about the regular season. I mean, do they have 2016 Golden State Warrior vibes? I mean, who's going to beat them? I mean, if they stay healthy, how are they losing more than 2 games?
Man. And I'm including the offs with that. Well, all it takes is one in the offs and you go home, but I'm with you. It's got to be Philly. Philly's got the offense and defensive line on a good day. They got Swift. He's running the ball. So they will obviously have to be perfect like the Niners, but it's week 5. You got a game coming up against Cleveland. I don't want to look past it, Steiny, but you asked me a question. I'm looking at the schedule. Maybe Baltimore. I don't know. You got a Rams again.
How's Baltimore going to win when they're going to get shut out?
Well, why do you say they're going to get shut out? Come on, Steiny. Harbaugh.
He's overrated. Jim is better now.
His brother's got John's got a Super Bowl.
You know what? My criteria is hold on.
What you got?
Let's go out to a certain part of the bay. What's going on, caller?
Skinny Bob.
Hey there.
Hello?
Hey, Priest.
Priest.
Hey, how you doing?
What's up, baby?
Yeah. All right. Well, I'm listening to the Brock Purdy worship hour and thought I'd just call and chime in.
Sure.
I watched that game. I watched that game Sunday night, because I really wanted to see and stop being, because I don't watch 49er football that often, nor do I watch Dallas. So I wanted to see that game. And I pretty much saw I didn't see what I expected. Dallas imploded. I think Dallas pretty much gave the game to the 49ers. I think the 49ers have a powerful team. They are extremely talented, especially on defense. And to me, their scheme is so what Kyle has done to me. Let me just give you my version of it. What he's done is taken the running game and turned it into an exotic thing. I'm more mesmerized by their ability to run the football. Not only that, but augmented by the passing game. And, I saw the genesis of all of this back in the 70s and 80s. But, I've been watching this game a long time, man. I watch and I understand what you guys are saying about Brock Purdy, but in that offense, you never a competent quarterback is always going to have glowing stats. So are the receivers. The stats of Brock Purdy don't impress me because that's consistent with that offense. I watched Joe Montana years and years and years ago in one of the early games, early in his career. He was 16 for 16. 12 of the passes were behind the line of scrimmage. And people were going nuts about how great a quarterback he was. And I just laughed because I wasn't used to watching football like that. So my thing is, I started watching football in 1965, man. So watching these offenses develop over the years, I understand where it's coming from. Paul Brown, Sid Gilman really advanced the passing game. What Kyle Shanahan has done is saying, you're not going to stop me from running the football because I will run it by pitching the ball out, throwing these short passes and letting them run with it. And that's coming from Bill Walsh. Started that stuff way back there with Paul Horford.
Thanks, Priest. Appreciate the call. I was hoping Priest would cut to the chase and, whether he thinks they can win it or not with Purdy.
No, I think he thinks they can because he knows football. And
no Jordan Poole.
I'm gonna say this, and it's not to piggyback off of what Priest said, but I think Priest, the genesis, Steiny, was he's giving Kyle a majority of the credit. But I watched that football game last night, and I love and respect Jimmy Garoppolo. But when you see Garoppolo in a different offense without the fear of a Kyle Shanahan, because McDaniels is not that, I just start giving credit again to Kyle for getting Jimmy as his starting quarterback to multiple NFC championship games and a Super Bowl. So I'll leave that there. We can forget about Brock Purdy, but when I watched Jimmy last night with his imperfections, I was like, damn, Kyle had to live through that roller coaster, Steiny, but he got him to 6 minutes within winning the Super Bowl. So, again, Priest don't need me to speak for him, but I felt like Priest was saying Kyle's offense is why Brock is doing so well. Okay. And we see it a bit different because we agree, but we also agree that Brock is bringing something to the table. Need a shirt. I'm bringing something to the table. Because Brock is. His ability to read it and process it. Get rid of the rock, look downfield.
I mean, I'm torn between the fact that Brock's so much better than Garoppolo, or seems that way. But Garoppolo was the quarterback on their Super Bowl team that went to the Super Bowl. So,
and he hadn't had a lot of go ahead.
No, how can you not acknowledge that as great as Purdy is, this is what Kyle does. He gets the most out of quarterbacks.
But can we admit that their offense wasn't as prolific? Well, there was no McCaffrey. You know what? So they're scoring 30 and 40 a game with Brock. But Jimmy didn't have this at his disposal his whole career with Kyle.
I mean, all Brock's done is done all you can do. That's the bottom line. Yeah. Again, Brock Purdy is 10-0 in regular season games. And I get it. Look, and that's kind of what I'm getting at. And I'm glad Priest called because he did talk about the stats. And I'm with him. Sometimes stats are misleading. Sometimes they're deceptive.
But 4 touchdowns is heavy, Steiny, which he had on Sunday night for the world to see.
He's 10-0. Brock Purdy is. He's got 20 touchdowns and 2 interceptions in the last 10 games. 20 touchdowns and 2 interceptions. Those are incredible numbers. He's probably not going to keep doing those kind of things.
You would think, but what if he keeps up? Then we're talking MVP.
Well, if it keeps up, they'll be 15-0, and the 49ers, and then Brock Purdy will have What will he have? He'll have 27 touchdown passes this year and no interceptions.
Good.
Do you think that's where we'll be in 10 games?
No.
Okay, but if we're not there, that doesn't necessarily mean Purdy's regressing, right? So how does Brock Purdy
just keep doing what he's doing, man?
Okay. It's going to be hard for him to keep doing that, is what I'm saying, because the
bar is so high.
Exactly, because the numbers are so incredible. 888-957-9570 is the number. Larry Krueger joining us in 10 minutes, and we'll talk to him about Brock Purdy and the San Francisco 49ers. But Brock Purdy's continuing to lead the 49ers in a direction that looks like they're headed to the postseason at the very least.
Man.
They are 5-0. And
he's 10-0 as a starter.
We are 29% through the season. And if this were a basketball season, that'd be 24 games. Remember when the Warriors started 24-0?
Incredible.
Is Brock Purdy the best quarterback Kyle Shanahan has coached?
Right now, yes.
What if somebody would say, actually, Garoppolo's a better quarterback, but Kyle Shanahan has gotten through to Purdy, and he was not able to get through to Garoppolo? Maybe that's part of it, too. Garoppolo, I mean, I'm not saying that, but all I'm saying is clearly Garoppolo couldn't do some things that Purdy can do.
Yeah, Garoppolo would put it in harm's way at least once or twice a game, Stoney. Didn't you feel that way? Now, early on, he didn't have that. Early on, Jimmy Mania, there was not the oh-no throws. But we watched enough to where we dubbed it that. Brock has not shown you the ability to throw 2 or 3 passes up a game. That's the difference.
He's gonna at some point.
Huh?
And then what are we going to say?
Well, we'll go react to new information.
Jordan's in San Francisco. What's up, Jordan? How you doing, man?
I'm doing pretty good. How you guys doing?
Doing well.
All right. I want to say this. Hey, Jimmy G, is fortunate enough, when his time with the 49ers, he didn't have the starters, wasn't healthy.
Mm.
Everybody kept getting injured when Jimmy G was with the Niners. Brock Purdy has a full roster. Everybody's healthy. Everybody's rocking and rolling. It's good to see that he's doing good. He has a fair chance of playing with all the starters. That's what I want to say about that. But I'm really calling about Prescott. I think they need to turn the page on this guy. He ain't looked the same since that leg injury. That leg injury really slowed him down. He over there looking like a big old bull.
Wow.
Like, look like he's overweight.
Wow.
Everything. When the 49ers, the defense made them look like a mediocre team. I don't see the Dallas going nowhere this year. They need to turn that page quick.
Appreciate the call, Jordan. Well, they got Trey Lance sitting there waiting, chomping at the bit.
That is interesting. I mean, Dak keeps turning in these stinkers, or I don't know what they want to do, blame it on this new offense. Stoney, Trey Lance may hit the field sooner than a lot of people thought, and there had to be a reason Jerry made that trade. I laughed it off, but the more I'm thinking about it, like, dude was a top pick in the NFL draft. Hadn't lived up to it, but with a little more season, I don't know, but I think I think to the caller's point, I think Kyle Shanahan may have single-handedly put an end to the Dak Prescott era in Dallas. Does that mean he has no more games this year? No. But I think the owner knows, saying the road goes through the Niners. I think he may have ended it, Stoney, just like Steph Curry ended the Lob City and the Houston Rockets with James Harden.
I mean, the one thing I'm thinking about with Brock Purdy is he has had, like, and you know what? I'm so sick of not. He's got the best arsenal around him. Okay, so we've seen what he can do with a full arsenal. I mean, he's been flawless. So I do think, okay, what's the next step? Well, can he win without a variety of weapons? Well, okay, Ayuk missed the game.
Debo missed a game.
Okay.
I'm with you.
So I'm just saying, there's always more to see no matter what. Daniel in San Ramon. What's up, Daniel? How you doing?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey.
You know what? Just the
the big difference between Brock and Jimmy. When Jimmy started winning during that Jimmy Mania, we got to remember what was happening before that Jimmy Mania.
Right.
We were bad. We were really bad. So anytime Jimmy just, maybe got in there, threw for like 200 yards, 1 interception, 1 TD, we were happy because we won the game, and that was a new thing. I think for Brock to come in, we've been good. We've been going to the NFC Championship.
Man.
But Brock is just taking us to another level. I think that's the difference between these two guys. That's all I got to say.
No, I think you're right on the money.
Interesting.
I think you're right on the money, Daniel. Let's go to Bob real quick before we take a break. What's up, Bob? How you doing?
Oh, pretty good. I love the show, guys.
Thank you.
I'm very entertained.
Appreciate it, man.
I would just want to say to other folks that have been calling in that aren't impressed with Brock Purdy, what are you looking at? I mean, how can you not be impressed? Okay, if it's a short passing game, that's what it is.
Right.
But he wins. He wins. His precision is there, and he also processes. That's what we're talking about, the process. What made Kaepernick bad? He didn't have the process. So, I just don't understand these folks. Start paying attention. You know what I'm saying?
Let me ask you this, Bob, real quick. What's the next step for Purdy? What are the next 10 games going to look like?
Just keep winning, and it'll take care of itself. That's the next step. Just be consistent. Be consistent in what you do, your approach, one game at a time, and things will happen for you. I'm not saying they're going to go undefeated,
right?
But, just keep plugging at it and getting better every week. That's all you can do.
Good stuff, Bob. Appreciate the call.
I got to know we're up against it. I got to be careful here because that hit me the way you asked him. I'm not comparing Brock Purdy to Tiger Woods, but when Tiger hit the scene and there was Tiger Mania, Steiny, and he was so phenomenal, on different how did he keep it up?
He was great, and he just was great from the minute he was like LeBron. LeBron was great the first game he ever played, and he's been great for 20 years. Dominant great. Like every time he stepped on the court, for the most part, LeBron was the best player in the court. Most of the time. Of course, obviously there are exceptions. Like that's how, LeBron James was a man among boys when he first came to the NBA, in a way. And he kind of stayed above everybody. Hey, that segment was brought to you by Consumer Cellular and also brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. On the other side, we're going to visit with Larry Krueger. Larry, of course, knows all about the San Francisco 49ers, and he's done a lot of work here at 95.7 The Game. He's down at 49er practice every day. So Larry Krueger on the other side, he's also among the first to say, you know what, Brock Purdy, he's going to be pretty good. And so far, Larry Krueger has been right on the money. We'll talk to him on the other side.
Consumers. Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Steiny and Guru with you. Good afternoon, everybody. And time to bring in Larry Krueger.
Okay.
Works here at 95.7 The Game, 49er expert. What's up, Larry? How are you, man?
What's up, fellas? How you guys doing?
Doing well. All right, here's kind of the thing that I was thinking about as I was driving in today, and we've talked about it a little bit for the first 2 hours, and that's, okay, so Brock Purdy in the regular season, he's 10-0, 70% completion, 20 touchdowns, 2 interceptions, 240 yards per game. From a statistical standpoint, Larry, I mean, he can't get much better than those numbers. How can he get better with the eye test? Because what is he going to get? More command? Like, how do you build on what he's already started?
Well, it's a great point. I would say the one area that probably would go up if the 49ers were in more competitive games are his like fantasy totals. The total number of yards he's throwing for could go up, because if you really look at the way these games have gone, the Niners get to the beginning of the fourth quarter, or at least mid-fourth quarter, and they just shut down the passing game and try to run out the clock. So in reality, I think, Brock Purdy's 32nd in the NFL in fourth quarter pass attempts. Wow. So he's dead last. I mean, he if they get involved in some tight games, you may see him throw for bigger yardage than he's thrown for thus far.
Larry, we've done shows together, man, and every turn, I tell you, I've watched that playoff game between Dallas and the Niners last year 100 times, and on both fronts, it was a defensive masterpiece. All week long, Larry, if you didn't hear me, I kind of was like, Dallas doesn't have Diggs. This is going to get ugly. It got ugly, but before I ask you your big takeaway, mine was I couldn't believe Quinn tried to rush Parsons over Trent as much as he did. It wasn't a whole game, but the Niner O-line, they stood up well. What shocked you about Sunday's night massacre?
Well, I guess I was shocked that the Cowboys didn't have more attention paid to Kittle. All the numbers all the numbers indicated that Dallas struggles in the middle of the field. Dallas struggles against the tight end. I really thought they would hug up on him and lean coverage towards him and try to take him away and try to do a better job against the tight ends. But, maybe it's just one of those things you can't cover everybody, and you got to pick your poison, and they chose other guys. But, I mean, to me, it was real obvious that Kittle, Lo Neal and I talked about it in the pregame, that the Niners were going to go heavy to Kittle in this game. And I thought Dallas should have expected it, and they looked surprised by it, especially when I watched the All-22 after the game. They didn't seem like they paid him any more attention than any other receiver in the pattern.
Larry Krueger joining us on 95.7 The Game. Larry, let me ask you this. This hypothetical, even though I know it's real. The playbook for Jimmy Garoppolo on one hand and the playbook for Brock Purdy on the other hand. My question is, are they the same playbook, but this is how Brock Purdy executes Kyle Shanahan, or are they different playbooks?
Well, it's the same playbook for sure, but it's just a matter of Kyle has more. I mean, Kyle clearly has belief in Brock that he did not have in Jimmy. He can say whatever he wants at a presser, but the numbers are clear. When the 49ers were in the playoff run to the Super Bowl, he took the ball out of Jimmy's hands against the Vikings and Packers. I think they threw it like they ran it constantly. They threw it like 9 times. So, now he's got the same playbook, but I think he just really feels. I mean, one of the comments in the postgame that shocked me was when Kyle's like, hey, with Brock, he's so successful throwing the football that, I got to remind myself to not have too many pass attempts, to run the ball more. I mean, that was not a problem with Jimmy Garoppolo. They were more run heavy with Jimmy because I felt like they felt there were things they couldn't do, especially from under center, especially off the play action game. Where Brock's way better, guys, is Brock can play action under center, turn his back on the defense, flip back around, and have a total picture of where everybody is immediately, and then the ball's coming right out of his hands. Where Garoppolo, if you watched him from under center in play action, when he flipped it around and turned back to the defense, he needs to kind of recalibrate. Where is everybody? Where are my receivers in the pattern? Where is the defense? And that split second means that you can't throw with anticipation as well.
So, Larry, does that mean, do you think Shanahan's calling more like different plays than he called for Jimmy? And if so, you know, what do you think he's allowed Purdy to do percentage-wise of the playbook that maybe he didn't allow Jimmy to do?
Well, I mean, I just think that he feels more open to call play-action passes, you know, than he did under Garoppolo. Garoppolo, I think he wanted to run it more and take the ball out of his hands. You know, one of Jimmy's greatest strengths was his ability to bounce back from adversity. But let's be totally frank about this. Many times that was adversity that he himself caused. So, you know, Purdy at this point is in a phenomenal rhythm. And to me, it seems like, especially once you get into the meat and potatoes of the game, after that first drive, he really has a belief in Brock to attack down the field and in the middle of the field. And there's a trust there that I think he didn't have with Garoppolo.
Larry, I got to give you some credit for your Greenlaw take, because I was at the game, and normally I always say, just me, Larry, a disruptive defensive line like or line guy like Bosa or Hargrave, it starts with them. What I saw from Greenlaw and Warner, I know they've been doing it, but to see it up close, it was Ray Lewis like. I was like, these dudes are it's just sinister. Talk to us about that tandem, and am I off base by saying, you know what, they may be the heart and soul of this Niner defense?
I don't think there's any doubt, Goo. I mean, those guys are all pros. And they're not Pro Bowlers, they're all pros. They're the best at their position in the game. They're tone-setting players. Their physicality. I mean, Greenlaw threw Pollard down. Was it Pollard?
Oh, Larry, where was the flag?
It could have been a penalty, but I mean,
yeah, the ref was right there.
But these guys sprint right to that line, and they even cross it at times. But they're hell bent on being tone setters, and it's not just on game day; it's in practice too. I mean, Fred Warner on a Tuesday, you know, if he senses the energy's light, man, he starts barking and getting guys going, and you know, and then Greenlaw, you know, is in that special category right now, guys, where he doesn't even really have to practice on certain days. I mean, they give him, you know, he's a game day guy, and it's like, you know, you'll see him on the sideline for practice on a Wednesday or Thursday, and people will ask Kyle or Wilkes, you know, hey, is Dre hurt? Is he going to go? And it's like, are you kidding me? You know, this guy lives for Sunday, and they give him Wednesday and Thursday to get ready. So if he wants a run on the side and freshen up his body for Sunday, you know what? They're all for it.
Larry Krueger joining us on 95.7 The Game. Knows as much about the 49ers as anybody out there. Let me ask you this about the pass rush of the Niners. Okay, so the numbers aren't off the charts, and Bosa's off to a slow start, at least sack-wise. But is it really a case of, for the most part, the opposition is getting the ball out so fast that nobody could sack a quarterback that gets rid of it this quickly? And that's part of the reason why the linebackers have been so phenomenal, is because they're just keeping everything in front?
I mean, I think it's a combination, Matt. I mean, you're right that there's a trend in the game right now to get it out quick. Right. You know, 2.5 seconds, ball comes out. That's going to neutralize a great rusher. I think it also has to do with the fact that the Niners are not necessarily getting it done opposite Bosa, which is why Randy Gregory is going to be on the field tomorrow at practice. The combination of Drake, who I love, he's a great young player, but Drake and Hyder and Cleveland Farrell only had 8 quarterback hits and 243 quarterback or pass rush snaps. That's not very much. I mean, by comparison, Gregory, who wasn't getting a lot of time in Denver, had 4 quarterback hits and 73 pass rush snaps. So that's, I think, a big part of it. You got the Niners are trying to get it done with their front 4. They're not sending extra blitzers a lot. And the whole thing's tilted towards Bosa because the defensive end on the opposite side is not necessarily getting it done. And the ball's coming out quick. all those factors add up to not a lot of sacks. But Wilkes isn't really concerned about the sack total. He looks at the pressures more than anything, and they're pretty. He's still got 20, 25 pressures.
Larry, I got to be careful here. Jerry Jones said something that had me thinking twice, like, you know what? Every team is not the Niners, and we thought this was Ali Frazier, but he is right. Every team is not the Niners, and they got the best of them. But you've seen Dak up close twice in the last calendar year. Larry, I was so disappointed because he looked like a deer in headlight, but on top of that, McCarthy's offense, there's no motion. It looks outdated. What did you make of that offense in totality? Because this was supposed to be a big year, but even CeeDee Lamb in person was throwing tantrums because he wasn't getting the ball. What did you make of Dallas's approach offensively?
Well, I'm not a Dak critic. I kind of like Dak. I think Dak's a winner. I think he's a leader. I like him. I'm a Dak fan, to be honest, but I just think their weapons are not what they were. I mean, you lost Dalton Schultz. You replaced him with Ferguson.
Big.
They needed to go add another spectacular receiver. They didn't. They needed another dynamic running back. Instead, Zeke's gone, and the guys behind Pollard are just guys. I mean, they're kind of special teamers and part-time guys. I mean, the 49ers have a starting caliber running back in CMC. Mitchell, starting caliber. Mason, starting caliber. I mean, I think even TDP might be a starter. Dallas doesn't have that. Dallas has Deuce Vaughn. Dallas has Rico Dowdell. Dallas has this kid Ferguson instead of Schultz. I mean, they've taken a backslid. They've backslid as far as their weapons, and the Niners have upped their deal. I mean, the Niners are the same team they faced last year, except Ayuk, Debo, and McCaffrey are all primed for career years because of their fitness and their conditioning, and they've added Hargrave and Oliver to their defense. So the Niners have gotten better since last year. The Cowboys have gotten worse. That's why I thought it would be like 30-7, and I was close, but, you know.
Look at you. Hey, we'll get you out of here on this one. I got to be careful because I'm drinking the Kool-Aid. If you want to put Purdy in the MVP conversation, the kid's done nothing to make me, think twice. But Cleveland, I told Steiny, I'm giving them no chance. But, Larry, I know it's the NFL. Talk to it. You expect a game Sunday in Cleveland from this Niner team.
Well, I expect a lower scoring game. These are two of the best defenses going. Myles Garrett is every bit as good as Bosa, if not better. He's just been phenomenal. I mean, Myles Garrett is having the career year, and they've got help up front. They got Denzel Ward on the backside. So defensively, the Browns are no picnic, and I think it's going to be a lower scoring game. But, P.J. Walker, I think, is going to start at quarterback if Deshaun can't go, and the Browns losing Chubb was a major, major hit. The Browns are not getting great performance out of their offensive line. Wills, the former Bama kid, has not come of age. So I like the 49ers to win the game, but I think it will be a lower scoring game.
Larry Krueger, you're the man. Appreciate it.
Thanks, fellas. Have a good one.
All right, that's Larry Krueger, 95.7 The Game's 49ers correspondent extraordinaire.
Let's hope Deshaun Watson plays.
He's not gonna.
Oh, you already?
Anybody want to bet me on that?
Oh, you're saying
I'm saying he won't play.
He don't want them problems.
He's day to day. He's going to make a business decision.
I'll say this. I keep my ear to the street.
Oh.
He went out the last game before the bye, and some players are questioning whether he could have stayed in the game. When that starts to happen, Steiny, I think, boy. Now, he's getting all the chicken. We understand he got the all guaranteed. But, man, if you're getting questioned about your toughness, yikes.
I bet he doesn't play.
I hope you're wrong.
That sniffs. This has all.
It's Niners -4. Load up now.
Well, I'll tell you what I may load up on is Niners winning it all.
Norm's already done it.
What's the number he got?
To win it all, plus 385.
I could get it for plus 375 right now.
It was plus 385. And to win the conference that's the Super Bowl. The conference was 190, I think 175. But he's juiced right now. Oh, Norm.
I may want to lock that number in at 375.
Who's going to beat him? Now, Kansas City, I told you at Willard's house. Oh, you weren't there. I told Evan and Dibbs. What I saw Mahomes do on that bum wheel, Steiny, your boy's special. I'm going to call him Steph. So They came in here and whooped the Niners' ass last year, but McCaffrey had been in for a couple of days. But we can never dismiss them. I know it's not looking great right now, but what will it be in January? But would you like to see Andy Reid versus Kyle or McDaniel? I got to slow my roll. Versus Kyle. I want to see McDaniel because he knows where the bodies are buried.
First things first, I want to see the Eagles and the 49ers.
You know what? We're going to see at 13.
I want to see once in the regular season, then once in the postseason.
And you may get that.
I think we will.
That could be for home field.
To me, the wild card now becomes the Lions. How good are the Lions?
Because they're physical. Say what you want. They're physical. Well, you like their coach. Remember we thought he was a meathead when he said, I want to eat kneecaps or whatever it was.
Dan Campbell.
Now
no love for the Seahawks?
Yeah.
They beat the Lions.
On
the road.
They shouldn't have.
But they did. Rocky shouldn't have beat your boy. He did.
This is when I want to throw a brick at you.
Clubber Lane. Come on. I'm going Rocky 3. I pity the fool.
What
You have nothing for me on Rocky? Come on.
By the way, speaking of Rocky.
What you got?
You know what? I'm not going to spoil it. You'll see it.
Oh.
I'll break it out soon.
I want to say you call that a tease, people, but since we're not going to find out what was that? Hey, Rocky,
it's not.
Watch me pull a rabbit out of my hat. That's my Bullwinkle.
No, it's Yo Adrian. That's Rocky.
Number 2.
Rocky's also the best mascot in the NBA. Denver Nuggets. Mm-hmm.
I can't even think of another.
Oh, please. What
Give
about
me one more?
The Chicago Bull? What's he named?
Benny the Bull.
The guy who get Benny the Bull, he was arrested. How about the Phoenix Gorilla? I mean, the gorilla's very famous.
Isn't his name Go?
Oh, boy.
Go the gorilla?
He scares me.
We've got, what's the guy in Minnesota, the Timberwolf? It's like Howler or something.
You got the deer for the buck, right?
Yes, absolutely.
What's his name? Danny?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Bernie down in Miami in South Florida.
What is
Bernie, the Heat mascot?
What's he look like?
Like a ball of fire.
Oh boy.
The Magic have one too, and it looks like HR Puffin stuff. It's one of the worst mascots, and it's also got a name.
I'm about to Google it.
I can't think of it.
I can't even remember it.
707, Warriors old mascot. Yes, go ahead.
Stuff the Magic
That's
Dragon.
right. Stuff the Magic Dragon.
That's incredible.
Yeah, good one. The Jazz Bear. He's pretty good.
The Jazz Gorilla?
It's like a bear. Like a Sasquatch type of thing. Up in the Wasatch. What they have roaming around the Wasatch.
But Thunder, rest in peace, he was ahead of his time.
He was so far ahead of his time that they had to make some changes.
Because of the OKC Thunder.
Well, that's part of it.
Oh.
Yes,
you got some others
I
too.
do
Le Coyote?
I have some.
Oh, the Spurs!
They're calling him Le now for Wemby.
Hey.
That's
Hey. This is what you people, you Warrior fans need to realize. The Thunder are coming, baby.
Well, everybody
so are the
knew that.
Spurs. You better
So
not.
are the
You better not.
Spurs.
That's right. Oh yeah.
I've got to strongly disagree.
What are we talking about? What have you seen for the Spurs?
Wemby and
Wemby was getting boxed out by guards that ain't even making the
20
league.
points.
Did you see the budding rivalry?
Yes,
that's brewing?
Holmgren. Yes,
Holmgren
it's
and
going to be
Wemby.
a war.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
You laugh at Chet Holmgren. Yeah, keep laughing at Chet Holmgren.
No, Chet is a baller.
And I'll give you the Micah Parsons. You laugh now, cry later.
That was
Looks malnourished.
Yeah,
Who?
there you go. Wemby.
Both Wemby and Holmgren.
Brought to you by Ralph Sampson. They got to get strong in that. People don't like that. They got to get stronger. They need some bricks in their pocket.
Yeah, you know who else does?
Eat some Taco Bell.
The Warriors.
Jackson Davis is
tiny.
Jackson Davis is thick.
Teeny
You know what he reminds me of?
The
You're going to
teeny
laugh.
tiny Warriors.
No, I'm being real here. I said this. Ask me. I'll tell you. Brad Doherty.
He's left-handed though.
Wow. But just the body.
Brad Doherty was 7 feet.
Well, he still got some. He's thick, Steiny. He ain't getting pushed out.
Brad Doherty was a great passer.
He was a. I love that team. Till
Yeah, I
Jordan.
don't see it. I don't see it, Daryl.
I'm just telling you. He's thick.
What's the story with the Thunder? The old
people want to know. See, now you can't do this. He was great, dude.
Thunder
played hoop at Club One.
The original Thunder used to do a lot of things, mascot related, but he became a different kind of mascot because he would actually Thunder would go to libraries, for example, or elementary schools, and read to the children.
I love it.
Well, most mascots practice what we call kayfabe in the old wrestling vernacular.
Talk to us.
No, mascots can't talk. You don't talk if you're a mascot. Rocky doesn't talk. Bernie doesn't talk. You don't go do public service and read books. That's not a mascot.
Dude, who have you... Okay, so
they said, it's just...
But the kids were excited. They don't have those stupid rules. If the thing wanted to talk, let it talk.
Thunder, they eventually said, you know what, let's not have Thunder talk.
Weak.
No, it's not. You're not. You know what? If you're speaking, you're no longer a mascot. You've transformed into something else.
So they
like
were
a
hating on
superhero.
him.
Wait, shut up. No, they just didn't think it was a good
Dude,
great idea.
I didn't tell you guys this.
And then the Oklahoma City Thunder came.
I didn't tell you guys this. Instagram can verify this. A couple weeks ago, about a month, my niece Mila was having a birthday party, and Spider-Man was there. She loves Spider-Man. He smelled like alcohol. Spidey did. I posted it. And I wanted to rip the mask off to see what nationality he was, Stoney. He smelled like, and the people were getting mad, but he was talking to Stoney, he was on one. Why did I want to see what I was daydreaming. Dude,
Peter Parker deserves to drink. Peter Parker needs a drink too, all right?
I asked him, how many of these you do a day? Because I'm thinking maybe he went to the car, and he goes, on a good day, 4 or 5. I was like, dude, you reek of suds, man.
Of course.
It was drama. I'm going to just leave it there. Snotty, there was some drama.
Maybe he was sad because his uncle passed away.
You don't
Uncle
get
Ben.
that, right? Spider-Man's uncle in real life. And I'll leave it alone. Snotty, I wanted to pull the mask off. Just to see. You've been drinking.
I mean, my thing is, of course he was drinking.
It was a Saturday.
Kid's birthday party? Oh, my God.
Oh, and he was being extra little rough, and the parents were getting a little, hey.
I bet he was doing more than just drinking.
What was that movie where the clown was that Uncle Buck?
Oh, my
with
goodness.
John Candy?
I think
one
you're
of my
right.
favorites, by
classic.
the way.
There's also a good scene in Parenthood where Steve Martin, the original Buffalo Bill or whatever, was going to come on a horse, and he didn't come, and Steve Martin rode a horse. He got sick or something.
I forgot to tell you guys that. I posted it. There was some drama, Stoney.
The original Spider-Man was only a Spider-Man.
Oh, boy.
888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny and Guru with you. We're talking about the San Francisco 49ers putting the bow on their 42-10 victory over the Dallas Cowboys. And next week is the Cleveland Browns. We'll see what's in store then. 10 a.m. game.
Let's hope Watson
excited.
plays.
I'm excited.
Until you gave me that news that you think he may not play.
Why
is it only 4?
Why would he
His
play?
shoulder is hurt.
Even if he's 50-50, why would he play? See, he's got to
$200 million.
He's got to show me he wants it.
All right.
He's got to show me he's going to come back against this team, regardless of the fact that it might be the best team.
He ain't it.
Yeah. P.J. Walker? Where'd he go to college?
I want to say Evan.
P.J. Walker, college.
Vandy.
I'm going to say UNLV.
Central Florida, I believe.
P.J. Walker?
Yeah.
I think it's Virginia Tech.
That's right. He's a Hokie. Yeah. Blacksburg, Virginia's finest.
You been to that stadium?
No.
Virginia Tech?
No.
Man.
You have?
No. Seen it on TV, though.
Apologies. Temple.
Oh,
wow.
Whoa. That means he's tough.
Yeah, no
That means he's tough.
Yep.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number, and the San Francisco 49ers have one of the best quarterbacks in football right now, Brock Purdy. What do the next 10 games look like for Brock Purdy? We know what the previous 10 have yielded, 10 wins. 10 wins. Warriors basketball is back, and so is the Warriors Summit next Wednesday, October 18th. Join us at Fieldwork Brewing Company in San Leandro from 4 to 6. It's open to the public, so join 95.7 The Game for the Warriors Summit, October 18th at Fieldwork Brewing Company. We'll see you there.
Get a bounty of fall fruit at Whole Foods Market. Save on organic honey.
I've never heard that dib.
Steiny Guru, you know who we are.
Don't get big-headed now. Well, I guess they do.
I sound like a know-it-all sometimes. When TF are you going to have a summit in San Francisco? Hey, 415. We've had plenty of events in San Francisco. In fact, I remember a week where Guru and I hit the road.
Dude.
And we were at about 3 places in San Francisco.
I want to say 4.
I
missed one of them. I got
we painted
sick.
this town red, 415.
Our guy never goes.
49er red.
Fool Jeff just sent me some gold.
Oh.
So, we talk about Brock Purdy coming out of nowhere, Mr. Irrelevant.
Okay.
And the one thing, and I'm not comparing Brock to Steph, I am. When you look at his pluses and minuses coming out of college, what they said he could do, it's incredible.
Now, who's this? He must cite
This is Brock
sources.
Purdy, NFL.com. This is the skinny on Brock coming out, his strengths and weaknesses.
But who wrote this? Like, what guy?
Scouts. This was
like
NFL
a compilation of a bunch of scouts?
A bunch of them. All right, here we go. Okay, his strengths. 4-year starter and team leader. Well, get that. Check. Like that?
Nope.
Different quarterback when he finds his rhythm.
Okay.
We've seen him get hot. These are all the strengths. Makes his way through progressions.
He does
Check.
that.
Okay. They on fire. Strong hands allow for easy pump fakes to move defenders.
Okay.
I'll check that. Generally accurate passer between the numbers.
Okay.
Boy, confident throwing over linebackers, LVE, and in the front of safeties. I got to give him that.
All right.
All right. Good toughness and anticipation as a runner.
Okay.
Ain't seen him get hurt. Willing to
Yes, we have. Go
willing
ahead.
to dive.
Yes, we have. Go ahead.
Okay, here we go. I like this one. Willing to dive to move the chains.
If you don't do that, are you really a quarterback?
But I kind of
Continue.
liked all of them. The weaknesses, Steiny.
Why don't you just stop there? Whoever that was right on the money.
Pocket setup lacks quickness. Pocket setup lacks quick. That's wrong.
Okay.
He sets up, gets rid of it, okay? Field blinders occasionally rob him of seeing the big play. It was an F.
When he's rolling left, probably he's talking
Well,
about.
it didn't say that. It just said field blinders occasionally, okay, robs him of seeing the big play. Listen to this one. Delivery is labored. There ain't no hitch in his giddy up, Steiny. Delivery is labored. Okay. Lacks timing to beat NFL corners outside the numbers. Did you see the Cowboy game? Ayuk right and left, okay? This is a joke. Shies away from the tight window throws. This is not the Brock Purdy we know. Only 2 more. Ball needs to come out sooner on deep ball shots. And the last one, confidence and consistency have been issues. Steiny, that is not the Brock Purdy we know.
No, just all the good things.
The weaknesses.
No weaknesses. He doesn't have any weaknesses.
Well, they whoever put this together, there was
college.
8 of them.
That was college.
Man.
Let's go to Miguel in Phoenix. Hey, Miguel, how you
Z.
doing?
Hey, how you doing, guys?
Hey.
Doing well, man.
Doing. I mean, just listening to that stat that they said, maybe the fact that this scout thought Purdy's confidence was. You think it has something to do with his demeanor not changing? I mean, even when the guy's excited, all he does is his little two pistol thing. So I can kind of see where they're coming on that.
Well, it may have to do, Miguel, with the
And
fact they didn't win as much in college. He didn't win as much.
Yeah, but even I think some of the hard throws that he's had and that he's missed, they point the camera at him. He doesn't seem to be over too low or too high. He's always kind of just in the middle. And I think some of his teammates have mentioned that. But another thing, I do have a question for you guys. You guys coming out to the game in December out in Phoenix?
Who do they play?
The Cardinals.
Oh,
we coming out to
I don't know what, Miguel. Let me look into it.
Yeah, get back to us.
Yeah, thank you, Miguel. Appreciate it. No chance.
Do a road trip. Speaking of which, I think we're getting too ahead of ourselves. The Rams played Philly tough. Niners got them again. I thought it was the NFC worst. They got Seattle twice, AZ one more time. Dude.
I haven't articulated this to anybody, but
you all right?
I don't know. The last few days, like the last week, it's really weird. I've had these two little sensations.
Where at?
Like in my head area.
Well, you missed a day last week.
Like, so my temple.
Yeah.
The temple. I noticed you had an eye issue yesterday.
Yeah, man, I told you guys, this is like my socket.
It's more of a temple issue. It's almost like
a sensation.
Like it throbs a little bit. And I'm thinking, did I hit myself in the head? And did I roll over in bed? Anyway, and then get this. This is a weird thing. See my jawline here? Just like right here.
Did something bite you, maybe?
Every once in a while, it's starting to tingle.
Maybe something
just
bit
makes
you.
me really itch.
Maybe a spider bit you.
I don't think it's a bite, Goo. It's like it starts in my ear and it just kind of tingles a little. It's weird. It's one of those things that's like I won't even tell a doctor because the doctor will be like, yeah, I don't know what that is.
No, you need to speak up.
What are they going to say?
You got guru-itis.
They're going to say, yeah, your left jawline's going to tingle and your temple's going to throb a little. That's all they'll say.
Well, thanks for sharing.
Yeah, well, it's just a couple.
Yeah,
couple.
When did it start?
Couple weird ones. Like the last week or so. The temple in the last 3 or 4 days, and the jawline thing maybe about 10, 15 days ago.
When do we take time, since we put the Cowboys to bed, before you tell people what you and I experienced at the old ship Friday? Evan wasn't there. Can you just tell how rude the people were?
Remind me.
Evan, I walked in with the Cowboy jersey. It was hot.
Gosh,
Evan, you would have thought we were in prison. What was good? Dude, people were coming up like, take it off. The lady next to us, not even keep it real. And you just were laughing.
I thought it was funny.
I needed help. Evan, I got out of there. I got my salad and got up out.
If you can't handle the heat, stay out of the kitchen.
If it's ever that hot, I ain't going in the kitchen.
Well, you don't have to worry about that now. You said you wouldn't wear a Cowboys jersey again.
Oh, I'm boycotting. Yeah.
Yeah, right. Is this another thing you say you're going to do that you don't?
Wow.
Or say you're not going to do, but you will?
Your symptoms sound like TMJ, Steiny. Get it checked.
Do I grit my teeth?
The dentist said I do when I sleep.
How does he know?
Looking at my teeth.
I guess. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny.
All the young people enjoy your life.
A little bit.
Here we go. Steiny and Goo, brought to you by Geritol.
Yeah, here's the other one.
Ben Gay.
By the way, I'm out next Friday for the ship.
What happened?
I got a doctor's appointment.
Who goes to the doctor on a Friday? Oh, that was Evan.
3:10.
Who goes on a Friday?
Do. What if I told you
What if you get bad news?
All he had was Friday, and I said, you know what? I could use a day off from the ship. I don't need to do that.
Oh, okay.
Time.
Well, we'll still go.
Yeah, but it won't be as fun.
I'm a dentist. You're cringing.
Okay.
Maybe that's causing the sensation.
All right. So if I just stop, you think it'll subside?
But you don't know you're doing it, so you can't. That's why you sleep with the thing. The dentist was telling me to buy the mouth guards.
Yeah.
I go, Doc, you're wrong. I don't do that to my teeth. He's like, yeah, you do. Stuff looking like chiclets.
Yeah.
To be young again.
Yeah, I got to go in for my pre-op.
For the hip?
Yeah.
You're going to miss time.
I don't know.
Take as much time as you need, bud. Evan, we'll hold it down.
I don't know.
You need to. Do it right. No, seriously, do it right. Don't rush back like that. Women give birth and they're out the hospital now in like 4 hours. Like, can you spend the night, Doc?
I got to figure it out. I'll do it during a down period. I'm not, you know what? See, this is where I'm not like Shaq. I'm not like Shaquille O'Neal. You notice I didn't go in for surgery right at the start of football season.
Got hot at him. Yeah.
Basketball season starting. Shaq, time to get surgery.
You took a vacation towards the playoffs last year, though.
No, I didn't. Oh, yeah, I did.
Oh,
well, that was golf. That wasn't. That was different. No, it was a friend. I was with friends in South Carolina.
Didn't he say, I got injured on company time? I'm going to get better on company time?
I believe he did say that. He was the author. Remember Shaq?
Pippen.
No.
Wait, who?
Shaq, I thought Shaq was the author of I Got Hurt on Company Time. I think you're right, Evan. It was Big Boy. We was big boned it.
You know what I think this is? I think people have it right. Like my temple doesn't throb, but there's just a little pain in it every 15 seconds. I wouldn't say pain, discomfort.
Dibbs will be able to diagnose you. Dude, he said he's been through it.
He's been through what?
A lot of things.
He's been through the ringer.
Yeah, well, I'll give you a shout out. What used to be Bill Simmons. You didn't like what Jeff sent us. That was up your alley.
No, I thought it was good. I thought it was good.
Like, this is a PSA. Don't let anybody in whatever you do in life tell you what you can accomplish. And that's for Steph Curry, all these guys. Shaq, you knew coming out you're going to be a center. No shocker, but I mean, Brock Purdy, man, Steiny, the ink is drying once this writer's strike is over. The movie's coming. And it'll be right there with Kurt Warner, who was bagging groceries.
By the way, nobody saw that movie.
I saw it.
You'll watch any sports movie. I mean, what was it called?
How dare you,
What was it called?
Not Undeniable. I forget the title.
Get an over-the-counter night guard, Steiny. All right.
But it's your temple. Somebody said, does it burn when you pee?
No, it doesn't. Jim in Martinez. Hey, Jim. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing pretty good. I can't hardly talk thanks to the being out there at the game the other night.
Well, nice. We know the feeling.
I heard it was lit AF.
Man, I can't tell you how much fun it was. The crowd, everybody was cool with the Dallas fans, but there's nothing better than kicking Dallas's butt. Brock, I mean, that guy he's a football player quarterback who he's got nerve of steel. I mean, I hate to say he's got some Joe Montana traits. You might have a little bit of a nasal infection going on, Steiny, by the way.
Huh.
I can't hardly talk. We've been out there the last couple of weeks tailgating and yelling, and I never sat down for 5 hours. I didn't go to my seat the last two games, hanging out with different Niner fans.
So you're on one right now.
I am, actually.
Victor!
Hey, you guys, love the show, man. Steiny, take care of yourself. Guru, burn that Dallas shirt. Get over it, buddy.
Yeah, you won't see it for a while, bud.
Thanks, Jim.
That
Appreciate
was great.
it.
Man, they call that a bender. Yeah.
I just like to say on one.
Hey,
yeah.
You know, I like to just roll out material.
Yeah.
Just to see if you guys are listening. The writer strike's over.
You don't know that.
Oh, I do.
You just know that a texter texted it.
No, my producer gave me that information.
See, no.
As of 24 hours ago.
I'm just a day late.
Well,
Evan knows a lot.
I'm always pro-union. Those are facts. You know, my dad was ahead of
Never got your
teachers.
hands dirty in your life talking about union.
Hey.
that was a real, hey.
I've done more blue-collar work in my life than you have.
I worked at the Naval Supply Center.
You're white collar. You're white collar.
I worked at the Naval Supply Center every summer for 4 years with gangsters. I won't even say there. Don't tell me. I cleaned up this city and Alameda. No. Don't tell me.
Don't know.
Steiny.
You're a salesman.
But this was before salesman.
Every time you woke up in the morning, you put a white shirt on,
See, this was before that.
No.
I cleaned the streets, Jack.
Now all of a sudden you're not proud of your sales background?
No, this is pre-sales when I said I want to do something more.
You never landscaped.
Oh, that's what we did, Steiny.
Oh, you've never used a hoe.
We sneak off and drink. Oh, we did it all.
You ever use a hoe?
Yeah, Steiny, stop. And a weed whacker.
Please.
Dude, where the longshoremen were. We cleaned that all up.
For how many years?
4 summers. And I got paid, too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I've done it longer than you then. Because when I got out of college, I had nothing going. Nothing
you
going.
You and the boss, I ain't going to call you guys liars. You say you painted at one juncture in your life, both of you.
Damn right. I painted,
when
I
was
landscaped. This? Right after college.
You were a painter.
Yes. I was a painter.
You don't have the patience.
I was a carpenter. What do you mean I don't have the patience?
I couldn't see you paint. Hey, how you doing?
I'm a really, really good painter.
Yeah.
I've just gone to interiors now. I don't usually do exteriors, but I could if I needed to. Yeah, coming out of college, I had nothing going.
Well, you had your degree.
Oh, boy.
Barely.
Yeah, more than I had.
Hey, by the way, in Hawaii, are you allowed to never mind. In Hawaii, are you allowed to laugh out loud, or do you have to keep it to aloha?
That's the stuff I like.
I know you do. That's why it's just you and me, buddy. I don't care what anybody else thinks.
Oh, boy. That was pretty good. Somebody sent that to you.
How about this? My mom just sent me one at 12:39. Right. I don't know this one. Let me.
Anytime.
Hold on.
Boy, we're old.
Hold on. No, we're not.
It's taking you an hour.
I thought I saw an eye doctor in Alaska, but it turned out it was only an optical illusion.
Number 3.
I love Mary, but that was a 1, Steiny. That's my girl. That's my
a
auntie.
5 in any league. Oh, man.
Dude,
Steiny.
Larry thought the game was going to... Go ahead. I'm stepping on you.
I was just going to say Steiny and Guru. Just resetting.
Yeah, Larry thought...
I know. You don't think I do that because I'm not a real host. But a real host does reset.
He used traditional. That's when you said, our show works. He's black and I'm white. You remember that? I've never wanted to. All the sisters and brothers looking at me like, who's your partner? But look at us now. Yeah, but you're Italian. But listen, Larry thought it was going to be a blowout. I hadn't heard him. You're the only one that was disappointed. Now, everybody wanted a close game, man.
Oh, against the Cowboys. I thought you were talking about the upcoming game against the Browns.
No, I ain't there till tomorrow.
888-957-9570 is the number. The 49ers coming off a big win against the Dallas Cowboys. We're talking about Brock Purdy and how you measure him at this point. And I feel like it doesn't matter anymore whether you think he's good, whether you don't think he's good, whether you think he's overachieving, when he's going to come back to earth, whether he's going to regress to the mean. My question is, how does a guy like Brock Purdy play better than he's played the last 10 regular season weeks? I mean, the guy has been incredible. Here's what I mean. To me, the only way Brock Purdy gets better is if Kyle Shanahan kind of knows he's getting better. I think it's going to be things we don't see. I don't think the eye test.
We're not going to see.
I do not think the eye test for Brock Purdy will change. In other words, let's say in the next 10 games, let's just say for kicks, the 49ers go 8-2, and instead of 20 touchdowns and 2 picks, Purdy has 15-5.
Take it all day.
Right. So I think the 15-5 is going to look similar to the 20-2.
Because 15-5, Steiny is spectacular.
Exactly.
Evan, if you have the sound, can you play Baldy? He was talking to Bonte and Shasky just about Brock Purdy and his improvement.
He's quickly separating himself, not just from, I don't even know how anybody could watch and see what he's doing right now and say anything is ordinary or plug another guy in. I just don't see it. I mean, he's separating himself from just basically every player in this league. Mm-hmm. I mean, forget about the quarterback position. He's playing a position higher than anybody's playing any position. He just took apart the number 1 defense in football. A team that had been living off turnovers, off of defensive touchdowns, and he didn't give them a chance once to have any of those kind of splash plays. The guy simply doesn't make a mistake, which is just almost impossible to play the game.
That's incredible. That's Baldy, a former player, play breakdowner extraordinaire. That's not Guru. That's not like I would love Priest and the people like Priest, who I love, to listen to that. You can't. He said, forget the quarterback. Steiny, he's mastering his field and just carved the number 1 defense up. I'm asking you, you think that's a fluke? I don't.
I don't think it's a fluke. I don't think it's a fluke, but we can all pick information and agree or disagree. There's still people like Orlovsky out there, probably. You know what I mean?
Yeah. He's undefeated as a starter in the regular season.
Dude, I've said that 48 times. I built a show around it.
No, I got you.
10-0, but my point, 70%.
Nobody's taking anything away from you. When you keep hearing those things, it's like a slap in the face on how good this start is.
A Buddhist refused Novocaine while having a root canal because his goal was to transcend dental medication. Get it?
No.
Transcendental meditation.
Oh, boy.
Can't do it.
Yeah, that's not it. That was bad. But a good comedian has to laugh at his bad. That wasn't good.
People who can't tell the difference between whole numbers and decimal points, well, they're missing the point. Okay. 888-957-9570 is the number. There's nothing like some good dad jokes. You know you like dad jokes. You know it. You know it.
I was going to say, we keep this up. We may be doing it for a living.
Doing what?
Telling jokes, because we got to get back to the Niners.
Okay.
I brought us back with the Baldy sound.
Okay.
We should be
and here's it's always fun to listen to Nick Bosa.
Yeah, it blows my mind, but I am extremely, extremely happy that he's here.
Talking about Brock Purdy.
Boy, that is my good man. Give it to me one more time, Snotty.
How about something else from Bosa? Or do you want that one again?
That one.
Yeah, it blows my mind, but I am extremely, extremely happy that he's here.
He's so mellow.
I just think he kind of gets overshadowed sometimes, and I see a lot of tight ends around the league scoring touchdowns, and I'm kind of like, George deserves his due, and it was just a matter of time.
Hey, Nick,
that is
he
real,
gets his due.
man.
Relax.
Nah, he's looking out for his teammate, man. That's real.
It's real, but it's fake. It's made up. Anybody who's the best tight end in football? Kelsey and Kittle. Kittle and Kelsey.
Oh, this was bigger
Kelsey
than
and Kittle.
Kittle's a made man, Steiny.
Well, he gets credit.
No, Bosa did this about after week 1, hearing the shade about his quarterback when Brock was facing Moore. Oh, he ain't done it. Bosa said the same thing. And that's the one thing I like about this Niner team. Oh, Guru season, they have each other's back, but they said aloud, and he's consistent because he said, I hear the noise, remember, about my quarterback. Well, that noise is dying down.
And there's no noise about Kittle.
No, he said Kittle's not getting in the end zone.
Yes, he is. No, he said he's not getting the recognition for not getting in the end zone. And I'm like, hey, Nick, people like me can appreciate his blocking. That's why Kittle's one of the best tight ends in football.
But there's nothing like getting in the end zones.
Finally. 888-957-9570 is the number. Hey, it's back, and we are excited.
Yeah.
Warriors basketball, that's what's back, and so is the Warriors Summit. Next Wednesday, October 18th, join us at Fieldwork Brewing Company in San Leandro from 4 to 6. It's open to the public, so join 95.7 The Game for your Warriors Summit, October 18, Fieldwork Brewing Company. We'll see you there.
Attention Bay Area sports fans, get ready for a game-changing experience with local Arena Tix. A family of 4 saves about $150 when attending the favorite Bay Area sports game. Sign up now at localarenatix.com and enjoy a 30-day free trial.
powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
Get it right, you spy!
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Peter King on with Willard and Dibbs at 3:15 today. Peter King, our weekly guest. And my sources are saying we're efforting Ross Tucker for tomorrow.
Oh, that's big.
We get Ross Tucker tomorrow.
Yeah, you're right.
By the way, he's developed a relationship with that guy's father that I... yeah. He said he's made Army football as enjoyable as he's ever heard. In his entire career. Exactly. Hey, Dante Whitner, NBC Sports Bay Area. Did you hear what he said about the Cowboys game? And Dak Prescott?
Enlighten me. Us.
Tell me if you think this is Dante Whitner. Right. Fair or foul?
Dak Prescott sucks. Oh, my God. Period. Right? They talk so much about Dak Prescott being a top-tier quarterback, franchise guy. I don't see it. I see them trying to cover up for what he lacks. A lot of quick throws, cutting half of the field off, and giving him easy throws. Other than that, he's not a quarterback that can drop back and really take advantage of a defense and carve it up. And today we've seen it. The 49ers defense made him look like a Tier 4 quarterback.
I mean, where are the lies? But in this new era, shout out baseball caps all around the world, but this is what they like. And LaShawn McCoy on the TV, his show was on FS1 Speak. He called Dak ass. Remember that made the rounds.
So these are who said that? McCoy?
McCoy.
Oh, so these are the same players who think the media is too hard on them when they. I want to hear. Does he say Dak sucks or Dak sucked? Let's
sucks. Dak Prescott sucks. Oh my God. Period.
With an S.
I mean, he said sucks.
Yeah,
come on, man.
I mean, he's a former player. I mean, do you want to? You can't handle the truth.
Does Dak Prescott suck?
I believe he does. Did he suck from the gate? No, he's turned into Garoppolo, Kirk Cousins, Steiny. So, Evan, how would you?
I think that's too hard.
Evan, how would you answer? Does Dak suck? How would Evan Giddings answer that?
Dak Prescott sucked on Sunday. He has not sucked in his career.
He doesn't yet. I would say he doesn't suck.
I don't think you'd say Kirk Cousins sucks.
No.
He's sucked in certain games, just like Jimmy Garoppolo sucked in certain games for the 49ers, but he doesn't suck as a player.
I'm just wondering.
Yeah, so you're like, was that over the top, you say?
Yes, because he doesn't suck.
Well, right now, some people would say he does.
He had a bad game.
Yeah, he's had a bad few games.
They're 3-2.
They were 3-1.
Okay.
And they were picked to be up there with the Niners.
Okay.
And he's lost to Garoppolo and Mr. Irrelevant twice, going away.
Okay.
Brock Purdy outplayed him.
Well, of course. It was 42-10. Mm-hmm. But I'm with Evan. This is a slippery slope. But I'm with him.
You think the higher-ups over at NBC said, hey, we don't need you to give that analysis.
I don't think anybody tells Dante Whitner anything.
And you know what? The Hitman.
Hittner. Dante Hittner.
But they called him the Hitman. Get it? Don't look back there for help. Oh, it was the Hitman. Boy, you on one today. Dude, what are you?
Thomas Hearns. I know. Prescott's never returned to form since the broken leg. Okay. Struggling.
What's form?
It's funny. Like
that's not accurate.
He threw 37 touchdowns the year after that.
Yeah, no doubt. But the whole point is the league has figured him out. He has not took his game to the next level. Zone defense is his kryptonite. A la the Arizona game. You see 5 black shirts, not one blue one, and you throw it in the middle of the field. That tells me, Steiny and Evan, he's not seeing the field. His processor and Wi-Fi is stuck. Brock Purdy's is not. It's just fast.
Could Brock Purdy have the same career trajectory as Dak Prescott?
Because he's so in the embryo stages of his career, I would say yes. And can I throw this one at you? Jimmy was loved like this. There were the honeymoon stages, right? Then he fell off. So we'll see. I don't think so.
Is Dak 64-38 as a starter?
You can take that. Give me his playoff record. I could give it to you if you need to look it up.
Probably 2-4.
Yeah, see, that's what we did.
Well, that doesn't suck. Okay, if you've quarterbacked your teams to a 64-38 record, you don't suck. That's a good record. You want to talk about not being able to get it done in the playoffs? That's fine, but 60. Come on. What are we doing here? If we're doing that, then there's only 7 good players in all of professional sports.
All right, here we go with
I
that.
just don't like that.
What's Jimmy's record as a Niner quarterback or starting quarterback? Pretty damn good.
Yeah.
Would you say he's the byproduct of a good system and a good team and good coaching? Because
I would not.
We know his quarterback play on an individual basis doesn't equate to that record, which is good. And you know what? The 68 and whatever, 34, I can't make shade at that. But Steiner, you know what I'm saying.
Well, Garoppolo's 42-19. I would not say Garoppolo sucks. I would say Garoppolo's okay.
Yeah, that's
whatever.
What I would
He's
say.
okay. I would
and
say
that's what
sucks.
I would say about Dak. But Steiny, this guy was paid $160, thinking he was the net.
That's the other thing. And let's put the rat on the table, even though we don't have a pest of the month.
We'll
we
have
don't
it
even
today.
know.
Meeting at 2:15.
Here's the one thing and you know what? Oh, and I'm not saying, no shade. You know what? If you want to give me shade, give me shade. Here's the bottom line. Let's see how we look at Brock Purdy if he's making $42 million a year. Because that's a big part of this, people. He's making $840,000, and he's playing like a world-class quarterback. That is a big, big, big part of this story. I'll bet you if Dak Prescott were still on his rookie deal.
Which he took Romo's job in his rookie season and took the team to the playoffs.
Okay.
So they paid him thinking, oh my God, we got the guy. He's going to take us to the next level. But Steiny had never got there. He sputtered out. Okay. And when you lose games, there's so many ways, guys, to lose a football game. But when you can point at your blunders on the biggest stage, I know Jerry's wishing they had that money back. And he was due an extension, which he didn't get. So it's going to be curious to see how this plays out.
I guarantee you, Cowboy fans look at Dak Prescott. They looked at him as probably pretty good on a rookie deal, and then once he got paid, now he's not as good as we need him to be. And I'm not saying Brock Purdy's going to turn into a pumpkin. That's not what I'm saying at all. But we got to acknowledge that a big part of this is that Brock Purdy is making $840,000 a year, and he's got a great team around him, and he's making the most of it. But we would not, the dynamic would be different and will be different if and when he gets paid.
But if you keep delivering these results, Donnie, then you're living up to that pay.
But in fairness, and again, this is something this is down the line, but, at some point, let's say 2 years, let's say hypothetically, 2 years from now, they haven't gotten it done, but now it's 2 years from now. And Purdy wants $40 million.
Okay.
Well, now I could see, that's a lot of money.
Okay, I'll tell you what.
And I know right now we're saying, just pay him. I get it.
I get you.
But he's this fact that he's on a rookie contract, I was asking all show, how can he get better? How can he be better? Well, one way he can get better is if you have less talent around him, but he still wins. That means he's getting better.
Okay. Hey, what if I were to, because you cited Dak's record, we're in year 8 of Dak. He has 2 playoff victories. Brock Purdy has 2 already, Steiny.
Okay.
So what do you say to that trajectory? That's a problem, right? Wouldn't you want that 4-2?
Of course.
And it looks like the way this thing is going, if you get the Niners again, that could be 2-5. But my point is that the Niners are already hitting on Brock in year 1. And it was a half of one. This thing is on the fast track of greatness. You would think with this system and this team and talent.
You would think.
Because if you said, are the Niners going to get 2 victories in the playoffs this year right now, I'd bet everything I had.
It's fine. Brock's 2-1. If they were, what if he goes out and they get upset in the first round? Now he's 2-2. Oh, the Cowboys beat somebody in the playoffs. Well, now he's 3-4.
Well,
I mean, I don't know. Yeah.
If the 49ers have home field advantage in the playoffs, you'd still bet on those 2 wins because that would put them in the Super Bowl.
Oh, Evan, I totally would. And I think that's where we're headed. A lot to happen here. Would you?
So
if they got home field and had to play 2?
Home field.
Yeah, 2 games, and they're in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Oh, I would bet. I think that's what
I'm
they
going to take the plus 375 right now.
Oh, okay. All right.
To win it all. I thought what you were saying is, can they win in Philly in the playoffs?
No, this would be at home.
I know, but they got to keep winning to play at home.
And I believe they can win in Philly if it got to that. But you got to lose the game.
I mean, what if Philadelphia goes 17-0 and the Niners go 16-1? I can't see that.
Man.
Cowboys are going to beat the Eagles once.
And I was just saying that. But again, the
and
Ravens.
then when they do, and when is that game? When's that game?
Who?
Probably in a couple weeks. Dallas, Philly.
Well, I'll tell you in a minute.
Because I'll tell you what's going to happen. Dallas beats Philly, and Philly will be then 7-1 or 6-1.
And that would be good news for the Niners.
Oh, and then Niners fans can say up until the Eagles game that the Eagles are frauds.
But your gut's telling you the Niners aren't going to. They got Cleveland, and I'm dismissing Cleveland. I shouldn't. They got Baltimore. They got Arizona one more time. They got the Rams. Are we so sure, Steiny? I mean, if it just looks and feels good right now if you're a Niner fan, that you are the baddest team. You're clicking on all cylinders right now, more so than any other outfit in the NFL.
The problem with the Niners
computer
right
taking
now.
slow. I'm trying to get you that Dallas-Philly game. Go ahead.
It's November 5th.
Oh, he got it.
The problem with the Niners is they've been so dominant, it's hard to even imagine how you beat them. How do you beat them? What does the Niners' loss even look like?
Oh, what the Rams put up into the fourth quarter. That's like taking Mike Tyson
in the
to
fourth
the 13th round. Maybe Williams doesn't get that ball that was perfectly thrown to him by Stafford. Maybe that's not an interception. But to me, the ideology is, Steiny, they gave you the Jay-Z. The blueprint is keep the ball away from them. Keep that offense on the sideline.
And you think Cleveland can do that?
That I don't know. I'll watch, but I know the Rams did it. And they did that without the services of one Cooper Kupp, who is now healthy.
Yeah. Man,
I hear you, man.
I know. It's
if I said, Steiny, bet the Niners are going undefeated, would you still say, hell nah? Or would there be a little of you where your hand goes in your pocket like,
whatever you say?
Or it had to be 12-0 now because they got 5.
I don't know. I just know that how many times can you repeat yourself about how great the 49ers are?
And you know what made my day today? Is we're going to watch them play on Thanksgiving at Seattle.
Okay.
Usually that's not their day. They had it a couple years back when Sherman ate the turkey or the chicken on the field. But now they're a part of your Thanksgiving portfolio. Detroit, Dallas, and the Niners. So we got to be here.
How did we get ourselves into this position?
Well, they did.
With you.
Oh, because I give credit where credit is due.
I know.
And I've always done that. I've never had a hating bone in my body.
Well, you just said you're boycotting the Cowboys and that Dak's not very good.
Those are facts. I didn't say this year 1, 2,
How did
3,
you
4.
become the Niners' #1 super fan, Daryl?
When I realized that as much football as I watch, Kyle Shanahan's brilliance on Sundays, or you don't see it on other outfits. He's smarter than everybody.
Kyle is.
Yeah. Remember, I think I'm on record as saying that I know the firing. That was for Trey Lance. I stuck up for him. Only one few in the industry that did. But, Steiny, it's just special, man. And now he's got the people. Who saw Debo doing this in the NFL? Who saw Brandon Ayuk from Arizona State?
You ready? You know who saw this from Debo? I'm going to stick this right in your eye. Bonte Hill. Bonte Hill saw it in Debo.
I can't wait till we see him tomorrow. He'll
Hill
rebuke that.
Saw it right off.
We were BS&G. We had a show.
That's right.
No, not as a rookie.
He was hurt a little early in his career.
Right, but I'm talking about the draft. We were CeeDee Lamb's a Ferrari, Judy, all the other guys with the sexy names. We were like Brandon Ayuk. At least I was. Brandon Ayuk, okay. And now I know Kyle was like, the hell with all that. CeeDee Lamb, baller, but Ayuk is a stud.
Right. So's Debo. Like, Debo Samuel's a stud.
I mean, he's on the island all by himself.
888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny and Guru with you. We'll be here till 2 o'clock.
2:12. We got the crossover.
Amazing how that just happened. There was no, like, usually a company policy, you'll get a memo.
What are you
get something in writing. That's all.
What? About what?
About, dear sir or madam, please be informed, as you likely already know, that your show is changing times from 12 to 3.
Oh, if you read your contract, it's in there. It's in there. They could change the hours and the time at will. Read your contract.
I haven't read a contract in 14 years.
Now, you're too smart.
I haven't.
To not.
The hell am I going to see in a contract?
Everything.
There's nothing to see in a contract. Nobody's trying to schnooker you.
You are. Some days, I really, boy.
Do you know how long it takes to read a contract? Especially one from this place.
Oh,
it's like 16 pages.
Dude.
Wait, how would you know? You haven't read one.
Oh,
that's what I'm saying. It's 16 pages. I just know it's 16 pages.
But you're the type of guy that would have somebody do that for him. At least I thought.
Where is the dotted line?
That's how you get snookered, man.
I've been getting snookered. Left what? You look incredulous.
A duck comes into a bar, buys a round for everybody, tells the bartender, put it on my bill.
Goo's getting it. Yeah, see?
Did you get it?
Yes, I got it.
Oh, boy.
This
Words,
is great.
Man. That was good stuff.
That is good stuff. Tomorrow, you know what? Seriously, tomorrow we are going to get into some Warrior talk.
The boss played us something last Friday.
It was interesting. It was interesting about Steph Curry.
But it's truth. He's taken a more...
We'll see. We don't know that yet.
Game 7 last year, and it was too late, but he still did it.
Did what?
He led.
Okay.
I think he led on a fed-up level, like, this is how you got to be. This is how we're doing it this year. Yeah. We'll get into it.
How does it work when they're not playing a tiny team with hollow numbers, guy? It's a bonus.
What about Alex Lamb?
You know what's on Alex Len? Hey, you know what's funny?
He's tall.
Evan. And Grant, you can...
Grandy back there.
Think about this for a minute. Think about this. Sabonis, your all-star. There were times he couldn't even play in a series. He couldn't even play in a series. Not a one-piece, a series. We get the series.
Look at his contract, Donnie.
That's great.
I'm saying he's a regular season guy that can get you.
That's great.
We bet 48 or over. I took it.
And this is shame on you.
Yeah.
This is shame on you.
I'm telling
this
you
is
the truth.
the double standard. Sabonis is great, even though he stinks in the offseason.
Oh, no doubt.
He's great. Dak Prescott, he stinks in the offseason, so he just stinks.
Well, he's stinking in the regular season now.
Please.
Yeah.
He's 64-38 in the regular season. My point is why does Sabonis get away
I'm gonna tell
with
you why.
not being able to play in the postseason,
Because
but it's okay?
He has not slayed the boogeyman, which is Draymond Green. We've seen Draymond Green do it to all type of centers. Steiny, just boo, and you fumble, dumble,
but
and
it's
lose the
okay.
ball.
Why is it okay for Sabonis?
I'm saying they had a good season last year.
And
they were a surprise team.
Okay, but they got...
and you said they're not going to win 48. Because I'm like, Steiny, there's no playoff game in that 82 games they're going to play this
How do
season.
you determine who's successful even if they failed in the postseason?
Oh, well, that's a whole different can of worms.
Well, I need to know. Must listen to, like, Sabonis.
I get what you're saying.
Harrison Barnes.
But our bet, no doubt about it.
Okay.
But our bet is predicated on them winning 48 again.
It's more of a Dak Prescott thing. Like, Prescott's good in the regular season. Let's say he's been pretty good in the regular season. He's been pretty bad in the postseason.
Wants chips.
Well, so do the Kings.
Well,
but that's kind of my point. Like,
I hear you.
We kill Prescott. We kill him.
But it's 7 years of
true.
You can't even get us to a championship game.
He couldn't even play in a series. Yeah. AJ's in Fremont. What's up, AJ?
Hey guys, first of all, apology. I was traveling yesterday and I could not come on. I could not say call in yesterday.
Oh, it's okay. We're glad you're here today, bud.
Guys, thank you so much. And again, I'm a season ticket holder, and I was in the game on Sunday. And one thing, guys, I'll tell you, man, there was fire. There was egg. I mean, you could see how much. Deeply involved every single player was on the Niners side, the fan side. And you know what? If I am Dallas, and I should be thankful to all the Niners team, to the coaching staff for not putting another 2 points, another 14 points on the board and taking our score down to like 55, 56 to 10 or something. That would have been more than embarrassment. Just imagine 12 minutes in the game and we took the A team out and we had a B team playing there, man. This is what Dallas Cowboys is. That was a big time. That was a great game. And again, Mike McCarthy and everybody should be thanking Kyle Shanahan for not putting them down for another 14 points.
Appreciate the call.
He's saying they didn't run it up, Stoney.
Appreciate the call.
I watched the game again last night.
So let me get this straight.
It took him 17 minutes.
How did you watch? You watched both baseball games.
Oh, keep going.
You watched the Monday night game and rewatched.
I got multiple screens. Keep going.
Well, then you don't. Well, then you're only watching half.
No, when all that was over, then what did I do?
Well, if you have two, we got the Twins here.
To laugh.
And who's on the other? You're not watching them both. You don't get credit for both. You only get credit for a half each.
You saw me at the Circa Sportsbook, and there was 9 million TVs.
And you missed every other play.
Please.
Yeah, no.
Oh,
you don't get that.
It's an
now
art.
I get it.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, now I get it.
But anyway, this was after the games were over. I'm sports-centered out. Just put it back on. Chris Collinsworth and Tirico, they were great. And they showed Santa Clara University.
Why?
They came back from commercial, and they go, Santa Clara University. I didn't see that. I don't remember that ever happening. Normally, it's a shot of the bridge, and which they did do, but Santa Clara University. God, you're so mad at Sabonis.
Who?
You.
No, I'm mad at you, actually, more than Sabonis.
Well, we got a bet, pal. 48 wins for the Kings.
It's got nothing about the bet.
You want out of it.
You just get to decide. You could just get to use double standards on guys if you want. Be as hard on Sabonis when he fails in the postseason as you are on Dak Prescott.
If he gets there, we'll have
he
1
just did.
year.
He just did, and he couldn't play.
That's a short sample size.
Dak Prescott got off to a better start in the postseason.
Hold on, Sonny. Not defending Sabonis, and I get what you're saying. He couldn't play against the Warriors. Let's see if they get in the playoffs this year and match up with whomever in the first round, Dallas, and he balls out.
Well, he won't.
I'm just saying he had a good regular season year.
He's already getting lemon booty in the postseason.
Well,
yeah, I got it. He's a choke artist.
No, you got to put more back like Dak. Well, back.
Who's to say they're even going to get back?
That's why I bet you, because I don't believe you don't think they're going to win. De'Aaron Fox.
I just bet you.
Keegan Murray
what do you mean?
Year 2.
You think I bet you on purpose to lose a bet so that
I can't wait?
You'd feel better?
48 wins.
They need
got
49.
Yeah,
48 to win by me.
Sabonis averaged 16 and 11, by the way.
In what?
The series against the Warriors.
The postseason?
Yeah.
Yeah, hollow numbers.
Oh, that's what you called him, hollow man.
What was their factor?
No, he wasn't by himself, but Fox was a baller.
Took him to 7 games.
When did he get on Stoney's bad side?
Well, when guys like...
No, you want to say Twitter, and you're putting it on me.
Well, we know he's got a strong chest.
That's a 0.
That dude's special.
No.
Do you get why he said chest? He got stepped on.
This is not about Sabonis.
How
or
can
Dak.
It not be?
Or Dak. It's about you.
Yeah, please.
888. You know what? If you want to call. I don't care. 888-957-9570. If you don't want to, don't. Like, I give a rat's behind.
Let's hope the boss ain't listening.
Warriors basketball's back. So is the Warriors Summit. And if the Warriors fail in the postseason this year, well, it'll be the Warriors, so Guru will not criticize. But any other team takes the pipe in the postseason, and he's going to hear about it. That's what we used to say, take the pipe, meaning the gas pipe.
Go to break.
Jim Gano, former Reading High coach, used to say that. One of the greatest coaches you've never heard of. Summit next Wednesday, 4 to 6. Fieldwork Brewing, San Leandro, be there.
Hi, welcome to the IKEA store.
simple online application process.
I mean, sometimes you're whacking at that thing for hours and you can't get it open.
Boy. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Well, if I didn't know it already, I know for sure that I work with infants and continue to work with infants.
Yeah.
Shut up, Evan.
That's pretty good. How's
Okay,
the
you know
temple,
what?
buddy?
You know,
Kind of went away, huh?
nah, I'm trying not to. Okay.
All right, I got you.
So, you know what's funny is I am like one of those obstinate little kids. Don't tell me not to talk about something. Please. I use the phrase take the pipe. Okay?
Yep.
Well, let me tell you something. This is where my memory comes in, and I don't care. I don't care that this affects nobody but me. All right? Me. All right. Reading High School basketball, where basketball is beautiful. In 1973, okay? 1973, Reading High School is in the Eastern Conference Championship against Chester. Okay, you know who's on that Reading High team?
Tell us.
Stu Jackson.
Oh, Stu, gotta get him on.
Yeah, Stu Jackson's on that team. So you know what? Stu Jackson got into a fight with 6 minutes left in the game, and Reading High School was up 6 points. So they had to hold on without Stu. He was great.
Oh, he got ejected.
Yeah. So after the game, Jim Gano, again, the greatest coach you've never heard of, quote from the Reading Eagle, 1973, when Stu got thrown out, I thought we'd get murdered there. Oh, man, I was ready to take the gas pipe right there. So he's talking about an exhaust pipe.
Yeah.
Like breathe in to kill yourself.
Oh, hey. Yeah, I
you
got
left out a very important detail of that quote, which was the word gas.
Well, but isn't it sickening how you guys went from point A to point B when it never really needed to be there?
I didn't do any of it.
No, you didn't.
Yeah.
Because you're a grown-up.
Sometimes.
What are you doing today? Anything?
I got my ATCO meeting right after, so we got to get done with crossover 212.
Hey, how much you get for ATCO?
I have never met anybody that's fascinated with other people's pockets. Good God. And I was waiting for you to take care of me Friday. We got a little streak going, Starty.
Friday?
At the cafeteria.
You were there for 6 minutes.
But I had to get out, but it used to be like goo. It's been a little minute.
Well, I'll tell you what, times are tough.
Oh,
times are tough.
I like he's letting me do it again. Hey, Steiny.
Hey,
I'm playing. You know this is a bit.
By the way, Warriors basketball is back, and so is the Warriors Summit. Next Wednesday, October 18th, join us at Fieldwork Brewing Company in San Leandro, 4 to 6 p.m. It's open to the public, so join 95.7 The Game for the Warriors Summit. Again, October 18th, that's next Wednesday, Fieldwork Brewing Company. We'll see you there.
I am juiced, man.
For
the
what?
Summit.
Oh, for the Summit.
Shout out, Pat.
I thought there was something else.
No, the Summit. And it's the people. Pictures and all the euphoria.
Yeah, and you like being in the limelight, don't you?
I didn't say anything. We're all in the line. Look at the group picture we got. We got a few of them now with the super friends, all of us.
By the way, real quick, can you tell the 415 that when I say, hey, what do you get for ATCO, that I'm kidding?
Well, he's kidding.
Steiny pocket watching. Now, that's crazy.
Dude, they're killing you on YouTube.
You got to get
No, we've had some guess how much you make. You've said that.
Yeah.
But look at your smile. You really want to know.
No, I don't. I just want to shock value. Shock value. Like, you know what? Steph Curry should come off the bench.
Yeah. I can't wait for this hoop season, man.
Well,
they open up against Durant and the Lake. Oh, boy.
What?
Who's the first game? There's only 4
Phoenix.
games that night. No, the Warriors played Phoenix. There's one before.
Well, it's usually the teams that were good the year before.
I want to say
not
Lakers
like the
and
Warriors.
Denver.
Probably. Yeah, that makes sense. A Western Conference final rematch.
Yeah, but
Warriors didn't make the Western Conference finals last year.
Yeah.
In fact, they barely made the second round.
They made the semis.
Yeah, you know why? Because Sabonis is awful. That's why. No, I'm just messing.
Curry went for 50.
That's right. Curry! I'll tell you what. The story. We have buried the lead so much when it comes to the Golden State Warriors.
Well, the Niners are 5-0.
I know. But before the Niners started 5-0, we buried the lead. And we still have buried the lead, and we still have not talked about it enough.
The
fact that it finally happened, and our star did it. Our star Steph did it. He finally told Draymond Green, enough. Enough. Don't talk to the team on Saturday. That's what he said.
All right.
He told Draymond, hey, Steph, you think I should address the team? No! I'll take it from here. You know what? You kind of laugh, and I kind of laugh. But you know what? That may have been the most significant thing that happened all last year, particularly if it bleeds into this year. And if that's really who Steph is, hallelujah.
I told you. You have a line like that. Hey, Goo, lay out for me. That's what Steph told Dre. Lay out for him.
Exactly. Dre, shut up. No, Dre, finish your thought and then lay out for me.
Oh, boy. Curry, man, I like it. I think he knows where he's at in his career, Steiny. Let's just say he ain't got 20 years left, and he ain't playing. He don't care about feelings, and he said that. You ain't got to get on this bus to go to Sacramento. And that audio that the boss played for him up at the podium, we'll get into that tomorrow. It was interesting. He's taken, to me, tell me if you think I'm wrong, a more vocal lead.
You know me, Goo.
I do.
I'd say we'll see. Let's see. We'll see.
You just cited where it started.
Well, I said
But that was a glimpse into what we're seeing.
Do you remember me using the phrase, and if it bleeds into this year?
There's not. See, ain't no if for me.
Wow.
He's being aggressive vocally.
Well, what if I asked Steph, hey, are you being more aggressive vocally? And he goes, no, not really. Would he be lying?
Well,
or would you be wrong?
We saw him in the restroom.
That was awkward, by the way. You should have let him alone in there.
No, he looked at me and threw up like we was in school.
I know, but
Why
he didn't.
am I smiling?
But he didn't say, Guru, come on in.
What happened was between him and I. He was coming to.
I was surprised he didn't lock the door, knowing Guru was out there banging on it.
I know he was like, I gotta go out and see this dude and his chiclet smile. I threw up the dudes. What's up?
What do I have to do to get into the stall next to you?
I'm being real with this one. I know we're up against it. I text JD. Where do I go to get all the Warrior uniforms they're going to wear this year? There is a calendar that exists of every game, what they're going to, the threads they wear. You can't help me. I don't even talk to you.
That's the thing that you're supposed to know.
Yeah, and that's why it's getting me mad. It exists. Maybe I'll hit up Raymond Ritter.
510, just so you guys can be in the know, locals call San Leandro the Dro.
No, people saying they ain't liking that because Dro taking some hits.
Dana Ali uses it. He's from San Leandro, and he said I could use it.
Is he going to be at the summit?
Good question. He's been in Milwaukee the last week or so.
What's out there?
His mom.
Oh,
and his family. Dukes. Dude, you don't get it. Milwaukee's one of the greatest cities in our country.
Says who?
Says me and anybody who's been there.
Well, you're different.
You got to go, Evan? I mean, if I don't go right now, it just means less time with Willard and Gibbs, right? You want to talk about
more time with the boss.
You want to talk about a win-win. That segment was brought to you by Local Arena Ticks.
Attention Bay Area sports fans. Get ready for a game change.
What if I told you guys, Steiny and Goo, thanks for being Captain Obvious. Health might be their biggest opponent.
Oh, Goo, thank you for being Captain Obvious.
Well, Captain Obvious, shove it, because I'm going to tell you.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, Steiny and Guru now joined by Mark Willard and Dan Dibley. It is the crossover. What's up, gents?
Yeah. Hit him with what we talked about all day. Your baby.
Let's go. So, Mark, this is mostly to you.
I don't know why he did this. Why?
I didn't get a chance to get my water yet. I'll be right back.
Honest work that you put in. That was great.
Why does he put that disclaimer on it?
Honestly.
I showed up, and I've been on the air, so now I can officially tap out. I think that I've put in a full shift. And so I will come back and
get us some donuts, Diaz.
Dude, seriously, make yourself useful. Hey, Spider, dance over there and get me a drink. Steiny, go ahead.
Mark, one of the things you and I do is,
oh my Lord,
there's a way to look at something, and we all look, but you and I like to look from other places. Forget can Brock Purdy keep it up? Can he keep it up? Or, when's the other shoe going to drop? The real question is, how does he continue to play this well? Like, what he can't.
How does he get better?
He almost can't play better. The last 10 games, 10-0, 70% completion percentage, 20 touchdowns, 2 picks.
Well, so the question
what
is,
does it look like?
Well, maybe or
the same.
Could I respond and say, how does he not continue to play like this? Because hasn't he proven that this is just him? I guess maybe the more interesting question is, what do all of us do when that day does come? That crazy day.
Oh, I already prepped for it.
When he,
he's earned a bad game.
Loses.
Yeah, he's earned that.
Well, but that's not the way this works.
Oh, people come in and
You're right. Of course you're right. But if we're going to sit here and have a conversation that's lasted this long about what is actually producing this play, even though we are now 14 games in or whatever it is, whatever the stats are. I know the starting stats regular season, but there's 2 playoff games. There's the Miami game last year. There's whatever happened in the first 5 passes against Philadelphia. You put the whole picture together. If we're still having that conversation now, why would the next conversation be fair? Why would everyone say, "Oh, just bad game, everybody relax"? I don't think that's what it'll sound like at all.
I do. Aren't you here? I think it will.
Of course, here, but like Are you not sort of convinced that this is just him?
Well, I mean, my thing is, Dibs,
thanks for welcoming my partner to the conversation.
They're 10-0.
He's got his water now.
They're 10-0 in regular season games he started. 10-0. Okay, well, they've got 12 more games left. So are you telling me they're going to be 15-0, and in the last 20 games he will have thrown 40 touchdowns and just 4 interceptions? My answer is that's not going to happen, but maybe in the next 10 games he throws 15 touchdowns and 5 interceptions. I'll bet they still go 9-1 or 8-2 with those numbers.
Over the last 10, yeah. I mean, it comes down to more than just Brock Purdy, and I think that we all drill down too much on just the quarterback in terms of why they win. This is not to disparage Brock Purdy, but when you have a great defense that allows just, 10 points to Dallas, and they are number 1 in scoring defense, it comes down to more than just the quarterback. But, yeah, he's great, and I would anticipate he doesn't throw a pick all year, and they don't lose all year. I mean, the first time he throws a pick, I'm going to be there, and I'm going to bury him, Mark. You know that.
See, do you know the gap between him and the next rated quarterback? Have you guys looked at that?
He's quarterback rating or QBR?
Because I hate both.
Let's do either one. Either one.
Do quarterback rating.
The traditional one.
Yeah.
Quarterback rating. Purdy is 123.1.
I want to say Mahomes is 112.
Oh, Mahomes is not even in the top 10.
It's Tua, I think, number 2.
Mahomes is 11th.
Number 2.
I'll see myself.
Which is why when I said last week, and our awesome digital team and everybody put it on the internet, and I got all kinds of tweets back from everyone in Kansas City.
Good ones or nasty? Oh,
nasty ones.
But you're going to say it again today.
My statement was, I'll say it in a different way that's even bigger.
Yeah.
He's having a better year than Patrick Mahomes.
There's nobody.
That has nothing to do with who's a better player, more accomplished resume. None of it. He's having a better year than Patrick Mahomes. Not a controversial statement. It's an obvious one. I
got you.
It's an obvious one.
Well, what they would say in Kansas City is that statsism.
Great.
You're welcome.
Great.
That's a 2.
How about then if I just say forget stats, how about your record?
Yeah.
What's your record, KC?
Yeah.
It's worse than the Niners record. And probably should be even worse
But
than
they
it
came in here and
is.
kicked your ass last year when McCaffrey was just brand new out the box.
That was last year, though. Different teams.
No, but
different
Super
times.
Bowl champs. You
And
got to
not
put some
Brock.
respect
But
on
that wasn't Brock. Brock didn't play in that game.
Gotcha.
That's a different team.
No, you're right.
Completely.
Yeah.
So he is the top-rated QB in the NFL at 123.1. Second place is 111.
That's
second place is 12 points behind.
That's 10%.
And thank you, Dips.
You're welcome.
Your math is always so stunning.
Sure.
It's Tua. Tua's second place.
So in my
Patrick
world,
is 11th.
I've
He's
watched
behind
enough
Baker
football.
Mayfield.
I'm gonna tell you this, and I mean it. I've watched enough football, never played the game, shocker, to know what a mirage is and what's real. And the bottom line is what I've seen from Brock Purdy, Dibs, this is real deal Holyfield. The processing, the ability to look downfield, that is not going anywhere. But Steiny, if I can, for the first time in crossover history, call for some sound. This is what made me lose my voice once last week from Dan Orlovsky. Like, you can't do what we're about to hear because it's haterade. You can't say, what would Guru do at Willard's house? That's not reality. We'll never know.
He would knock on the neighbor's door is actually the first thing that he would do.
That was Christie's house.
That's fair. That's fair. I'm not inviting anyone over to my house. It's not enough room.
The old lady goes, you can come in. She was Martha. I was Snoop. But go ahead.
I feel like you're ignoring. We always do this.
No, not
we.
Can you play?
Always
Let the and they probably
If
heard
Mac
it,
Jones was in San Francisco, he would be playing like Brock Purdy.
I actually agree.
Oh,
God, no.
Get wrecked.
Yes, dude.
No, there's no chance. He'd be better than he is. But if you think he's going to play like Brock Purdy, you haven't paid attention to Brock Purdy. That is a slap in his face.
No, it's not.
He's not just a system quarterback.
Did we pay
that guy's
attention?
playing like Joe Montana, not Joe Montana, like this guy's playing. Stop, Dano. Stop.
From where I come from, Willard, that's what he did. Is not he took away from Brock, guys, by saying Mac could do it. And my point is, Willard will never know because Mac will never be in this offense. Celebrate what we think we've seen with Brock Purdy. Dallas thought they had the successor to Tony Romo, and they gave Dak the money. They gave him the reins his rookie year. Won a playoff game, lost, and it's been all bad ever since.
How many times have we
delivered 2 wins in his rookie year?
How many times have we said, what happens if Draymond doesn't get to play with Steph Curry? We asked that for his entire career. How many times have we said, how would Steph Curry be in the 80s? Like, that's what we do.
That's not going to impede his ceremony in Springfield.
Well, I'm just saying, we do that
a 4-time champ, and he's on his way.
We do it all the time.
And that's why we've talked so much about draftism. And Draymond Green and Brock Purdy suffer from the exact same thing. And here's what I'd say that kind of split the difference between what the two of you are saying. Because, Steiner, you're kind of like, so what? So what if they said that? Here's where it is. First of all, yes. So what? Because we talked about this yesterday when Dan said this yesterday morning, and we talked about it yesterday afternoon. Your opinion about what is causing this can be whatever it is. What gets me is not that he said it. It's that then the follow-up is, but I'm not hating on him. I'm not being disrespectful. It's not a slap in the face. Well, of course it is. So just own that. That's all I would ask of Dan.
Because it reeks of jealousy and envy.
If you think that Mac Jones could come here and do the exact same thing, you are welcome to think that. But do not say that you're not slapping Brock Purdy in the face, because you are. So that's where I am on all this stuff. Just own it. Just own it. If you think it's Kyle and all of his wonderful teammates,
that has something to do with it.
That's what, well, of course, it has something to do with every QB. All right. But I don't ever hear anyone say that about the other QB. When Mahomes joined the league and had Tyreek Hill, Travis Kelce, and Andy Reid, I didn't hear anybody go, man, this Mahomes has got really good teammates. I never heard that. I hear it now. That's draftism.
Yeah, he's won 2 Super Bowls. That's partly why.
But I'm talking about his first year.
Sure.
His first year. No one said that when he was a second-year player and a first-year starter.
But he was doing things in a way that Brock Purdy's not doing in terms of like athletic throws behind the back and like all the things that Patrick Mahomes was doing. Brock Purdy is just making plays that he's supposed to make, and he's doing it at a very, very high level. And, you read Peter King, and he joins us at 3:15 today, and he talked about the MVP race and how usually the MVP comes from a quarterback of one of the 2 top seeds in the NFL. And so, yes, Brock Purdy is in the race, and he's not only in the race, he's the front runner to be in the race.
Wow.
Yeah, and
no doubt. There's no doubt he'd win it if the vote were today.
There's nothing to be said after that.
See, I just think that, it's not hating to say, okay, this is an important dynamic. Brock Purdy was the number 7th round pick. Okay, why is that important? Well, not only because it makes it unusual, but because he's getting paid $840,000. One of the reasons that we're looking at this like we are is, this guy's only making $840, and that's one of the reasons they've been able to load up around him, right? Because they've got a quarterback who's better than any rookie who's on a contract worse than any rookie.
They don't get Javon Hargrave if they're paying, Kirk Cousins $40 million, for example.
Well, except for to a degree, you're not wrong. But what they were doing was paying the number 3 overall draft pick the quarterback room money. They were
on a
doing
rookie
that.
deal. He's not making 35. He's not making Daniel Jones money.
Correct, but he's also not making $800,000.
True.
So the quarterback room was based on that, and I do wonder, in fact, if that's going to become a trend. People talk about Brock Purdy. Is he going to change the way people look at drafting a QB? I just think the numbers are getting so big. You look at what Joe Burrow just got, and it's going to lead
worth every penny.
Absolutely, but it's going to lead to T. Higgins playing on a different team next year.
No doubt.
And Justin Jefferson's contract is going to lead to Kirk Cousins playing on a different team next year.
I don't like it.
Well, that's the way it is. Like, teams are not going to be able to – they're not going to look at this. And I know the cap gets bigger, too.
Any D days.
You know what I mean? Like, go back to Brady always taking a little bit less. You're going to see some teams say – we would rather
have lesser
take a shot at someone on a rookie deal and build around him than go all in on what it costs to pay a veteran QB unless you're really, really, really convinced.
Mark, it sounds like you're saying the running back thing is going to happen to the quarterback position.
No, what I'm saying is
short term.
I'm saying the guys who are not clear A's. And Dak is one of them.
Oh, boy.
I'm saying that the Kyler Murrays, the Derek Carrs, the Jimmy Garoppolos, the Kirk Cousins, the Dak Prescotts.
Jimmy's a winner, don't hate.
Teams are going to say, I think we'd rather take our shot with a rookie for, 1/20th the price.
Think about Houston right now and DeMeco Ryans and what they have going right now in terms of, him being, he looks like he's somebody. He might be rookie of the year, and he's on a rookie deal because he's a rookie, and you got 3 more years of him on that rookie deal, and he's not making $800,000, but he's making
way less.
Cousins and Danny Dimes and Russell Wilson and all the rest of them. So if you're DeMeco Ryans, you're looking at the next 3 years after this one as the time where you can make hay and make something happen.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
CJ's making an average of 9 a year.
Which is peanuts.
By the way, he's also higher rated than Patrick Mahomes.
And he's off to a great start.
Yeah. Good-looking quarterback.
Yeah.
And Anthony Richardson is too. He just needs to figure out how to
he just got hurt.
Stay on the field.
We had a Never Go Jeff sent this, Steiny, and you were right. I didn't give you the author. It's NFL.com from Lance Zierlein, NFL analyst. This was, and I love this, Brock Purdy's weaknesses coming into the draft. Pocket setup lacks quickness. Field blinders occasionally rob him of seeing the big play. Delivery is labored. Lacks timing to beat NFL corners outside the numbers. Shies away from tight window throws. Ball needs to come out sooner on the deep ball shots. Confidence and consistency have been issues. I'm not mad at Greg, but Dibs, I was telling Steiny, that's like the Steph Curry. I'm not comparing Steph and Brock, but it's like, dude, none of that is right so far.
Well, and you look at him at Iowa State and you think about what was he dealing with? Did he have Kittle, McCaffrey, and Debo and Ayuk? Did he have Trent Williams? Did he have Kyle Shanahan? So we can look at any college player, and I don't know what the scouting report on Steph was, other than he's too small,
there was a lot of
he's
that.
too weak, whatever.
Tweener.
Exactly, all that stuff. And then, okay, it was all true for Davidson, and then you get in the league and you get stronger and you get better and you work on your body and your game, and then you become the greatest shooter of all time. So does that mean that Brock Purdy at that moment was at the zenith of his career? I would hope not.
No, it's also a different game, though. I always think every time you go from college to the pros, it's a total reboot. Part of that is your coach and your teammates and all of that, a system, if you will. But
was Iowa State ever the best team on the field?
That's the thing,
right?
Exactly. Iowa State is often playing teams where the other team's got someone better at every position.
Exactly.
You're playing Ohio State. Whatever, you're going to have the lesser player at almost every position. Yep. But, like even the guys who played at the big-time spots, Justin Herbert looks way better as a pro than he did in college.
Yep.
He looked good in college. But he largely, by the time we got to the end of it, it felt like, that was kind of disappointing.
But the DNA, the features and traits were dreamy.
UCLA's, what's his name? The coach.
DTR?
Ben, come on.
Ben Howland.
The Howland. He played such a defensive style at UCLA. It was like every guy got to the league and went, oh my gosh, look at all this space. And Russell Westbrook and Kevin Love and all of these guys became better pros than they statistically were.
Think about
college.
Justin Fields at Ohio State. He looked better there than he does now because he was at Ohio State.
Except for the last 2 weeks.
Sure.
He looks like the freaking star.
Well, I agree.
But the greater point is he was on an unbelievable team that was better than the opponent 90% of the time, and he had time, and he had weapons, and he was able to do things that now he's in Chicago.
I guess the settling spot is this. We all have to acknowledge, and this has always been true for every player, your surroundings do matter. Like Daniel Jones right now, poor sap. Yeah. Like nobody could play in that scenario. No, Brady would be awful if he were on the Giants right now. Right. He would be sacked on every single play. It's the worst offensive line and the worst scenario I've ever seen, at least in recent years. So, of course, your surroundings matter. But what I guess is weird here is that's become a big talking point. It's been true all along for every player.
Because he's playing at a place mark that people are uncomfortable. It's almost perfect.
No QB has ever been good when his offensive line stunk, he had no receivers, and a terrible play caller. If you're good, you have that. But then you have to go elevate that as well. That's what he's doing.
No doubt.
But you know.
I go back to the Iowa State thing. I think that's a big part of this. And, okay, what did it say? He can't throw outside the numbers.
Yeah, a little difficulty,
well, you know what? Not being able to throw out the number, outside the numbers at Iowa State is probably harder than it is for the Niners. It could just be a split second of, this offensive line at Iowa State wasn't great. He might throw it off his back foot a little bit. Now he can set it up and throw harder. I mean, that doesn't surprise me if he's playing on a team that's just okay.
Well, are his receivers separating?
Thank you.
Like, we have no idea what the heck was going on at Iowa State. But when Goose says it, like, you're reading what is being said to be characteristics of the player.
Man.
And it's clearly not.
And maybe Zerline wasn't the only because he was the last pick in the draft. So I'm just saying, if you use your own data.
Read the last one.
The
very last one, confidence.
Confidence and consistency have been issues. That's, well, right now it ain't not Ninerville.
I would love to know.
He looks so confident.
What made him write that?
He might have had a bad experience.
In college.
No doubt. They weren't that good, and they probably were getting beat a lot of times.
But the confidence, you got to talk to someone, don't you?
Yeah.
I mean, can you see that on TV?
Well, Dak didn't have it Sunday night.
Well, but
he's got that look.
But would you give that as a characteristic of Dak? That he's lacking confidence?
Well, right now he is.
Oh, in that game.
In himself.
In that game.
Okay.
In that game. Yeah. It looked good the week before. Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what. I asked Johnny this.
Like, the one thing I'm not worried about, I'm sorry, Gil, the one thing I'm not worried about is Well, how's he going to react after a loss? Like, I'll bet
so much money in the bank now with what you've done and those lists that you're atop of, and now you're ahead of McCaffrey for MVP. But we had a caller, I forget, I'm all over. We had a caller call in and say, had Trey not got hurt, one woulda, coulda, shoulda. But I do think about this. Do you think Kyle would have pulled the plug even if Trey was just okay? And we don't even see Brock. But that's how special life is, Dibs, when you get a break or an opportunity, because this is right now bigger than Linsanity. Kurt Warner was bagging groceries. So to me, that's super out of left field. And then got to the league, which I say, tell me what you think, is a little greater than you coming from Iowa State. Two guys
get hurt. And Tom Brady is greater than both because, Tom Brady was a backup to a guy who was on a Hall of Fame track.
If this keeps going to, I got 3 rings. I went to Iowa State. I was the last pick of the draft because Kurt Warner, hold my beer, and then Tom Brady being the 6th-round pick and 6 Super Bowls.
We've seen it before, but we've never seen Mr. Irrelevant come on and even throw a pass, let alone win this many games.
Like the Mr. Irrelevant part kind of gives it a label. Kurt wasn't drafted at all, right? So that's worse.
Right. Mr.
Like Brock was drafted. Kurt wasn't.
I'm working the same way. That's wrong. I love the same way.
He joined a team and got a nickname, the greatest show on turf, right after that. But yeah, there's like the Disney movie.
This feels like it's headed that way. I know it's early, man.
Wow. Yeah, they are the best team right now.
So Orlowski, I thought that was shade. Without
a doubt. Yeah. Without a doubt.
No.
But that's okay.
No, it might have been, but I just don't. This new guru, the arbiter of non-criticism.
It goes back to the Phil Jackson. Would he have got 6 rings if you were coaching the Sacramento Kings instead of the Lake? That's legit, but it doesn't make me think any lesser of the question will never get answered, and I give the flowers to Phil for what he accomplished. How come we just can't do that with Brock from what we've seen thus far if this keeps up?
It's all contextual. If Mark Jackson never lost his job, do the Warriors have a title? I say no. You say yes, but and that's something that we can debate because Steve Kerr comes in and he changes the culture because the culture was a big issue with a hand down, man down.
He changed the offense is the most important.
Yeah, but I think the offense would have changed itself. To me, it was the culture that got changed, and it was more of an openness for people to be able to share their ideas and be the player they wanted to be.
Well, I think Warrior fans would like that because under Mark Jackson, Steph Curry'd average 40 points a game. You might not have a championship, but he'd probably be the leading scorer in NBA history.
Yeah, you'd be losing 132, 131, no doubt.
You guys excited about ball? I know we got the summit next week. Hoop.
Of course.
It's incredible it's come this fast, man.
But, it also, the urgency is not there when your football team's 5-0. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But yeah.
Draymond trending toward being healthy for the opener.
Which reboots.
It reboots the bet with you in style.
We'll wait and see.
Okay. All the talk that I've heard is that he's out there, he's playing, he's looking good.
That to be.
Draymond?
Yeah. Draymond's going to be healthy for the opener.
Who's starting?
Maybe.
I would bet on Draymond coming off the bench on game 1.
Wow. I love your small ball lineup with Clay at the 4. Yeah. I can't wait to see that.
All right, gentlemen, have a great show. Now we'll talk to you tomorrow.
I can't wait to find out who the pest of the day is tomorrow.
It's coming.
Yeah, I'm a man.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these 2 homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs. On 95.7 The Game.
It's true, and I know that, and you can tell me, I know you've read more into Peter King. I'm still in the midst of working my way through his Football Morning in America column.
So good.
And he'll join us in an hour. Did he straight say that Purdy was a candidate for MVP or the leader for MVP?
I believe he used the F word, Mark, front runner.
Ooh.
I think he said front runner, and I will confirm that. But what he did say is that the MVP usually comes from the quarterback of one of the 4 top 2 seeds in either conference. And right now that would be Hurts and Purdy, and that would be Tua and Mahomes, I guess, based on, I don't know about records and tiebreakers and all the rest of it. But if you just take those 4 And you look at those 4 quarterbacks.
No, you're right.
And
Those
are
the 2 4-1 teams. Those are the only 2 4-1 teams in the AFC.
Well, there's 4-1s, and then there's 5-0s in the NFC. So,
right.
I mean, if you want to throw in Josh Allen, you can.
Well, if the top 2 seeds in each side are exactly what you just said.
Right. So if you look at those 4 quarterbacks and you look at who's having the best year this year, forget legacy, Super Bowls, and all the rest of it. It comes down to Tua versus Brock Purdy, and that thing might get decided on December 3rd.
Can anyone even try to make a case for someone other than Purdy to be league MVP right now?
You could make a case for Tua.
Try.
You could.
Go ahead.
Well, he's on a team that might set a record for most points in a year.
Okay.
And, highest points per game average. He authored a 70-point gem, and their offense, I think does he lead the league in yardage?
Yes, he does, by a good margin.
Yeah.
And by 350 yards approximately over Brock.
And they lead the league by over 100 yards in yards per game as a team, I think, offensively. So he is authoring a year offensively, and this is all we're talking about now. We're talking about offensive MVP. Tua is on a track to where he might shatter all the records.
He has 350 more yards than Brock. Brock has a higher completion percentage.
Yeah, less sexy.
Sure, of course. That's definitely the way it's going to be.
And I think Miami's averaging more than 100 yards more per game than the next team. I'm trying to remember where I saw that. I don't think that was Peter King.
Tua has thrown 5 interceptions.
Okay.
11 touchdowns, 5 picks. Brock Purdy, 9 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. And as we mentioned, you're right. Tua is the number 2 rated quarterback in the league. Brock Purdy's number 1 by a wide margin. So, and the Dolphins have a loss. The 49ers do not.
Sure.
That loss was by 4 touchdowns. Tua does not have as good of a defense at his disposal as Brock does. Yeah, I guess, look, to me,
the case is an MVP case. It's not about teams or...
Well, but team record absolutely affects MVP
It does,
race.
but if you got a team that goes 16-1 and the other team goes 15-2, let's just say, if that's the way it breaks down, then I don't think that team record will be a deciding factor.
Can anyone do that? Honestly, I'd love to hear some of that. Let's have some of those conversations. Can anyone else even make a rational argument for someone other than Brock Purdy being the MVP if the vote were today? Tua is maybe the only other name that you could even bring up. I don't think he wins it. I think he can get all the second place votes if you want, and then there'll be some people in Miami who vote him number 1 or whatever. But I think he loses that argument from top to bottom. Sure, they had a 70-point game. That's, to me, more about the Broncos than it is about Tua. Yes, he's got 350 more yards, but he also has 5 interceptions, is well lower rated, and the 49ers have a better record and, quite frankly, a better win. I'm trying to think who have the Miami Dolphins beaten in their 4 wins. Any real signature? They beat the Chargers, but their other 3 wins, Patriots, Broncos, Panthers, Giants. Patriots, Broncos, Giants. So yuck. As far as those, the Niners have beaten some yuck as well.
Sure.
But Rams and Cowboys certainly are there too. Signatures at the Steelers, as you look at it now,
I guess
is not as well. They're 3-2 and in first place.
Sure,
it's better than what the Dolphins have beaten.
Right.
Yeah, those are the 2 names. But Brock wins. He probably wins that. Don't you think?
No.
You don't? You would.
Again, these are 2 different things. So I want you to ask that question that you're going to ask. Ask me.
Who would you vote for MVP right now?
Brock.
Okay.
Ask me the next question. Who will win? Tua might win because we're dealing with human beings, and Peter King is a guy who watches everything, and he actually was out here, and I know that he was at In-N-Out Burger in Alameda, and I can't wait to ask him not only what he talked about, but what he ordered.
The way you texted about this today, honestly,
it shook you up.
It made it sound like you were at In-N-Out with Peter King. And I'm like, well, that changes everything.
Yeah.
Our whole interview today changes if you're at In-N-Out with Peter King.
I felt
right
like I
now
was
at 12:30 in the afternoon.
I felt like I was, and I think he was at In-N-Out yesterday.
Okay.
Before he flew the coop, and he had a conversation with the In-N-Out worker, not about Brock Purdy, but about Josh McDaniels.
Yes.
So I thought that was fascinating. So I do know that Peter was in town, and Peter had some great sound, some great conversations with Brock Purdy, which I can't wait to get into with Peter and before Peter comes on, because Peter is at the front of the Brock Purdy for MVP line.
He's on the front line, and he's got a vote.
And I don't have a vote, but I'm concerned that there aren't a lot of Peter Kings out there in terms of people who are actually watching Brock Purdy play football.
You think? I mean, he was just on Sunday Night Football, and I do believe it was maybe, did I see this right? Was it the highest rated game of the year so far? It was absolutely one of the most watched football games of the year.
Makes sense.
And he threw 4 touchdown passes and absolutely picked apart what was supposedly the best defense in football. I feel like people noticed. I really do.
They should.
If we had this vote Saturday night, I'm with you, but it's not. It's Tuesday. And I really think, and again, I'm fully aware that it doesn't matter 5 weeks in. It doesn't matter yet. But to give context to what we're watching and where the credit goes and what the league thinks about it and whatnot, I have very little question in my mind that if a vote took place today, Brock Purdy's going to win MVP of the league.
I wonder.
Very little doubt in my mind.
I wonder. I mean, the East Coast bias is real. And, people who have maybe only seen one game of Brock Purdy, and he was fantastic. But the George Kittle flea flicker, was that really a Brock Purdy throw that was like, oh, my God, Brock Purdy, that throw? That was Brandon Ayuk running 2 safeties out of it. And I heard Baldy earlier this morning. What a great Baldy's breakdown. Ayuk runs a 9 route like the ball's going to him, and he draws both safeties. And then Kittle's able to kind of slide out a day before his birthday and get the flea flicker. So that was more of a Kyle Shanahan touchdown than it was a Brock Purdy touchdown. So, we could look at each and every touchdown that he had, and we could assign credit. And I don't know if you watch that game and you think, oh my God, Brock Purdy, the guy was absolutely unbelievable.
You don't?
I do, because I watch Brock Purdy.
Right,
but if you're a neutral observer and you watch the George Kittle flea flicker touchdown.
That's this one touchdown. He's 4. He had 4 touchdowns. He was easily the most impressive player on the field in that game. Like, we even talked about it yesterday. Ball got spread around. Kittle had 3 catches. They were all touchdowns. I mean, you spotlight the one flea flicker, which, by the way, I would argue, he threw the thing absolutely perfect accuracy as there was a defender bearing down on him right in his face, and he delivered with accuracy and took the hit. But why even spotlight that one play? There are a bunch of others. He was fantastic in that game.
And Peter King points out that he's the first quarterback in the next-gen era to have 4 touchdown passes outside the pocket. I think that was a stat
that's interesting.
In the Football Morning in America.
I didn't know those were all outside the pocket.
I didn't realize that was a thing. And if you think about all the touchdowns, I think they all were outside the pocket.
We rolled right on that first one. You have that right, and there's kind of doing it like when you count scores after a bad golf hole. So,
I was in the trees.
I was there for 2.
Chop out in the bunker.
3.
Man.
Okay, duffed it 4, 5. Through 3
Put me down for a bogey.
Go with the snowman. It's kind of what it feels like.
Put me down for a 5. Dude, you took 7 swings and you were in the water.
Yeah, but come on.
Give me a bogey.
Come on.
Let's go. What are we doing?
We're all friends here.
It's a practice round.
Here's what Baldy did say about Purdy.
He's quickly separating himself, not just from, I don't even know how anybody could watch and see what he's doing right now and say anything is ordinary or plug another guy in there. I just don't see it. He's separating himself from just basically every player in this league. Forget about the quarterback position. He's playing a position higher than anybody's playing any position. He just took apart the number 1 defense in football, a team that had been living off turnovers, off of defensive touchdowns, and he didn't give them a chance once to have any of those kind of splash plays. The guy simply doesn't make a mistake, which is just almost impossible to play the game.
Baldy on the morning roast, and you hear Bonte there in the background, kind of soaking it in what he's saying, because he didn't say he's just the best QB in the league. He's the best player, basically at any position in the game in terms of how well he's playing that position versus his counterparts. When you hear that, I mean, and it's on a 5-0 team, that screams MVP.
Sure.
Does anybody think, and again, we're only 5 games in, does anybody think that right now, 5 weeks in, that Brock Purdy is not the MVP of the league? I would love to hear someone attempt to make the case. I don't think you can.
Well, again, these are two different things between, like, is he the MVP? Yeah. Does that mean that he's going to get every vote? No. And I think that's where the divide lies.
Well, sure. No, I mean, unanimous MVPs in all sports are very, very rare.
Or even unanimous. I mean, if it comes down to people who have seen maybe more Miami, or people who are smitten with the undefeated quarterback, Jalen Hurts, who hasn't had the same sort of a year, or the name value of a Patrick Mahomes, I don't think it's just as easy as, Brock Purdy, he's never lost. They're 5-0. He hasn't thrown a pick. He's the guy. I think that he is. And I'm not trying to say that he's not, and I'm not trying to get into some semantics argument or trying to pick some silly fight. I just don't think that the national narrative is yet on board with what we're feeling here in the Bay.
I feel like what you're saying is something that exists a lot in college football. I certainly acknowledge East Coast bias, but the idea that NFL MVP voters haven't, quote, sort of like seen every team, seen every player. I know it's only Red Zone channel, but a lot of us get here Monday morning and you feel like you saw everything.
Sure.
And I don't think there's an excuse in 2023 to be an MVP voter and be like, wow, I live in Baltimore, so I haven't seen this Purdy guy yet. Like, it's the NFL. We all see everything. Like, there is no shortage of access to everything. And then even when you do, even if you do just want to arrive on your computer screen and look at numbers, again, he's blowing out the competition there as well. Tua's got a lot of yards, but 11 TDs to 5 picks versus 9-0, that's kind of a blowout on the old touchdown to interception ratio.
I suppose. I mean,
just over 2-1 to 9-0.
The null set
9 to
is
nothing.
What it would be.
Yeah. 9 to it doesn't exist. There is no TD to interception ratio.
Right.
There's no interceptions.
But if you look at Tua's yardage and you look at a 70-point game, and if you're not somebody who's watched every snap of every team in every game, then you might see things in a different way. And that's
of course.
Peter King, having been out here and being familiar with the Shanahan system and the Niners and all the rest of it, he sees it in a little bit more of an astute fashion than some other voter. And I don't know who the voters are, Mark, and I would imagine there's probably 80 to 100 voters for the offensive player of the year.
We could ask him that. I don't know how many there are.
Yeah, and I would wonder. But I know that he is definitely a card-carrying member of the Brock is the MVP club, 28% of the year in.
You're hearing Baldy say it. Michael Irvin went on the herd yesterday, said he'd take Purdy over Justin Herbert. I think you might be selling the national eyes short. I think they noticed. I don't think the vote would even be close today, if it were today, which it's not.
Yeah.
But
another 13 weeks.
Yeah. Does anybody think right now Brock Purdy does not deserve to be MVP of the league? We'll take your calls. 888-957-9570. Peter King in about 45 minutes. Sponsored by Lucky California. All kinds of stuff to get into today. Also, are the 49ers, have they been drawn off sides, if you will, by the Dallas Cowboys? Have they been drawn into a chirping contest that does not serve them? We'll get into all of that. Let's take your calls on Willard and Dibs.
Time's running out. Don't miss your chance.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, Warrior Summit a week from tomorrow. Warrior Summit, Wednesday, October 18th. Field Work Brewing Company, San Leandro. Oh, you got to go. You got to go. I don't mean you. You're contractually obligated to be
I got to go.
Yeah, I do too.
And I got 5 words for you.
What's that?
I'm working on a sitter.
Hey!
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah!
Trying to get that babysitter to get my beloved Supper in the building. Supper and the lovely Christy. They need some time together.
Wow, that
needs to happen.
That would be a high-level meet and greet.
Totally. Need it.
Start live at 2, because that's when our show starts.
2-ish. I might be late.
Yeah, whatever. 4 to 6 p.m. is the whole kit and caboodle, the whole group, okay? Everybody's going to be there, and it is all open to the public, obviously, completely free. And those of you, I want to give everybody a little bit of a job. Everybody who's been to a summit, call a friend or family member who's not been to a summit and tell them what they're missing. Because you know what the other people don't know, which is that these things are unique, they're a blast, and your voice in many ways ends up being a part of the show. So we're trying to give you as much time as possible to make your plans, whether it's to grab a sitter or get a little time off work or whatever. Grab those of you who get to work remotely, just get there early with your laptop. Find a background that doesn't look like the sun shines behind you so your boss won't know, and just be there. Make sure you mute yourself.
Blur it out.
Right? And then be there at the summit, because it's so much fun. And we're going to be talking Warrior basketball all afternoon long, getting you ready for the season.
There's a lot to talk about, and we'll do season predictions, and 5 of us will say the Warriors are going to win the whole thing, and one of us, I don't want to say who, will say they're going to be a first-round ouster.
Ooh. I'm so out.
They're so out.
Wait, you think I'm going to predict a Warrior championship?
That's all you can do. Your DNA is, you've got, streamers and pom-poms in your vessels, in your blood.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't predict a title before every year for every team.
No, you didn't do it for the Giants.
I did not predict a title for the
Giants. And you were
Giants.
right. And
I predicted playoffs, and I was wrong.
Yeah, boy, egg on your face, man.
What a loser.
Such a loser. Mea culpa coming soon.
Obviously, that's true.
And you didn't predict that your boy would get canned.
Oh, God. No, I did
canned.
Not.
Yeah.
Although that was probably the right thing to do.
I mean, at the end of it,
you're just knowing what I know now. But
and I don't even know if you predicted that the Niners would win the whole thing, but will you now?
I don't.
On this day, October 10th, 10/10/23.
All right, can I? You're gonna hate what I say. You're gonna hate it.
Yeah, it's called a Tuesday.
You're gonna hate it. You're gonna hate what I have to say. You ready?
I mean, yeah.
You're gonna hate it.
There's a shock. I think that they're going to be pretty competitive all the way into January, Dibs. That's a 2 for my Willard.
No, it's
Number
not.
2.
I don't sound anything like that.
Mean-spirited, I know. What am I going to hate?
But it was funny. It's very funny. Now you're going to hate it. I think preseason predictions are stupid.
Oh,
they are.
I had them at 13-4, Mark,
stupid.
and I feel good about
They're
it.
so stupid. We don't have any idea what the picture is going to look like. And then, it's like you peacock or you have to, I was wrong. Well, what if what if you predicted the Chiefs to win it all, and then Mahomes in week 8 breaks his leg? Were you wrong?
Yes, you were wrong.
But for a stupid reason.
Well, then you hope that Alex Smith can get it done off the bench, or Chase Daniel.
Dude,
I don't even know who their backup is, obviously.
It was Black Monday when it comes to injuries. It's almost like, you know what I mean? Did you see everything that came down today?
It's the NFL. It's what happens. And today's Tuesday, so it can't be Black Monday, but go ahead.
Well, no, but the injuries happened yesterday. They just got reported first thing this morning. I mean, yes.
We got Pandya today or not until?
Yeah, dude, okay. Justin Jefferson is on IR.
Yeah.
Okay? James Conner, multiple weeks.
I'm looking for James Conner.
Anthony Richardson, multiple weeks.
Wow.
Daniel Jones, multiple weeks. Oh, and all you people, you waiver wire wonders.
Oh, I got to claim in for the shoe.
You ran to your computers a couple of weeks ago, and you're like, I got Devon Achane because I know what I'm doing. Well, bye-bye. Gone. Multiple weeks. The Chan is gone.
Lucas is undefeated with the Chan.
Lucas trucked me this week,
Oh,
but
yeah,
you
he
want to
did.
talk about a costly victory.
Oh, but at what cost?
Anthony Richardson and Devon Achane gone and bye-bye.
The expression is Pyrrhic victory. That's actually the more formal term than costly victory.
Do you know who you're playing this week?
I actually do. And do you know that it's on like the good people of Azerbaijan? Because it's on.
Let's
Willard.
go, brother.
It's not Willard and Dibs. It's Willard or Dibs.
Willard against Dibs.
And I'm coming off a heater in which I lost to. I'm so mad at the Giants.
Oh my gosh,
Sam
yeah.
Loveman.
Yeah, he's one of the baseball guys that goes with the garlic fries.
He's more of the garlic fry than he is the baseball
That's a good
guy.
point. That's a good point.
What
Anyway,
a bad beat. 171 points and a loss.
it's only Tuesday, but side bet, side bet, side bet.
Whatever. Come
on.
Run the show.
Come on.
Do me a favor.
All right.
Run the show.
I will.
'Kay.
Anyway, Warriors Summit next week. Be
Can't
there.
wait.
Be
yeah.
there. Or-
Side bet. I'm 1-4. I'm reeling.
Yeah.
There's
You're
whispers in the locker room.
Not very scary, yeah. Well, you're the one who needs to have the press conference. I will tell you this. Years ago, not that many years ago, I was in a league with Larry Krueger, and if you had the lowest score of the week, this is, Lucas, you ought to think about this. It's pretty funny. If you had the lowest score of the week, you had to do a video. Something. We called it an apology video. You could do whatever you want, and some people do it very poorly. They just mail it in, and they're just like,
my team sucks.
your
I'm really
team
sorry.
sucks more than mine. And they just like, whatever. Larry held a whole press conference as the head coach of his fledgling team.
Who was asking questions? Like his kids? Because he's got a bunch of them.
Totally. Kids were there asking. It was hysterical. And it was like week 2. So it stunk because he set the bar like way up here. And everything the rest of the year was terrible compared to what he did. But
I like that rule.
Anyway, it's good.
Low score, send a video.
Low score, you got to make an apology video.
All that stuff is great until one person messes it up by not wanting to do it.
Well, then they're out
And
of
then
the
it
league.
ruins it.
Yeah, then they're out of the league. They're out.
Easy.
Out.
I think we have a good group of 14 that everyone would do it.
Yeah, of course. If you're not going to be in on the stupid stuff, then what are we doing? It's
Exactly.
a fantasy league, for God's sakes.
Yep.
It's stupid by definition. The whole thing is dumb, but it's a ton of fun. So, either be in or be out. Anyway.
Just real quick, as we pivot to Peter King coming up in 30 minutes.
Brock Purdy's MVP. What'd you want to say?
I want to bolster your discussion.
Thank you.
And I'm not arguing against it, just for the record. I'm just saying that I do believe some voters aren't ready to embrace that and cast their ballot in that direction. But Peter writes in his Football Morning in America, when Brett Favre won 3 straight, his average yards per attempt were 7.7, 7.2, and 7.5. Brock Purdy this year is at 9.3 with an accuracy of 72%. So, yeah, no one thinks that Brock Purdy has a great arm, and Brett Favre is this gunslinger who can throw it all over the park, and yet Brock Purdy's average yards per attempt, YPA, not even YPC, although when he makes an attempt, it tends to be caught. When you're 72%, it's going to help the old YPA when every pass you throw is caught. But he's at 9.3, Mark, which is well above Brett Favre in his 3 straight MVPs.
By the way, though, that's not first place in the league. 9.3.
His YPA?
Is second.
Is it Tua?
Yep, 9.7.
It's because my guy, Tyreek Hill, who you're going to have to face this week.
He's fast.
He's a big catch and run guy.
I have him in 2 other leagues, and I always have a rule when that happens where you've got him and you're going against him. Just root for him.
Okay.
And so I'm rooting for Tyreek.
And deal with the fallout.
Deal with the fallout.
Okay.
And one of my guys has to go off, too.
I like it.
That's it. We're not going to root against Tyreek Hill.
You're hard to root against.
Thank you.
I'll be honest.
Anyway.
Good guy.
But that's a little bit of a different league back then. Just a little bit. I know Brett Favre is not. That's like not going. It's not Fran Tarkington. But like it was a little bit less even then of a passing crazy league than maybe it is now. But your point is well taken. Your point is obviously well taken. For me, where this needs to go, I don't know if we're there yet. We're getting there. Sunday Night Football helped like hell. Here's where we need to go. It is true always in life when someone is succeeding that good things are happening around them too. But never before have we robbed people, successful people, of credit when that's true. I bet you all know people who make a lot of money. What do we call them? He's a
successful
businessman.
Right.
Now, did he have a rich daddy? Yeah, probably.
Could be.
Probably. Like, was he set up for this success? You know what I mean? Did he really just have to go to college that mom and dad paid for after growing up on a cul-de-sac and walk in and put a 2-foot putt into the hole? And now he's a successful businessman. But nobody goes to that person's like, look, okay, I know this is great that you're having us over for this dinner and you have a chef in the room. That's really nice. But honestly, truly,
you're a system rich guy.
You didn't do any of this.
Stephen Jones.
You didn't do this.
You won the lottery by being born.
There you go. Thank you, Eddie Vedder. Appreciate
you. You're a system millionaire.
Yeah. And by the way, most are.
I'd say 99% of them
Most of them are.
Yep.
And so, look, that's kind of life. But as we flash it over to sports, yeah, Draymond's been a great example of this for years. Would he be a Hall of Famer if Steph wasn't next to him? I don't know, and I don't care. Because he gets the dang credit for doing the things that he is doing. And we all have enough eyes to know what he is doing. And so, Brock, same thing here. This is the NFL. There's never been a quarterback who's just like, so here's the deal. I'm going to only throw touchdowns, and we're only going to win. And people are like, okay, that's fine. But you don't get the credit for that, even if you got all kinds of great stuff around you. And so I just think that that's kind of true across the board. If you're doing great things, you get the credit.
Yeah.
And you can also acknowledge there's also credit to go around you too.
Sure.
That's easy. That's easy. We don't need, it's not that there's not like this finite number of credit and we're going to run out of it.
Right. That's a good way to put it.
Plenty to go around.
And you look at like Kevon Looney, and we think a certain way about Kevon Looney because we've gotten to know Kevon, but also because they've won 4 titles and he's won 3 of them. So if he wasn't a part of 3 championship teams, if the Warriors had been like the Niners, well, man, you've been close. So like you've made it to the Super Bowl a couple times, but you haven't gotten over the hump, and you just haven't gotten there, Warriors. And, you know, you've got Steph Curry and you've got Clay and Draymond, and, you know, Kevon is a likable guy, but you haven't won it. We would think differently about Kevon Looney, for example, based on the fact that he hadn't become a champion. And so, you know, when you give out credit, you give out credit in certain ways. Like the Giants is a great example. Cody Ross and Pat the Bat. I mean, forget like the stars like Lincecum and Kane. And, you know, they, I think, would be revered as forever Giants in different ways. But like the role player, bit player guys, we think about them in different ways because they're champions.
Well, although this is an interesting comp you're making because those are all smaller rolled people. And
right,
so there's nothing against that. But I think that this needs to be entered into the conversation as well. Like even listening to Steiny and Goose spar about it a little bit, where Steiny's point was kind of like, you know, there's sort of a so what kind of a vibe to Steiny on this topic. He's like, great. Right? So some people are taking credit from him. So what? Dan Orlovsky thinks that Mac Jones would be good on the 49ers. So what? Well, part of it is he's the quarterback. That's different. That's just a flat-out different conversation.
Yeah. It's more different than any position in any sport.
Correct.
In anything.
This is the dang quarterback of the 49ers.
Right.
And so it's not even just a quarterback. It's a quarterback of the 49ers. This is an historic position. And so when you're talking about that guy, I think people are more hesitant to heap praise or give credit. It's easy to go, gosh, Kevon Looney's got jumper cables, and he's a dirty work guy, And so we love that because no one's trying to put Kevon Looney on this like pedestal at the top of the league. That's what people are really battling against. We've moved past anybody going, is Brock good? Well, yes, he's good. Now I think that the conversation, and this is where it's tough for people, it's like, dude, are you giving him a platform? If this were the Olympics and we're handing out 3 medals, does he get one? And quite frankly, right now, the answer is yeah, he would. That's hard for some people. That's hard for some people to put because that's rare air.
Yes, and Peter King even made reference in his great column, and we'll talk to him in 25 minutes. He made reference to The Ringer. He doesn't name the writer who mentioned that he's the 25th ranked quarterback, but he does mention 25th ranked quarterback in his piece. So we can get Peter's thoughts on not only that individual piece, but quarterback rankings in general and what's happened to our business to where everything must be codified after every week. And I think we are beyond the is Brock good and is Brock not good. Sunday night is the absolute silencer. It is the Undertaker. It's rest in peace. 4 touchdowns, and you beat America's team 42-10 to remain undefeated. You've never lost a game in the regular season that you started. And, and the whole thing about, and I heard somebody earlier today, his record when he starts and finishes, and I bristle a little bit because he didn't actually finish that game. And so I'm trying to get beyond my own semantics and my own nuance, but we do know this. He has not lost a game in the regular season.
I was thinking about this on the way here, and maybe you and I can come to this agreement for how we talk about it. Because there's the semantics, and then there's the rule, and then there's
you like 12-0, and I 13-1, and whatever it is.
I look at it this way.
It pissed me off.
Well, you know how a pitcher in baseball kind of like in order to get the win or the loss, not so much the loss. The loss is just who gave up the run that gave him the lead for the end. But in order to get the win, you kind of like as a starter, you got to be the guy.
Yeah.
You got to cover.
You go 5 innings.
You got to cover the majority of the game.
Agreed.
And you have to be sort of the main pitcher who was out there. Well, what if we just looked at Brock that way? Why don't we just talk about games where he was the guy? You played 3 or more quarters.
I would love to, yeah.
And you were the main quarterback of the football game. Some will say that's not fair because obviously that's removing Philadelphia and it's adding Miami last year. But I think it's fair.
Well,
that's when he played the majority of the game.
I would like to do it the way they do with pitchers. So, yes, he gets Miami because when he got the ball, when we're going to go to Brock here. It's not bad, actually. I felt good about that.
Now that he's fired,
I'm starting to
your impersonations come together.
This is so typical.
You should do one of George Seifert next.
I do a great Frank Yallop of the Earthquakes, but he's been gone for 15 years.
Anyway,
so he gets Miami because when he got the ball, they were trailing, and then he took them back, right? They were down to Miami.
And it was the majority of the game.
But unfortunately, against Philadelphia, when he was out there, they were losing, so he takes the L because he was the starting pitcher. He gave up 7 runs in that game.
Not really.
And he took the L.
He didn't do anything. He didn't give up the 7 points. He wasn't on the field. He went on the field, completed 4 passes, and left.
But they were down when he left.
Yeah.
So in baseball parlance, he would take that L.
Right.
So,
yeah.
So there you go.
Let's go to the Doc.
Let's do it.
Martinez. We're going to go to the Doc later in the show. This is just the Doc. Hey, Doc, what's up?
Hey, thanks. What's up, Willard and Divs? Appreciate you putting me on. I want to just bring this down to somebody who saw the game live on Sunday and then ask your expert opinion on quarterbacks, Willard, and maybe you can shoot this to Peter King, too. I agree, Divs. We're no longer in a space of talking about whether Brock Purdy is good or not. The question should be, is Brock Purdy elite? And here's the question I want to ask you guys. There was a sequence when the Niners put the game away where Brock Purdy fit the ball into windows that maybe 5 other QBs in the league can fit it into, first to Ayuk and then to Debo. And watching it live, I had all questions in my mind erased about whether this guy is the guy or is he good or is he elite. I wanted to know what you guys thought about that.
Thanks, the Doc. Appreciate it. I am done hesitating on that word. I used that word in my almost post-game video. I actually shot that video before the game was even over on Sunday night because
it was bold.
Yeah, it was such an Ottoman game. As soon as they went in for 42, I'm like, let's just shoot the video and go to bed.
Yep.
This thing's in the can. But I used that word. I said, why are we so afraid to use the word elite when it comes to Brock Purdy? There is zero question in my mind that this is an elite quarterback in the NFL. It's because of also what I value, though, in the league. I don't need you to be 6'5". I don't need you to be able to throw a ball 70 yards from your knees, Jamarcus. I don't need any of that stuff. What I consider elite in the NFL is decision-making, timing, accuracy, moving the ball down the field, getting first downs, and winning football games and preventing turnovers. That's what quarterbacking has always been. I'm not looking for style points. Patrick Mahomes has them. Brock has less, although I'd argue he's got more than he gets credit for. Moves around pretty well out there. Ad-libs just fine. Made absolutely elite NFL throws against the top-rated defense in the league this week. Yes, Brock Purdy, elite, no hesitation.
I wonder if other teams will try to emulate what Dallas was able to do on a couple of occasions, and that is rush without completely rushing and get your hands up. Because little Brock
knocked the ball down
twice.
Yep.
Early in that game, he had 2 passes get knocked down, and it's because same guy knocked him down. They rush, and then you stop your rush and you put your hands up, and when you have a quarterback who's only 6'1", and he's not really able to throw over you on a defensive line, that might be a way. I mean, you're grasping at straws right now if you're trying to stop this guy.
To Russell Wilson, Drew Brees, it can work.
Sure, I'm not saying that's the elixir for what Brock Purdy is doing, but that was a way that they were able to stop him temporarily.
Presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Peter King in 20 minutes, and also coming up next, the back and forth between the Cowboys and 49ers has continued. We'll let you hear a lot of that next on Willard and Dibs.
Are you facing the daunting aftermath of a DUI arrest? Your life doesn't have to spiral out of control. Take action now and regain control of your future. I'm Nabil Ahmed, your trusted partner in the fight against DUI charges. I'm a dedicated DUI attorney that is ready to stand.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
So we're streaming live on YouTube, if you hadn't heard. And all kinds of shenanigans take place over there. You know, you can see us. We like to act like Romper Room, and we can see you too. I see you in there.
Thank you, Miss Nancy.
I see you in there. Boy, did we just age ourselves. Anyway, and the chat is happening there. And then you can see what color hoodie Dibs has for today. And is that kind of a forest green?
Yeah, a little forest green.
Yeah, a little action over there. All right.
Trying to rotate him a little bit.
If anybody swears, you get to hear that. If anybody plays music, you don't. And those are the rules, and that's the deal. So get your butt over there, and let's hang out a little bit and chat on YouTube and Twitch, which is powered by First NorCal Credit Union. We're going to play the Micah and the Debo and the Jera here in just a second. But a little primer for Peter King, who's on with us in less than 15 minutes. The last couple of weeks, we've asked him about Brock Purdy, and that's because after his opening sort of 5 or 6 paragraph story, he does something called bold-faced names. And he goes through the league, and it's little quick hitters about so many different players and people around the league. And Brock has made it in there 2 weeks in a row. Well, not this time. This time, he is the first 7 paragraphs.
The lead item.
He is the lead item. Wait until you hear about the conversations that Peter had directly with Brock Purdy and Kyle Shanahan after the game on Sunday night, because they're fascinating. They're little windows into who these guys are, how they think within the game, after the game, what Brock says about the one throw that he missed, you may remember, behind Brandon Ayuk on a deep cross, is really interesting. So we'll dive into that with Peter coming up in just about 12 or 13 minutes. I can't wait.
No, it's fun, and just how that was made good in the second half by Shanahan and by Brock Purdy, as reported by Peter King. And the thing that struck me was Peter's item up top about who wins the MVP in the NFL historically, and it's a quarterback on a top 2 seed. And right now the Niners are a top 2 seed in their conference, and their quarterback is having that kind of a year. So to think that he's not in the conversation or maybe a front runner is kind of missing out on the historical significance of the award.
By the way, I lied. He did also make it into the bold-faced names.
Oh.
As did George Kittle, as did Trey Lance.
I saw that part of it.
Yeah. So the reference that you referenced earlier, Peter's kind of shot at the ringer. Brock Purdy, the 25th best quarterback in the National Football League. Right.
Right. A lot of eyes in there.
Is what Peter wrote. Jamar Chase and George Kittle, 3 TD day in Glendale, 3 TD night in Santa Clara. I'll have what he's having. Bad when Harry met Sally to reference there. And then Trey Lance, he writes, admit it, you were dying to know, like I am, what number 15 with the white baseball cap on the Dallas sideline was thinking watching the last pick in the 2022 draft. The man who stole his job outright put up 42 points on his new team Sunday night.
Yeah.
It's only too bad, I guess, that Peter spent all the time after the game in the Niners locker room, so he couldn't go ask Trey what he was thinking.
Well, I mean, what's Trey going to say?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, that's a tough spot for Trey to be in, and the fact that he was in uniform is, you know, a little bit ironic because he's only in uniform because the guy who replaced him got hurt last year in the NFC Championship game. Think about that.
Yep.
If Brock Purdy doesn't have his arm fall off in Philadelphia, then they don't change the rule. The NFL doesn't see this as the embarrassment that it was, which made them change the rule to allow a third quarterback in uniform, which means Trey Lance as QB3 in Dallas is in uniform.
Wild.
The irony is rich.
It's an unbelievable story.
Yeah.
It's an unbelievable story. And I was, again, as we talked about yesterday, the we want Trey chants. I understand them. I get where they're coming from. I don't think they were actually meant to be mean-spirited.
I thought they were we want beer chants because the beer got shut down at halftime.
Yeah, I think they're chanting about all of it. But I just, what an uncomfortable spot. What an uncomfortable spot for Trey Lance to be in. But it didn't look like he was any worse for the wear, and got to catch up with some friends, I'm sure. So that's good. All right. We played this for you yesterday. If you missed it, we'll play it again. Micah Parsons on his podcast after the game. Actually, he did this, I think, on Monday morning, talking about the F Dallas shirt that George Kittle flashed to the crowd after one of his scores. Here's what Micah had to say.
George Kittle had 3 touchdowns on us, and he posted this thing to IG. He said, F Dallas. I just feel like he's making it way more personal than it had to be. Kittle's my guy, but I'm going to say this. Laugh now, cry later. We got something for that. Just trust. If we see them again, just trust. And we're going to put it just like that. I ain't going to put too much on it. You're going to make it personal. We can make it personal. That's cool.
It's funny because I actually don't think it's personal at all. It's interesting that Micah took it that way. Micah, you're not Dallas. Your name is just Micah. You're probably going to put on a different jersey someday.
If I'm Dallas Goedert, I'm furious. To be honest.
That's pretty good.
Thank you.
That's pretty good.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
What about DJ Dallas?
We have yet
also works.
We have yet to get response from either one of them.
Okay. ...
But yeah, man. Like sometimes I understand you're emotional. You just got your you know what whipped. But like, play along. There's a rivalry here. He's playing to his crowd. But whatever. If you're offended, that's fine. I think it's funny that you think just trust. We see you again. It's going to be different. Deebo Samuel's like, no, it won't.
How personal is it? It was already personal before the game started. Now, 42-10, I don't think you want to see us again. It might be a little bit worse.
Wow. Deebo.
I don't know what we trust.
Micah, Deebo, I don't know what to say. I'm getting uncomfortable.
I don't know what we trust. We trust, laugh now, cry later. I mean, I don't think you want to see us again.
All right.
Is there a cat in the studio? Meow. Was that Kay Adams?
That was Kay Adams, but I don't know off the top. You're talking about right out of the gate. There was a weird sound. Well, anyway, that's Deebo's response to Micah Parsons.
Right.
Which is, I guess, only interesting because Kyle Shanahan said this. He was asked if he's got to worry about this 5-0 juggernaut staying humble.
We're definitely aware of that question and how that could happen, but it's honestly been really easy with our guys. We got a real good team in that way. I mean, just going into that game versus Dallas, how hyped that game was, and just the way they carried themselves in our building throughout the week, they weren't making much out of it. It was kind of like any other game and just any other week. And we got a good group of veterans who have been through a lot of stuff. Even still guys who were here from our 19 year when we started 8-0. And I think the guys who have been here and who have gone through stuff, they pass it to the other guys. And it's always our message that nothing can be taken for granted, and it's just 1 week at a time. And I think everyone preaches that, but I think through our life experiences together and stuff, our guys truly know it, and the guys who haven't been a part of that, they constantly hear it from the guys who have.
I mean, we've given the Niners a lot of credit for kind of staying quiet throughout the week and treating this like any other game. Look, Deebo was asked, what do you want him to say? He's also a wide receiver. It's a position that's got a reputation for squawking a little bit and being very, very out there and colorful and all of that. So there's nothing wrong here. But I don't know. I mean, if I had my druthers, I do kind of like the idea of the Niners just walking into the sunset being like, oh, I'm sorry. We didn't even notice you. Rather than responding.
Yeah, but when you've got Deebo on the Hey, It's Kay Adams podcast, and you've got George Kittle appearing on Pat McAfee, which was another big response.
We've got that in a second.
And so, I mean, all these other platforms and these players, and they're talking, you're going to be asked about it. I just caution against being a little bit too cocky, a little too cocksure in October.
I just wonder.
I almost said something else. October.
Good. Way to slow your roll.
It's early. Kids get out of school.
What does this sound like when December 3rd gets here? Because that has already been sort of left out there. There was off-season talk. Hargrave switches teams.
Deebo was talking.
People are circling that game. They were before the year even started. By the way, if you don't know when December 3rd is, that's the 49ers will be in Philadelphia. And so if you are prone to getting pulled into this, what does that sound like? I'd hate for that to end up being, one of those, I don't know, talk games. Like, just, again, same thing. Act like you've been there before is I actually hate that phrase because people who say it haven't been there before. So how do they know?
Yeah.
How do they know? But anyway, here's Kittle on explaining the shirt.
I might have been mildly inspired by our guy Gary Plummer, who wore that in, I'm pretty sure it was the '94 NFC Championship game versus Dallas. So, there's some things that need to be worn for the franchise. And I think it's just coincidence that I've just happened to appear on my chest on Sunday Night Football.
Well, no, it wasn't. It wasn't coincidence. But yeah, I like what he said. That's for the Niner fans. That's for the Niners. It's not a shot at Micah Parsons.
It's a shot at all the Cowboys.
No, it's an
It's for the Niner fans. It's a nod to the past, but it's also a shot at the Cowboy fans.
An acknowledgement of the rivalry.
Right, in a very verbose and overt way.
Sponsored by Local Arena Ticks. Let's get to Peter King with all of this. Wait until you hear the details of the conversations he had with Brock Purdy and Kyle Shanahan after this game on Sunday night. Peter joins us next on Willard and Dibs.
Attention Bay Area sports fans. Get ready for a game-changing experience with Local Arena Ticks. A family of 4 saves about $150.
crap. Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
That should be his intro every week because it will never not be true.
But he wasn't talking about us, was he?
I don't think so.
Fingers crossed.
All right. Peter King and Moments. Remember the Warriors Summit next Wednesday, October 18th. Fieldwork Brewing Company, San Leandro. We'll be live there starting at 2, but all the hosts live 4 to 6. All open to the public, all free, always fun. Come and see us next Wednesday, Fieldwork Brewing Company in San Leandro. Well, yep, it's that time. Let's talk to Peter King, Odyssey NFL insider, who spent a whole lot of time right here in the Bay Area this week because Sunday Night Football was here, the main event. Peter, good afternoon. Can you share with our audience a little bit about what you learned talking directly to Brock Purdy and Kyle Shanahan after this game?
Hi, guys. I think, as you guys know, and you've seen him, you've seen his press conferences and everything, Brock Purdy is the close-to-the-vest guy. But one of the things that impressed me, and I wrote about this in my column, we ducked into a little room in the just inside the concourse outside the Niners locker room maybe an hour after the game, and we were talking about some of his throws. And you could tell he was regretful over his throw in the first half that he threw behind Brandon Ayuk, and that his regret was basically that it was a good play call. Ayuk ran exactly where he was supposed to run, and he had the space to do it. He just threw it a little bit behind him. And he didn't think of at first some of the great throws he made in this game. He thought of that because it ticked him off. Now, as I wrote in my column, he's not the kind of guy who throws his helmet when he's ticked off. He's the kind of guy who gets a little bit resolved that I'm going to make up for that. And at halftime, he talked to Kyle Shanahan, and Shanahan said, I love that play. I thought we had it, so I'm calling it again the second half. Be ready. And he told the same thing to Ayuk, and it didn't take him long. In fact, it was on the second snap of the third quarter. And what happened, I thought, was just totally fascinating. The linebacker, Leighton Vander Esch, was covering Ayuk shallow, in front of him, and then there was a corner behind him, in close pursuit. And it was an in-breaking route, sort of an in-cut route. And, when he threw the ball, I immediately started focusing downfield. Oh, where's he throwing it? And I thought the linebacker was going to deflect the ball. And in fact, Leighton Vander Esch leaped about as high as I'm sure he could. And I bet he was somewhere 6 to 10 inches off. I've now watched it a couple more times. I wrote Sunday night that I thought it was 10 inches, but I think it was probably a little bit less than that. He was really close to getting a finger on that ball. And the reason I'm describing this pass in such painstaking detail is for 3 reasons. One, you asked Brock Purdy about a throw that stuck out to him, and he thought of a throw that he thought he missed and he wanted back. Okay? That's one. 2, he wanted to throw that ball again, and at halftime, Kyle Shanahan said, I'm going to give you the opportunity to throw that ball again. And number 3, he made this throw that really was so perfect because it was right over Leighton Vander Esch's outstretched fingertips. And it landed exactly precisely on Brandon Ayuk so he could catch the ball and run in stride up the field. Now, it just so happened that Stephon Gilmore caught him by his shoes. He dove and got him by his shoes, so probably, 3-4 yard gain after the catch. But I thought the throw was absolutely, totally perfect. And I think one of the things that gets me when I hear people, and look, I don't want to become the professional Brock Purdy defender. I don't want to do that. But some of the things that I hear people say about Purdy when they criticize him, you know, when you watch that game Sunday night, you watch that play, you watch in the same series, a 40-yard gain to Ayuk up the left sideline gets called back because of a hold, and then he makes another throw with the ball 26 yards in the air to Deebo Samuel, and he has a big gain. So I don't know really if anybody can really be very critical of Brock Purdy after a game like this, because I thought it was the game of his NFL life, and it was on a national stage. Kyle Juszczyk said after the game, and I thought he was right, I'm so glad he did this on national TV, so the people who are still skeptical about Brock Purdy maybe won't be anymore.
Peter King here on 95.7 The Game. You're going to have to be the vice president of the Brock Purdy fan club. My partner here has already claimed the presidency, but interesting you say that about a national stage, because you use the word front runner in your column about Brock Purdy's MVP candidacy. Do you think that the majority of other national pundits who have votes have caught on yet to what you're already a part of?
There are 50 votes for the MVP. And look, it's ludicrous to say either he's going to win or he's the whatever odds-on favorite, whatever. Who knows? There've only been 5 games. There's 12 games to go. All I'm saying is that if the season ended today, the 49ers are the best team in football. He leads the NFL in passer rating by a lot. He's 27 points ahead of Patrick Mahomes. He's got a 9-0 touchdown to interception margin. He's got the second highest yards per attempt, which among common metrics, easy to understand metrics, is still one that coaches really value, 9.3 yards per attempt. The amazing thing is Brock Purdy goes 20 of 21 last week, and his quarterback rating is 115 after that game. And you say, okay, nobody can keep that up. So what happened this week? It went up 8 points. And so, all I can say is he's not going to pat himself on the back. Kyle Shanahan's not going to do a lot of that either, because, hey, if you can't see it, you're probably not looking.
But real quick on a follow-up on that, though, Peter, just because I think we're all talking about the belief that others have. If the vote were today, he'd win it?
I've not asked a soul, but there are 50 voters. I certainly would vote for him. He's the leading quarterback in the NFL, playing for the best team in the NFL. It's hard to imagine that he wouldn't win it.
You've talked to Kyle Shanahan so often through the years, and especially after this game and the comments you got about Brock. I wonder your perspective on how you view his trust, his faith in Brock Purdy. How would you compare it to Kyle's faith in other quarterbacks he's worked with?
I think after the early part of this season, look, Kyle Shanahan really didn't know what he had. He told me in training camp, one of the reasons they really wanted Sam Darnold badly is that he had no idea if Brock Purdy was going to be healthy opening day. He had some idea about Trey Lance, that he would be healthy opening day. And obviously he was, but one of the reasons he went after Sam Darnold is because he just wasn't sure what he had at quarterback, and he knew that every other position on this team was set, was good, was really good, and so I think that's 2 months ago. That's 7 weeks ago when I sat with Kyle Shanahan and he explained that whole thing. And I think he still at the time, because even though Brock Purdy had done it in training camp, he still wasn't positive that he was going to do it during the season. He didn't know. And so think of what's changed in those 7 weeks. Over and over, it's been pounded into everybody around the 49ers that Brock Purdy is not a placeholder for the quarterback. He is the quarterback. And his attitude, I can't, it's hard to be more impressed with a guy's attitude because he's totally unimpressed with himself. He doesn't care what anybody else thinks in the outside world. I said, you still have skeptics out there. And he smiled. And he said, hey, it's all good. It's football. I mean, his whole point was, of course there's going to be skeptics. 9 jillion people cover the NFL. So everybody's not going to love you, no matter how good you are. And he just has, Brock Purdy's he's an adult. He's an adult. And he's got it. He's got most of it figured out. And one other thing about Shanahan, I mean, look, I only spent 5 minutes with him on Sunday night, but I'm just telling you, he was as happy Sunday night as he was when I met him in the bowels of Lambeau Field after they won that playoff game and knocked Aaron Rodgers out of the playoffs. And, in that game that they couldn't get anything going on offense. And, they win it on a special teams play, essentially. And he and John Lynch were sitting in his office and were like euphoric that night. They were so happy. This night rivaled that in terms of his happiness, his satisfaction, and his understanding that we got the quarterback now who can take us a long way.
And is it that fact, the quarterback that can take him a long way, and maybe this quarterback that's opened up his playbook, is that what's bringing him joy? The fact that he can now look at both sides of that beautiful laminated play sheet?
Yes. I can tell you that I think Kyle Shanahan feels comfortable calling everything. And when I say everything, I mean the deep throws, the throws that maybe people weren't really sure that he'd be calling a lot of. This is when you just asked me about that, I flashed back to New England Patriots training camp in maybe 1998 or something. It was in Smithfield, Rhode Island at Bryant College. And I remember talking to Drew Bledsoe after the game, and he goes, and I forget the number he said, but hey, if I threw 650 balls last year, I would bet 6 of them traveled 50 yards downfield. He goes, I'm not saying it's unimportant because you do need to have a good deep arm to play quarterback. But he said it's vastly overrated when people look at arm strength and say, oh, what great arm talent. His whole point was, you don't throw very many balls 40 or 50 yards in the air. And the balls that Purdy throws, the other thing I think that's impressive about him or has been, he hits so many guys in stride so they can keep running. I mean, that's one of the reasons why Deebo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk are the yak kings, the yard after the catch kings, and why the yards per attempt for Brock Purdy is so good right now. Over 9 yards a carry, or 9 yards a throw, I think it's 9.3. It's because his guys can take the ball and run because it's mostly in stride when they catch it.
Peter King with us on Willard and Dibs every single week on 95.7 The Game. Peter, where did this game leave Dallas?
I don't think it's a disaster for Dallas because, look, going into this game, everybody in the world thought, and we've seen it, they laid waste to the eastern seaboard of the NFL. New England, the Giants, the Jets, they beat them by 35, 20, and 40. Okay? And so, and again, none of those teams are great teams. I'm not saying that. What I am saying is that when Dallas is on its game and rushing the passer well and protecting the quarterback, they are a top 5 NFL team. The problem is, in my opinion, and this is what I really thought about Dak Prescott the other day, Mike McCarthy, I know he loves the West Coast. He loves getting the ball out quick and making sure that his, that Dak doesn't have it for a long time. He doesn't get pressured and everything. But I believe that one important thing that's missing from the Dallas offense is to take Dak Prescott to different platforms. You saw the other day, both Purdy and Shanahan told me it wasn't intentional. But this is the first time in the 8-year history of NFL next-gen stats that a quarterback has thrown 4 touchdown passes in a game outside the tackle box. Never happened since 2016, since they've been charting games. The point is, you don't think of Brock Purdy as a mobile guy. And you know what? You don't think of Dak Prescott as a mobile guy either. But when he had to in this game, Brock Purdy got outside the pocket and kept making plays. And I think quarterbacks that can play from different platforms, particularly against great defensive fronts like the Niners have, I think are going to have a chance. But and look, I thought this walking out of the stadium Sunday night. I knew that the reaction on Monday that Rich Eisen has his show on Monday is called Overreaction Monday, and I said this will be one of the biggest overreactions ever because the Cowboys got blown out in a game they really needed. I'll only say this. There's 12 games left in the regular season. No one has any idea who's going to be healthy come mid-January, what shape, what form these teams are going to take. Look, we thought 2 weeks ago that the Buffalo Bills, and really even after losing Tre'Davious White against the Miami Dolphins, they still beat the Dolphins by 28 points and forced them to have 4 consecutive 3-and-outs. Who does that to the Miami Dolphins? So they still look good even without Tre'Davious White. But losing Matt Milano this week means you have lost in consecutive weeks your 2 best defensive players. And that's why, look, I'm not trying to jinx anybody or say anything. But look, I mean, what happened when we woke up today? Wow. Justin Jefferson out for at least a month, hamstring. I mean, so you can't tell who's really going to be good later in the season because you can't tell who will be suiting up for all these teams later in the season.
Are the Niners more injury-proof than other teams based on exactly what they have, though, on the defensive side of the ball?
I don't think so. I mean, I think injuries, I don't think they're totally fluky, but I think once you think, we got it all handled now with injuries. I mean, Deebo Samuel is a physical wide receiver. Brandon Ayuk, a physical wide receiver. George Kittle, a physical tight end. Christian McCaffrey, also very physical. So, I mean, let's be honest. I think the 49ers would be very fortunate if those 4 guys all played 17 games and entered the playoffs as healthy players. And again, for their sake, I really hope that they do, but it's just not really logical to think in today's football that any group of skilled players in quarterback, I mean, those are 5 guys you're talking about, all of whom have had some injury history. And so I don't know where it's headed, but I just think that it's hard to make categorical judgments in October about what we're going to see in January.
Peter, I'm still interested in more that you observed in being with these guys after that game. I know as fans and media, we get a little emotional out here about the way the rest of the world is talking about Brock Purdy. I was struck by the fact that Kyle Juszczyk was among those that directly came to you and said, I'm glad Brock got to show this to the world. What did you notice in that locker room in terms of how the rest of the guys are feeling about that conversation?
Well, Kyle Juszczyk did not say that to me. I was in the rear of a group of maybe 10 people at his locker afterwards. Honestly, one of the guys I was really impressed with after that game was Trent Williams, because everybody after that game wanted to crown the 49ers, let's just play the Super Bowl tomorrow. And Trent Williams said, hey, listen, and I'm going to paraphrase him. I was on the outside of his thing just listening to him, because I always enjoy listening to him. He's such a bright guy. And when, he started talking, somebody asked him a question, what does this win say about your team or whatever? And he goes, hey, listen, we got to go to Cleveland on Sunday, and we have to figure out how to stop one of the best. We just played one of the best pass rushers in the game. Now we're going to get on a plane to play another one in Cleveland, and, he can wreck a game, any game he plays. And he's absolutely right. Myles Garrett, TJ Watt, Nick Bosa, Micah Parsons, pick a guy. Aiden Hutchinson now, really, Aiden Hutchinson, you got to at least start to consider him to be in that class. And all those guys can wreck a game. And so I think one of the things that I liked about what I heard, not just from Brock Purdy, but from several guys in that locker room was, and Kyle Shanahan said it to him just before I shook hands with him, wished him well, and went on my way. He said, we're 5-0. He goes, we got a long way to go. And when you think about it, they played 1 month of the season, 3 months left. Three. Think of everything that can happen in 3. Look at what's happened in the last month.
Yeah.
Not just injury-wise. Aaron Rodgers gets wiped out. Matt Milano, Tre'Davious White, Justin Jefferson, maybe for a long time.
Bill Belichick.
Other guys have been hurt. Yeah. Look at and the Patriots are they're gone. The New York Giants are gone. It's things happen, and so that's why, to me, I like the Niners' approach right now. Hey, this was as good a game as we could play, and wonderful, great, but, we got to go to Cleveland, and that's a top 3, 4, 5 defense in football, and we better be ready to go. And that's the way you have to react. And no matter whether they had lost 42-10, they're going to make the postseason, and what matters now is staying as healthy as you can and trying to stack these wins so you're going to get that week off before the postseason begins.
Peter, we're up against it, but I have to know, you were at In-N-Out Burger in Alameda. What'd you order?
I just got a cheeseburger. I love their fries. Got a Diet Coke, and I was on Willie Stargell Avenue. I thought it was Oakland, and somebody said no.
That's Alameda. Yeah, right through the Webster Tube.
The guy who took the order, when you're there for lunch, it's a cool thing because they got somebody taking your order kind of in the drive-through line. And he looked at me and he goes, hey, you're Peter King. I said, yeah. And he goes, can I just ask you one question? I said, yeah. And he goes, why won't the owner fire that coach, Josh McDaniels? I said, my God, we're 4 games into his second year. Teams get in trouble when they just fire their coach willy-nilly, And he says to me, hey, we want him fired anyway. So I don't know. I know there's a lot of people unhappy. I thought he made another wrong call on 4th and 2 late in the game, but it didn't cost him. Look, he's going to have his chance to get them out of this. I just don't know if they're good enough.
Great stuff.
Yeah.
Although America does need to know, just cheeseburger or double-double?
No, I didn't do the. I don't know. I used to do the double, but the reason I don't do that now, I think when you get to be 66 years old, the double is a little bit intimidating because I'm not going to be finishing that. Unfortunately.
No, agreed, Peter.
Wow.
It's a lot of burger.
Wow.
Yeah.
And you like their fries. I don't know if you know this. That's a controversial opinion.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe I could have forced it down, but usually I'm just a single guy.
Well,
that's the correct answer, actually.
There it is.
Just be comfortable.
Peter King, he's
Peter
just a
King.
single guy.
Yes.
Yeah, Peter, we love it always, man. We'll talk to you next week.
Okay, thanks a lot, guys. Take care.
All right,
Peter.
there it is. That is Odyssey NFL insider Peter King, also one of America's foremost burger food critics. Eat your heart out, Gabe Kapler.
And you got to love being Peter King, where you can't even roll through in and out on Willie Stargell Avenue in Alameda, which is fresh off the Webster Tube. It's right there on the right. The line usually wraps all the way around onto Webster. You could spend your entire day in that line.
I promise you, whoever was in the car behind Peter is like, what are these two talking about? What are you ordering in there, guy? Come on.
What do you think, you're the king or something?
It's a cheeseburger. Just say cheeseburger and move on.
Keep it moving.
What are they talking about? Guy gets to his car. He's like, hang on. I'm trying to fire Josh McDaniels.
Are you implying that Peter King gave that guy a long answer?
No.
Okay.
I'm implying that guy needed more information than just what's your order.
Sure.
There's that side, too.
Absolutely.
Takes two to tango, buddy.
I mean, what's the deal with this Josh McDaniels? And Peter's right. I mean, is he trying to lose football games? Because his team isn't. They competed last night, and they got that clutch W at home.
I'm verklempt now, though, too. Like, for real. Tell me, in 18 years, am I going to be intimidated by a double-double?
18 years.
Like, I have no problem finishing a double-double. Like, not even a blink. I'm often still hungry when it's over.
If I tell you yes, you're going to still be in a spot of disbelief. But I'll say this, and I think 6 years older than you, 6 or 7. And I've gotten to a point where, and it's funny because you're starting to tell me things about your life that are starting to happen to you. And whether it's, your vision maybe not being as good.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I got out of bed, Tibbs, and this hurt and that hurt. It's like, okay.
Yeah.
And there are certain things. I know when you get older, your appetite does go down, so I can totally get that from Peter King.
I'm just a single guy.
Yeah, there it is. Breaking news. It's just a single guy.
All the single riders.
Do you say that to the In-N-Out person? Yeah, I'm just a single guy. It's like, hey, pause. What's happening?
What are you doing later? You want that burger for here?
We're here for French fries.
Totally.
What are we talking about? Anyway, all right. Look, his insight into what happened in that locker room, and for me, the key takeaway and what it may mean going forward is sort of the confirmation. I think we can all see it when plays get called, but right now, Kyle Shanahan, as people would say, is in his bag. But let's actually put a definition on that. Kyle is like maybe excited to call plays in a way that he hasn't been before.
Right.
We've all watched Kyle Shanahan coach, and on TV, there are times where it looks like, yo, you don't trust your guys. Okay, Super Bowl, right before halftime, Kansas City. He can come to the podium all he wants and be like, that was the biggest no-brainer in the history of mankind. And then Steve Young, 3 days later, can be like, no, you don't trust your quarterback. And we can debate that, and that's fine. It definitely looked like that at times. It doesn't now. How about that? They miss one play, and Kyle's like, we're doing it again.
Exactly.
Because you're going to chunk him, and we're going to win the football game. And it's exactly what they did. This team is like, they're champing at the bit to get out there and just chunk the defense. And that was the Cowboys. And they were right. I mean,
well, just think about it in terms of Kyle's confidence. So
lethal,
that
man.
Play happens, and he throws behind Ayuk, and it's incomplete, and Brock's mad, and Kyle's mad because Kyle doesn't like to draw up plays that work and then don't get executed. So they go in the locker room, and Kyle calms down and goes to Brock and says, you know what, Brock? We're running that again. It was schemed up right, and it was open, and you're going to complete it this time. And so on play number 2 in the third quarter, it's that same play. And this is not a dink, and it's not a dunk. It's neither dink nor dunk.
And it was defended better. Like, that's the key. The Cowboys were ready for it this time.
And that is the key. But to me, the other key is what you're talking about, which is Kyle Shanahan has that faith that Brock Purdy's going to do it better the second time around, and he did.
You can already see it. It's not just this one. It's 4th and goal at the 1 with 1 second left to go.
Against the Rams.
Yep. It's 4th down on the opening drive in Pittsburgh. It's all of these plays. You can see it. We haven't talked about this. Kyle Shanahan is now a better coach because of Brock Purdy. Can we flip this the other way around? It doesn't mean that I'm saying Brock Purdy's not a better QB because of Shanahan.
Yeah.
I'm just saying it goes both ways.
You're saying Brock's making Shanahan better.
Is he not? Can you not see it?
You can see it. And I asked Peter, because he was talking about the joy that Kyle and John Lynch felt after that game in Green Bay, the Hufanga game where the block punt is what gave him the victory. It was a gritty,
13 to 10.
school, kind of a gutsy road victory, and the joy they felt there compared with the joy they felt in this game where Brock Purdy's just flinging touchdowns from out of the pocket and you hang 42 on Dallas. It's a Kyle Shanahan. He's in his feels right now. He's all over that play sheet.
Because he doesn't need to play a certain way.
Correct.
He can play any way. You want to win 35-31? Let's go. You want to win 17-10? We can do that too. We're probably not going to have to. I mean, I could see that happening maybe once or twice this year. And by the way, this weekend is one of the times I could see it.
Could be.
Look, there could be weather games. I don't think Cleveland's going to necessarily put the stop on this Niner offense. They're a very good defense. It's a road morning game. Could I see the Niners being a little sleepier in this one? It's situational. Remember Thursday night in Seattle last year. They ended up only scoring 21, and they won the football game, and they came out real hot, and then they just sort of rode that to victory. We didn't realize at the time that Brock Purdy had broken ribs, but there's situations like that could develop to where I see the 49ers only scoring, 23 or less in a football game, but they're probably still going to win it, but I don't see that happening very often. This is a team that is fully loaded to do whatever you want to do. I don't believe that Shanahan or this franchise, it has been 30 years since it felt like this, where you could go in and you're like, I have got at my disposal everything I want on every play, no matter if we've got the ball or not.
Right. And it's
a beautiful thing.
It's equal parts personnel and scheme, in my opinion, because you do have an unbelievable amount of talent, and the personnel you have is second to none. But it's the scheme that they have based on the personnel that they're able to utilize with the fullback, who you can split out into the slot. You can put your wide receiver in the backfield, and you put your tailback out as a wide receiver. You can flip-flop them. You got everybody going in motion as needed. You got a wide receiver who runs routes as good as anybody in the league, and a quarterback who makes it all happen with accuracy and acumen.
I mean, look, we got all week to talk about the Cleveland Browns.
Yeah.
They held an injured Cincinnati team to 3 points week 1. Pittsburgh got 26 on them, which is kind of interesting. Then they hold Tennessee to 3. Then Baltimore puts up 4 touchdowns on them. They've played all but one of their games at home. Deshaun Watson's going to somehow need to score on the 49ers. No offense likes to throw deep more than the Cleveland Browns. That usually doesn't work against this 49er defense. Yeah, Myles Garrett is a problem. Is he a game wrecker? No doubt about it. But if you go deep into the actual matchups and what these two teams like to do, it would not surprise me if the Browns are the team that has a hard time getting to 14. So could the Niners win this one 24-10? Yeah, it could look like that. But the idea that Cleveland's going to have enough to win this thing, I just don't see it because, yeah, the Niners are, in addition to being talented, they're a chameleon. Whatever. How do you want to lose today?
What kind of a game do you want to play?
How do you want to lose?
Cleveland's averaging 19 a game, and they're giving up 15 a game. So that's the way that they want this game to go. In the mud, defense, punts, and really squeeze this thing down. I will remind you that they are coming off a bye.
Yep.
So you're getting a Cleveland team that's going to be more rested than the Niners are, and the Niners have to travel coming off a Sunday night game, although it didn't turn out to be a 60-minute battle over Dallas. They took out the first-team offense and the first-team defense through just about the entire fourth quarter.
I just looked at the numbers. Have you looked at them today?
Not today, but I think it's at 4. I heard Steiny mention earlier. The spread was at 4.
What do you hear what's happened with the numbers? Because they tell two stories. Two stories at the same time.
It opened at 3, and then it ballooned to 5 by the end of Sunday night. And then I thought I heard Steiny say it was at 4, and I wanted to bet it when it was at 4 while I could.
I'm not only talking about the spread, I'm also talking about the over-under.
The over-under probably is going to be sitting at about 43.
Okay. All right. So let's talk about that. Don't look. Don't look.
No, I won't answer either until we get to the other side.
Yeah, no. Let's hop into this because I hadn't looked at it all week, and I just went in and I went, oh my goodness.
You took a look.
I sure did, and it tells a story. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. That and your reactions to anything Peter King related, I think more to say as well with the ongoing dialogue between the Dallas Cowboys and the 49ers, which hasn't died yet. This is Willard and Dibs.
Bank of America is the proud employer of over 210,000 teammates who go above and
always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, ready to rock and roll and continue this conversation with all of you at 888-957-9570. Are the 49ers being drawn into an unnecessary war of words? And can you make the case for anyone other than Brock Purdy being the MVP of this league if you were going to vote right now? Peter King already joined us earlier today, said Brock would get his vote for number one, for first place. So that was interesting, as was his in and out order. He's just a single guy now.
Yep.
Yeah.
Makes sense. Getting closer to being 70 and you're just not as hungry. Your appetite goes down, Mark. You'll see.
I'm depressed.
Already old guy stuff is starting to knock on your door.
Yeah, not going to acknowledge that at all, but I will. I'll acknowledge the presence of the good doc. It's time for Cleared to Play. Take you inside the tent, get you updated on the latest injuries in the Bay. Proud to partner with UCSF Health on this segment and bring in Associate Professor of Orthopedic Surgery, Dr. Nirav Pandya. Good doc. How are you?
I'm doing good. All this in and out talk is getting me hungry, guys. So,
yeah. Are you
stop by on the way home?
Are you still able to do a double-double? And what does that mean for our health? How many years come off with each trip to in and out?
I think you might be losing a couple of years every time. But no, I go animal style double-double. I will have to recover for a couple hours afterwards. But I'm able to pull through, guys. That's all I got to say.
If a doctor can do it, then it's good enough for us as well. That's my take. More interested, though, in your take on Aaron Banks, Doc. So this one was interesting. The 49ers were worried about a biceps injury. They've cleared that and then just designated it as a shoulder injury. So what's your read on what's going on there?
Yeah, no, absolutely. Anytime you hear about a biceps injury, you're definitely very worried, particularly in the position that he plays. We worry about a biceps tendon kind of getting injured lower down, and the initial reports were, it's not upper biceps, not a lower biceps, because the lower biceps is what's going to lead to surgery. Upper biceps tendon tears just typically don't happen in athletes. It's more of an injury in terms of older individuals in your 50s and 60s when that biceps tendon will tear up near the shoulder. So the fact they're saying it's just quote-unquote a shoulder strain probably means his biceps muscle kind of up near the shoulder area is a little bit sore, playing day-to-day, so obviously a huge relief for them. And that's something that should, more than anything else, cause a little discomfort. Shouldn't be a big functional issue, and they definitely dodged a bullet avoiding that quote-unquote lower biceps injury.
A lot of talk about Brock Purdy and an MVP candidacy, but I'm more interested in three other letters, UCL. Doc, how do you see him coming out of this now, 7 months removed from surgery?
It's pretty remarkable. I mean, even just a couple months ago, people were worried about, is he going to play week one? How is his velocity going to be? How's his accuracy? How's it going to hold up to contact? I mean, he's doing better than he did last year, and all those things we were potentially worried about from the surgery that not many NFL quarterbacks have had. He's done great and improved, and that's pretty remarkable. And I think the most amazing thing is that we didn't know how he was going to hold up to contact week after week after week. We're now 5 games into the season. He's taking contact to the arm. He continues to be accurate. There aren't any residual symptoms. So it's pretty remarkable. We're sitting here 7 months from his surgery, and we're talking about how he's potentially the MVP with Peter King. As opposed to worrying about, is he going to be ready week 4, week 5? Pretty remarkable how he's recovered.
Doc, Eli Mitchell has missed 2 games and has dealt with this stuff in the past. So what are your expectations with his knee injury or injuries going forward?
Obviously concerned when you've had, MCL injuries on both sides. He has this quote-unquote kind of, knee bruise and keeps them out. I think with him in general, particularly since Jordan Mason probably is playing very well, they're being extra cautious with him, just given the fact that he's now compiling injuries that do make him a little bit more prone to have knee issues. So I think with him, particularly with the long season, let's make sure he's completely healthy, because his ability to compensate or have a little extra reserve just isn't there, given his injury history. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see him play this weekend, maybe in a limited role, just kind of get him some more live reps. But it sounds like they're not really concerned about a structural issue. It's just accumulation of all the various injuries that have added up on top of this quote-unquote bruise to his knee.
Yeah, fortunately, they have some good running back depth to kind of offset the need to have Eli Mitchell play. I don't know if the Vikings have the same luxury with Justin Jefferson now going on IR with a hamstring injury. What do you expect the timetable for his return to be?
Yeah, you definitely get concerned when a wide receiver, at that position is getting a hamstring issue. And in general, when you hear 3, 4, 5 weeks for going on IR, typically it lands with a grade 2, kind of hamstring injury, which is a partial tear. And if you look at most NFL players who have this kind of injury, typically it is kind of landing right around 3 to 4 weeks, usually 22 to 28 days. I mean, there are things that they can do to get this better, PRP injections, obviously all the physical therapy. The thing you get worried about is that there's a high risk of recurrence, particularly at that position, and the fact that when you have a compromised hamstring, it's so essential to lower extremity function. You see a lot of players start out with a hamstring injury, and next thing you know, they've injured their knee. So something you definitely are worried about, particularly for such an important player who's getting placed on the IR this early in the season.
Doc, before you run, and we know your obvious fandom and attachment to the Warriors, can we get an update on thoughts on Draymond Green? We'll get evaluated, I think, at the start of next week, but there is some stuff happening at practice. What are we thinking about opening night for him?
I think it's more and more a possibility. I think there was a report, a couple days ago. He's doing stationary bike. He's doing, stuff out there. He seems to be walking around fine at the game. I think he's in the time frame where if you have kind of this quote-unquote grade 1 or 2 ankle sprain, that he could absolutely play on opening night. Based on the progression, if you see him on the court, you see him shooting, I think there's absolutely a possibility for that. I think the only reason they may potentially keep him out is they're like, look, we don't want any kind of secondary issue coming up or if he has a little bit of soreness. But the progress he's made, the way he's looking, based on the reports, I would not be surprised to see him out there opening night.
Okay, which is coming up here real soon. Hey, Doc, great to have you always. Thank you. We'll talk to you next week.
Take care, guys. Thanks a lot. Yep.
There he goes, Doc Pandia, and the proceeding was sponsored by UCSF Health. All eyes on Draymond.
Yes.
For opening night in that all-important starting lineup.
Yeah, and we are now 2 weeks away. 2 weeks and 3 hours from the opening tip out at Oracle Arena. The Phoenix Suns, the Fighting Durants, come to town. And I do think that is a tipping point in terms of if Draymond is, a maybe. Can he go? Can he not go? If he can go, he's going to go against Kevin Durant.
You would think.
He's going to go.
You would think. Or is it almost like a pitch count thing and they bring him off the bench because of that? Like they only want him to play 18 minutes, something like that.
Right, but if he is declared as healthy and he comes off the bench and Chris Paul starts, I mean, how does that affect the bet with you and Alan Stiles?
Yeah, I don't know.
Stiles has said Chris Paul will start. And you had said that Chris Paul won't start the opener.
Right.
If Draymond is in uniform and on a pitch count, is the bet still on?
It's a good question. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Feels to me like it would be.
I think we might have to go to
arbitration.
Might have to go to Wapner.
You want to go to dibsitration?
No, not I know. I know who you'd pick.
Oh, you think I would turn against my partner?
Yes, I do.
My life partner, my radio homie.
I do. I really do.
For some random guy in Alameda.
Completely.
Yeah, I'm a huge Styles guy.
You totally would.
I got Styles stock.
There's no question in my mind how you'd play that one. None.
First time I heard him on the radio, I was like, ooh, this guy's good.
Yeah.
Then I met him, and I went to my sports talk radio broker and said, let me get 100 shares of Styles.
Yeah.
Let me sell that Willard.
How are those doing, by the way?
Yeah, pretty good.
Okay.
Pretty good. He's 5-0 in the fantasy league. Stock up.
Is he really? Are
him and what's his face, yeah.
Yeah, I got steamrolled by him last week.
Yeah,
anyway.
you're going to get steamrolled this week, too.
No, trash talk from a 1-4 guy. That's always fun. All right.
I got more points than you overall. The schedule makers betrayed me.
Yeah, you had one good week. Anyway, 888
monster week and I lost.
957-9570 is the number. Can you even make the case that Brock Purdy's not the MVP of the league? Like, I mean, when we go back to the arc of this whole thing, it is really kind of fun and fascinating to me. Peter King joined us about an hour ago, and the only way he'd say it, because he did not want to put words in the mouths of other voters, he's like, there's 50 voters. I'm one of them. I would vote for Brock Purdy. And yes, it also doesn't matter right now because it's only 5 games in. But if he were to cast a vote today, it would be for Brock Purdy. We sat here less than 2 months ago and had a full board of calls to talk all day long about whether or not this team should move forward and trust Brock Purdy or let Trey Lance have his day and do his thing and see what he could do. That was a conversation, Dibs, that was happening 2 months ago.
Yeah.
And now Trey Lance plays for a different team, and Brock Purdy is leading the MVP race. I mean, my gosh. Not only is it just mind-blowing, but in the world of firm answers to questions, it's pretty high on the list.
Yeah, so far through 5 weeks.
Yeah.
And, to say that he is leading is an interesting way to describe it because there are 50 voters and we've heard from one. So with 2% of the precincts reporting, he's up 1-0.
Well, but I don't mean it that way. No, look at the way Peter said it, and you look at the numbers and coming off of it, doing what he did. There's no question in my mind he would win it if it were today.
In your mind, and I get that, and your mind is not the mind of a voter, and I do know this, that when we do come down to the point where we have to vote, a lot of times it becomes a consensus. So if Peter King is the one leading the charge and other people want to get on board with Peter King, then he may get a big majority of the votes. But it's usually not split.
Right, but even the devil's advocate it for me, then, if you want. How would you, pitch it to someone? I understand you're going to say Tua.
I gave you the Tua argument.
Which is what?
He's on a yardage track toward maybe having the most passing yards in NFL history.
Okay.
Which, you're talking about some great seasons, and I know 17 games and not 16, but Miami is not as much the flavor of the month, but they are the flavor. They're flavor number 2 in the NFL right now. Apologies to Philly. But Miami, 70-point game. Tua, great story, coming back from last year's massive injury. And that offense is a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah.
And they play on the East Coast.
I didn't
These are things.
We're sponsored by Lucky California. I didn't hear anything there that compels me to say that he's having a better year than Brock Purdy. They had a 70-point game. Okay.
Right, he's got more yards, and it's not even close.
Right, and Brock has more of about 5 different things.
His team scored more points.
Yeah. All right. Wait. Listen. 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibs.
Time's running out. Don't miss your chance to play in the prize-packed Monopoly Kickoff the Savings Game.
going to not say I'm just a single guy because I'm not having a single burger at In-N-Out. I'm just a double guy. And let's see what the person says. I don't know if they're going to know what to put into that little electronic gizmo that they're holding in their hand, but we'll give it a shot. One of the best inventions in American eating that we've seen in a long time, the ability to come a mile away from the restaurant in a drive-thru and take your order and streamline the process.
Totally.
Incredible.
Can I take your order? Yeah, I'd like a double-double. Cool. How's 145 for you? It's 12:30, sir.
Can you take my order? Why? I'm not even. I'm not on
just trying to drive by.
Yeah, like what? For where? I'm not even. What are you talking about?
Going to class at the College of Alameda.
I was on my way to Costco. What are you doing right now?
Hilarious.
Why are you at my car?
When you catch an In-N-Out in the off-peak moment where you drive up and you're like, I don't know, not 33rd in line.
Does that even exist?
The last time I went there was about 3 months ago. I went to an In-N-Out and I was second in line.
Get out.
I thought that it was closed. I'm like, is this Indigenous Peoples Day that I missed?
Seriously. You're like, no. To me, the opposite is what usually happens, which you find out is that there's plenty of people who want lunch at 3 o'clock and plenty of people who want dinner at 10:35 at night.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's wild.
And all times in between.
Although the one in Mill Valley, that'll get you, man. No drive-through. No drive-through.
That's just,
no drive-through.
The one by my house in Northridge, shout out Cal State Northridge, was the same. It was walk-up only, but this was during a time where there were no In-N-Outs north of the Grapevine. Like, if you wanted In-N-Out burger, you had to go to L.A.
Right.
It didn't exist anywhere outside of Southern California.
I was at Cal Poly when it opened up in Atascadero, which is a good solid 25-minute drive up a hill.
Yep.
And that amount of gas to a college student, that's a thing. And so, like, if you were going to go, you had to tell all your friends.
Right.
It was like a rule. You can't go unless you pile about 5 other college students in the car with you because we're going to In-N-Out. And, we would find our way. All right, 888-957-9570. We'll keep taking your calls. Let's go to Sean in Oakland. Hey, Sean, what are you doing?
Hey, man, I'm listening to y'all conversation, man, and it's amazing now, right? Like, you could tell Brock Purdy finally made it. From last year being poked and prodded like the hunchback of Notre Dame, like, Trey Lance and, Garoppolo, and all of a sudden this year getting poked and prodded still about a certain situation. Now he in the discussion of MVP-type season, right? And it could be worse, right? He could be playing like Daniel Jones in New York. And he's not. He could be playing like Dak Prescott, but he's not. He hasn't thrown an interception yet, so why not put him in that category of probably being the MVP of the season? It's just going to be a time to tell during I know it's too early in the season, but he's playing out of this world. So why not finally give him his flowers right now and give him his props of what he's doing with the 49ers? They're undefeated. He hasn't thrown an interception. He got a great QB rating. What else do you want from this guy? I wouldn't mind putting a vote in for MVP.
Yeah, Sean, you're going to get no argument from me. I don't think you're going to get an argument from you either, Dibs. Sean, thanks so much. You know, here's something else we can say about it. And again, I do think everybody has arrived at the Brock is good party. Everybody understands that now. Nobody's arguing that anymore. But there still are intricacies to the conversation that I think people have a hard time with. And maybe here's why some of them should be laid to rest. Let's say Brock had Tua's numbers. Let's go there,
and they were 5-0.
Well, or 4-1, which is what Tua is. But let's just say he had Tua's numbers, and I actually don't even know with what felt like it was starting a debate a few minutes ago between you and me. I don't know if you were just playing the role of someone who would vote for Tua, or if you actually feel that way, that Tua should or would get an MVP vote over Brock Purdy right now.
I'm playing the role, but I'm also trying to sober you up to the reality of the way this works in America, because we are in a little bit of a Brock cocoon, and we are all loving Brock, and you're loving Brock more than just about anybody. But I do believe that nationally, even though Peter King led his item with it, you've got more Steven Ruiz's where he's the 25th ranked quarterback in his The Ringer rankings. Peter King even cited it. I think that the national awakening is happening slower than you think. That's all I'm doing. I'm not trying to cogitate for Tua. I like what Tua's done. I love Miami's team. McDaniel's been a lot of fun. I hope these two teams meet in the Super Bowl. I'm trying to be that bucket of cold water on you to wake you up to the reality that not everybody thinks like you.
I've taken the ice bucket challenge, but that was done that was done by my kids, and I let them hit me. If you want to dump cold water on me, I'm going to boogie and make you miss because I reject it. Because first of all, we're talking about Tua. If it were Mahomes or Allen, I'd understand. But Tua is not Mr. Established great quarterback in the NFL.
I didn't say that he was.
In fact,
he's more established than Brock.
Not much. He's Purdy East.
But he's more established than Brock.
Barely.
But he's more established than Brock.
Well, but who isn't? And actually, I don't even know
Stroud.
that.
Richardson.
Like the word established.
Young guy.
Do you not believe that Brock Purdy has now established himself? I mean, Tua Tagovailoa missed a healthy portion of last year with concussions. All the things people say about Brock Purdy are true about Tua as well. Oh, the Kyle Shanahan system. Right. That's the one Tua's running. Oh, but those receivers. Right. Have you ever heard of Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle? Oh, but those running backs. Have you seen this kid, Devon Achane? I mean,
he's out now.
Now he's out, but still, like he's got very good offensive. The only thing Brock has that Tua doesn't is a great defense.
Yeah,
it's literally it. So I actually think these two are more contemporaries. They're cut from the same cloth in a way.
I agree with you.
They are the anti-Mahomes. They are the anti-Burrows and Allens and Herberts. They are smaller guys who are considered system people. But the reason I keep asking you to come with an argument someone could make for Tua, like I get what you're saying about yardage. That's fine. And the Dolphins are averaging a whole lot of points, but he's barely got more touchdown passes than Brock, 11-9. 5 interceptions to 0.
Okay.
Significantly lower rated and a worse record. Like that's to me.
Okay. If I can take these on individually, I would love to.
Okay. I mean, how many other
quarterback rating is a bunch of crap. Honestly.
But not everyone feels that way.
Well, I'm just telling you how I feel.
Okay.
And his 5 interceptions, I can't close my eyes and remember all 5. I'm just going to say all 5 were his fault because that's what happens in football. When you throw a pass and the other team catches it, that goes down as an interception for you. I look at yardage, and he's on pace to break Peyton Manning's record. Granted, 17 games, not 16, but he would, if he kept this pace up, he would beat Peyton Manning by about 10 or 15 yards.
Okay.
That's a real thing that voters would look at and go, oh my God, you had more yards than Peyton Manning. And he's on a very good team that is not as good as the Niners, but they're a good team. They might be the best team in the AFC. His percentage in terms of accuracy is just a eyelash below Brock Purdy. He's at 71.7.
They're both
and 72.1. They're both remarkable.
Remarkably elite, yes.
And if you want to have a narrative off in terms of whose narrative is better, I don't know if Tua's narrative isn't better than Mr. Irrelevant.
Brother, I'm telling you, there are 5 players in the whole league who have thrown more picks than Tua. That's it. 5. That's it. I mean, that to me, that's the one that for me, if you want to.
That's the blow.
We can go stat by stat, and you want to go this one, and there's a blow for that guy and a body blow over here for this guy. I'm here for that conversation. For me, where it dies, dude, 5 picks to 0? I mean, game over. And if you ask any NFL coach which stat line they'd take, I've got 300 more yards and 5 more turnovers? Oh, God. Like, to me, that's a game ender right there in the conversation.
We should talk about interception rate if we're going to be fair.
Okay.
Because,
that's fine.
He's thrown the ball 30 more times than Brock.
There is no interception rate for Brock.
Exactly.
Doesn't exist.
Exactly. So, he's thrown the ball 30 more times than Brock.
Yes.
So he's got, he's thrown the ball almost 30% more than Brock has thrown it so far through 25% through the 5 games that each have played. So are 5 interceptions commensurate with what Brock has done at 0? Of course not.
Yeah.
And 5 picks is a lot, but he does throw the ball more than Brock does.
Interesting point that Kruger brought up. He was on Steiny and Goo earlier today and pointed out that Brock Purdy is 32nd in the league in the number of fourth quarter passes he's thrown. And we all know why. because he's either been on the bench.
Because he's not clutch.
Right.
That's why, Mark. Kyle doesn't trust him in the big moments.
Good point. It's because he's handing the ball off the whole time. If he's even on the field.
True.
Right? Because the Niners are trucking people. Meanwhile, Tua's got to eke out a 2-point win against the Chargers. Or, oh, by the way, his one loss is by 4 touchdowns. They lost by 4 touchdowns to somebody.
Where?
In Buffalo.
At Buffalo.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm not saying it's
that's
easy.
a tougher opponent than anything that Brock and the boys have even sniffed.
That's not what people said on Saturday night.
It's a home game.
It doesn't matter.
At Buffalo is tougher than Dallas at home.
Buffalo is not the top-rated defense in the league. Here they come. They're good. They're missing now. I mean, they weren't then. They're missing 2 of their best players.
At that point, they were a top 5 defense in the league.
Good.
And I might actually drop them in our fantasy showdown this week.
I wouldn't even argue with you if you said that that's a tougher assignment than what Dallas is. However, you lost by 4 touchdowns, and meantime, Brock won by 4.5 touchdowns in his matchup. It's not the same. Tua's been fantastic. He's been fantastic. But I don't think that there is some sort of an establishment that's like, well, you got to lean toward Tua, because Tua's not been a part of these conversations in the past.
I don't think it's a lean to. I think it's more of a toss-up than you are painting it. And, Peter King, right now, Brock has his vote, and Peter knows more football, and he's forgotten more football, Mark, than I've ever known. It's one of the crutch expressions that we all use. But Tua's had a great year. And if you compare the numbers, Brock's numbers are better. But when you look at what Tua has done, there's a case that you can make for Tua as the MVP. If you're not somebody who's watching every snap of Brock Purdy, and I've watched every game at least twice now, 5 weeks in, and I haven't had the same close eye on Tua, but if you want to compare whose skill guys are better, the Niners have better skill guys than Miami does. Who's Miami's tight end?
Well, no, just because of McCaffrey, you're right.
I mean,
you're right.
Yeah.
Just because of McCaffrey. I don't think Miami's very jealous of anybody's receiving core.
Right.
I don't think they're jealous of anybody.
Agreed.
Even Debo and Ayuk.
But, I mean, you would take the Niners running back. You would take the Niners tight end.
For sure.
And as far as receiving
You'd take
cores,
their left tackle also.
Miami might be one of the few teams that you would take their receiving core
and I don't
over
even
the
know,
Niners.
I don't even know that I would.
Right.
But they're not wanting for anything there.
Sure. You're not trading Tyreek for Ayuk or Debo.
I tell you what, is a very different receiving core.
For sure.
I mean, the 49ers receiving core is so much more physical. The Dolphins is faster.
Well, and that speaks to, I think, which is the root of this entire discussion, because Brock Purdy is not asked to do what Tua is asked to do, because the Niners play a lot of 21 personnel, 2 running backs and a tight end, play action, and let Brock work off of that. Tua plays a ton of either 11 personnel or 10 personnel, which is no tight end, 1 running back, and let's go 4 wide and let Tua throw it all over the park, which leads to more yardage and more touchdowns, but also leads to more interceptions.
Yeah.
So for me, it's tough to compare the two.
I'm looking at air yards per throw right now.
Yeah.
An advanced metric for quarterbacks.
You know, I love the advanced metrics.
Well, this is where people go when they want to prove that somebody is a dinker and a dunker. And Tua and Brock have both been accused of this. So I wonder where they sit. Where do you think they sit, by the way? Or have you looked at this already?
Probably side by side. I haven't looked today, but I don't think...
They are pretty damn close.
And neither one is as far down the list as people would want you to believe.
They're both in the top 7.
Exactly.
In the NFL. So once again, you can use that at your water cooler the next time someone goes, well, Brock... how great is it to just toss the ball out to the side and Debo's standing there and he just goes all the way? Or those little screen passes to Christian, so cute. Air yards per attempt, NFL, Brock Purdy, 7th in the whole league. Tua is 5th, and sandwiched in between him is this guy named Mahomes. That's their company, okay? And only Josh Allen, who's number 1, Hurts is 2, Justin Fields is number 3 because he's like, whatever, just huck it downfield.
Right.
Kirk Cousins, who's always behind by 10 points, is number 4. And then it goes Tua, Patrick, Brock, ahead of players like Russell Wilson, Justin Herbert, Lamar, Goff, C.J. Stroud, Matt Stafford. These players are all behind both Tua and Brock.
I do think that stat is a byproduct of protection because you can't throw the ball down the field.
Yep.
And all those names you were mentioning, like Philly's got a great offensive line, and you go through that list of quarterbacks, and the Niners we know has a good offensive line, and Miami's got unbelievable speed, and you want to throw it down the field, but if you don't have time to throw, you're not going to be able to throw the ball down the field. So I do think that the air yards per attempt stat sometimes gets used and weaponized against quarterbacks who we want to think are dink and dunk. A lot of times you're dink and dunk because you have no choice. Like Daniel Jones, I would imagine he's at the bottom of that list because the dude's got no time.
22nd.
Right.
22nd, right in front of Kenny Pickett and right behind Dak Prescott. All three quarterbacks the 49ers have defeated this year.
If you lined up time sacked with air yards per attempt, I think that they would be fairly closely married.
You know who's right behind those three? This guy, Garoppolo.
Oh, man.
Garoppolo. Then Joe Burrow.
Yeah. And Joe Burrow, how many times has he been sacked? 17?
Quite a bit.
Right?
You know, you look at the, the bottom five are in the entire league. I mean, it's some of the names that you would expect. Not necessarily all bad teams, but teams that offensively.
McCorkle's got to be down there.
Actually, well, Mac is
Jones.
Sixth. He's sixth from the bottom.
Yeah,
he didn't
okay.
make bottom five,
Sorry.
but he's right in front of the five who did. Zach Wilson is fifth from the bottom.
Sure.
Deshaun Watson.
Wow.
See you soon.
Okay. Maybe.
Is fourth from the bottom. Good point, maybe. Ryan Tannehill, third from the bottom.
Tanahan.
Second from the bottom, Bryce Young.
Man, tough rookie year.
And the last starter, again, there are others behind these guys who've only played a little, a game or a half a game here and there. But the last starter in 32nd place is none other than Derek Carr. Derek Carr.
Yeah.
Yeah. Although his teams won most of the games. They got a good defense.
Shut out Belichick. Oh, my God.
34-0. Anyway, look, both of them have had an unbelievable start.
Yeah.
But I just think, for me, from my perspective, and this isn't because we work in San Francisco. This isn't because I'm a lifelong
You're national
49er fan. Thank you. I'm trying to push the envelope of the Brock Purdy conversation. I feel like we've done that for 4 or 5 months now. Wherever you are with Brock, I'd like to challenge people to go here. Go up the staircase further. Go further. Because it took a while for he's going to be healthy. Then it took a while for he's going to start. Then it took a while for he's the starter. He's that dude. Then it took a while for, to get past the whole sample size, I need to see more crowd.
Yeah.
And you keep pushing to the point now where everyone's like, got it. Really good player. Keep going.
Well,
keep
now
going.
You've gotten to where
keep going.
He's him.
Keep
and then
going.
Now he's the league MVP.
The MVP of the league.
And then
for the moment. I mean,
the next
change.
step is he's the best quarterback in the history of the sport. So let's just
No. The next
let's
step,
climb the ladder.
The next step is to
Am I skipping rungs?
You did, because you got to cement this thing.
Okay.
You have to win the Super Bowl. You have to stay healthy, and you have to win a championship. Everybody understands that. Like, this is not super duper solidified until the 49ers have a parade. I get that. On the flip side of it, though, is I just think you can't come up with things like Orlovsky did to sort of explain away. How many games did we decide it is? 13?
Yeah.
13?
Yep.
Okay, you can't explain away 13 consecutive wins and next to 0 interceptions. Like, honestly, you can come up with a list from the ceiling to the floor. The coach and the left tackle and the receivers and, the weather and the schedule and
the laminated play sheet.
His mom and dad are still together. Like, I don't care what you want to say. You may not explain away those numbers and these performances. It's not doable. It's not doable. And I love the story that Peter King shared with regard to Kyle saying, all right, we missed that throw, but it was a good play. We're going right back to it in the second half. They do. Dallas is ready for it. They defended even better. So what does Brock do? Makes an even better throw. And it was a shoestring away from being basically a 75-yard touchdown.
Yeah, a shoestring tackle away. And it was the kind of throw where, and Peter King broke it down on film multiple times, and he at first thought it was 10 inches above Van Der Esch's hand, and it might have only been 5 inches above his hand. And you saw the end zone replay of it, and he jumps as high as he can, and he reaches, and the ball just goes over his fingertips. And that's Brock Purdy in a nutshell. Just the accuracy, the poise, and being able to deliver the ball like he has. It's otherworldly.
Well, and take a listen to this. This from our conversation with Peter King as well, in terms of where Brock's head was after this game, okay? It's Sunday Night Football. He just beat the Cowboys by 32 points, 4 touchdown throws. In the minds of many, he checked the last box that he needed to check. Where's his mind after the game?
We were talking about some of his throws, and you could tell he was regretful over his throw in the first half that he threw behind Brandon Ayuk, and that his regret was basically that it was a good play call. Ayuk ran exactly where he was supposed to run, and he had the space to do it. He just threw it a little bit behind him. He didn't think of, at first, some of the great throws he made in this game. He thought of that because it ticked him off. Now, as I wrote in my column, he's not the kind of guy who throws his helmet when he's ticked off. He's the kind of guy who gets a little bit resolved that I'm going to make up for that. And at halftime, he talked to Kyle Shanahan, and Shanahan said, I love that play. I thought we had it, so I'm calling it again the second half. Be ready. And he told the same thing to Ayuk.
This is so encouraging if you're a 49er fan. This is the way the greats think. And I don't think it's healthy, but it's just the way they think. Every great athlete will tell you, you can win 5 championships, and the one they lost is the one that they're still thinking about when they're 65 years old. So you can have 4 touchdowns, throw the ball all over the yard, and he's still ticked off about the one that he missed on what felt like a perfect night.
What did he talk about after Arizona when he was 20 for 21? He talked about the underthrow to McCaffrey, and God, I wish I had that one back, and he was under pressure on 3rd and 17, and that's always the case with a lot of these pro athletes, but 4 touchdown passes for Brock Purdy. You're still undefeated. You got to keep the thing moving, and it's refreshing that he was able to share that with Peter King.
The mind games that are being played between the Cowboys and the 49ers coming up next. We'll let you hear from Jera Jones. Also, our conversation with Peter King coming up just after 5 o'clock if you missed any portion of that. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises, and another reminder of our Warriors Summit, which is next Wednesday, the 18th, Fieldwork Brewing Company, San Leandro. We start at 2, the whole gang 4 to 6, open to the public, free as can be, and a whole lot of fun based on the previous summits we've had. Preseason Warriors Summit next Wednesday, the 18th, Fieldwork Brewing Company in San Leandro. You got to make your plans to join us. We'd really love to see you there. All right, the Cowboys and Niners still squawking. We'll let you hear a lot of this coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
Here's a message.
talking about the belief that others have. If the vote were today, he'd win it?
I've not asked a soul, but there are 50 voters. I certainly would vote for him. He's the leading quarterback in the NFL, playing for the best team in the NFL. It's hard to imagine that he wouldn't win it.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Did we miss that part?
No,
It's hard to imagine he wouldn't win it.
But he also said, Mark.
That was Peter King.
I know who it was.
Knows a thing or two about this.
And
this clam bake.
Peter and I go way back, okay? We've spent time
To
together
what, like
at In-N-Out
3:15?
Burgers. No, I've known Peter for a long time. I booked him back when I was booking. What he said is, I haven't talked to any of the other 49 voters, ... So, because your question was,
Well, he also
is
said,
he going to win, Pete?
No, he also said, I know how this works. He's the best quarterback on the best team and has statistically overwhelmed in his performance. That's how this works. He'd get my vote, and I have a hard time believing that he wouldn't get most of the other votes. That's what I heard.
Right.
That's not what he said?
5 weeks in, it's what he said.
I'm not
but
talking about who's going to actually win the award. I'm talking about who would get the vote today.
Right.
Brock Purdy.
Which is great.
Yeah, what?
No, it's wonderful. Then let's crown him. If you're going to crown him,
then crown him. I will.
Crown him.
I've been crowning him for 6 months.
Yeah, Larry Krueger, and I should have told Peter this. You're third in line, Pete, because Larry's one.
Larry's one.
Willie is two. Willie is two.
I do not get in the way of that. That is true.
Yes.
That is a fact.
And then, because Peter King, as we strike up the band and we all want to hop on the wagon, not the G-Wagon, but the B-Wagon, the bandwagon, come on aboard, Peter, but you're going to have to sit behind Mark, who's sitting behind Larry.
That's fine. Yeah, I accept that. Larry saw something in practice last year. He saw it, and he was 100% right. And it just went on. It fell on deaf ears at the time because, quite frankly, it was like, who's even – honestly, when Larry said this, it's like, why is he even talking about him?
Right.
That was my response. It's not that he was wrong. I was just like, why are we talking about Brock Purdy? Why on earth would that happen?
Yeah.
Why are we going to see Brock Purdy? What a weird, who cares about QB3?
Right.
Nobody cares about QB3 anywhere.
Especially when QB1 is a guy you traded up to get, and QB2 is a guy who doesn't really lose when he quarterbacks your team. So why are we talking about this? Is it Brock Purdy? I might have had that wrong. But now he's the dude.
He's the dude.
But usually by the time you get to the MVP voting portion of the season, there is a consensus that emerges. And I'm looking back at recent years. Mahomes almost was unanimous. The year before, Aaron Rodgers was pretty emphatic over Tom Brady. Rodgers again in 2020 over Josh Allen. 2019, Lamar Jackson got every single vote of the 50. So, and Mahomes in 2018 got 41 of 50. Usually by the time we get there, there's been a national general consensus that emerges, and maybe Peter King's the one to drive that train.
Yeah, I think it has obviously changed. Although it's still being discussed. I know starting around this time yesterday, the discussion came about Dan Orlovsky's comment that Mac Jones would be performing like this if he were in San Francisco. That's that's the comment that kind of gets people going. And then there's also the where does it go from here portion of the conversation. Micah Parsons, trust it. Like we're going to get another shot and it's going to look different. And so I wonder if the 49ers, because now they're going to get every single target on their back. And Jennifer Lee Chan reports that privately there are 49er players who believe that Christian McCaffrey is being targeted. So, yes, there are some who believe that. Also, all of this buzz, this air of invincibility, you're going to start being the standard by which everyone measures. And that makes things a little bit different because the feeling is that they can't be beat. And obviously they can because that's just the way life works. But the feeling right now, I know how many Niner fans, don't you feel this way? It's like hard to imagine What's the scenario where somebody comes in and smacks them in the mouth? It's
Beats
hard.
a healthy Niner team.
It's hard to imagine. Yeah. How? How are you going to do it?
Well,
they don't have a weakness.
Exactly. So you're going to stack up and you're going to stop the run. You're going to put 8 in the box and take away Christian McCaffrey. Well, Brock Purdy is completing 72% of his passes, and they're throwing the ball down the field. Ayuk is impossible to cover, so you stack 8 in the box, and now you're going to be playing, man-to-man. You're going to have a linebacker on Kittle. Yeah. You're going to get beat in play action, or you play soft and you try to rally up and tackle, which is kind of what the Rams did. The Rams were given a lot of the underneath and making them move the ball, and they were able to do that. And on the other side, you've got a defense that is coming for you. So if I'm an opposing team, and I hate to say this with a nefarious edge to it, but I'm trying to take somebody out. I'm trying to take out Christian McCaffrey. So I look at Dallas and the way, I don't know if they targeted him, but there were shots that they took that were there for the taking, and they took them.
First play of the game, he's getting yanked by the face mask. First play of the game.
Right, and I don't know if that's circumstantial. It's hard to say. I've never played linebacker. I've never tried to tackle McCaffrey full speed, but they absolutely grabbed his face mask in the opening play.
The truth of the matter is, in pro sports, if professional athletes, with huge egos and huge goals, if they feel overwhelmed, yes, there is a precedent. They will do this. The most famous story is Jalen Rose. Jalen Rose knew that the Pacers were not going to beat the Lakers. He knew that. And he has admitted that now. And what's the only way that he can win a championship? Hurt Kobe. Just hurt him. And I got to know Jalen a little bit back in years ago at ESPN. Thank you. Jalen is a really good dude. He's got a great reputation. He's not one of these guys that goes out to hurt people. But when you're a pro athlete, my perception is everything you have has gone into this. You will do anything. You will do anything.
Sure.
To make your goal become realized. And so it is something that's worth watching, especially when you start to see prideful teams like the Dallas Cowboys say, oh, okay, let's see what happens when we see you again. And everyone will be like, good Lord, they could have scored 60 if they wanted to.
Right.
What exactly are you going to do?
How much does the George Kittle comments then play into that? Because, he's kind of low-key rubbing their noses in it. Not that they don't deserve it, but you're going to agitate Micah Parsons, so if they do face him again, is somebody going to come out and try and take a 15-yarder?
Well, that's what I mean.
Right.
I don't think that if the Cowboys play mad next time, it means they're going to win. But is somebody going to do something that's out of line? It's definitely worth watching. The owner of the Cowboys, Jerry Jones, on an Odyssey station, 105.3 The Fan in Dallas, had this to say about the next time Cowboys and 49ers face off.
Well, what do you think are some of the things that you think could be different, done differently, if and when you face San Francisco next time that maybe you would have liked to see Sunday?
Yeah, well, that's a good point. You did at the last, bring in San Francisco. We're not going to be playing San Francisco every Sunday, and they're a good team. But this one we're playing this weekend's a good team too. And so I think that we can do some things differently in how we attack them, our strategies. Some of the things that we tried to do out there Sunday night, on hindsight, we'd do it differently.
Yeah, I think it's a complete non-answer, by the way. So you hear Micah Parsons come out and be like, I promise you it'll be different. Jerry Jones came out and had an absolute nothing burger to say about what they could do differently, would do differently, immediately deflected and started talking about the Chargers on Monday night. He's got nothing. And when the hell does Jerry Jones have nothing to say?
When his team loses 42-10.
Exactly.
Coming off of a year where they lost a playoff game and a year after they lost a playoff game. So Jerry has got nothing. And what he said now, before the game, actually feels a little bit more honest and truthful. When he said, well, that not darn NFC goes through San Francisco. And
he's right.
He's right. And I don't think that he was
Philly. We'll see.
But he wasn't playing like the reverse devil tongue, as we like to kid Guru about. He wasn't saying that to protect himself. I do believe that he believes it. The guy's been around football long enough to know that one team is better than the other, and he sees his team get absolutely S-canned. And so what's he supposed to say? A couple tweaks and a couple calls go our way, and darn it, dadgummit, we're right in that ball game. Just come on.
Speaking of what Jerry believes, does he still believe that the Cowboys are a good team?
In my mind, make no mistake about it, we have a quarterback that can get us there. And so I feel very strongly there. We have coaching on both sides of the ball that can get us there. We're 5 games into this year. This was very disappointing. It was if you will, it was a stunner. But we've got to approach the thing from a piece by piece, put our head down and step out there and go to work. And we're not going to have a better chance to go to work than we do against the Chargers here Monday night.
Yeah, it's interesting. I get company lines and whatnot.
And he does a weekly, too, so he's always thinking about, the next game and all the rest of it.
Yeah, absolutely. By the way, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. It's Willard and Dibbs taking your phone calls at 888-957-9570. Our conversation with Peter King about 8 minutes away. One more from Jero, which is whether or not the Cowboys need to make some major changes.
We should recognize that we had a very bad outing, and San Francisco had a very good outing. We should recognize that and call it what it is and not mislead ourselves. But as far as sitting here saying that we should completely change out the towels here, that's not even in the cards, and it's really ridiculous.
Well, I mean, it's not like they can. What can you do? You're in the middle of a season, you're 3-2, and I get that these are public comments, and so what do you expect anyone to say?
Right.
But the truth of the matter is that the league right now has got to be looking at this and going, okay, I mean, it's only 5 games, and there are a handful of other teams that are crushing it as well. Philly loves what they're doing. Kansas City's got the utmost confidence. Miami has to be happy about what they're doing, and believe me, if you're a Detroit Lions fan, you're over the freaking moon with what you're looking at right now. But if you really get into honest moments, and I know coaches are honest this way, they're just not honest publicly. Let me share this with you. This is a story from probably 25 years ago, and he's no longer with us, so I feel like we can go ahead and say his name. The late, great Denny Green, okay? Years ago, I worked for a network that had him also on a weekly, just like Jerry Jones, and they were talking before the year started. They said, hey, Coach, what day would you like to do? And they said, what about Mondays? It'd be great to have you on right after the game. And the coach says, there's no way we're doing Mondays because we're going to lose a lot of games this year. And I'm going to be real mad on Mondays. So I don't want to talk to you on Mondays. It's got to be later in the week when I've calmed down. I bring up the story to tell you that coaches, they know when they're looking on film, they know if they've got him or not. I remember having a conversation in Miami with Norm Chow the day before USC took on Oklahoma in the Orange Bowl. Thank you. I'm on a drip drop right now. Norm Chow, I sat there and I'm like, remember the spread on this one was like pick 'em. 1 point this way, 1 point that way, fluctuation sensation all week.
That's a buck.
And we're sitting out there and I'm like, Coach, what do you think? And he sounded kind of like Fred Warner did when Fred mentioned how he felt after the opening drive touchdown. It was like, look, I don't want you to go on the air with this, but dude, we got him. We've got him. SC won 55-10 or something like that.
It's Ottoman.
I don't even remember what the final score was. There's so many points being scored. These coaches know when you've got him. I got to think right now, if you're an opponent, you're sitting there on the TV, putting the Niner tape up there. What the hell do? You don't have the personnel to do anything about it.
Right.
What are you going to do?
Either way, and you see it. And so they lose the toss, and Dallas defers, so the Niners will get the ball, and you get the ball, and you proceed to go down and score a touchdown against one of the best defenses in the NFL. And it wasn't absolutely a pushover drive, but there was no pushback, and it's 7-0, and then your defense comes out at home, amped up, and it's 1, 2, 3, where's the punter? Bring on Brian Anger. and they kick it away, and the defense runs to the sideline, and it's over. I mean, Fred Warner and the defense knows, okay, we're not going to have any problem with this Cowboy team, and you got Brock 40 under center, and so you feel like the offense is going to handle theirs, and so you know at that moment that things, barring a couple of crazy bounces, and McCaffrey fumbles at the 2, and that's something that could have, derailed the game plan, but then Dallas fumbled it right back. And so, short of a really weird sequence of events, you're going to win that game.
I have no issue with Debo firing back at Micah Parsons. George Kittle's answering a question and kind of just was like, because he was on Pat McAfee today. By the way, if you missed that, here's Kittle on Pat McAfee, asked about the F Dallas shirt that he flashed after one of the touchdowns.
I might have been mildly inspired by our guy Gary Plummer, who wore that in, I'm pretty sure it was the 94 NFC Championship game versus Dallas. So, there's some things that need to be worn for the franchise. I think it's just coincidence that I've just happened to appear on my chest on Sunday Night Football.
Like he says,
crazy coincidence.
Yeah, exactly. No, he says it with a smirk. I do think genuinely, George Kittle, first of all, knows how to play to a crowd. He knows how to market himself. Also is acknowledging what we all know to be true. 49ers versus Cowboys is different.
Right.
That's totally different.
And he's a pro wrestler, and so he's not afraid to play the heel.
Right. I do wonder, though, if Kyle Shanahan spends some time this week going, okay, but tap it down. Because he complimented the team all week for not getting emotionally caught up in 49ers versus Cowboys. And only 5 games in, and now a stretch of games that, quite frankly, aren't the emotional ones. Like, you don't have a division matchup for a little while. You don't have that Philly game is not until calendar month December. You're going to be messing around with teams in the AFC and the Minnesota Vikings and things like that for a handful of weeks. And so it's like an opportunity to go, okay, back to work, and please, like, don't get into podcast gate, because that's sort of not what the 49ers have built this whole thing about.
Right, but until they show signs that they're not putting in the work, I think you give these guys every chance to go out there and be who they want to be. And George Kittle, a big-time pro wrestling fan, is going to play the heel, and Deebo Samuel, who appears weekly on Kay Adams' podcast, is going to speak his mind. I think that until you see signs that they're not putting in the work and preparing the way they should, you let these guys go. You let them be grown men. We call it Victory Monday for a reason. And these guys yesterday, you watch the film, you enjoy the film, and you get a chance to, breathe deep. Today's an off day, and you come in tomorrow, and, if George Kittle shows up with an F Cleveland shirt on, or shows up, 20 minutes late, or then we might have issues. But until these guys show signs that they're not completely buttoned up, you got to let them blow off steam when they can.
I agree. Yeah. I don't think anybody did anything wrong by any stretch.
For sure.
I just think there's probably a gentle reminder, hey, back to business.
Right.
That was fun. But, you're going to get this now. It's a full week of the whole country going, well, there's the best team.
Yeah.
And they've got an answer at every position, so that's a wrap. Brock's the MVP. Niners undefeated, Super Bowl. That's it. And obviously,
December 3rd.
I mean, obviously,
at Philly.
Yeah, like there's not an emotional game on the schedule until Thanksgiving when you're in Seattle. Like, listen to these opponents, man. It's Cleveland and Minnesota and Cincy and Jacksonville and Tampa. It's all these people from the East Coast and other conferences and what.
Right.
It's just kind of like ho-hum opponent, and I think that's the vibe they want to feel.
Yes, but, I mean, when you get closer to Sunday and you realize that you do have that 0 underneath the L in your column, it's going to hit different. And Cleveland's coming for that 0.
Absolutely.
And then Jacksonville's coming for the 0. And every other team you face, they all want to be the team to knock you off. And then we're going to start talking about the Miami Dolphins and all of the Dolphins who want to be the only unbeaten team ever, popping their champagne when you take that L.
Oh, boy. So we've got our conversation with Peter King. And then after that, we do need to get into where the gambling numbers sit, because
that's right.
We didn't. Well, the Niners are up to a 6-point favorite, and the over-under is only 37.5.
6?
37.5.
I missed the boat at 4?
Yeah. I mean, it could come back down.
It's not.
But I doubt
That
it.
thing ain't coming down.
So there are two stories that get told there, and we'll get to that coming up in a little bit. But our conversation with Peter King. Peter was out here covering the 49er beatdown of the Dallas Cowboys on Sunday Night Football, and we began by asking him to share with us what he learned in his conversations with Brock Purdy and Kyle Shanahan after the game.
Yeah, I mean, I think, as you guys know, and you've seen him, you've seen his press conferences and everything, Brock Purdy is the close to the vest guy. But one of the things that impressed me, and I wrote about this in my column, we ducked into a little room in the just inside the concourse outside the Niners locker room maybe an hour after the game, and we were talking about some of his throws. And you could tell he was regretful over his throw in the first half that he threw behind Brandon Ayuk, and that his regret was basically that it was a good play call. Ayuk ran exactly where he was supposed to run, and he had the space to do it. He just threw it a little bit behind him. And he didn't think of at first some of the great throws he made in this game. He thought of that because it ticked him off. Now, as I wrote in my column, he's not the kind of guy who throws his helmet when he's ticked off. He's the kind of guy who gets a little bit resolved that I'm going to make up for that. And at halftime, he talked to Kyle Shanahan, and Shanahan said, I love that play. I thought we had it, so I'm calling it again the second half. Be ready. And he told the same thing to Ayuk, and it didn't take him long. In fact, it was on the second snap of the third quarter. And what happened, I thought, was just totally fascinating. The linebacker, Leighton Vander Esch, was covering Ayuk shallow, in front of him, and then there was a corner behind him, in close pursuit. And it was an in-breaking route, sort of an in-cut route. And, when he threw the ball, I immediately started focusing downfield. Oh, where's he throwing it? And I thought the linebacker was going to deflect the ball. And in fact, Leighton Vander Esch leaped about as high as I'm sure he could. And I bet he was somewhere 6 to 10 inches off. I've now watched it a couple more times. I wrote Sunday night that I thought it was 10 inches, but I think it was probably a little bit less than that. He was really close to getting a finger on that ball. And the reason I'm describing this pass in such painstaking detail is for three reasons. One, you ask Brock Purdy about a throw that stuck out to him, and he thought of a throw that he thought he missed and he wanted back. Okay? That's one. Two, he wanted to throw that ball again, and at halftime, Kyle Shanahan said, I'm going to give you the opportunity to throw that ball again. And number three, he made this throw that really was so perfect because it was right over Leighton Vander Esch's outstretched fingertips. And it landed exactly precisely on Brandon Ayuk so he could catch the ball and run in stride up the field. Now, it just so happened that Stephon Gilmore caught him by his shoes. He dove and got him by his shoes, so probably, 3-4 yard gain after the catch. But I thought the throw was absolutely, totally perfect. And I think one of the things that gets me when I hear people, and look, I don't want to become the professional Brock Purdy defender. I don't want to do that. But some of the things that I hear people say about Purdy when they criticize him, when you watch that game Sunday night, you watch that play, you watch in the same series, a 40-yard gain to Ayuk up the left sideline gets called back because of a hold, and then he makes another throw with the ball 26 yards in the air to Deebo Samuel, and he has a big game. So I don't know really if anybody can really be very critical of Brock Purdy after a game like this, because I thought it was the game of his NFL life, and it was on a national stage. Kyle Juszczyk said after the game, and I thought he was right, I'm so glad he did this on national TV, so the people who are still skeptical about Brock Purdy maybe won't be anymore.
Peter King here on 95.7 The Game. You're going to have to be the vice president of the Brock Purdy fan club. My partner here has already claimed the presidency, but interesting you say that about a national stage, because you use the word front runner in your column about Brock Purdy's MVP candidacy. Do you think that the majority of other national pundits who have votes have caught on yet to what you're already a part of?
There are 50 votes for the MVP. And look, it's ludicrous to say either he's going to win or he's the whatever odds-on favorite, whatever. Who knows? There've only been 5 games. There's 12 games to go. All I'm saying is that if the season ended today, the 49ers are the best team in football. He leads the NFL in passer rating by a lot. He's 27 points ahead of Patrick Mahomes. He's got a 9-0 touchdown to interception margin. He's got the second highest yards per attempt, which among common metrics, easy to understand metrics, is still one that coaches really value. 9.3 yards per attempt. The amazing thing is Brock Purdy goes 20 of 21 last week, and his quarterback rating is 115 after that game. And you'd say, okay, nobody can keep that up. So what happened this week? It went up 8 points. And so, all I can say is he's not going to pat himself on the back. Kyle Shanahan's not going to do a lot of that either, because, hey, if you can't see it, you're probably not looking.
But real quick on a follow-up on that, though, Peter, just because I think we're all talking about the belief that others have. If the vote were today, he'd win it?
I've not asked a soul, but there are 50 voters. I certainly would vote for him. He's the leading quarterback in the NFL, playing for the best team in the NFL. It's hard to imagine that he wouldn't win it.
You've talked to Kyle Shanahan so often through the years, and especially after this game and the comments you got about Brock. I wonder your perspective on how you view his trust, his faith in Brock Purdy. How would you compare it to Kyle's faith in other quarterbacks he's worked with?
I think after the early part of this season, look, Kyle Shanahan really didn't know what he had. He told me in training camp, one of the reasons they really wanted Sam Darnold badly is that he had no idea if Brock Purdy was going to be healthy opening day. He had some idea about Trey Lance, that he would be healthy opening day, and obviously he was. But one of the reasons he went after Sam Darnold is because he just wasn't sure what he had at quarterback, and he knew that every other position on this team was set, was good, was really good. And so I think that's 2 months ago. That's 7 weeks ago when I sat with Kyle Shanahan and he explained that whole thing. And I think he still at the time, because even though Brock Purdy had done it in training camp, he still wasn't positive that he was going to do it during the season. He didn't know. And so think of what's changed in those 7 weeks. Over and over, it's been pounded into everybody around the 49ers that Brock Purdy is not a placeholder for the quarterback. He is the quarterback. And his attitude, I can't, it's hard to be more impressed with a guy's attitude, because he's totally unimpressed with himself. He doesn't care what anybody else thinks in the outside world. I said, you still have skeptics out there. And he smiled. And he said, hey, it's all good. It's football. I mean, his whole point was, of course there's going to be skeptics. 9 jillion people cover the NFL. So everybody's not going to love you, no matter how good you are. And he just has, Brock Purdy's he's an adult. He's an adult. And he's got it. He's got most of it figured out. And one other thing about Shanahan. I mean, look, I only spent 5 minutes with him on Sunday night. But I'm just telling you, he was as happy Sunday night as he was when I met him in the bowels of Lambeau Field after they won that playoff game and knocked Aaron Rodgers out of the playoffs. And, in that game that they couldn't get anything going on offense. And, they win it on a special teams play, essentially. And he and John Lynch were sitting in his office and were like euphoric that night. They were so happy. This night rivaled that in terms of his happiness, his satisfaction, and his understanding that we got the quarterback now who can take us a long way.
And is it that fact, the quarterback that can take him a long way, and maybe this quarterback that's opened up his playbook, is that what's bringing him joy? The fact that he can now look at both sides of that beautiful laminated play sheet?
Yes. I can tell you that I think Kyle Shanahan feels comfortable calling everything. And when I say everything, I mean the deep throws, the throws that maybe people weren't really sure that he'd be calling a lot of. This is when you just asked me about that, I flashed back to New England Patriots training camp in maybe, 1998 or something. It was in Smithfield, Rhode Island at Bryant College. And I remember talking to Drew Bledsoe after the game, and he goes, and I forget the number he said, but hey, if I threw 650 balls last year, I would bet 6 of them traveled 50 yards downfield. He goes, I'm not saying it's unimportant because you do need to have a good deep arm to play quarterback. But he said it's vastly overrated when people look at arm strength and say, oh, what great arm talent. His whole point was, you don't throw very many balls 40 or 50 yards in the air. And the balls that Purdy throws, the other thing I think that's impressive about him or has been, he hits so many guys in stride so they can keep running. I mean, that's one of the reasons why Deebo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk are the yak kings, the yard after the catch kings, and why the yards per attempt for Brock Purdy is so good right now. Over 9 yards a carry, or 9 yards a throw, I think it's 9.3. It's because his guys can take the ball and run because it's mostly in stride when they catch it.
Peter, I'm still interested in more that you observed in being with these guys after that game. I know as fans and media, we get a little emotional out here about the way the rest of the world is talking about Brock Purdy. I was struck by the fact that Kyle Juszczyk was among those that directly came to you and said, I'm glad Brock got to show this to the world. What did you notice in that locker room in terms of how the rest of the guys are feeling about that conversation?
Well, Kyle Juszczyk did not say that to me. I was in the rear of a group of maybe 10 people at his locker afterwards. Honestly, one of the guys I was really impressed with after that game was Trent Williams, because everybody after that game wanted to crown the 49ers, let's just play the Super Bowl tomorrow, and Trent Williams said, hey, listen, and I'm going to paraphrase him. I was on the outside of his thing, just listening to him, because I always enjoy listening to him. He's such a bright guy. And when, he started talking, somebody asked him a question. what does this win say about your team or whatever? And he goes, hey, listen, we got to go to Cleveland on Sunday, and we have to figure out how to stop one of the best. We just played one of the best pass rushers in the game. Now we're going to get on a plane to play another one in Cleveland, and, he can wreck a game, any game he plays. And he's absolutely right. Myles Garrett, T.J. Watt, Nick Bosa, Micah Parsons, pick a guy. Aiden Hutchinson now, really, Aiden Hutchinson, you got to at least start to consider him to be in that class. And all those guys can wreck a game. And so I think one of the things that I liked about what I heard, not just from Brock Purdy, but from several guys in that locker room was, and Kyle Shanahan said it to him just before I shook hands with him, wished him well, and went on my way. He said, we're 5-0. He goes, we got a long way to go. And when you think about it, they played 1 month of the season, 3 months left. Three. Think of everything that can happen in 3. Look at what's happened in the last month.
Yeah.
Not just injury-wise. Aaron Rodgers gets wiped out. Matt Milano, Tre'Davious White, Justin Jefferson, maybe for a long time.
Bill Belichick.
Other guys have been hurt. Yeah. Look at and the Patriots are they're gone. The New York Giants are gone. It's things happen, and so that's why, to me, I like the Niners' approach right now. Hey, this was as good a game as we could play, and wonderful, great, but, we got to go to Cleveland, and that's a top 3, 4, 5 defense in football, and we better be ready to go. And that's the way you have to react. And no matter whether they had lost 42-10, they're going to make the postseason. And what matters now is staying as healthy as you can and trying to stack these wins so you're going to get that week off before the postseason begins.
Peter, we're up against it, but I have to know, you were at In-N-Out Burger in Alameda. What'd you order?
I just got a cheeseburger. I love their fries. Got a Diet Coke. And I was on Willie Stargell Avenue. I thought it was Oakland, and somebody said no.
That's Alameda. Yeah, right through the Webster Tube.
The guy who took the order, when you're there for lunch, it's a cool thing because they got somebody taking your order kind of in the drive-through line. And he looked at me and he goes, hey, you're Peter King. I said, yeah. And he goes, can I just ask you one question? I said, yeah. And he goes, why won't the owner fire that coach, Josh McDaniels? I said, my God, we're 4 games into his second year. Teams get in trouble when they just fire their coach willy-nilly, And he says to me, he says, hey, we want him fired anyway. So I don't know. I know there's a lot of people unhappy. I thought he made another wrong call on 4th and 2 late in the game, but it didn't cost him. Look, he's going to have his chance to get them out of this. I just don't know if they're good enough.
Great stuff.
Yeah.
Although America does need to know, just cheeseburger or double-double?
No, I didn't do the. I don't know. I used to do the double, but the reason I don't do that now, I think when you get to be 66 years old, the double is a little bit intimidating because I'm not going to be finishing that. Unfortunately.
Agreed,
Yeah.
Peter.
Wow.
It's a lot of burger.
Wow.
Yeah.
And you like their fries. I don't know if you know this. That's a controversial opinion.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I could have forced it down, but usually I'm just a single guy.
Well,
that's the correct answer, actually.
There it is.
Just be comfortable.
Peter
Be
King,
comfortable.
he's
Peter
just a
King.
single guy.
Yes.
Yeah, Peter, we love it always, man. We'll talk to you next week.
Okay, thanks a lot, guys. Take care.
Yeah, Peter King, Football Morning in America, and that column is 49ers heavy today.
Yes, it is. Woo. Yeah, all the single Peters. He likes that single burger. Peter King.
That's very good.
And
I'm just a single guy.
I won myself a little side bet with our producer Lucas. So there were no stakes on it, but he had him pegged as a double-double guy.
I'm sure he was at one point in his life.
No doubt.
As we all are.
Yeah.
And I'm super depressed to find out that comes to an end. I didn't know there was a shelf life on that.
It turns out that it does have a shelf life, as does high-quality vision. And, you've already thrown on the readers here at 48, so occasionally you got to go readers. And somebody told me once, at 45, your eyesight's going to go.
It goes.
Literally, it was on my birthday.
No joke.
It was wild.
I'm telling you, for those of you who are listening who are 44, I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news.
Set your clock.
It's crazy.
It's wild.
Although lovely Christy is, are you allowed to say the lady's age? She doesn't care. Well, she's younger than me, but she's had her 45th.
Okay.
And
she's beautiful. So I do think that.
Oh, is there like a different track for beautiful women?
Yes.
Oh, what is it? How's that work?
The track is...
Your eyes don't go bad till 50? What happens?
No. You can say their age. I was talking about the age.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm like, no, because she doesn't... Her eyes are still doing fine.
Yeah.
And she's had her 45th.
Okay.
Much more recently than I had mine. But yeah.
Sure.
She's good.
Good for her. That's good living.
Yeah.
Good, clean living. And I look forward to those eyes being in good order a week from tomorrow at the Warrior Summit.
At the Warrior Summit.
Yeah.
Thank you. That is high quality radio pre-promotion.
Thank you.
Dan Dibley, not born yesterday or the day before that.
In the 60s, Mark.
Wednesday, October 18th. That's a week.
Shut up, Brandy. I did a good thing there.
October 18th, Fieldwork Brewing Company is in San Leandro. We will be live at 2 because our contracts say we have to. But from 4 to 6, that's when everybody is going to come on in, and we'll start barking and yelling about the Warriors. It's all open to the public. You really need to be there because it's a whole lot of fun, and who doesn't love fun on a hump day? That's the deal. Next Wednesday, the 18th, Fieldwork Brewing Company, San Leandro.
Looking forward to it, but in the meantime, we can still bask in this Niner victory. It's a Victory Tuesday, the 7th best day of the week, but we're still talking about how great that victory was, and Peter King is all about this team.
He is, and I'm all about this number because I'm all about that action, boss.
Nice.
The 49ers are a 6-point favorite on the road against the are they the new top defense in football? Are they actually the top rated defense in football? You're Mr. Advanced Analytics guy.
Right.
Where do you look that up?
Well, and this is one of the things that I have a problem with in terms of like what makes a defense top rated. Is it scoring defense? Is it yardage? Is it a combination of the two? And I have the same problem when we get to the NBA. Because what makes the top-rated defense the top-rated defense? Because scoring defense is a little bit weird because if your offense throws a pick six and those are points allowed, does that go on your ledger?
Well, I don't know. All I know, okay, I pulled up Fox Sports top-rated NFL team defense rankings.
Okay.
I think that gathers everything.
Sure.
I think. Yardage, points, kind of runs it through, what have you. Cleveland Browns, number 1. San Francisco 49ers are number 3.
Right. I'm looking at...
Cowboys are now number 5, although this might just be their average yardage allowed per game,
I'm looking at Pro Football Reference, and they've got Cleveland 1, Niners 3, and Dallas is 8. So I don't know. And again, this is where I have, issues with what do we look at in terms of what makes a team the number 1 rated defense. To me, a good measurement is yards per play because every defense has to face the offense and how many yards do you give up on every play. And in that one, Cleveland is 1 and the Niners are 3 and Dallas is, 15.
Yeah.
On YPP. Are you down with YPP?
I am. Yeah, you know me. I like whatever the metric is, Cleveland's good. They're good on defense. So this is what's really interesting. The 6-point spread is one thing. Whatever. You think the 49ers are going to cover the spread every single week? Who knows? Maybe they will. Although I know that they are sort of – there was one week where they sort of didn't cover or they pushed because of Sean McVegas. But anyway, the much more interesting number to me, once again, for the second week in a row, is the over-under. 37.5. Now, the 49ers average 33 points a game.
Okay.
Okay? So
33 to 3. There you go. Bet the under.
Now, based on the spread, what you're looking at is basically a 21 to 15, 21 and a half to 15 and a half, like a 21 to 16, 22 to 16 type of a game is what they're predicting based on what we have. But that would be surprising to me if the Browns sort of get their average, the 49ers don't. I think that over-under is telling you one thing and one thing only. This game is on shutout watch. I don't know if the Cleveland Browns can score in this football game.
Wow.
37 and a half is the over-under.
That's a small number.
I mean, I'm not saying the Niners are automatically going to get 33, but let's even say that they just get 27 or 24 or something that's muted.
24-13.
I mean, yeah, but that's a relatively easy cover for the 49ers if that's the case.
Yeah.
That's also 3 scores for the Cleveland Browns. Could it happen? Sure. I don't know. Nick Chubb is gone. Who scares you in this game? Amari Cooper? I mean, Deshaun Watson, who is not playing well and then missed a week and now coming off a bye. I don't know,
Kareem
man.
Hunt is coming for you. Gonna have to start him.
Are you gonna start him? You're not gonna start.
Well, I've got Najee Harris on a bye. So I got a little bit of an issue.
You gonna start Kareem Hunt against the Niners?
Before I answer that,
do it.
You and I didn't work for me last time. You and I are going head to head. Cleveland is number 1 in the league in a very important defensive stat.
What is that?
Percentage of drives ending in a score, 17.6. And that is like well and beyond the best in the National Football League. The Niners are 6th at 27.5. So that's a thing. They've only allowed scores on 17.6% of their drives. And I know it's partly based on who they've played, and they haven't played Brock 30 or Brock 40.
No, I want you to say that slower one more time.
It's partially based on who they've played.
Now I'd like you to remove one word.
It's based on who they've played.
Thank you. I said this about the Dallas Cowboys, and I want you to hear me say it again.
Say it, Mark.
The Cowboys' defense was fraudulent because it was built on people with the last name Jones. Daniel Jones, Mac Jones, and then you can welcome to the party as well Zach Wilson, whose last name is not Jones, but this year it should be. So let's call him Zach Jones. Zach Jones and Mac Jones. You're all the worst quarterbacks on the worst offenses in the whole damn league. Absolutely awful. So Dallas made their name based on playing them. So let's look at who Cleveland has played. They have played all 3 division opponents so far. They played a completely compromised Joe Burrow. Like a completely compromised Cincinnati offense that did not look good until last week.
Dominated them 24-3.
Then they played Kenny Pickett, who the 49ers threatened to shut out, and Pickett put up 26 points on them.
Yep.
And that's not a good offense.
Gone are the days, by the way, that the teams that the Niners play go out and lose the next week.
That's true.
Because Pittsburgh got the dub.
They're 3-1 since they played the 49ers. Then they played Ryan Tannehill and the Tennessee Titans.
Shut them down.
They have a hard time completing a forward pass. And then they played one offense, which I would argue is not great, but at least it's offering something to you, and that is Lamar Jackson and the Baltimore Ravens. And before you say, oh, Mark, that's a good offense.
He's coming for you this week.
They scored 28 points on him. Baltimore scored 28 points on Cleveland. Okay? Now, did the defense have something to do with that? Yes, that was the Dorian Thompson-Robinson game, and he set Baltimore up with a short field a number of times. There's no two ways about it. But they have not played an offense that even remotely looks like this. Are they a good D? Yes. I thought they were a good D before the year. Is Myles Garrett, on one hand, top 5 defensive player in the league? Zero question about it. Has Cleveland faced anything like this? Not even close. Not even close. So those kind of stats about like the team defense and the team offense ranks this, that, or the other, when you've only played 4 games, you know, it's no different than what we're sitting here talking about Brock Purdy. Like, I can tell you he'd win the MVP now. It doesn't mean we're ready to give him the award.
Right.
The 2/3 of the season is still left to go. More. So I got to see Cleveland do it against this team before I get hot and bothered about that defense.
I get that, but I do think there are a number of things in Cleveland's favor, including the fact that they've traveled a grand total in this year. 134 miles.
They got one road game.
134 miles, Mark. The only road game they had was in Pittsburgh, and I just Googled it. It's 134 miles away. So not only have they only had one road game, it was the closest team to them geographically. So I do think that combined with them coming off a bye gives their defense a good chance to come out, and they had an extra week to prepare for Kyle Shanahan and the laminated play sheet. So I get what you're saying about the number, the over-under at 37.5. That's very low, but I'm not quite yet ready to sleep on the Cleveland defense like you are.
The other
You're
side
out
to it
cold.
is, well,
We'll get into it.
They're not going to score. So the 49ers can score 24, and it's going to be more than enough.
11-10.
More than enough. 24-9 is the final score of this game.
You betting the under?
Yep.
You're betting under 37 and a hook?
Yep.
That's courageous.
Was it courageous when I told you it was going to go over 45?
No.
Yes, it was.
That was not courageous.
You told me that you were so in on the under of that
And
game. I told you it was going to go over.
That's not
I told
courageous.
you.
45, whatever. This would be courageous.
Well, then call me courageous.
You won't
Why don't
do
you
it.
victory lap it, Mark?
Yeah. Give me my flowers.
You don't do flowers.
I don't want flowers.
Shout out Zay.
I don't want Zay flowers either.
I beat you to it.
He dropped a bunch of passes last week. Overdue tolls? Vehicles with overdue unpaid tolls may not be able to renew their DMV registration until outstanding balances are paid. Payment assistance is available. Visit BayAreaFastTrack.org/assistance today. We got time for your calls. Oh, and I got a little bit of a rant. It's actually not even 49er related. A little bit of a rant that we might need to do coming up next.
And I've got a big shout out to give to a listener who paid me a kindness that I need to pay back, well, verbally.
Yeah, I like that. That's all coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
But first, Mark, here's a message.
Did you have anything else, Rocky?
That was it. I just
All right, no, that was enough.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs
So mean.
on 95.7 The Game.
Sneaky mean, Mark Willard.
Sometimes it didn't mean it that way.
All right, Rocky.
It came out wrong.
Yeah, it's about enough.
I didn't want him to feel like it's so. What I meant was I didn't want
Back
you
to
to
me.
feel like you needed to talk more. I didn't want to put him on the spot. It was plenty.
Right.
Yeah.
It was plenty.
I was trying to validate him. Dibs.
Yeah, it was a validation sensation.
It was.
You gave him the bums rush. All right, Rocky. Thanks, bro. Back to me. Where was I?
I was out in Texas.
Yeah.
We're going to go to ALCS, huh? Dusty versus Boach, huh? Wow.
Winner gets the Giants job, right?
Could the last 2 months have gone any worse for the San Francisco Giants? They couldn't win a game.
No.
They couldn't catch a ball.
Not a one.
They couldn't score a run.
Oh, jeez.
They fired their manager.
I was wronged.
And then they turned the TV on to watch their two ex-managers get ready to battle to go to the World Series.
And it turns out Bob Melvin's doing big things in the losers bracket, too.
Wow.
I made that up.
Can I say this?
Go ahead.
It doesn't feel the same this year, rooting against the Dodgers. They're doing what they do, and we appreciate it.
I sent Clayton Kershaw a get well soon card.
I really want to thank him. I mean, 6 runs and only 1 out, it's really above and beyond. Clayton, thank you. Really appreciate it. Getting my Seinfeld, that's a shame gif, all ready to go. 1 more loss, and the Dodgers are once again just a cute little division champ with nothing to show for it. Enjoy your 1/3 of a championship ring that you've had since 1988. So
down to a third even.
Well, 60 games, about a third. Anyway, it's nothing new. Here we are again. The Dodgers do it almost every year for the last decade. Show up, get beat. Show up, get beat. It's tons of fun. It's not as fun this year. I'm tired of October being all about rooting against the Dodgers.
Schadenfreude.
It's not fun anymore. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'll take it. This would be worse if the Dodgers were going to go win the World Series, but I've just about had it with showing up in October just to root against the Dodgers so that they're not even more embarrassed. Because quite frankly, I don't really know how the Giants could be more embarrassed than they are right now. You fired your manager, you couldn't score a run, you couldn't catch a ball, and you couldn't win a game in the second half of the season, and now Boach is going to play Dusty for a trip to the World Series.
Boach and Dusty.
Good Lord. Good Lord.
But that's fun because now we have real rooting interest. And on the other side, we can root for Arizona or Philly. I mean, Philly is the team that I picked about a week and a half ago on Liquidate All Assets. I bet them at plus 750.
They're a ton of fun.
And they are a ton of fun.
So are the Braves.
But anything to take out that racist
Stupid chop. Agreed.
Take out the chop. Even though I would love for Philly to fall short based on how much I don't like the city of Philadelphia. I bet Philly, thinking that they were going to be the hottest team. Philly, Arizona, less sexy than Dusty against your boy Boach. Totally.
Yeah, Texas versus Philly, and let's all be Rangers fans. That's kind of what I'm hoping for now. Although, let's be honest, once the Dodgers are dust, I'm out. I'm leaving. I'll see you in April. I'm not watching any more baseball games. There's too much football on.
What are you watching tonight?
Nothing.
That's
Tuesday.
That's a quitter mentality.
What do you mean? We're watching it right now. What do you want?
Baseball.
Yeah.
Lock in.
Who's even playing? I don't even know who's playing. Are the Orioles playing tonight?
Is that Dodgers ouster? That's on right now.
It's already going to be over.
Is the Dodger ouster tomorrow?
No, it's tomorrow.
It's tomorrow, okay.
No, there's nothing left on. Houston already canned the Twins, and the Rangers are up 6-0 in the third.
Okay.
It's over. This thing's cooked.
I love it.
There's nothing to watch tonight. It's Tuesday. It's the worst day of the week. You know this.
Yeah, you're bummed. You can watch the coronation of Boch.
Yeah.
And I saw a quote earlier today, and he was talking about one of his players who hit a grand slam, and why is he in the lineup again? And he said, well, you hit a grand slam for me, and I'm going to play you.
Play him again tomorrow.
Right.
That's a rule. Yeah.
Not for Cap.
No. See you next week.
Right.
Lefty.
Exactly. I apologize. I know you're swinging a hot stick. You're going to have to sit.
What do you think the reason was that I sat him down?
I wonder what he's doing these days.
Drinking coffee.
Yeah.
Riding his bike.
Literally dripping with flavor.
Before you go to the phones,
eating burgers.
Can I shout out Caro Hayes in Truckee? I got a gift pack today. I almost never get mail to Dibley and Supper and Mila, my lovely baby. Caro Hayes out of Truckee. Handwritten card, box full of baby goods like lotions and creams and salves and massage oils. In the card, Willard and Dibs is my favorite show, and I was stoked to hear about your family welcoming Mila to the world last year. Thank you, Caro Hayes.
Wow.
What a nice thing.
That's amazing.
A belated thank you card, handwritten with stuff and a book.
Handwritten card?
Handwritten.
I didn't know that existed anymore.
And, Dan's Supper and Mila. And you weren't included, but if you want any of the diaper creams or any of the other salves and lotions, I offered it to Grandy, and he told me to get away from him.
That's gonna be
true.
a no from me, dog.
Okay.
Okay.
You don't want to run it back?
Yeah. Like
One more time, run it back. Having a baby keeps you young. Waka, waka, waka.
We got, yeah.
Up at 6:12 today, hearing screams.
That's
a lot
enough for me, Doug.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the pause. No, that's awesome. What's the name one more time?
Caro Hayes.
Caro.
Straight out of Truckee.
Love it. Caro, thanks for listening.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, on behalf of Dibs. That's awesome.
I'm beaming.
That's really kind.
Really cool.
I love it. All right. Jose in Oakland, what are you doing? You're on with Willard and Dibs.
Hey, guys. Just commuting home for a change. 2-hour drive, as usual. A couple of things with the 49ers, okay? I know we're all concerned about Myles Garrett, but I think the reason why they're thinking that it's going to be a low-scoring game, it's not because the Niners cannot score, but mainly because the Browns are probably going to get a heavy dose of either McCaffrey or Deebo Samuel running the ball just to keep Myles Garrett away from Purdy. On a second note, just quickly, this thing going on with Kittle and Micah Parsons, people are making it out as a rivalry. That's not a rivalry, okay? In order for it to be a rivalry, the Cowboys would have to be good. But sadly, the one thing that this thing reminds me on is back when we used to be the Cowboys and the Seahawks used to be the 49ers. We used to be thinking that we were a really, really good team until we went to Seattle, and we used to get our butts kicked like every single time. And it's like, when are we going to get over these guys? And, the other similarity I see, you know what? Purdy reminds me a lot of Russell Wilson back when he was good. It's like you try as much as you could to get the guy, and somehow he would find a receiver and the accuracy. I don't know what happened to Russell, but he used to be really, really
He's
good.
washed, Jose.
Yeah, he's not the same guy. Yeah, but this is a really good point. Jose, before you go, what would you say simply to the idea of the Browns upsetting the 49ers this weekend?
Any given Sunday. That would only happen if the Niners decided they want to beat themselves by being complacent about it.
Yeah, Jose, that's not the answer we were looking for. We were looking for this.
That's enough for me, Doug.
Is that you, Jose?
That's a yes from me, Doug.
Oh, yeah! That's what I'm talking about.
Dude, you've officially become part of the fabric here at Willard and Dibs.
Oh, my God.
We love that.
We recognize that voice anywhere, Jose.
Well, the only thing that you're missing is the uptick.
Oh, wow.
Jose,
that was pre-me, so I'm not trying to steal anybody else's thing. You know what I mean, Jose?
No, but that makes me an OG from 97.5 the game.
Yes.
I've listened to you guys all day long, all shows. You guys are really, really great. I used to listen to different radio station, but it got boring in a hurry.
You're damn right it did. You're damn right it did. So what do you say when other people go, do you listen to any other radio stations?
You just don't know what you're missing. You know what? You don't want to listen today. You want me to listen to something else? That's enough for me, Doug.
Oh, yeah! That's what I'm talking about. Jose, thank you.
I just can't.
You go ahead and rack that guy.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that was amazing.
If I could get Jose every day at 5:54, that's,
Do you hear
great way
that?
to end the show.
Please, Jose, end the show